Chapter 1 _ My future is bleak. Konoha, Hyuga Station. Yiningsi suddenly woke up from the bed and rubbed his head in pain. My head hurts. Suddenly, he touched something cold on his forehead. Huh, what is this? The young man took off the hard iron tool on his head and brought it in front of him. What I saw in front of my eyes was a forehead guard engraved with abstract leaves. This is. For him who has always liked to chase, this thing is all too familiar. Konoha, ninja guard. The boy's expression changed, and he immediately turned his head and looked around. Unfamiliar. Seemingly unwilling to give up, he stumbled to a mirror again. Byakugan boy in the mirror, there was a sudden tingling in his head, and a memory suddenly struck. After a brief period of confusion, he finally made sure of one thing. He crossed. And crossing became Hyuga Neji in Hokage. According to previous memories, Hyuga Neji was unwilling to be bound by the curse mark of the caged bird, and wanted to use his chakra to break through the curse mark. As a result, the curse mark was fine, but he passed out in a coma. And he passed through him like this. Good guy. He was arranged clearly and plainly. Is it because he is also called Ningsi? Is he going to cross over to Hyuga Neji? This is totally unscientific. His original name was Ningsi, and he was just an ordinary intern who had just entered the society. Like most interns, he still holds a dead salary of 2,300 per month and works day and night. Wake up earlier than chickens and sleep later than dogs. Eat worse than pigs, work more than donkeys. Unexpectedly, when he woke up today, he was inexplicably time-traveled. Although he has crossed over and became a genius child of a big family, Ningsi is not happy. Familiar with Hokage knows that Hyuga Neji is a tragic figure. He lost his father when he was young and was always bound by the curse of the caged bird. He finally dominated his own destiny, but he finally got cold. My god, crossing is crossing, Wei Mao is such a hard-working guy. He looked up at the sky and was speechless. This Hokage world is a world that eats people and doesn't spit out bones. Various political disputes and interests are intertwined. If you are not careful, you may not even know how to die. This Hyuga Neji's talent is good, it is a genius to die. Look at the later stages of Hokage, all of them are hanging bee. Genius. What Hokage lacks the most is genius. But a few more geniuses have become cage level, and there are not many even the level of elite Jonin. Even cage level ninjas. Hee, that's just a chakra. I go. My future is bleak. Neji sat on the stool with a sad face, constantly merging the memories of this world. Thinking of Hyuga Neji's death-defying behavior, his mouth twitched. Cage-level powerhouses are helpless to curse. Where do you have confidence as a genin? No, I put myself in it. And, from Hyuga Neji's memory, he also learned that the Chunin exam will be held soon. For him, this news is nothing short of adding to the grief. Chunin exam, this time period is a bit delicate. During the Chunin exam, Orochimaru will launch the Konoha crash plan. Since then, Konoha has really gone into decline. To the window, he glanced at Hokage's office from a distance, and Neji continued to lie on the bed and meditate. Go tell the 3 generations and change the fate of Konoha. This is impossible. Seen Hokage knows that Konoha is seriously corrupt. The kind that can't be pulled back by 400 horses. Instead of throwing blood on Konoha's head, it's better to figure out a way to keep yourself alive. Moreover, who knows if those high-level executives will miss themselves because of this. Thinking of Danzo's hated personality and style, Neji shuddered. When it comes, let it rest. Live a lifetime, you can't just be a cannon fodder in such a confused way. If you want to survive in this world, you must improve your strength. After a while, he adjusted his mind and walked outside the house. Do what he thinks, without being sloppy, this is his usual style. After easily entering the Hyuga family's residence, Neji became familiar with chakra. Chakra is the source of energy for performing ninjutsu, demonic illusion, taijutsu, etc. After the chakra is extracted, the ninjutsu can be performed only after the ninja hand seal. However, he used physical techniques. But even in taijutsu, it needs the blessing of chakra to maximize its true power. For the Hyuga clan, taijutsu is more useful than ninjutsu. First of all, Teishu does not need to spend too much chakra and can keep fighting for a long time. Secondly, with the blessings of Byakugan and Gentle Fist, melee combat is more beneficial to them. In this way, it is better to spend time practicing ninjutsu than practicing taijutsu. While Neji was practicing, a shy voice suddenly came from behind him. "Ning, brother Neji." Neji turned his head and saw the person in front of him, and couldn't help but be stunned. Hyuga Hinata, the little princess of the Hyuga family. In the past, I could only see it on the screen. I never thought that the real person was more beautiful than the screen. It seems that there are some advantages to crossing over. Just when Neji was about to greet Hinata with a smile, he suddenly remembered who he was. Hyuga Neji really hates main clan. Will not give Hyuga Hinata a good look at all. Before you have enough strength to protect yourself, you can't reveal yourself, you can only take it slowly. Seeing that Hyuga Neji didn't say a word, Hinata couldn't help but feel a little lost. Brother Neji will turn around and leave like before. What's the matter? Neji asked lightly. Hearing Neji replying to her, Hinata's face instantly turned Yuhi. At this moment Hinata is still very introverted and shy. This shyness made Neji a little surprised. What he didn't know was that Hyuga Neji never paid attention to Hyuga Hinata, so just a simple reply made Hinata very excited. Brother Neji, are you practicing? Hinata asked softly. Yes, Neji said flatly. Well, then can I practice with you? Hinata asked with courage. Whatever. Thank you, brother Neji. Hinata bowed. But the one under her feet didn't stand firm, and she threw herself into Neji's arms. Oops. After a while of silence, Hinata, who was lying in Neji's arms, instantly shy of Yuhi's face, smoking above her head, and she fainted. At the same time, a familiar and unfamiliar mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Activation conditions complete, the system starts to boot. The pet sister system was successfully activated. Binding host, Hyuga Neji. Host binding complete. Chapter 2 _ They are all sisters. Pet girl system. As the name suggests, as long as you have some communication or intimate activities with your sister, you can get various rewards. Neji froze for a moment, but then grinned. That's right. Since he has crossed over, how can he not have a system to assist him? As we all know, people who travel through without bugs are like those who go to the battlefield without guns, and they are useless. At this moment, the cold mechanical sound in his mind sounded again. The host hugs Hyuga Hinata and gets a reward by a Kugan, 100% purity. What? 100% pure Byakugan. Neji was surprised. Although this reward didn't seem to be of much use, it was one of the necessary conditions for opening Tenseigen. Tenseigen is an ultimate eye technique that can only be opened by combining chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, with the power to destroy and create the world. It is the final form of Byakugan, the same status as Rinnegan of the Six Paths immortal lineage, both possessing fantastic powers. Rinnegan is the endpoint where the Sharingan of the Uchiha family evolves to ultimate, and Tenseigen is the endpoint where the Byakugan of the Hyuga family evolves to ultimate. However, it is difficult to turn on Tenseigen. Byakugan is fine, but he still needs chakra from the Otsutsuki clan. In short, the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Although the Hyuga clan also has the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, it has become very weak by now. Both are indispensable, otherwise Otsutsuki Shirin wouldn't be here to capture Byakugan. Thinking of this, Neji sighed slightly. If nothing else, if you can get these two things together in the early stage and turn on Tenseigen, you can basically wave at will. Forget it, People should be realistic, it's useless to be too ambitious. Put these thoughts away, and while Hinata is still asleep, let's quickly test the power of this pure Byakugan. Byakugan. Neji's eyes widened angrily, and the meridian blood vessels around his eye sockets instantly filled up and bulged. With Byakugan's blessing, everything within a radius of 200 meters became clearly visible, and even the slightest movement would be accurately captured by him. As expected of high-purity Byakugan, more insight, more precision. Neji in the original book can only see a radius of about 50 meters at this moment. And Neji smiled slightly. The blind spot directly behind the first thoracic vertebra doesn't exist anymore. Pure Byakugan, so terrifying. Ah! At this time, the fainted Hinata gradually woke up. Wake up! Neji put away Byakugan and said blankly. Even so, he could still hear the excitement in his heart. Hearing Neji say that, Hinata couldn't help remembering the embarrassing scene before. Yuhi glow appeared on his face like a porcelain white doll, and steam began to emerge from the top of his head. So cute. Neji looked at the petite figure in front of him and sighed sincerely. In the original book, this Neji is just a piece of wood. Don't you understand the principle of getting the moon first? Well, I really don't seem to understand. Fortunately, I will take good care of Hinata in the future. As for Naruto, just go with your Sasuke for the rest of your life. Ning, brother Neji, I'll go back first. Hinata whispered. After speaking, he immediately covered his face and ran away. Neji couldn't stop laughing as he looked at Hinata who was fleeing not far away. This little girl is too shy. System, how did you get activated? Neji asked in confusion. The activation condition of the system is, the host has an intimate interaction with the opposite sex. Oh, that's it. Neji nodded. Then what function do you have? The system is called the pet sister system. As long as the host interacts with the opposite sex, you can get random rewards. Rewards are not limited to the Hokage world, nor are they necessarily inanimate. However, rewards are mostly related to the opposite sex interacting with the host. Moreover, the system has its own space, and the host can store any non-living body or any system reward in it. I see. No wonder you reward yourself with pure Byakugan. Neji smiled and looked excited. This way, he does not need to practice hard. As long as he chats with Hinata every day and plays games, he can get a lot of rewards. Get stronger easily. You can lie down and win. Although I like to work hard, but if I can get strength without effort, why not do it? Etc. Just interact with the opposite sex. System, aren't you the pet sister system? I should only be able to get rewards by interacting with my sister, right? Neji rubbed his chin, looking suspicious. As we all know, he has only two sisters. Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi. In this case, the rewards are a bit limited. Please, the host, correct your position. Always remember, they are all sisters. Oh wow. This system is kind of crazy. This is similar to a certain world, you are all younger brothers. If this is known, he should be beaten up. Practicing for a while on his own and getting used to the Byakugan and chakra operations, Neji came to the other side of the training ground. A large number of training puppets are placed here, and each puppet is engraved with 64 chakra points of the human body. Once someone enters the corresponding range, these puppets will start, and they can only be stopped by hitting the 64 chakra points of the puppets. Hyuga family has also put a lot of effort into cultivating future generations. At least, in other families, Neji had never heard of such a training ground. As expected of the second largest family in Konoha. However, Neji didn't pay much attention to all of this, he came here just to test his 8 trigrams 64 palms. The blessing of pure Byakugan. Neji smiled slightly and jumped into the doll in an instant. Dozens of dolls started running immediately and attacked Neji. Neji did not dare to be careless about these dolls, and it is said that even Jonin might not be able to completely dodge their attacks. Byakugan. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The pure Byakugan allowed Neji to more quickly understand the movements and attacks of the dolls beside him, allowing him to react faster. At the same time, this pure Byakugan also greatly improves Neji's accuracy. With his 360-degree angle without dead ends, coupled with his already fast and accurate palms, his attacks will hardly fail. Even if the puppets are attacking, he can bounce their attacks with 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The physical skills of the Hyuga clan, both offensive and defensive, were really powerful. Neji praised. After some training, he was hit by these puppets about 20 times. However, he has gained a lot. At least, he is very proficient in the manipulation of chakra and the physical skills of the Hyuga family. System, open my properties panel. Chapter 3 Loli can't touch it. System, open my properties panel. Open black lens bracket host, Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 13 years old close black lens bracket. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan pure close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms close black lens bracket. Ninjutsu, 3 body jutsu transformation, substitute, clone Kaden fire style big fireball technique. Open black lens bracket comprehensive strength, elite Chunin close black lens bracket. Elite Chunin, not bad. Neji was very satisfied with his strength, and grinned, he could be considered a middle upper level figure now. As we all know, elite Chunin is already a powerful fighting force in each ninja village. Even in the 4th Ninja World War, the elite Chunin can already stand alone. I can't believe that Hyuga Neji has 3 types of chakra. Neji was a little overjoyed. Although taijutsu is very important, in the late stage of Hokage, ninjutsu is more reliable. Neji tutted, he had already made up his mind. Taijutsu and ninjutsu are practiced at the same time. After all, if you run into Rinnegan, it's still more effective in taijutsu. 6 Paths Madara, who gave everyone a headache, but was almost kicked to death by the guy, which has already explained everything. But now, subconsciously touching the forehead guard on his forehead, Neji smiled wryly. He still wanted to remove the curse of the caged bird. The seal of the bird in the cage is a seal used by the Hyuga main clan to limit the ability of the branch Byakugan to disappear until death. At the same time, Hyuga main clan can also destroy the brain tissue of the person who has this spell according to its own consciousness. Although Neji felt that Hyuga Hiyashi would not kill himself with this spell, but Neji didn't want to put his life in the hands of others. This curse mark is a trouble after all. When I try to solve the threat of the curse mark, I just don't know if Hyuga main clan has such a method. Or, after my Byakugan evolves to Tenseigan, it can automatically remove the curse of the caged bird. Lying on the training ground, Neji looked up at the sky with a pair of Byakugan without blinking. Is it okay to just interact with the opposite sex? True or false? After a period of ideological struggle, Neji turned over and walked outside the training ground. Okay, give it a try. Along the way, they met many clansmen, and they looked at him with admiration in their eyes. At a young age, he was already very mature and calm, and he was the strongest among the newcomers last year. But within a year, his strength was almost the same as that of an ordinary Chunin. And to do all this, just a 13-year-old child. In the eyes of many people, Neji is much better than either Hinata or Hanabi. It's a pity that such a good seedling was born in a branch family, and was marked with the curse of a caged bird early. His mother died on the battlefield, and his father gave his life for main clan and Konoha. Therefore, in the hearts of many tribes, Neji is more prestigious than Hinata and Hanabi. The gazes of these tribesmen, Neji strode towards the ninja school. He was going to take Hanabi home. Although this is a bit out of Neji's character. But it's all about growing up. If there is really no solution to the caged bird spell, he can only try his best to improve his strength. He didn't believe that a caged bird could restrain people of the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. At the gate of the ninja school, a lot of people have gathered at this moment. Little surprised when they saw Neji coming. Hyuga Neji, what are you doing here? Seeing their eyes, Neji smiled bitterly. This Hyuga Neji is really out of place. Neji can only think of such a word to describe it. Sighing slightly, looking at the school in front of him, Neji sighed with emotion. Do not misunderstand. He has absolutely no memory of this school. In other words, it was his subconscious, unwilling to recall everything about this school. No matter where you are, when it comes to learning, there is a big nod. This is an even older theorem. Not long after, a group of children ran out of it, bustling and laughing. Seeing this scene, Neji didn't know what to say. The world is inherently unequal. Most civilian children can only receive some basic education, and they will be Chunin if they die all their lives. Only a small number of students of the commoners can obtain the same educational opportunities as the children of nobles because of their talents. The future Jonin and Hokage will basically be born among them. They are the backbone of a future village. As for most of the civilian students, they are nearly 100,000 cannon fodder for the Fourth Ninja World War in the future. Seeing the young and sunny faces of these children now, Neji really doesn't know whether to be happy or worried. At this moment, a petite, weak figure caught Neji's attention. She is the target of Neji's trip, Hyuga Hanabi. Hanabi, go home. Hanabi in a tone that could not be refused. Huh. Brother Neji. Are you coming to pick me up today? Hanabi bit her thumb and looked at Neji curiously with wide eyes. So cute. As expected of two sisters, exactly the same cute. Neji quickly shook his head and tossed some of the mess out. Sin, this is a loli, untouchable. Loli can't touch it, it will sit for 3 years in one touch. Yes. Hanabi put his white and tender little hand in Neji's hand and smiled. Sure enough, cuteness is justice. The host holds hands with Hyuga Hanabi and gets the reward, remove the curse of the bird in the cage. Hearing the system beep, Neji stopped abruptly. Really rewarded. Exactly the reward he wanted right now. May all your wishes come true. I touched my forehead subconsciously, but unfortunately there are too many people to take it off to take a look. Brother Neji, what's wrong? Hanabi asked curiously when he saw Neji suddenly stop. It's okay, let's go. Neji touched Hanabi's little head. Neji was very happy at the moment because of the release of the curse seal, and was a little kinder to Hanabi unconsciously. The host performs a head-to-head kill on Hyuga Hanabi and gets the reward, Wind Attribute Chakra. The corners of Neji's mouth twitched slightly. If this system's judgment method is used, then... He touched Hanabi's hair again, but there was nothing. Looks like each interaction can only be used once per person, Neji thought to himself. Hyuga clan who were hiding in the dark to guard Hanabi were stunned when they saw Neji pick up Hanabi. If he hadn't also started by Akugan, I really thought who used the transformation technique to deceive Hanabi. Soon, Neji delivered Hanabi to the door. Here, Neji said. Well, brother Neji, Hanabi laughed. After saying that, he spread out his hands and ran back to the house excitedly. The host takes Hyuga Hanabi home and gets. Chapter 4 Hanabi got angry. The host brings Hyuga Hanabi home and gets the reward, double the amount of chakra. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Double the amount of chakra. Neji is overjoyed. In this case, it can be regarded as laying the foundation for the future dual cultivation of tolerance and body. In short, he has no shortage of blue. Gollum tilde. I touched my unsatisfactory stomach, looked up at the sky. There is still a while, let's solve the problem of food and clothing first. Then, he turned around and walked to the other room. After Neji left, Hanabi suddenly stuck his head out, bit his index finger, and muttered, "Brother Neji, it seems that it's not the same as before." After dinner, he came to the training ground again to find those puppets to practice. Everything is to become stronger. Feeling that he is improving at a speed visible to the naked eye, Neji is very satisfied. Sure enough, you can only do it if you keep working hard. Genius is 99% sweat and 1% hard work. Huh. At this moment, Neji's eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of two figures walking towards here. Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi. What are they doing here? Brother Neji. Good evening, Neji brother. Hinata and Hanabi greeted Neji when they saw Neji's look. What are you doing here? Neji frowned slightly. At this moment, he was very flustered in his heart, worried that it was discovered that he had lifted the curse of the bird in the cage. We want, Hinata faltered, as if he hadn't forgotten what happened today. We want Neji brother to practice with us, Hanabi said carelessly. In fact, they felt that Neji was in a good mood today and wanted to improve their relationship. Practice. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a bit of joy. The reward is delivered to your door. Neji looked around and said, "Okay, let's get started." The practice they were talking about was a fight between two people. Who's in the first game? Neji asked. Me. Hanabi raised his hand excitedly. Come on. Neji glanced slightly. Humph. Brother Neji, take it. Hanabi shouted, raising his pinkish little fist and rushing towards Neji. Seriously, Neji is panicking right now. Such a cute little Hanabi, won't be punched and cry by himself. Desperation, Neji could only hide. No matter how talented Hanabi is, he is still too young. For Neji, who has reached the strength of an elite Chunin, the gap is quite large. Neji's eyes were full of Hanabi's flaws. After a few rounds, Neji lifted Hanabi straight up and the fight was settled. The attack is too slow, the body acupuncture points are not skilled, the strength is not enough. Neji told Hanabi's shortcomings one by one. Correcting their mistakes can prompt them to improve faster. Neji also hopes that they can improve their strength, at least to protect themselves. Hanabi was ashamed. Humph. I'll try. Then, Hanabi ran to the wooden stakes and practiced by himself. The host accompanies Hanabi to train and gets a reward, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, a special long-range body technique derived from Byakugan's related abilities. It releases high-strength and high-density chakra shock waves in the form of palms to attack remote targets. Hearing the sound of the system, the corners of Neji's mouth raised. This is a physical technique of long-range attack. Enough to make up for the shortcomings of their long-distance defeats. Next, it was his turn to fight Hinata. Don't know what rewards you can get for training with Hinata. Hinata, please give me more advice. Neji said to Hinata indifferently with the seal of opposition. Seeing Neji's serious eyes, Hinata took a breath for himself and said seriously, Brother Neji, please give me more advice. Hinata is looking forward to it very much at the moment. The seal of opposition is a show of respect for the opponent. In the past, Brother Neji had never formed a seal against him. Brother Neji, I'm going to fuck. Soon as he finished speaking, Hinata came to Neji with a swish and raised his hand to hit Neji. In the past, maybe Hanabi was better than Hinata. However, after Hinata graduated, he followed Kurenai Yuhi to do a lot of tasks, and his combat experience and combat skills have already surpassed Hanabi. After all, in the original novel, after being encouraged by Naruto, you can fight Neji back and forth in a short period of time. Seeing the pink fist hitting him head-on, Neji calmly turned around and ducked. Hinata immediately turned around and fired a gentle fist towards one of Neji's chakra points. Neji raised his hand slightly and knocked Hinata's fist out of the way, and at the same time, his palm was grabbing towards Hinata. Hinata stepped back immediately, hand seal with palm, Byakugan. Gentle fist. Blink of an eye, many afterimages appeared on Hinata's palm and attacked Neji. The response is good, but the attack method is too single. Neji shook his head, facing the incoming palm. Neji only changed his steps slightly, and then naturally avoided the past. At the same time, he clasped Hinata's wrist with his backhand, subduing her in an instant. Hinata, you are too focused on hitting the acupuncture points. The attack is completely straight, remember to adapt accordingly. Don't just think about attacking the acupuncture points. If you can't hit the acupuncture point, no matter how powerful the move is, it's just a decoration. Neji said seriously. Also, your character is too weak, which limits your performance. Chunin exam is a big change. Hinata must have enough strength to protect himself. Yes, brother Neji, please do it again. Hinata said seriously. This is the first time Neji has guided her so carefully, and she is very happy. Seeing Hinata's seriousness, Neji nodded gratified. Hinata's seriousness was quite heroic. For the next time, Neji kept feeding Hinata with tips, pointing out her flaws one by one. While Hinata was out of breath and somewhat exhausted. Neji frowned. That's your other weakness. Insufficient physical strength. This is fatal to those who practice body arts. Just come here today, and tomorrow morning, come to the training ground and wait for me. After that, Neji left without looking back. There is no other reason, because the rewards of the system have already arrived. Today is my lucky day. After returning home, Neji first opened Byakugan, and after confirming that there was no one around, he carefully closed the doors and windows. How to say? The village of Konoha is under the supervision of Danzo and the three generations almost all the time. After Uchiha was exterminated, the Hyuga clan unsurprisingly became the largest clan in Konoha. With the temperament of the third generation and Danzo, the monitoring of the Hyuga clan will definitely be strengthened. More than 90% of the Hyuga family have turned on Byakugan. Sejenbu and Anbu's surveillance can't hide it from them. However, in order to reassure Sandai and Danzo, the Hyuga family had to turn a blind eye to all this. In other words, the two sides have maintained a delicate balance. However, what Neji is going to do next, even the Hyuga family needs to keep it secret. Chapter 5 _ The two slowly warming up. As for the telescope crystal ball in the hands of the third generation, Neji didn't care, and the third generation would not make such a low-level mistake. If he really used that telescope crystal ball to detect the Hyuga clan, if nothing else, Hyuga Hiyashi would never be indifferent. Wu tilde. With a light sigh of turbidity, with the assistance of Byakugan, Neji gradually gathered a large number of gentle fist chakras in both hands, and after changing their form, they turned into two fierce lion heads. The Hyuga family's secret high-level physique that only main clan can teach, soft step double lion boxing. Soft step double lion boxing. The shape change of chakra is added to the gentle fist method. With the assistance of Byakugan, a large number of gentle fist chakra are gathered in both hands to form two fierce lion heads, which are extremely powerful. This is the reward for Neji training with Hinata. This technique will fail as long as there is a slight error in controlling chakra, so it is a physical technique that is extremely difficult to learn. Unexpectedly, this tyrannical physical technique was learned by himself. Neji was very satisfied and lay comfortably on the bed. Even chakras form changes without master. He actually learned the soft step double lion fist. If it goes on like this, before the Chunin exam, my strength should be close to that of a normal Jonin. However, Jonin's combat experience and reaction speed are not comparable to me. As expected, I have to slowly accumulate it on my own. Next morning, Neji came to the training ground and found Hinata already waiting there. This little girl's self-motivation is not bad. Hinata's physique is really poor. In order to make Hinata have a certain self-protection ability, Neji is going to implement special training for Hinata. Although it was early in the morning, the training ground was already full of people. The world of ninjas is really cruel. Neji thought to himself. Brother Neji, what are we doing at the training ground so early? Hinata asked. Perhaps because of Neji's guidance yesterday, Hinata was not as afraid of Neji as she was before, but she was still very shy. Running, Neji said flatly. Huh, running. Hinata was taken aback. Your physical strength is not enough, and if you want to improve, running every morning is the most effective and easiest way. After saying that, ignoring Hinata, Neji ran around the training ground. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then immediately followed Neji. One of the two was a genius from the Hyuga family, and the other was the eldest lady of main clan, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. Neji and Hinata-sama really worked hard, we should work harder. Come on, Neji, Lord Hinata. Neji turned his head slightly and glanced at Hinata, and sure enough, his face was Yuhi again. The host accompanies Hyuga Hinata for a morning run and gets the reward, Lightning Attribute Chakra. Thunder Attribute Chakra. In this way, the chakras of the 7 major attributes have been collected by themselves, except for yin and yang. Today's self, even in ninjutsu, is a genius. Morning, Hinata and Neji were running around the training ground. Neji was fine, but Hinata was exhausted. Don't relax, as long as you keep exercising, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Neji said. Hearing Neji's words, Hinata smiled shyly. Gollum tilde. When the two were resting, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Hinata immediately hugged her stomach shyly, and Yuhi's face seemed to be dripping with water. Hey, I've been training with you all morning, you should have a ramen meal with me. Neji stood up and glanced into the distance. Hinata raised his head, Yuhi looked at Neji blankly, and after a while, he nodded slightly. Brother Neji, it's so heartwarming. Of Ichiraku ramen, Neji said to Uncle Ichiraku, Uncle, 2 signature noodles. Okay, Uncle Ichiraku replied cheerfully. After eating, he pays and leaves with Hinata. The host invites Hinata to eat, and gets a reward, increased spiritual power by 10%. Mental power, that is, the ability to resist demonic illusion. The stronger the mental power, the more difficult it is to win demonic illusion. Brother Neji. Turning his head to look at Hinata, Neji smiled for the first time. Why, are you only going to eat with me this time? Hinata waved his hand quickly. No. That's fine, next time you invite me. Neji laughed. Hinata replied with her head lowered. Hinata beside him, she was shy, so cute. Hinata, we haven't been shopping together in a long time. Hinata was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, yeah. In fact, Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata haven't spoken much since Hyuga Hazashi's accident. How's it going? Would you like to go shopping? Go shopping with Neji brother. Hinata shyly looked at Neji with Yuhi's face, and nodded uneasily. On the street, Hinata and Neji walked quietly, feeling very comfortable with each other. Hinata, who was deeply attracted by a doll-shaped pendant, Neji sighed inwardly. Sure enough, she was still a little girl, and she was attracted by some cute ornaments as she walked. Taking a deep look at the doll pendant, Neji continued to enjoy the peaceful 2-person atmosphere with Hinata. The host goes shopping with Hyuga Hinata and gets a reward, 10% increase in physical fitness. Physical fitness means laying a solid foundation for yourself. In this way, the rewards given by the system are all useful. Hyuga Family Station. Hinata, this is for you. Neji took out the doll pendant from his arms. This is. Hinata's eyes widened, looking at the pendant in disbelief. Well, seeing that you really like it, I bought it while you weren't paying attention, as a gift for us to reunite. Neji said indifferently. No, my father said that you can't just accept other people's things. Hinata waved his hands quickly, and Yuhi said with a red face. What, don't you want to reunite with me? It's not like this. Seeing that Neji was a little lost, Hinata said anxiously. Then take it. Hinata hesitated for a moment, then took the doll pendant from Neji's hand. Well, is that right? Neji stroked Hinata's head. The host performs a head-to-head kill on Hyuga Hinata and gets the reward Palm Sage Art. Palm Sage Art, the healing technique used by medical ninjas, regardless of internal or external injuries, has an amazing recovery speed, and can also interfere with the circulation of chakras in other people's bodies, which is an ultra-high-level ninjutsu with great destructive power to their bodies. This intimate action immediately made Hinata's eyes gleam with gold stars, and it was about to become a steamy hime. Neji was helpless and withdrew his hand. Palm Sage Art, even in the medical class, very few people can use it. It can give treatment or attack from 1 meter away. As expected of Hinata, the reward is really rich. Neji muttered. Just then, a loud voice came from afar, awakening Hinata from her dizziness. Burn it, my youth. Without looking back, Neji already knew who was coming. Mr. Guy, why are you here? Neji twitched the corners of his mouth and asked back. Author's digression, brothers, the new book is set sail, and I hope you will continue to support it. In addition, friends who want to join the group to play together can come in. There is an original cover in the group, tisk tisk tisk. Book Friends Group 1. Book Friends Group 2. Chapter 6 _ the first mission after crossing. Mr. Guy, why are you here? Neji asked helplessly. In front of him was a strange uncle who was wearing a green tights, with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a watermelon head, and he kept shouting blood. Especially the shiny watermelon heads and the gate kiba, shimmering extremely brightly in the sun's rays. That's right, he is the blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy. An extremely powerful Jonin, and the one in Hokage who has always maintained a strong fighting force from beginning to end. To be honest, Might Guy's combat power is terrifyingly high, and he is a ruthless man who took most of Six Paths Madara's life with one kick. In the later stage of Hokage, when B was all over the place, a civilian ninja became the emperor in the first battle, and his strength can be seen as Madara. Closer to home. He's looking a bit hot in his outfit now. The worst thing is that there are people watching, and Neji really feels that he can't lift his head. Might Guy apparently didn't feel that, though. Neji, it's time to take the challenge. Might Guy grinned, revealing a big white fang. Don't know if it was an illusion, Neji seemed to see a flash of light from the corner of his mouth. Challenge? What challenge? Neji wondered. Ha ha ha, just now, I took on a mission. Tomorrow morning, gather at the entrance of the village to burn our youth. Might Guy laughed, making the corners of Neji's eyes twitch. Sure enough, he is an active person, but that's why his team is so strong. Whether it's him, Little Lee, or Ten. How is it, Neji, do you feel like your blood is boiling and your passion is burning? Might Guy said excitedly. Are you going out of the village? Neji asked. Oh, Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Okay, I see. Haha, then it's settled. Having said that, Might Guy glanced at Hinata on the side. Oh, Neji, what a youth. Patting Neji on the shoulder, Might Guy disappeared in a blink of an eye. Come in a hurry, go in a hurry. Hearing Might Guy say this, Hinata's face was immediately stained with a layer of Yuhi halo. Brother Neji, he is. Hinata Yuhi asked with a sullen face. My instructor, Might Guy. Neji replied helplessly. Jonin. Hinata looked longingly. By the way, Brother Neji, are you going out of the village to do a mission? It's amazing. Hinata was envious. Like herself, she's only been doing D-level tasks until now. Hinata can do it as long as she works hard, Neji encouraged. System, open my properties panel. Open black lens bracket host, Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 13 years old close black lens bracket. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, thunder. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan pure, close black lens bracket. Physique, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams empty wall palm, soft step double lion boxing. Ninjutsu, 3 body art transformation, substitute, avatar Kaden, fire style, big fireball, palm sage art. Open black lens bracket comprehensive strength, elite Chunin close black lens bracket. This data, considering his current age, is already very powerful. Next morning, Neji rushed to the village entrance. It was still dawn, there was no one on the street, and Neji could see his 2 teammates from a distance. Tenten in a cheongsam looks pretty, too. Sure enough, there are no ugly girls in Hokage. And the other side is Lee Rock, and Might Guy is almost carved out of the same mold. Sometimes he has some doubts, this little Lee can't really be Might Guy's son. Good morning, Neji, Tenten said with a smile. Morning, Neji said listlessly, then stood aside by himself, closing his eyes and resting. Neji, fight me, little Lee suddenly yelled. Little Lee, calm down, Tenten said. But Mr. Guy hasn't come yet. Little Lee said. That can't be fought, Tenten said angrily. Well, before the teacher comes, I will accompany you to pass the time. At this moment, Neji suddenly stood up and said lightly. Anyway, if you have nothing to do, it is better to try your own strength. Take the little Lee to try the knife. Hey, then I'm going, Neji. Little Lee said excitedly. Hey, I said you. Tenten yelled. Don't worry, you'll be fine soon. Neji said calmly. Tenten held his forehead, these 2 guys had to fight every time they met. Well, it's over after 3 dozen moves anyway. Thinking of this, Tenten consciously became a spectator. Haha, I'm about to go. Little Lee jumped with both feet, and instantly deceived Neji in front of him. Neji's pupils shrank, soon. Time to catch up with Chunin. As a person who climbed up step by step with his own efforts, little Lee is already very good. But unfortunately, he opened a plugin. The 2 fists collided, and their bodies were instantly ejected. How is that possible? Neji's pure power should be inferior to that of little Lee. Tenten said in shock. Feeling the strong fighting spirit, little Lee grinned and swept towards Neji with a swinging whip. Neji raised his hand to block little Lee's whip leg, and the other hand grabbed little Lee's ankle instantly, and suddenly fell him to the ground. At this moment, little Lee's right leg suddenly kicked Neji's chin. Neji was slightly taken aback. This is Shadow Dance Leaf. Little Lee's reaction speed exceeded Neji's expectations. It's a bit difficult to pick up now, Neji said with a solemn expression. It's done. Little Lee was delighted. Even Tenten outside the field was surprised. It's impossible to escape at such a close distance. Pedal. Neji was kicked into the air without a doubt, and little Lee jumped up immediately. Just as he was about to attack, Neji suddenly disappeared into a puff of smoke. Little Lee and Tenten's eyes stared at the boss. Clone, when is Neji? The 2 looked around, but could see no sign of Neji. Little Lee, where are you looking? Neji's voice suddenly came from above little Lee, knocking little Lee out with a punch. After landing, Neji said lightly, looks like I won again. Amazing. Tenten was shocked and didn't know what to say. Soon, little Lee jumped back and ran back, full of energy from top to bottom. Neji, you really are my lifelong opponent. I will definitely work harder. Looking at the excited little Lee, Neji sighed a little. As expected of Lee Rock, the more frustrated he is, the more courageous he is. At this moment, in a corner, Might Guy also watched the battle seriously. I didn't use Byakugan, didn't even use body art. With just one clone technique, he knocked down little Lee. This guy is indeed a genius. It's really youthful. Might Guy stretched his waist. Then, it's time for me to come forward. After all, this task is still relatively urgent. Chapter 7 _ beat genius by hard work. Oh, It's really youthful to be so motivated early in the morning. Might Guy showed his signature big white fang again. Hey, teacher, you should have come a long time ago, Ten said. Might Guy scratched his head and laughed. I can't hide it from you. After all, do you want to see your strength? Mr. Guy, let's talk. What task? I have to rush back to study the ninja tools. Ten said speechlessly. Do you care more about your ninja tools than your mission? I am really impatient, but this is also youth. Might Guy laughed. So, what is our mission? Chase missing nin, Takenaka Tazy. Might Guy laughed. Said that, Might Guy handed them some information, which roughly means Taichi Takenaka, the spy placed in Konoha in the Union village. The strength is at the Chunin level, the chakra attributes are wind and soil, and he is good at using Doden earth style to control the opponent. Close black lens bracket. Sound hidden village, Orochimaru. It seems to be preparing for Konoha's collapse plan. Looking at these materials, Neji thought to himself. It seems that Orochimaru can't wait. Chunin. Wait, Mr. Guy, this should already be an A-level mission. Ten asked anxiously. In the Hokage world, quests are generally divided into 6 levels. Super S-Class, S-Class, A-Class, B-Class, C-Class, D-Class. A-level tasks are tasks related to the movement of the country or the village, including escorting important people, crusades against ninja troops, etc. When it comes to Chunin, it is no surprise that it is already an A-level task. Mr. Guy, are we going to perform an A-level mission? Little Lee asked. Neji and the others graduated a year earlier than Zhu Shaoqiang, and the growth of their strength is obvious to all. In addition to Might Guy's tyrannical strength, Sandaite allowed them to take on some tasks beyond their own level. That is to say, they will occasionally take on missions involving other countries and villages, that is, B-level missions. To perform an A-level mission. Oh, I finally received an A-level mission. Little Lee jumped up excitedly. This is the time to sharpen yourself. The imaginary frowning face did not appear, but instead an excited look on his face. Might Guy's eyes also flashed, revealing a big white fang, and said with a smile, my youth is burning. I knew that these two people were helpless. Ten shrugged and said helplessly. Neji was also a little speechless. Sure enough, this is the style of the 9th class. Okay, let's go. If you let the spy escape, it will take a lot of work. Ten urged. Shoot tilde shoot tilde shoot tilde. The figures of the 4 people kept walking through the woods, always paying attention to the abnormality around them. This made Neji take a high look at Little Lee and Ten. As expected of the 9th class, he is more mature and stable than the newly promoted Konoha Shaoqiang, and his fighting skills are also higher than those of the Shaoqiang. While Neji was observing Ten and Little Lee, Might Guy also looked at Neji from time to time. Hidden. Here's what he said about Neji. However, Little Lee is not bad. Maybe it's because he's practicing taijutsu, his Gangquan, and Hyuga's gentle fist, he has the idea of winning. However, Hyuga Hiyashi has always kept a straight face and basically does not fight with himself, so the two have never competed. As his true disciple, Little Lee naturally shouldered this heavy responsibility. Ordinary people rely on hard work to defeat genius. Let's talk about it first. This mission is to train you all, so I won't take action unless I have to. If necessary, it's okay to kill him on the spot, Might Guy said. Kill on the spot. Neji was slightly in a trance. This world needs to kill. He didn't kill anyone. Neji, what's wrong with you? Ten's voice suddenly came from his ears, bringing Neji back to reality. Neji, what's wrong with you? It's not like you are absent-minded. Nothing. Neji shook his head. This mission is very important. I need to see blood. I need to learn to adapt to killing. If you want to survive in this world, this is the most important lesson. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. After hurrying day and night, the four finally approached after a day. Neji, Little Lee, be on guard around, 1010, ready for remote support at any time. Might Guy said methodically. Yes. The three responded. Yes, Teacher Guy. The four moved forward cautiously, especially Neji, who, strictly speaking, was no different from the newcomers. It was the first time to perform a mission, and it was an A-level mission, so he was a little nervous. At this time, a dozen kunai suddenly flew towards them. Watch out, Neji yelled. Leave it to me. Little Lee jumped up, took out a handful of kunai from his waist, and blocked the countless kunai that came flying. Looks like the enemy has spotted us, 1010 said. Next, it's time for you to show yourselves, go ahead. Might Guy laughed. Yes. Then, the three quickly jumped forward. In the deep forest, a person with ordinary appearance and clothes was constantly walking through. He is the target of Neji's trip, Takenaka Tazy. Hey, you only sent 3 little devils out to deal with me, is there really no one in Konoha? Takenaka Tazy glanced at the 3 who were chasing him behind, and sneered to himself. There's an open meadow ahead, 1010, Little Lee said. Understood, look at me, the hidden weapon is fired. 1010 jumped into the air, opened his scroll, and summoned all kinds of hidden weapons to kill Takenaka Taishi. Shish. Hand seal in Takenaka Tazy's hand suddenly slapped on the ground. Doden Earth-style Earth flow wall. Wall of earth rose in an instant, blocking the 1010's hidden weapon. It's not over yet, twin dragons. Kinds of hidden weapons flew out from the 2 scrolls of 1010, and Takenaka Tazy could only dodge with the blinking technique. Little girl, courting death. Takenaka Tazy suddenly turned around and shot 2 kunai, stabbing the 1010. 1010 hurriedly rolled over to dodge. At this moment, the 2 detonating charms tied to Kunwu exploded, breaking an old tree in an instant. At this time, Little Lee suddenly appeared beside Takenaka Tazy's left and punched him in the face. Oh, pretty fast. Takenaka Tazy sneered at the corner of his mouth and grabbed Little Lee. Boy, let's die together. At this time, an angry shout came. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Little Lee was startled and looked back immediately. I saw that another Takenaka Tazy had appeared behind him at some point, and a whirlwind spit out from his mouth. Little Lee was swept away in the blink of an eye. Kid, die. Takenaka Tazy immediately caught up with the Little Lee who flew out backwards, and was about to stab him with a handful of kunai. Chapter 8 _ It's my turn to perform. At this moment, Takenaka Tazy had already deceived him right above Little Lee. At such a close distance, Little Lee couldn't escape. Oops, I can only protect the key points. Little Lee was startled, and quickly blocked the fatal point with his hands. Clang. Just when the kunai was stabbed, 1010 also shot out a kunai, which resolved the crisis for Little Lee. Little Lee saw the opportunity and kicked Takenaka Tazy out with a Konoha whirlwind, and he was able to stabilize his body. This guy is so decisive. The damage suffered by the clone will make the deity feel the same. Little Lee thought with lingering fears. Is this Chunin? It's not on the same level as the opponents they encountered before. Hey, 1 melee, 1 long range, it's really troublesome. Takenaka Tazy said coldly, cutting in the blood left at the corner of his mouth. Is this the level of Chunin? At this moment, Neji was standing on the tree, staring intently at the battle below, with a contemplative expression on his face. Seeing is believing. Watched Hokage in the past, I always felt that Chunin was weak, but when I stepped into this world with my own eyes, I realized this mistake. Believe that Chunin is so powerful. Little Lee's speed is very fast, but Takenaka Tazy can accurately capture the traces of Little Lee. Moreover, no matter how tricky 1010 throws a hidden weapon, he can accurately defend against it. Not only that, but he was decisive and experienced in combat, and almost in an instant, he forced Little Lee and 1010 to the realm of life and death. Now think about it, How could it be possible to pass the Chunin exam without 2 brushes? It seems that Naruto and the others can defeat Chunin, entirely because of the protagonist's halo. Inexplicably think of the Otogakur 5 people, the strength comparable to the elite Chunin was beheaded by the strong men who were genin at the time. Really, the past is unbearable. Closer to home. Below, Little Lee and Tenten have been in a tough fight, and the difference in strength between Chunin and genin is obvious. Even if the two cooperate with each other, they are somewhat invincible. But this is based on the premise of Little Lee's preservation of strength. Otherwise, even if there are 10 more, it is not enough for Little Lee to fight alone. Mr. Guy is still watching. Can't fall here. Do you want to make that move? Little Lee hesitated. Tenten can't take it anymore at this moment, summoning so many ninja tools in one breath. Her chakra is depleting a bit fast. However, Takenaka Tazy didn't feel very well. Little Lee and Tenten's strengths are still good, and he doesn't dare to be careless when they cooperate with each other. Clang! The moment the two hands collided with kunai, they each bounced back. How could a few genins take on the task of chasing me? Takenaka Tazy glanced around and returned to Little Lee and the others. Little devils, your guide Jonin is nearby. Takenaka Tazy sneered. Do you want to use my hands to train you? Maybe you will be disappointed. After all, Takenaka Tazy quickly hand seal. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Suddenly, this area suddenly rolled up. What's wrong? What happened? Little Lee and Tenten were shocked. They were constantly being washed by the dirt, and it became very difficult to move. However, I can still fight. Little Lee struggled to stabilize his body. HMPH, it's not over yet. Takenaka Tazy hand sealed again. Doden, Earth Style, Swamp of the Underworld. The next moment, the mud flow drowned them like waves, leaving only their heads outside. This time, the two were really hard to move. Neji and Might Guy, who were watching this scene above, couldn't help but hold their heads. I already knew that he was good at controlling enemies with Doden, Earth Style, and they could still get hit. However, Takenaka Tazy did not kill them, but turned and ran out. Just kidding, the instructor is still nearby, and if he doesn't run now, he is really dead. Boom. At this moment, a shadow suddenly jumped from the tree and kicked Takenaka Tazy back. You want to run when you hit someone. You're thinking too well. Neji leaned against the tree and said lightly. Wow, this appearance is really cool. Tenten's eyes were shining brightly. Little Lee, who was watching beside him, murmured endlessly. Byakugan, Takenaka Tazy exclaimed in shock, Hyuga clan. Then, he swept away in an instant. This is common sense in the ninja world. If you get too close to the Hyuga family, you will surely die miserably. Damn it, he cursed, about to leap onto the branch. But someone was one step ahead of him. I'm sorry, I'll leave you to my students. Feel the blood of youth. Might Guy, Takenaka Tazy said in shock. After all, having stayed in Konoha for a while, he still knows these well-known figures in Konoha. He never expected that a ninja of Might Guy's level would come after him. Seeing Might Guy coming in person, he couldn't help laughing bitterly. He couldn't escape today. Why don't we have a youthful gamble? At this moment, Might Guy suddenly laughed. What? Takenaka Tazy was puzzled. If you can beat him, I'll give you another day to escape. If you lose, you know what's going to happen to you. Mr. Guy, this. Tenten and Little Lee were startled and wanted to persuade, but were interrupted by Might Guy waving his hand. I believe in my students. How is it? Are you interested in accepting this battle of youth? Might Guy said, pointing at Takenaka Tazy. What you said is true. Do you have any other options? Neji asked before Might Guy could speak. Okay. As he said, he suddenly threw two kunai at Neji, and immediately hand-sealed. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Flow River. Neji rolled over to dodge, and his body bounced out instantly, coming in front of Takenaka Taishi. Byakugan. The meridian blood vessels around the eye sockets filled and burst out, and he could see his chakra acupoints clearly. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Takenaka Tazi immediately evaded with a blinking technique, but Neji, who opened Byakugan, quickly caught up. Humph! Takenaka Tazi snorted coldly, hand seal with both hands. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Immediately, a whirlwind blew out of his mouth. Neji didn't expect him to move forward instead of retreating. It was already difficult to think about leaving, and he was blown away with a bang. HMPH, boy, die. Futon, wind style, wind blade. In an instant, a sharp wind blade slashed across, severing Neji from his waist. At this time, a scene that terrified Takenaka Tazi happened. The severed Neji was just a clone, and the real Neji had already stood behind him. Hey, do you know it hurts? Neji said hoarsely. The severe pain from the clone just now made Neji stumble, but he knew that in this world, if he wanted to survive, he couldn't help but be ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. Crap, Takenaka Tazi was shocked. Puff. A kunai stabbed into the chest of Takenaka Tazi, but at the last moment, he was turned around with difficulty by Takenaka Tazi, and he was transferred from the vital point to other places. The next moment, Takenaka Tazijang endured the pain, grabbed Neji's wrist with one hand, grabbed kunai with the other hand, and was about to stab Neji. Neji didn't expect his endurance to be so high that he could react instantly, but he didn't panic at all. Just as kunai approached, Neji twirled abruptly, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Chapter 9_Class 9, Assemble. Dang. Scoff. While the high-speed rotation separated kunai, the hand of Takenaka Tazi that was holding Neji almost fell off, which immediately made Takenaka Tazi cry out in pain. Seeing how painful you are, why don't I help you? What? Puff. The next moment, Neji chopped off Taishi Takenaka's broken right arm with kunai. Ah. It's amazing. Shocked Tenten and Little Lee who were in the quagmire. It was so easy for Takenaka Taishi to fall into a disadvantage. Call out. Takenaka Tazi rushed back, only to find that Neji was in hot pursuit. Damn, since that's the case. Takenaka Tazi was furious, and took out a stack of explosive talismans from his waist. Let's die together. Saying that, Takenaka Taishi grabbed Neji with his left arm. Haha, Neji sneered, the world still has some conscious misunderstandings about the clan. I saw his hand's hand seal, and a ball of fire suddenly rushed out of his mouth. Kaden fire style, the art of the great fireball. Nani? Takenaka Tazi's eyes were about to pop out. The Hyuga family had never used ninjutsu in battle. Over time, he had forgotten that the Hyuga family could use ninjutsu. However, why did this kid play cards out of common sense? He was about to withdraw his hand immediately, but it was too late. The fireball had already hit his left arm, and it suddenly burst into flames. At this time, Neji also arrived in front of Takenaka Taishi. I'm here to help you free yourself. Crap. Shish. At this time, dozens of kunai suddenly shot out from the deep forest. Neji turned his head and hurriedly backed away. Might guy above glanced slightly, revealing a big white fang. Finally, I can't bear it anymore. Since it is a spy, how could there be no personnel who came to respond, and finally waited? Boom boom boom. A burst of detonation sounded, and each kuusheng was tied with a detonation talisman. In the smoke, Neji glided backwards. Damn, I just got so involved, I didn't notice the abnormality around me. Neji bit Kiba. The combat experience really needs to be improved. Taking this opportunity, Tazi Takenaka rolled to the ground, extinguished the flame on his left arm, bit Kiba and said, "It's finally here." The next moment, more than a dozen figures quickly gathered here from all around. The forehead guard on the forehead is the unique symbol of Otogakur, the 8th note. Looks like you're in trouble. One of the leaders, Otogakur, looked at Tazi Takenaka and said. The moment he saw Tazy Takenaka, he couldn't help but tremble. Is this what genin did? At this moment, Tazy Takenaka looked miserable. His right arm was broken, blood was dripping, and his left arm was almost scorched, but fortunately it was still usable. However, it is basically impossible to hand seal in the future. Sorry, I didn't expect them to catch up so soon. Takenaka Tazy lowered his head and said. Humph, do it, said the man in the lead. Futon, wind style, wind cut. Quote. Hearing the words of the leader, a few Otogaker quickly hand seal, and a wind blade in their mouths killed the trapped little Lee and Tenten. Raiden, thunder style, ground walk. Raiden, thunder style, Rai Kiba. Two ninjas blocked Neji directly with Raiden, thunder style. Ridiculous, thought I could kill them just by blocking me, Neji said. At this time, the might guy above finally moved, and instantly flashed in front of Xiao Li and the others, and smashed several wind blades into pieces with a wave of his hand. Moreover, Neji was amazed by the fact that he was walking on the ground in the flowing mud flow of an elite Jonin. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Not surprised by all this, these Otogaker immediately hand seal again. Several flames burned straight towards Might Guy at a high speed, causing an explosion in an instant, but after the smoke passed, the three of them were not in the field. Where's the people? The Otogaker looked around when a voice suddenly sounded. On it. Everyone looked up, and sure enough, they found the three Might Guy standing on the treetops. So many people are full of youth. Might Guy laughed, his bones cracking. This opportunity, Neji also got rid of the entanglement of several Otogaker, jumped to the top of the tree, and joined Xiao Li and others. Jonin, no wonder, the leader Otogaker said indifferently. Seeing that Otogaker Jonin didn't care after seeing Might Guy, Neji felt a little sad for him. That's enough. Now, including Takenaka Taishi, they have a total of 14 enemies. 10 genin, 3 chunin, and 1 jonin. It's just too dangerous. I really still have insufficient cultivation. Little Lee patted his chest and said with some fear. Yeah, I almost said goodbye to this world. Tenten wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But, so many enemies. Yoshi, I'll deal with that jonin, and the others will be left to you. Might Guy laughed. Huh, Mr. Guy, there are 3 chunins in there. Tenten yelled. This is youth. Might Guy smiled back and gave them a thumbs up. After that, Might Guy dived towards the jonin below. Tenten clenched his fists and looked angrily at the passionate Might Guy below. Playing 1 chunin is hard enough, and now I have to play 3, and the 10 genins can't be ignored, which is too difficult. Neji took a deep look at Might Guy and didn't let Xiao Li take off the tough iron ring, indicating that the situation was still under his control. Is it to test our strength, because of the Chunin exam? Tenten, although the strength is good, can only be a support, sneak attack from the side or something. Do you rely on Little Lee? It's bloody and strong enough, but... Remembering the scene where Little Lee was almost killed, Neji pouted, and let him rely on himself. Okay, it's on. Little Lee jumped down from the tree and ran towards these Otogaker quickly. Eating a military ration pill, Tenten also recovered a lot of chakra and opened her scroll again. At this time, Neji had already been involved in the battle below. You two, be careful and don't get caught again. Neji thinks it's better for him to remind him, he doesn't want to be tricked. Humph, you stinky brat, how dare you be distracted by playing with us? Several Otogaker genins shouted, rushing towards Neji immediately. I'm even playing with a chunin, and I'm afraid of how many genins. Neji smiled, but it was very cold, and he picked up a handful of kunai in his left and right hands, and disappeared in an instant. Only 2 screams came, and the 2 Otogaker fell to the ground. What? Otogaker was shocked, they didn't see it just now, and 2 of his companions died. Neji is very disdainful of this, he has slowed down and can only say that these genins are too weak. While, Xiaoli and Tenten can also play against a chunin with the cooperation, as long as you are careful, it is not very false. But Might Guy and that Otogakur Jonin didn't know where to fight. They're all little devils who only use taijutsu, keep a distance, we. An Otogakur shouted, and before he finished speaking, a kunai was accurately inserted into his forehead. Chapter 10 The Hunger Class in Hokage. What? Looking for the source of kunai, they noticed the 1010 constantly moving around. Hey, it turned out to be a girl who only hides hidden weapons, just pay a little attention. As long as everyone knows that shooting with a hidden weapon in the forehead will kill you, but if you want to shoot in the head, it is also the most difficult and easy for a ninja to escape. Neji sneered, if you underestimate us, you will suffer a lot. The level of 1010's hidden weapons is all in one. Humph, take care of yourselves first. Two Otogakur suddenly flashed over to Neji and Little Lee, and quickly pressed hand seal to the ground. Suiden, water style, rain shower. Raiden, thunder style, ground walk. Looking at the water Jinchuriki column and thunder and lightning coming from both sides, Neji and Little Lee swept back instantly. The blessing of water, the power of thunder and lightning is greatly enhanced, and Neji will not be stupid enough to take risks. At this moment, dozens of kunai flew straight towards them. Neji pushed Little Lee out with one palm, and a large amount of chakra poured out of the chakra hole. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Immediately, a chakra shield enveloped Neji and began to rotate at a high speed. The moment all kunai touched this chakra shield, it was instantly bounced out. After that, Neji jumped up to the top of the tree. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji shot out a vacuum wave in the air, and an invisible wave spread out, and the genins below were knocked to the ground without realizing it. Good chance. Hidden weapon burst. Taking this opportunity, 1010 opened the scroll, and dozens of hidden weapons poured out, killing those genins. It all happened in an instant, and the coordination was so perfect that even those Chunin didn't have time to react. Is this the physique of the Hyuga clan? It's really powerful. Those Chunin couldn't help but tighten their minds. There are also those 2 little devils, who cooperated perfectly. Thinking about their own village, there is still such a big gap with Konoha. From the level of genin alone, Madara can be seen. Konoha won't be better for a few days, though. Konoha Cyclone. At this time, Little Lee also quickly came to them, and swept their legs to their heads. You go back first, don't waste time. A Chunin said to Takenaka Tazi after raising his hand to block Little Lee. Seeing Neji's offense and defense, both far and near, they didn't dare to be careless. And Takenaka Tazi is not much different from the waste at this time, and letting him stay by his side and others will only add to the chaos. Takenaka Tazi also knew this, and immediately ran towards the depths of the forest, but before leaving, he still gave Neji a bitter look. I remember this grudge. Seeing this, Neji and Little Lee are about to catch up. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. A burst of violent shouting sounded, and the two looked at the sound, only to find a straight flame attacking them. The two quickly backed away and looked at the last 2 Chunin coldly. If you want to pass our level first. 1010, you go. Little Lee said. Call out. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly swept across the crowd and smashed into an old tree. After seeing the shadow clearly, everyone was stunned. That's Takenaka Taishi. Neji couldn't help but look opposite. Mr. Guy, you're back, 1010 on the tree shouted excitedly. Might Guy walked out of the deep forest, dragging a corpse, scratching his head and laughing. Haha, this person is still a bit strong, it took some time. Neji wouldn't believe Might Guy's words. How could it be such a coincidence that he came back when Takenaka Tazi was about to leave? What's more, his strength is not comparable to the average Jonin. He must have solved the battle long ago, and he didn't know where to hide to watch the play just now. Yoshi, Konoha's blue beasts, appear. The next moment, Might Guy suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was in front of a Chunin. Neji and the others could react. The Chunin flew out and was embedded in the boulder, and Might Guy disappeared again. Okay, so fast. Neji stared at Byakugan and said incredulously. Byakugan barely caught his trace. Is this the strength of the special Jonin? No, this is the strength of Might Guy. Although it was expected, it was still difficult for Neji to calm down when it actually happened, but this was still not the power Neji aspired to. Only by becoming the most powerful person in the world can he live in peace and stability. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The end. The Otogakur was startled and panicked, hand seal, and suddenly, a soil dragon rose up and shot several stone bullets from its mouth. Boom. But Might Guy was not afraid, and punched out a tyrannical punch, which penetrated the past with only punching strength, and hit Otogakur fiercely. Otogakur opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He knew it was too late, and he was about to escape immediately, but at this time, Might Guy had already appeared in front of him. His throat was cut by Might Guy. 2 Chunin, killed by Might Guy in the blink of an eye. Even Neji can't help but feel his scalp tingling. This scene is bloody, but he gets used to it quickly. Mission accomplished. Might Guy raised his thumb, and the corners of his mouth flickered. You guys performed very well in this mission. In all aspects, you have made a lot of progress than before, and you are full of youthful feelings. Might Guy laughed. Since the mission has been completed, it is time for us to return to our lives. I don't want to stay here for a second. Looking at his muddy clothes, Tenten sighed. Okay, run in the direction of Konoha, youth tilde. After destroying the bodies of these people, the four hurried towards Konoha. After more than a day, they finally came to the entrance of Konoha's village. Finally back, Neji exclaimed. This mission has made him grow a lot. After all, he has seen blood. Moreover, because of the bloody battle, his combat experience and strain level have been greatly improved. Moreover, the biggest experience he has gained is that he must act decisively. Hokage office. As soon as Neji and the others arrived outside the door, they heard a chatter coming from inside. Just when they wanted to hear what was going on inside, Might Guy pushed the door straight in. Really straight. Haha, we're back. Might Guy laughed. Oh, it's Guy, I didn't expect you guys to come back so soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in surprise. Originally, in his thinking, it would take them 5 days to complete it, but he did not expect it to be completed in 3 days. In that case, is it possible to entrust this task to them? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. It's done quickly, that's what youth should be like, haha. Hey, Kakashi, you're here too. Might Guy laughed. Yes, Kakashi is here too, or rather, the 7th shift is here. Neji squinted slightly, looking at the 7th class in front of him, the plug-in class in Hokage. Chapter 11 _ The Land of Waves Mission. Hataki is 5 or 5, Indra is reincarnated, Asura is reincarnated, except for Sakura, all of them are linked. Unfortunately, my plugin is stronger than yours. Just as Neji and the others were looking at the 7th class, the 7th class was also looking at them. This may be an intuition between the opponents, but Sasuke and the others didn't care about Neji and the others, they were abnormal. Cold and arrogant. Oh, the frog at the bottom of the well, I think I'm strong. Neji was extremely disdainful of Sasuke's attitude. It was Sakura who looked at Neji from time to time, and little Lee looked at Sakura from time to time, but because of the occasion, he didn't do anything else. I must confess when I find time, Shaoli thought to himself. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged voice suddenly sounded. By the way, since Guy and you guys are back, let's see who will do this task. Then he called to the door, go and invite Mr. Dishonor. When Neji heard this, a strange brilliance appeared in his eyes. Dazna, the Land of Waves quest. The 9th class in the original book missed this mission, presumably because he hasn't come back yet, and he didn't expect to be met by himself. It's a good opportunity to practice, after all, he hasn't competed with a Jonin yet. And it's the best among Jonin. After a while, a middle-aged uncle who looked sloppy and was drunk with a jug was brought in. What do you mean? Are you sending these little devils to protect me? What can they do? Dishonor said with a dissatisfied expression. After taking a sip of wine, he said again, I am the client. Neji glanced at Dishonor disdainfully. Although his intentions were good, and he valued friendship, he should also consider other people's feelings. Kakashi but Kurenai Yuhi and the others who carried out this mission, then Konoha would suffer a great loss. For such an irresponsible person, he dared to point fingers here. If he didn't want to fight Zaibushin, he really wanted to expose the details of this person. Okay, Mr. Dishonor, please be quiet, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It's this sea-level escort mission, let's see, who is going to take it? Sea-level mission. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up. After 8 lifetimes of chores, can I finally do a sea-level mission? Kakashi-sensei, take it, take it. Sasuke Naruto frantically conveyed his opinion to Kakashi. However, Kakashi's lazy eyes have already told others that he doesn't seem to want to take such a task. However, due to the enthusiasm of the students, he took a step forward. Haha, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be degenerate enough to take on a C-level mission, but our class has already completed an A-level mission. Might Guy laughed. After so many years, he finally completely compared Kakashi. A-level mission. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Neji and the others in amazement. Old man, why can they take A-level missions? Naruto asked in dissatisfaction, but Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored it. A-level mission, why are others always so fast? When will I be able to take revenge and kill that man? Sasuke growled in his heart, his nails digging into his flesh without knowing it. Kakashi looked at the 3 people behind him. Except for Sakura, they were more reliable. These 2 people, alas. Look at Guy's class again. There is an inexplicable feeling of sadness. However, before Might Guy was happy for long, a discordant voice sounded behind him. Mr. Guy, take it, Neji said suddenly. This made little Lee, Tenten and Guy a little stunned. This was the first time Neji had expressed an opinion. Might Guy's face turned black, his face was too fast, and he was caught off guard. In this case, Kakashi, I can only grab it from you, after all, my students are young. Might Guy scratched his head and smiled. However, at this moment Kakashi has been immersed in his own sad atmosphere, and has no idea what he said. Both parties have to take this mission, then. Glance at the 2 of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made up his mind. Then leave it to the 9th class. Why, we came first, Sasuke and Naruto said in unison. Facing Naruto Sasuke's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the 9th class graduated a year earlier than you, and they are excellent in all aspects, and even successfully completed an A-level mission. If you have their strength, I will naturally assign C-level tasks to you. For you now, C-level tasks are still a bit early. Laughing at Kakashi, Might Guy walked up to Dishonor, then, Mr. Dishonor, let's go. Since it is an escort mission, it cannot be accomplished overnight. Neji and the others returned home and prepared something, then walked towards the entrance of the village. There, Dishonor was still waiting anxiously. Why did you take so long to come? Do you know that I am waiting for you? Dishonor kept complaining. Neji was distraught, and gave him a stern look. A person who lied about his mission level has no right to point fingers. When Neji glared at him, Dishonor immediately admitted his cowardice and obediently stopped talking. After leaving Konoha, Neji looked at Dasna from time to time, making him feel a little nervous. Somehow, Dishonor always felt as if he was completely seen through by this Byakugan kid, and didn't dare to look him in the eye. This makes Might Guy and others strange, but Quan is because of Byakugan's problem. After all, to the average person, Byakugan is indeed strange. Neji looked at Dasna, who was already sweating beside him, and sneered, "Pretend, I'll see how long you can pretend." "Haha, Mr. Dishonor, don't worry, swear by youth, we will protect your safety." Might Guy patted Dishonor on the shoulder and smiled confidently. "Yes, yes," Nazpi said with a smile. Near noon, Neji and the others finally came to the bridge. Naturally, it was no surprise to see the pool of water. Neji looked at the parched earth all around, then at the scorching sun in the sky, and then again on the pool of water. "Sure enough, these are two idiots," Neji said dismissively. "Any ninja with a little brain would not choose to ambush in this place." Might Guy, Little Lee, and Ten all gathered around the moment they saw the pool of water. They are not the kind of rookies of the 7th class, and this obviously wrong place was immediately discovered by them. "Well, I always feel that something is wrong." Might Guy rubbed his chin and mused. "Would you like to take 2 shots? Ten took out a few lily swords and prepared to shoot 2 shots from a distance. Chapter 12 _ The first encounter will never be cut again. "You're just sunbathing, aren't you bored?" Neji asked in a squat. Kurigakure below do not speak. "It's going to be a shuriken over there," Neji continued. The 2 Kurigakure ninjas remained unmoved. Ten, look at your head," Neji said helplessly. "No problem." Ten excitedly threw the 2 shuriken out. "Nani? Really?" The 2 Kurigakure ninjas jumped up in shock. At this time, everyone sneered. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Konoha Cyclone. Hidden weapon burst. Few minutes later, the 2 Kurigakure village ninjas died here with bruised faces and hornets. "Ha ha ha, youth tilde," Might Guy laughed, and then he looked at Dasna with a gloomy face. "Mr. Dasna, the ninjas from the village of Kurigakure are here to kill you. This kind of mission that requires fighting ninjas can already be upgraded to B level. Mr. Dishonor, you falsely reported the mission, and we have the right to terminate it. Do you have anything else to say?" Might Guy asked sharply. Seeing that the matter could not be concealed, Dasna could only explain the fact that Cardo asked the ninjas from the village of Kurigakure to assassinate him, but he did not have enough money, so he falsely reported the task. However, when they heard the whole story, Might Guy and Little Lee resolutely decided to help Dasna. They were also civilians and could not turn a blind eye to all this. Besides, is such a task challenging? Naturally, Neji was going. He hadn't even seen the face of Susan and Bai, so how could he go back? Ten shrugged. "Since you've all decided, then of course I'll go too." So, everyone continued on their way. After crossing a river, they came to the territory of the country of waves and walked in a forest. Neji looked at the slightly familiar landscape in front of him and was ready to fight. "Alert, protect Mr. Dishonor." Might Guy waved suddenly. The 3 immediately formed a swastika formation, and they also noticed the powerful chakra nearby, as well as the cold murderous aura. Neji even turned on Byakugan and looked around cautiously. He knew that if he didn't cut it, he would come out. "Be careful. Call out." There was a sound of breaking the air, and a huge blade was slashing towards them. The crowd immediately pressed down on Dishonor. The beheading sword swept through the crowd and was embedded in a big tree. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a black shadow with a bandage on its head flashed and stood on top of the big knife crossed on the tree. "This knife, Might Guy's pupils, you are a ghost man, Momochi will not cut again." Might Guy may not be very familiar with the 7 ninja knives, but he is very familiar with these 7 ninja knives. After all, his father died under these 7 ninja swords. Zabujan exuded an incomparably strong murderous aura all over his body, and his eyes were icy cold. Might Guy jumped off the knife, pulled out the beheading sword, and said to Might Guy, "When I was in the assassination unit at Kurigakure, there was a record of you in the manual I carried with me, and you were one of the people who needed me to be extremely careful. Oh, if you don't kill the ghost man, I also want to have a youthful showdown with you," Might Guy said. "Stop talking nonsense, the person behind you belongs to me." No longer cut the blade and pointed at Dasna. That won't work, I can't smear my youth. Might Guy laughed. You guys, protect Mr. Dishonor. Instant, Zaibusion and Might Guy burst out with a shocking aura, but this aura made Xiaoli and the others tremble. Is this a showdown between Jonin? This murderous aura alone is enough to make them lose the idea of fighting with them. However, looking at all this, Neji didn't panic at all. If even people of this level were afraid, he wouldn't have to work at all. In the later stage, any individual would be much more powerful than Zaibujian. Besides, unlike Kakashi, the lack of blue maniac, Might Guy is persistent, and, for taijutsu ninjas, listening to voice is a basic skill. Kurigakur, which is not cut, is useless. Swish. At this moment, Zaibusion's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and at the same time, Might Guy disappeared. Clang, clang. The sound of continuous collisions came, the speed was extremely fast, and sparks were everywhere. Humph. Might Guy, a little kunai wants to compete with my beheading sword. It's too underestimating me. Again, but at the same time he strengthened his belief that his weapon was much better than Might Guy, and he definitely won this battle. But Might Guy was unmoved. Just let you see the power of youth. Instant, Might Guy ejected, and his body appeared in front of Zaibusion in an instant. Konoha Cyclone. No one noticed. At this moment, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Neji's mouth, and he slowly took out the kunai from his bag. Boom. By Might Guy again, he walked out, full of shock in his heart. It's so fast, it's not even the slightest slack. As expected of Might Guy, I really can't be hard on you. Zaibu said. At this time, the fog in the woods was getting thicker and thicker. Then Buzan turned over and jumped to the water not far away, his hands fluttered, and one seal after another quickly formed. Sweden Water Style Water Dragon Bullet Art. Suddenly, the water's surface vibrated violently, and a giant dragon made of water emerged from the water, roaring and rushing towards Might Guy. HMPH, the Konoha Whirlwind. Might Guy leapt, spinning rapidly. Boom. Then, the two collided, the water dragon was scattered, and Might Guy landed steadily. See, this is youth. You are really amazing, but unfortunately, you can't stop the person I want to kill. Hearing the sound, Might Guy looks back, eyes wide. I don't know when, Zaibu has reached the swastika formation. It's over. No longer looked at Might Guy with cold eyes, and the beheading sword swept across Neji and others. But at this moment, a silver light flashed by, and another figure appeared in front of him instantly. Nani. Who resisted the beheading sword in front of him and gave him a kunai, and Neji, who stabbed himself with kunai with his backhand. What happened? If you don't take another bite of the old blood, you will almost spat out. That's all for Might Guy. What's going on with this genin kid? Such a perfect attack and killing of yourself is actually a sheep entering the tiger's mouth and sending it to your door to find it. Not to mention him, even Might Guy was very surprised at this moment. Neji was the one who countered Zaibusion in an instant besides him. Looking at his indifferent look, it seems that all this has been expected. Is it Byakugan? No, Byakugan hasn't opened yet. Neji smiled at this, everything under my control. Chapter 13_unfavorable to go out. Do you think you won? Without cutting the wound, a large amount of water suddenly flowed out, and it was a body of water. Again towards Might Guy. Might Guy glanced from the corner of his eye, without panic at all, in a strange posture, he turned his back and kicked Zaibusion behind him. However, Might Guy's feet were directly embedded in the body that was never cut, which was also a body of water. At this time, Zaibu suddenly came running from not far away, holding a beheading sword in his hand, and making rustling noises on the ground. Might Guy, you lost. He turned over and cut down with a beheading sword, showing bloodthirsty eyes in his eyes. At this moment, Might Guy suddenly put his hands on the ground, kicked the beheading sword with his left foot, and suddenly kicked his right foot to the chin that would not be cut again. Shadow Dance Leaf. was kicked into the air, and Might Guy rushed down from the sky at a high speed. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. In the big pit, he fell to his knees, obviously suffering a serious injury. Hee, as expected of you, Konoha, blue beast Might Guy, but you can't win this battle. Zaibu Zanqiang cheered up and sneered, then grabbed the beheading sword and jumped to the surface of the water. Sweden water-style Kurigakure art. In an instant, the already thick fog became thicker. Did you still use this trick? Neji held his forehead. Aren't the people of Kurigakure village with bad brains? Could it be that the brain has been in water all the year round? Byakugan. This kind of fierce battle cannot be missed. At this time, Might Guy saw the fog and smiled. It turns out that you want to have a real physical competition with me. Sure enough, this is youth. Zai Bujuan, who was hiding in the fog, was stunned. I don't know what you're talking about, so you can only show your tongue now. Then, he took up the beheading sword and rushed towards Might Guy. This uncle is Kurigakure, if you don't cut it, you will die. Power Prelude. G Konoha King Kong Power Whirlwind. Konoha Bad Rock L. Ah! The next moment, a scream came, and Zaibujin was smashed into the tree by Might Guy. After 2 heavy blows in a row, the breath of not slashing has become a little sluggish. Why? Zaibujin struggled to get up, but he was too injured to get up. Tisk tisk tisk. Seeing the blue nose and swollen face, Neji pursed his lips and shook his head and sighed. This is too miserable, and it is estimated that even Bai can't recognize it. Looking at Might Guy coming towards him, he smiled and said, you can die under your Might Guy's hands, and it's not a disgrace to the prestige of this uncle, let's do it. Ah, goodbye. Shish tilde. Just when Might Guy was about to send Zaibujian on the road, a few cracking sounds suddenly sounded, and several thousand books plunged directly into Zaibujian's neck. What? Might Guy was startled. Then, a masked ninja appeared on a tree not far away. I am the assassination unit of the village of Kurigakure, and I have been ordered to come after them and kill them. Is that so? Yes, please give it to me, I will go back and report. Bai said. Might Guy stepped forward to inspect the dead body as usual, and signaled Bai to take Zaibujin away. When Bai walked up to Neji with the uncut corpse on his back, Neji said to him in a faint voice. You and Zaibujian are in the same group, I hope you can do it yourself, or next time, I can't guarantee whether you will survive. After listening to this sentence, Bai's body trembled slightly, took a deep look at Neji, and left with no cut. This is naturally a polite remark, Bai he will not let it go if he doesn't cut it. Neji's purpose was just to bury a thorn in their hearts. Naturally, if they really listened to it, just let it go, and he wouldn't bother them. Everyone work hard, the task will be completed soon, burn it, youth. Might Guy exclaimed. Youth. Little Lee followed suit. Neji looked at Might Guy helplessly, this guy is too nervous. After a period of time, in a house, the suspended animation woke up. You Guy, although you are trying to make me fall into suspended animation, you must be too ruthless. Bai smiled and said, isn't it possible to deceive Might Guy like this? But what? But if you don't kill Mr. Hyuga, the child of the Hyuga family seems to have seen through your suspended animation and warned us to do it for ourselves. Bai thought about it for a while, and then relayed Neji's words to Zaibujin. It's that kid with Byakugan. Zaibujin's face suddenly turned gloomy. That kid could actually catch his trace. Fortunately, that was a clone, otherwise he would have died in the hands of that kid. And that Might Guy, that ear is too smart. Angry. It's really bad for me to go out today. At this moment, a dwarf pushed the door and walked in with a bunch of bodyguards behind him. I heard that you failed. I only paid a lot of money to invite you because I value your strength. The little dwarf was chattering, making Zaibu, who was already in a fit of anger, even more annoyed. He slashed directly with the knife, and the knife stopped just an inch in front of the dwarf's eyes. Kato, it's not good for my uncle to go out today. If you dare to say more, I will let you separate your corpse first. Zai Bujuan said angrily. Yes, yes. Kato nodded quickly, and then hurriedly led people back out. Hey, someone who is not even a ninja dares to point fingers at me. If we don't kill Mr. Shall we continue? Bai asked. Go on, I'm going to kill them myself with this beheading sword. A few days later, Neji and the others finally arrived at Dazner's house, and everything was developing steadily as in the plot. Neji didn't bother to pay attention to Dazner's grandson. Anyway, after his mother was taken away, he would rise up to resist. However, Neji would not sit idly by and watch Dazner's daughter be taken away. After all, he also got a reward during this time, although it was useless. The host accompanies Tsunami to dinner and gets a reward, 100 taels of silver tickets. A day later, the two samurai sent by Kato arrived as scheduled, but were dealt with by Neji who had been waiting here. It's a hassle to wait so long to come. The host saves Tsunami and gets a reward, 100 taels of silver tickets. After getting another useless reward, Neji left without looking back and rushed to the bridge. Really, the rewards for interacting with ordinary people are too shabby. Let's see how others are doing. Chapter 14_Watch My Pinky Attack. Above the bridge, the two sides were facing each other, and Dazna had already run to the distance and hid. Seeing Neji's arrival, Dazner immediately ran over. In his sense, Neji was more reliable than others. Ignoring Dazner who came running, Neji's eyes were always watching the battle on the bridge. Had learned his lesson, did not use the technique of Kurigakure, and was currently fighting fiercely with Might Guy, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Might Guy was better. Guy is a genuine elite Jonin, and he is at most 2 points stronger than the average Jonin, and the gap is obvious. On the other hand, Tenten and Shaoli are also steadily controlling the white fight. Although Shiro has Kekkei Genkei, but with the cooperation of Little Lee and Tenten. How can I put it, even if Shiro can hand seal with one hand, there is no time to end it. Neji looked at the one-sided battle in front of him, and curled his lips slightly. I think too highly of them. Tasks that make the 7th team feel particularly difficult are not so difficult for the 9th team. Konoha Cyclone. Hidden Weapon Burst. Facing the fierce attack of Little Lee and Tenten, the only thing Bai can do is to hold a few thousand books to resist. White. Seeing that Bai was gradually losing, he immediately separated a water body to temporarily block the attacks of Little Lee and Tenten. Bai took this opportunity and immediately formed a strange seal. Mystery demonic mirroring ice crystals. In an instant, pieces of ice mirrors suddenly appeared on the bridge. Gradually, these ice areas formed an ice prison. These ice cells immediately trapped Little Lee and Tenten in them. Then, Baiyu leisurely walked directly into these ice realms. What? Little Lee and Tenten were shocked. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Could it be Kekkei Genkei? Hearing Tenten's words, Little Lee immediately looked like a big enemy, and kept scanning the surrounding ice mirrors, only to see that it was full of white figures. What is that? Might Guy, who was fighting with him, also stopped and looked at the ice mirrors. Haha, Might Guy, you and I might as well be a quiet spectator and watch the fights of these brats. Zai Bujian said. In fact, he was a little scared. Might Guy's strength was outrageous, and he would lose if he continued to fight. No need, I believe in my subordinates, my fiery youth is burning. I hit. The next moment, Might Guy punched like a seal, and continued to slash towards Zaibu. Humph, don't eat and drink for toast, sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. Immediately, a large number of water waves surged, and Might Guy was continuously washed away by the tide. Haha, facing difficulties, this is youth. Might Guy laughed. I saw that he actually resisted these waves and swam towards Subujin. No, this huge impact force is enough to shatter rocks. How far has this guy trained his body's strength? Zebuzhan was inexplicably shocked, as if in a dream. Inside the demonic mirroring ice crystals, Bai, who was in nowhere, said in unison, "Then, let's continue." Then, all the whites in the ice mirror shot thousands of copies in unison. But little Lee didn't panic at all. He danced and grabbed these 1,000 books in his hands. And Tenten took this opportunity to summon all kinds of hidden weapons from the scroll to shoot all around continuously, hitting these ice mirrors continuously. Boom, boom, boom. But all the hidden weapons could not shatter these ice mirrors, and all the hidden weapons were scattered all over the place. What? Tenten was shocked. The clashing sounds of ping 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 pong pong kept coming. Tenten and Xiaoli joined forces, and they couldn't stand at a stalemate with Bai. Little Lee. Tenten and Little Lee looked at each other, and Little Lee suddenly ejected from the spot and punched an ice mirror. A crack appeared in the ice mirror instantly. Bai's pupils shrank suddenly, and Little Lee's speed and strength exceeded his imagination. Little Lee, useful, Tenten said excitedly. Little Lee grinned, and with his fast speed, he slammed the ice mirrors around, and the cracks on these ice mirrors were getting more and more. Bai stopped attacking, looked at Little Lee and Tenten who were still attacking, and said lightly, "It's very difficult for me to give up all my feelings and become a ninja. I don't want to kill you, but in order to help that person, I can be cruel and become a real ninja." Hyoten ice style ice rock hall no. Sweden water style 10,000 ice petals. In an instant, the ice mirror, which had already cracked, was as smooth as ever, and became stronger and stronger. Shot at a wide range of nearly 360 degrees from the white hands. Shish. Clang clang. This time, even Little Lee had a hard time seeing the timing of Bai's shot. Although he kept holding Kuwu to resist, there were still many thousands of books that broke through the defense and stabbed into Little Lee and Tenten. Hearing the screams coming from demonic mirroring ice crystals, Might Guy wanted to help, but was held back by Zebuzhan. "If you don't cut it, you will be overjoyed at this moment. As long as you solve those little devils, you and Bai Heli, even Might Guy is not their opponent." But at this moment, a mutation arose. Just when Bai was about to strike a fatal blow on Little Lee and Tenten, he was suddenly caught from the mirror. "I think I warned you already," Neji said nonchalantly. What? This sudden scene shocked everyone's attention. "Oh, it's that Byakugan kid." There was a murderous look in Zebuzhan's eyes. For him, being stabbed by Neji was a shame. "Bai, be careful, this guy is weird." "Yes, don't behead it again." Saying that, Bai was about to walk into the mirror again. Swish. Neji suddenly rushed in front of Shiro. He sneered, "Do you think I'll let you in?" Seeing Neji rushing in, Shiro immediately backed away, and the demonic mirroring ice crystals collapsed instantly. "I'm not stupid enough to fight at your home, Byakugan." The next instant, Neji's hind legs used force, and he immediately ejected. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was already approaching Shiro. So fast, Bai's heart froze, and he immediately used Shuishin to avoid Neji who was rushing towards him. Palm Sage Art. A soft green light suddenly emanated from Neji's hand, covering Shiro directly. Palm Sage Art can not only heal, but also interfere with the enemy's chakra, so that the enemy can be anesthetized. Also, this technique does not require a hand seal. "Nani, why doesn't that kid use a hand seal?" Seeing this scene, he shouted in anger. He didn't know the ninjutsu of mastering sage art, and at the moment showed a ghostly expression. "Haha, this is youth. If the ghosts are not killed, we should decide the winner." Might Guy rushed out suddenly, his figure almost turned into a streamer, invisible to the naked eye. No longer shocked, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he immediately placed the beheading sword in front of him. Boom! A large pit suddenly appeared on the bridge, filled with dust and smoke, and in the next instant, Buzhan flew out in an exaggerated posture, and Might Guy followed closely. Lianhua. Chapter 15 Kurenai Yuhi's team. My body. Bai was startled. At the same time, while Bai was anesthetized, Neji immediately bullied himself to Bai and threw a punch. At this time, Bai also released the effect of the anesthesia, Hyoten ice-style Bingyantangwu. An ice wall suddenly appeared, separating Ningxi from Bai. Neji sneered, and gradually gathered a large amount of gentle fist chakra in his hands, robust double lion fist. Click. The ice wall in front of him exploded and shattered. 8 trigrams. In Bai's inconceivable eyes, Neji suddenly appeared beside him. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. Bang bang bang. Neji kept hitting Shiro, sealing his chakra points. At this time, the battle between Might Guy and Zaibushin also came to an end. Zaibushin had been smashed to the bridge deck, and the bones of his arms had been broken. Watch my little finger attack. Might Guy yelled. What? Little finger attack? Neji, who was beating Shiro, shuddered immediately. That is a taiju move that can deal damage to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Seeing this scene, Neji couldn't care less, dragged little Lee, picked up Tenten and ran to the shore. Don't kill Mr. Bai didn't know where the strength came from, but in the blink of an eye, he reached the point where he would not cut himself again. Boom, boom. In just a split second, the bridge broke in the middle. Neji stared blankly at this scene, a little hesitant to say anything. This is going a little too far. Cough, cough. Oh, I thought you were so powerful, but that's all. At this moment, a figure appeared from the other end of the bridge. The crowd looked at the sound. I saw a group of people walking from the other side of the bridge under the leadership of a dwarf. Not a single ninja came. Although they were armed with all kinds of cold weapons, they were more like a group of bandits and robbers. It's him, Cardo. Dasna hid beside Neji again at some point, pointing to the shortest man tremblingly. Kato. Neji looked away. Just a dying man. Oh, is this your strength? You can't even beat a few genins. Cardo looked at Bai's corpse lying at Might Guy's feet and smiled disdainfully. And you, what a Kurigakure ghost, you only have so much power. What did you say? Zaibushin was furious when he heard the words, apologize to Bai. Hey, are you joking? A mere piece of trash deserves me to apologize to him. Cardo sneered. Hey, don't go too far. They are all very good ninjas. Might Guy turned back and said to Cardo. Ninja, just the 2 of them. They're just some bereaved dogs. Hearing Cardo's ruthless ridicule, Might Guy sneered. If you don't cut it, will you buy your life for this kind of person? Even if the ninja died in battle, it is not something that ordinary people can insult. This short man actually dared to be arrogant and instructed here. Where did he get the guts? Just relying on these makeshift robber squads. Even if the current situation is not slaughtered, it is not a problem to slaughter these rabble. At this moment, Zaibuzan struggled to get up from the ground. Hey, Might Guy, give me your kunai. Oh, Might Guy roughly understood the idea of not slashing again, and handed over his kunai to him. Thank you. Zaibuzan picked up the kunai and rushed directly to Cardo. In front of our eyes, do you still want to kill Lord Cardo? Those robbers and bandits laughed and didn't pay any attention to the current situation, but soon, they regretted it. Holding kunai in his mouth without cutting the ground, galloping at a high speed, as if entering a no-man's land, killing Cardo in an instant, and then slaughtering them again, and they couldn't stop it at all. We knew we were wrong, let us go. Run, run. A scream came, and none of those people survived, but they died here if they didn't lose too much blood. Looking at the corpses on the bridge, Might Guy murmured, mission over. Yeah. It's over. Impossible. The bridges were all collapsed by you. Do you want to leave? Dasna suddenly shouted. Might Guy laughed. I was discovered, haha, really youthful. Really, I have to do it again. Dishonor said helplessly. Ning, Neji. At this moment, Tenten's slightly abnormal voice suddenly sounded in Neji's ear. Neji looked down, only to see Tenten's pretty face slightly yuhi at the moment, embarrassed and shy lying in his arms. Neji murmured badly, just watching the play and forgetting to put Tenten down. However, is it still comfortable to hold? Tenten also whispered at the moment, Neji, can you put me down first? Cough cough cough. Neji coughed awkwardly and quickly put the Tenten down. The host implements the princess hug to the Tenten and gets the reward, spirituality apparatus. Spiritualism apparatus, an alternative spiritism that places or stores the summoned objects or objects in advance, and then directly summons them to the location, without the need to make a blood contract. After hearing the beep from the system, Neji glanced at Tenten quietly, and it seemed that Tenten couldn't let it go. This skill is simply a small mobile warehouse. A few days later, Neji and his party buried Zabuza and Shiro and returned to Konoha. After returning to the village, Might Guy disappeared, and Neji didn't need to tell him that he must have gone to report this mission. Even the Kurigakur ghosts have come out without slaying, which is enough to rise to the S-level task. Completed S-rank missions as genin, which could already pave the way for their future. However, he doesn't care much about these things. If he counts the days, the Chunin exam is about to be held. This is what he is most worried about at the moment. Whether it is Gaara or Orochimaru, this Chunin exam is not smooth. Oh, I'm finally back in the village. Today I'm going to run 500 laps around the village. Little Lee said excitedly. It's okay not to mention, Tenten and Neji's faces are not very good looking when they mention this. Humph. It's all because Mr. Guy went too far, so we helped them build bridges for a few days. Tenten said with a grim expression on his face. This is also a practice. Neji and Tenten couldn't help looking at little Lee. Hey, this child is helpless. The three walked while talking, and unknowingly walked to a training ground. Hey, Neji, that. Little Lee opened his eyes wide and pointed not far away. That person has Byakugan just like you. What? Neji looked in the direction little Lee pointed, and saw Hinata half kneeling there, panting, and beside her, there were 3 people and a dog. Neji immediately understood, and in this way, those people were Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba and his Akamaru, and their teacher Kurenai Yuhi. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I traveled to this world, but I haven't seen a few important characters. Immediately he walked over. Go and have a look. Chapter 16_conflict. On the other side, while Hinata and the others were training, Kurenai Yuhi suddenly noticed someone approaching and looked at him subconsciously. They are Guy's students. Looking at the 3 people on the side, Kurenai Yuhi's mouth curved into a beautiful arc. This can hit them. At this time, Akamaru also sensed the person coming, and suddenly called twice. Inuzuka Kiba looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. Who are they? The one in the middle is the Hyuga family. Shino adjusted his glasses and said, Hinata, do you know him? Hinata nodded slightly. Well, he's my brother. Kurenai Yuhi slightly. Hinata immediately ran towards Neji. Brother Neji. Even a teacher is not as important as her Neji brother. Neji reached out and touched Hinata's hair and said, I'm doing fine with my practice. Hinata's little face talked to Yuhi. Greeting Hinata, Neji's eyes focused on a graceful figure. Is this Kurenai Yuhi, really beautiful? Hey, at this time, she doesn't seem to be together with that bearded Asuma. How could such a gentle, kind and generous beauty give up to that scumbag man? While Neji was looking at Kurenai Yuhi was looking at Neji. A genius of the Hyuga clan. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi seemed to sense something suddenly, and looked up at the sky with a heavy expression on his face. I'll be here today and disband. After saying that, Kurenai Yuhi gave Neji a deep look and disappeared. Looking in the direction where Kurenai Yuhi was leaving, Neji murmured, so soon. Haha, it's finally disbanded. Inuzuka Kiba held Akamaru and turned around. Wong tilde. Although I don't know what Akamaru is talking about, I guess I am very happy, but the training is very tiring. Well, We all have nothing to do anyway, why don't we have a meal together? Tenten said carelessly. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, coincidentally. Brother Neji, how is your mission? Hinata asked a little nervously, always worried about Neji's injury. It's nothing, it's just an S-rank mission. Neji said indifferently, but he was actually quite content. Even Neji wanted to show up in front of Hinata. Huh, is it an S-rank mission? Hinata shook her head, suddenly surprised. Even Kiba and Shino are very envious. People as old as them have already completed S-rank tasks, and they are still doing chores. Brother Neji is amazing. Feeling the admiration in Hinata's eyes, Neji was even more complacent, and said all about his A-level tasks and S-level tasks in a light-hearted manner. Because Neji's two tasks were basically linked together, and there was no rest, Hinata always thought that he only did one task. After learning what happened, Hinata and the others made up their minds that they must practice hard in the future. As soon as I walked to the door of the barbecue shop, I heard a noise coming from the alley next to me. It hurts, stinky brat. Damn, let go of the Konoha pill. This is, no way. Neji listened to the quarrel in the alley, and was slightly taken aback. Is it such a coincidence? Konohamaru, isn't he the grandson of the third Hokage? What happened to him? Don't worry, Konohamaru is protected by a special person, and someone will take action when the situation is not right. In that case, let's go in. Tenten laughed. Everyone hit it off, and in a blink of an eye, Konohamaru was left behind. Neji watched all this silently, really sad for Konohamaru. However, he also wanted to see Gaara's strength. Brother Neji, where are you going? Hinata asked hastily, and everyone else looked at him. It's nothing, I'll be there in a minute. Then, Neji walked out leisurely. In the alley. Hey, Kankuro, take it easy and be careful not to be disciplined, Tamari reminded. Don't worry, I just want to try the power of these Konoha genins. Let go. Konohamaru kept tapping Kankuro's arm. I said, you bastard, let me go. Naruto shouted and rushed up. However, Kankuro's fingers flicked and Naruto tripped over his chakra threads. What, is this the power of Konoha genin? That sucks, Kankuro said dismissively. Ahaha, mistake. Naruto got up and scratched his head and smiled. Boom. Ah, it hurts. Behind him, Sakura punched Naruto on the head. I told you, don't be ashamed anymore. Crack. At this time, a stone from the top of the tree suddenly hit the back of Kankuro's hand, causing him a burst of pain. Konohamaru also escaped because of this. Hoo, Kankuro roared. Is this the strength of your Sunagaker? That's all. Looking at the sound, I saw Sasuke leaning on the back of a tree and throwing a stone leisurely. Look at other people's Sasuke, and then look at his eldest brother. Konohamaru comes from it. Brother, you are so rude. Damn, why is this guy stealing the limelight every time? Naruto roared wildly in his heart. Naruto felt that he couldn't hold his face, and Kankuro also felt that he couldn't bear it. Both sides were ready to teach each other a good lesson to boost their prestige. Unfortunately, the two have different goals. Naruto has finished the hand seal, and is always ready to use Shadow Clone to beat Kankuro. Kankuro also unlocked the crow, ready to teach Sasuke a few black tricks. Hey, Kankuro, it's somewhat inappropriate to do this in Konoha, Tamari said. It doesn't matter, just give them the antidote later. Kankuro didn't care. Shish. Several sand bombs suddenly broke through the air, and Kankuro and Naruto quickly retreated. Sand bomb, could it be? Kankuro and Tamari looked horrified and turned to look. Me, Gaara. Everyone followed their gaze, and sure enough, they found a figure carrying a gourd on the tree that Sasuke was waiting for. Sasuke frowned. This guy, when is it? His speed is on par with Kakashi. Sasuke thought to himself. The guy who embarrassed the village. Gaara said lightly, looking at Kankuro below. Gaara, they were the first. Kankuro explained. Shut up, Gaara said coldly. After that, he glanced at Sasuke and thought to himself. It's not easy for this guy to hit the back of Kankuro's hand so easily with a stone. I'm sorry, everyone, Gaara said, but there was no apology in her tone. Then, he turned into a piece of scattered sand and fell from the tree to the ground, saying to Temari and Kankuro. Come on, don't forget our purpose. But how could Naruto, who had already made up his mind to steal the limelight, let them go? Multiple Shadow Clone. Chapter 17 _ Brief Fight. Suddenly, dozens of Naruto appeared in this alley. Konohamaru, look carefully, I can handle this kind of opponent in no time. Idiot. Idiot. Sakura and Sasuke couldn't help but hold their foreheads. Naruto, the idiot, didn't even know the difference between the two. So much. Kankuro and Temari were a little shocked. It seems that this kid is not useless. Glanced at Gaara, and before he was angry, he immediately reprimanded, get out of the way. This kid is a fool, they are not. If it really makes Gaara angry, then it's over. It's a pity that Naruto was a jerk, didn't listen to the persuasion, and rushed forward together. Cut. Kankuro hurriedly untied the crow, trying to solve these problems before Gaara got angry. But it was too late, a lot of sand came out of the sand gourd, turned into two big hands, and solved a lot of shadow clone in a blink of an eye. Gaara, Temari hesitated, dragging Kankuro to the tree. She wasn't sure if Gaara would attack with them. Manipulate the sand, it seems that you are very powerful, let me, the future Hokage, beat you. Naruto was not afraid and swarmed up, which made Gaara's eyes slightly narrow, a little unhappy, grabbed with his right hand, and suddenly a large amount of sand rose into the air, destroying all shadow clone in one fell swoop. What? Everyone was shocked. To be able to solve Naruto's clone so easily, Sasuke's evaluation of Gaara has risen a lot. At this time, a pile of sand suddenly appeared under Naruto's feet and was slowly climbing up his body. Sand binding pivot. As Gaara raised her hand, a large amount of sand slowly began to wrap Naruto. Gaara, will this be too? Temari advised, but this move will kill people. Gaara glared. Temari shut up quickly. What is this? Can't move, Naruto said anxiously. Naruto. At this time, Sasuke and Sakura also had to get involved. Kaden Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A huge fireball came out of Sasuke's mouth and enveloped Gaara. Just when Sasuke thought he was successful, a wall of sand suddenly rose from under Gaara's feet, blocking Sasuke's fireball. Cut. Fortunately, Sakura also managed to rescue Naruto from the sand. Seeing this, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like we don't have to wait for the Chunin exam. Soon, two lily swords appeared in the assistant. Come on, Gaara said blankly. Sasuke snorted coldly, threw out his shuriken, and at the same time he rushed towards Gaara at high speed. Chang tilde. The two lily swords were blocked unexpectedly, but at this moment Sasuke also came to Gaara. Seeing that Sasuke's fist was about to hit Gaara, the sand appeared again, blocking Sasuke's attack again. What? How did this sand come out? Not only Sasuke, but even Naruto and Sakura don't understand. Sasuke's attack and shuriken arrived almost at the same time. How did he react? At this time, I saw a lot of sand floating out of Gaara's sand gourd, one after another flocking to Sasuke. The ninjutsu to control the sand is really troublesome, Sasuke said. Sasuke, I'll help you. Naruto saw that Sasuke was defeated, and rushed towards Gaara without hesitation. Neji hid in the corner, looking at Naruto's rushing appearance. He couldn't help sighing, it really is true love. Then leave Sakura to me. Boom, boom. The two kept attacking Gaara, but Gaara didn't even look at them. Can't I even break his defenses? He hasn't made a move yet. Sasuke was furious, feeling that Uchiha's self-esteem was being trampled on. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. A straight flame hit Gaara, only to be extinguished by sand in midair. Neji watched this scene coldly. Sasuke had already been carried away by hatred, and actually used this powerful Kaden Fire Style in the town. Totally self-centered. Is that the only way? Gaara said gloomily, and immediately, 2 balls of sand shot out, sticking Naruto Sasuke on the wall. Is this only the strength? Gaara said disdainfully, and then looked at Sakura, who had not been shot not far away. Then, a large hand made of fine sand went straight towards Sakura. Sakura suddenly showed a look of fear. She had never experienced the mission of the Land of Waves, and it was the first time that she felt that she was so close to death. Father, mother, goodbye. Sakura closed her eyes. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and slowly slumped to the ground. Boom. I only felt a breeze blowing, but the pain in my imagination did not come. Sakura looked up subconsciously and saw a black-haired handsome boy standing in front of her, smashing the sand with 1 punch. He was, at that time. Give up hope before reaching a desperate situation. This is not a qualified ninja. Neji turned back and said lightly to Sakura. At this moment, Temari and Kankuro on the tree were not calm. What did they see? A young boy who didn't know when he appeared on the field, even broke Gaara's sand with 1 punch. Konoha, is there such a strong genin? Kankuro broke out in cold sweat. That guy, Byakugan, is the Hyuga family. Temari said. For some reason, she felt that the purpose of her group might change. Who are you? Gaara asked in a deep voice. It was the first time he had seen a peer who could block his attack so easily. Shouldn't you say your own name before asking someone else's name? Neji said. This kid, how dare you talk to Gaara like that? Kankuro was surprised. Gaara gave Neji a deep look. Sandfall Gaara. Neji grinned. Hyuga Neji. Swish. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, and immediately, the sand in front of Gaara rose for no reason. What? Gaara's eyes widened. Impossible. Gaara was attacked. Temari was taken aback. She didn't see Neji at all, but the sand around Gaara was already under attack. Boom, boom, boom. Crowd couldn't catch Neji's movements at all, and could only see the sand that kept bouncing around Gaara. So fast, Naruto said in surprise. Sasuke bit Kiba, and his heart was full of unwillingness. As a member of the Uchiha family, he was so unbearable. How can I get revenge on that man? Okay, that's awesome. Sakura stared blankly at Gaara, who was a little panicked not far away. The corners of her mouth were full of bitterness, and she was still far behind. However, her gaze soon became firm, thinking of the handsome young man who had just stood in front of her. A sneer of Yuhi suddenly appeared on her face. I can definitely catch up with you, Hyuga Neji. It's too fast. Gaara can't see the guy's movements at all. Naruto said in surprise. But at the same time, I can't help but feel a little lost. When fighting against them, Gaara didn't move, because it was unnecessary, and now, Gaara still doesn't move, because he can only be beaten. Boom. At this moment, a broken sound entered Gaara's ears, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Chapter 18 Hinata's Progress. I saw a fist stopped an inch in front of him, and that Hyuga Neji was looking at him calmly. His defense was broken. Seeing this scene, a group of people stayed in place, and the defense that even Sasuke's great fireball jutsu couldn't break was smashed by a fist. Gaara, right, the trouble is on my face, let's forget it this time. Neji said lightly. Gaara's eyes were dark, and he had already lost the battle. If he continues, I'm afraid this guy will use Gentle Fist against himself immediately. At such a close distance, he had no chance to escape. Humph, let's go. Gaara snorted coldly and walked out with a gloomy face. Temari and Kankuro immediately followed. The corner, Gaara suddenly stopped. Hyuga Neji, right, Chunin exam, don't lose until you meet me. After Gaara left, Neji's face instantly turned serious. Gaara's combat power was too high. This time, he was careless and succeeded by himself. Next time, he would not be so lucky. Have you touched the threshold of Chunin? Neji thought to herself, watching Gaara's back leave. Thank you for saving me. Seeing Gaara retreat, Sakura stepped forward to thank you. Nothing, Neji said. Gaara's control was lost, and Naruto and Sasuke were also successfully freed from the shackles of those sands. Hey, it seems that this Chunin exam will be very interesting. Sasuke said grimly. Yes, this Chunin exam will be the stage for this uncle, ha ha ha. Naruto echoed. This made Neji speechless. The two of them were too good at pretending. They were almost beaten to death just now, but now they still have the confidence to say such a thing. Shut up, Sakura said angrily to both of them. This made Neji ponder a little, and it seems that his arrival has changed the world a bit. But it's better, and you can save yourself some effort. In the corner, Konohamaru and the others came out tremblingly. Cough. Sasuke coughed, then walked towards Neji. Hyuga Neji, right, I will definitely surpass you. And me, the Uzumaki Naruto who is destined to become Hokage in the future. Naruto said, dancing. Neji ignored them, the two were just pretending, especially Sasuke, who was already in a deep state of pretense and couldn't extricate himself. Still, Sakura is pretty good, especially her powers. I.e. Sakura, you can just call me Sakura. Sakura said with courage. This made Naruto feel like he was hit with a 100,000 point crit again. Neji said indifferently, I'm looking forward to the Chunin exam to play against you. I'll beat you. Sasuke raised his head and said. Ha. Neji didn't say anything, waved his hand and left. Uchiha Sasuke. Even Sharingan hadn't come out yet, so he wouldn't care at all. Damn it, Sasuke was furious. How could the Uchiha family be so underestimated? At this moment, Sasuke's heart is full of desire for power. Defeating Gaara, Neji went back to the kebab shop, had a meal with everyone, and got a lot of rewards at the same time. The host accompanies the Tenten to eat barbecue and gets a reward, speed increase by 10%. Tenten serves the host and gets a reward, 10% increase in the accuracy of hidden weapons. Hinata served the host with vegetables and received a reward, strength increased by 20%. After coming out of the barbecue restaurant, Neji was full of joy. One word, cool. After this dinner, not only has he improved a lot of abilities, but also his relationship with Hinata and Tenten has risen a lot. It's late at night. Returning to the Hyuga family station with Hinata, Neji went to the training ground, and Hinata went home. Hinata looked at the sky and was shocked. Oops, it's training time. Hyuga's training hall. Hyuga Hiyashi frowned. Where's Hinata? Hiyashi-sama, Hinata-sama hasn't come back yet, said one of the children of the branch. Hyuga Hiyashi's face was even more ugly. Even the branch family knew how to pursue progress. Hinata, as the heir of main clan, was so slack. Hanabi, who was practicing against others, Hyuga Hiyashi felt that her physical skills had improved a lot. At this time, many children of the branch have been defeated by her, and Hyuga Hiyashi is very satisfied with this. Think about Hinata again, not only is he weak in character, but he doesn't even care about training. Well, maybe Hinata really isn't fit to be the heir to the main clan. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. Father. At this moment, a slightly anxious voice sounded, but saw Hinata rushing in. Humph. Hyuga Hiyashi snorted coldly. Where did you go? Hinata hesitated to speak. If his father knew that he and everyone had eaten barbecue, he would be scolded again. Hey, come in for training. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. He had almost given up on this daughter. Yes, thank you father. Hinata hurried into the arena. Hanabi, go practice with your sister. Hyuga Hiyashi said. Yes. After a while, Hinata was ready. Hanabi walked up to Hinata and whispered, "Sister, are you alright?" "Well, ready." The next moment, both of them turned on Byakugan and fought together. Because of Neji, the strength of Hinata and Hanabi has improved very fast, and some of the shortcomings of the past have been corrected a lot. Now, the two are fighting fiercely, but Hinata has the upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. The palm prints of the two were connected, and the light blue chakra was swirling around it, dancing like a butterfly. Petal. Hanabi catapulted to his feet and lunged towards Hinata. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hinata moved slightly, sideways dodging Hanabi's attack, and a knife in his hand slashed towards Hanabi. Crap. Hanabi was startled, but it was too late. Hinata's knife had already fallen, knocking Hanabi to the ground with one palm. Hyuga Hiyashi watching this scene was shocked. Not only has the attack speed increased, but the strength has also increased a little. The most important thing is that she will not hesitate to start. Hyuga Hiyashi's face became more dignified and a little excited. Hinata's progress was too great. "Hinata, I have something to ask you. Hanabi, you come too." Hyuga Hiyashi said off the field. He wants to know the reason for the progress of the two. Hinata and Hanabi looked at each other and followed their father out silently. At this moment, Neji had returned home from the training ground and began to rummage through the ninjutsu scrolls. Now that he has decided to rest on the ninjutsu, he needs more ninjutsu. Although the Hyuga family is famous in the ninja world for gentle fist, this does not mean that they do not have ninjutsu scrolls. After all, it is a big family, and there are still quite a few ninjutsu scrolls, and even some experiences during cultivation are marked, but they are usually not displayed. Cut, that's all there is to it. Chapter 19 Brother Neji, I'm coming too. Neji looked at the mere 3 or 5 scrolls in his hand, a little disappointed, but he also understood. The Hyuga family is a big family with very strict family rules. Basically everything is in the hands of main clan. The stock of side clan is actually average. It's just a few scrolls. When will my ninjutsu be successful at this rate? Neji said speechlessly. System, open the properties panel. Neji said in his heart. Open black lens bracket host. Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 13 years old close black lens bracket. Chakra attributes. Fire, earth, water, wind, thunder. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei. Byakugan pure close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Soft step double lion boxing close black lens bracket. Ninjutsu. 3 body art transformation. Substitute. Clone Kaden fire style. Big fireball art. Palm sage art. Spiritual art apparatus. Open black lens bracket comprehensive strength. Elite Chunin close black lens bracket. Elite Chunin may be very strong, but he can't beat Gaara with this strength alone. Gaara's strength is definitely at the level of Jonin. In such a short period of time, it is difficult to improve taijutsu, so we can only start with ninjutsu, but, alas. I managed to collect 5 kinds of chakras, is it just staring like this? Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Neji was stunned, it was so late, who could it be? Neji, it's me, a voice came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Neji's eyes narrowed slightly. What should come will always come. Neji put away the ninjutsu scroll on the table, got up and walked out. Hyuga Hiyashi, as a family head, he is undoubtedly qualified, but as a father, he also has many things that are not right. However, later, as the head of the main clan family, he became the biggest destroyer of the Hyuga clan's rules. At least, that's what Neji thought. However, Neji did not express any opinion on this. There are good and bad clan rules, and there is a saying that is good. Don't persuade others to be kind. What's the matter? Neji asked, looking at the person outside the door. Hyuga looked at Neji in front of him, hesitating to say anything, and then he wanted to. After a long silence, Hyuga said, "Can you give me some time? I came to tell you the truth about that day." The truth? Neji was a little surprised. He thought Hyuga was here for Hinata and Hanabi, but he didn't think he would bring it up. Because of what I heard from Hinata and Hanabi. However, this is also good, just to knock something out of his hand. "Come in," Neji said. After that, Hyuga took out a scroll from his arms. "This is the truth of your father's murder." Neji just glanced at it lightly and put it aside. He is very clear about these things, although it is because of those high-level orders, but it is also Hyuga Hazashi's own wishes, in order to protect his respected big brother. So, Neji won't say anything about this matter, not to mention that he is no longer the Neji he used to be. Hyuga thought that Neji would have strong emotional fluctuations, but found that Neji was very indifferent. "Neji, you," Hyuga asked in confusion. "Hiyashi-sama, the deceased is gone, I have learned to look forward," Neji said righteously. But he immediately changed the conversation. "However, if you are so sorry for me, then give me a little help." Somehow, seeing Neji like this, Hyuga somehow felt like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. But to make up for his guilt towards Neji, he bit Kiba and asked, "What?" "Show me those ninjutsu scrolls from the family." Hyuga That's it, he was ready to bleed, and even planned to marry his daughter, so Neji made such a request. This made Hyuga eternal zombie face change. In this way, Neji obtained permission from Hyuga and he can read the ninjutsu scrolls collected in the family. Sending Hyuga away, Neji smiled slightly. "It's a good choice to take the Hyuga family for your own use. In this world, it is more important to have a powerful force than a single person. Think of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. No matter how powerful one person is, he can't hold a group of people." Next morning, Neji was still lying in bed sleeping when there was a knock at the door. "Early morning, who is it?" Neji murmured, opening his eyes in a daze. Hyuga last night, he couldn't wait to get some ninjutsu practice, and he practiced until the middle of the night before falling asleep groggy. After all, he only slept for more than 4 hours, but this progress is also obvious. As far as Dragon Flame Jutsu is concerned, he has already practiced some prototypes. Beep, beep. Knocking on the door continued, and Neji put on his clothes dazedly and opened the door. Today, Hinata was nervous. After she went to the training ground early in the morning, she got the news that she was going to take the Chunin exam. Although she wanted to refuse, Kurenai Yuhi said with a smile, "The exam requires 3 teams. If Hinata doesn't participate, Shino and Kiba will have to quit." In the end, under the guidance of Kurenai Yuhi, Hinata, who was too simple, was immediately caught up in the routine. He didn't know what to say, so he agreed to find Neji. "Hinata, come on, the future of the 8th class is up to you," Kurenai Yuhi encouraged. Looking at Kurenai Yuhi's eager eyes, Hinata clenched his fists tightly, revealing a firm yet immature face. "I will try my best." But when he came to Neji's house, the rhetoric he had made before immediately vanished, leaving only the girl's endless shyness. Thinking about it, it was the first time she came to a boy's house alone. So shy. Even with the kind words from Kurenai Yuhi and the inexplicably arduous task, Hinata only dared to pat the door lightly, daring not to speak. Squeak. Door opened, and what I saw was the slightly haggard face of Neji brother, and the mess on the ground. "Brother Neji, how are you?" "Oh, it's Hinata." Before Hinata finished speaking, Neji also spoke up. Seeing Hinata's sluggish expression, he glanced abruptly around him. "They were all made while rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find ninjutsu last night, and I haven't had time to clean them up yet." Neji subconsciously thought that it was Hinata who saw how messy his house was, and couldn't help scratching his head. When a girl comes to a boy's house, but finds that the boy's house is so messy, it will make the boy's image in the girl's heart plummet. Neji endured this matter, and hurriedly squatted down and tried to remove the things under his feet. Hinata, wait a minute, I'll clean up. No, brother Neji, I'm here to help too. Chapter 20 _ What's a good day today? Brother Neji, I'm here to help too. Hinata didn't want to just stand there and do nothing, so he squeezed into the house to help, but Neji's house was too messy at the moment, and the already cluttered ground had no place to stand now. In this case, Hinata accidentally tripped over a small plank, knocking Neji down. The faint fragrance entered Neji's nose, which immediately made Neji feel relaxed and happy. The soft body in his arms made him feel a sense of comfort. Before he knew it, Neji's sleepiness also faded. Hinata knocked down the host, and the host received the reward coercion. The Byakugan emits a huge coercion, directly shocking the surrounding people to a dizzy state, and can cause substantial damage to the space. Neji, who was under the coercion, was at a loss at the moment, and the happiness came too fast, which caught him off guard. This ability is simply the same as Conqueror's Haki in One Piece world, but far more powerful than Conqueror's Haki. With this move by Otsutsuki Kagaya, even Six Paths Naruto and Rinnegan Sasuke can't move. If the opponent's mental strength is not enough, they will even lose their combat power in an instant. It is conceivable how powerful this ability is. Yes, I'm sorry, brother Neji, I'll get up right away. Neji, who was thrown down by himself, Hinata's face burned Yuhi Kasumi, and he hurriedly prepared to get up, but at this time, the accident came again. Hinata accidentally stepped on a spherical object with his hind foot, his body slipped again, and he closed his eyes subconsciously. Oops. Boom. Hinata suddenly felt as if his mouth was touching something, opened his eyes quietly, and looked at Neji, who was touching his lips with a dull expression. The host kisses Hinata and gets a reward: open black lens bracket, all killing ash bones, close black lens bracket. All killing ash bones. It is a kind of ninjutsu that uses one's own bones as a weapon. The body of the person stabbed by the bone will gradually collapse within a few seconds until it turns to ashes. Even if there is a treatment of yin and yang escape, it will not help. This is a technique known in the Hokage world that can absolutely kill the opponent as long as it hits. It cannot be directly defended. Even the Susanoo completed body composed of chakra can directly penetrate and smash it with one blow. There are no means of circumvention to carry out the transfer. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, is derived from all-killing ash bones, but all-killing ash bones is far more lethal than Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse. After a moment of silence, Hinata suddenly shouted. Her eyes were like mosquito coils, and her pretty face Yuhi was hot. Brother Neji, I. There was steam coming out of Hinata's head, completely unaware of what he was doing, and finally passed out with a plop. Neji didn't come back to his senses until Hinata fainted. Now, he just wanted to ask, what good day is today? Am I soaring into the sky? Neji laughed and carried the fainted Hinata to the bed. Hinata couldn't wake up for a while. Neji looked at Hinata, who was sleeping soundly and couldn't help yawning. He hadn't slept enough in the first place, so he locked the door and lay down on the bed to sleep soundly. The host shares the bed with Hinata and gets the reward, Spiritual Ball. Mental Ball, a Tenseigen's ability to control the will and actions of others, as well as capture the thoughts of others, just like the puppet technique. But if you encounter people with strong mental power, this skill is difficult to play. However, in the early stage, this ability is still extremely terrifying. Although Neji doesn't have Tenseigen, he has mastered this ability because of the system at this time. But at this moment, Neji has already fallen asleep, and he has no idea that he has acquired this ability. Soon after, Hinata woke up dizzy and saw Neji sleeping beside her. Subconsciously wanted to scream, but she held back. She could tell that Neji was really tired. Looking at the sleeping Neji, Hinata thought of the scene of the two kissing again, and instantly embarrassed Yuhi. It was her first kiss. Although he gave his first kiss to brother Neji, he was a little overjoyed in his heart, but he was so unwilling to lose his first kiss like this. Do you want to get revenge? Neji lying on the bed, Hinata suddenly had this idea, but soon Hinata was frightened by his bold idea. Bah, Hinata, how can you do that? Hinata patted her hot face, unable to believe it was her own thoughts. You want to go, but the task given by teacher Kurenai Yuhi has not been completed, but it will be embarrassing if you don't go. Hinata was anxious and in a dilemma, sweat dripping from the top of his head. At this time, Neji also rested enough and woke up. Then, suddenly remembering something, he turned his head and looked at Hinata beside him. The two of them stared at each other with wide eyes, some hesitant to speak, and some hesitant, no one knew what to say. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. How can you let a girl speak first? Now is the time to show that you are responsible, and, seeing Hinata like this, you can complete the strategy with more effort. As an ambitious young man, this kind of thing should be without hesitation. After making up his mind, Neji said, Hinata, are you? What's the matter? As expected, I still can't bring myself to talk about this kind of thing. My 2 lifetimes add up to someone in their 30s to talk about those things to a 12-year-old girl who just walked out of the campus. This is a crime, starting in 3 years. Seeing Neji being so serious, Hinata's heart was beating wildly. He hoped that Neji's brother could respond well to what happened just now, but he felt shy and hoped that Neji's brother would keep his mouth shut. So tangled. Hinata lowered her face ashamed of Yuhi's pretty face. Her 2 index fingers collided constantly, she was nervous and looking forward to it, and when she heard Neji's words, she felt a little disappointed, but also a little fortunate. Ah, it's nothing, Neji brother, Kurenai Yuhi teacher asked me to find you. Hinata said hurriedly, saying, after so long, the teacher should be in a hurry. Looking for me, Neji wondered, why did Kurenai Yuhi look for himself? Forget it, you can't harm yourself anyway. When even agreed, let's go. Training ground, Kurenai Yuhi is training Shino and Kiba. Why hasn't Hinata come back? It's already noon now. Kurenai Yuhi wondered. It's not going to happen. Keke Genkai from the Hyuga family is something that many people want. Last time, they were almost kidnapped by the Hyuga family. Even in Konoha, it may not be safe. No, if something goes wrong, it's impossible that there will be no news at all. Could it be that Hyuga Neji doesn't want to come? After much deliberation, this is the only explanation that is more reasonable. Konoha executives all know that the Hyuga family main clan has a lot of conflicts with the separation, especially Neji, because he lost his father. She asked Hinata to find Neji because Neji was relatively close to Hinata when they met last time, and felt that their relationship was fine. But even so, she didn't hold out much hope for this matter. Just as Kurenai Yuhi frowned, Neji and Hinata came to the training ground. Chapter 21 You hold on and count me as a loser. Oh, it's coming back, Hinata, Neji. Kiba greeted. Neji nodded as a greeting, then turned around and asked, Teacher Kurenai Yuhi, you're looking for me. Kurenai Yuhi nodded and said. As for the Chunin exam, you know, the teacher invited you to come today because he wants to trouble you with something. What's the matter? Neji asked. Speaking of which, Kurenai Yuhi was a little embarrassed. I want you to practice with Hinata and the others. Find yourself to practice with them. Kurenai Yuhi's expression slightly, Neji immediately understood. There are many strong ninjas in the Chunin exam, and they must be handled carefully. If Kiba and the others are too arrogant, they may be in danger. Kurenai Yuhi is trying to suppress them with his own hands. Not for Kiba and the others, Neji really has no desire to shoot. So, when you have enough power to challenge Jonin, are you proud to bully Genin? Obviously not. Besides, Neji knew very well that this exam, Hinata and the others would not be in danger. But this is Kurenai Yuhi's request, and it's not good if he refuses directly. Forget it, then show her strength in front of her. Thinking of this, Neji agreed. Okay, Teacher Kurenai Yuhi. Seeing Neji's promise, Kurenai Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was his subordinate, and he would find others to suppress them, which made Kurenai Yuhi a little uncomfortable to speak directly. But recently Kiba has been too excited and too conceited, and she worries that Kiba will cause problems for the team. To ask Neji for help, but fortunately Neji understood what he meant. It's not too late, let's start now. Kurenai Yuhi laughed. So, the three of you, who is going to fight Neji first? Kurenai Yuhi turned to look at the three Hinatas. No need, Kurenai Yuhi-sensei, let them go together. At this moment, Neji suddenly spoke up and said arrogantly. Huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Neji. There was confusion, anger, but more dissatisfaction. Neji, are you serious? Kurenai Yuhi asked. Yes. Kurenai Yuhi frowned, feeling that Neji was too conceited and a little unhappy, but he couldn't say anything. Neji, are you sure? Kiba opened his mouth, his eyes gloomy. He knew he was not Neji's opponent, but Neji like this, it's too hard to take them seriously. Brother Neji. Hinata was puzzled and didn't know why his brother Neji did this. This way, it will offend Kiba, Shino and Kurenai Yuhi teachers. Shino didn't say anything, but the constantly buzzing bug had revealed his innermost thoughts and was very unhappy. The atmosphere was silent. At this moment, Neji spoke again. One look. Huh, what do you mean? Kiba asked. You guys can withstand a look from me, I'll lose this practice. Neji said slowly. Hyuga Neji, you're going too far. Kiba exclaimed. We're dissatisfied when Neji wanted to fight 3 times before, but they didn't say much. No one had seen Neji's strength, but he could complete S-rank tasks perfectly, so he must be very strong. So, they are just dissatisfied and feel that Neji is arrogant, but now, Neji is completely humiliating them. Just want to put them down with just one look. What are you kidding? Could it be that they couldn't bear even one look? This is naked humiliation. Even Kurenai Yuhi couldn't stand it anymore. Neji, please respect your opponent. Kurenai Yuhi teacher. Neji exclaimed. Let them be humiliated in training, or lose their lives on the battlefield, which would you choose? Kurenai Yuhi was stunned, speechless. Enough, Hyuga Neji, just one look. Come on, Kiba yelled. Neji's mouth twitched. Mr. Kurenai Yuhi, you should also come to the side, I'm afraid it will affect you. Kurenai Yuhi is even more dissatisfied. Doesn't Neji think he can't bear it? But she didn't say much and stepped aside. It's all right now, Kiba exclaimed. That's it. Coercion. The next moment, Neji Byakugan opened instantly, and an indescribable wave of terror swept through in an instant, as if the sky was torn apart, and the momentum was overwhelming. This is... Kurenai Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, in the eyes of Kiba and the others, Neji was like an unreachable and insurmountable mountain. Like a god, they lost their fighting power almost instantly and collapsed to the ground. Even Kurenai Yuhi froze in a cold sweat under the pressure. But she was only affected. Until Neji took back the pressure. Okay, very strong, not a level opponent at all. Kiba said hoarsely. Brother Neji. Hinata looked longing. It turned out that his brother Neji was already so powerful. Cough. Shino put his hands on the ground, Chakra was confused, and bugs flew everywhere. But they didn't know that Neji had already left. Although his current strength is not too high, with this move, he can completely deter elite Jonin. It's just that this trick is a bit heavy on Byakugan. Sure enough, it's still not strong enough. Come on. Neji waved his hand, turned around and walked out. He finally got so many ninjutsu skills, so he couldn't waste time, just practice hard. Several people looked at the back of Neji leaving, and said nothing for a long time. Time flies by. Past few days, Neji has been practicing continuously, and has mastered 3 techniques. open black lens bracket Kaden fire style, dragon flame jutsu close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Doden, earth style earth dragon bullet close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Doden, earth style 2 Luby close black lens bracket. Although he has mastered coercion, all killing ash bones and spirit balls, these are still too much for his current strength. The spirit ball is okay, but the coercion will cause a relatively large burden on Byakugan. After a period of use, Byakugan cannot be activated. Of course, this is because Neji's current strength is not strong enough. And all killing ash bones consumes the most. Even if he exhausts his chakra, he can only release it twice, so it can't be used easily. Neji joined Tenten and Little Lee early and walked towards the exam site together. 5 days ago, Might Guy found Neji and the three of them and handed them the Chunin exam application. 5 days later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, gather in classroom 301 of the school, Might Guy said. In addition to Neji, Tenten and Little Lee value this Chunin exam very much, and this will be their first step towards success. Only Neji knew that in this Chunin exam, no one except Shikamaru was promoted to Chunin. Even Shikamaru was promoted exceptionally because of his outstanding ability in chasing Gaara. However, this was exactly what he wanted, and he didn't want to be promoted at all. Chapter 22 Among Hokage, Genin is the strongest. To be honest, as long as the strength is enough, there seems to be no difference between Genin and Kage level, but there is a big gap in the tasks that can be taken, but taking tasks is not for making money or gaining prestige. Prestige is something Neji is not uncommon, he just wants to live. Money, just kidding, travel to Hyuga's house, afraid of running out of money. There must be many great characters in this Chunin exam, my youth is burning. Little Lee clenched his fists and said excitedly, however, my biggest target is you, Neji. In this regard, Neji was quite speechless. Oh, it's really troublesome. Why does everyone like to target Jonin? Among Hokage, Genin is the strongest, who doesn't know? Neji gave Little Lee a disdainful look, he still didn't understand the truth of this world. In this way, they continued to move towards the test site, and just as they entered, there was a loud noise inside. We are Genin taking the Chunin exam, why not let us in? Just you little bastards, want to take the Chunin exam. It's funny, the two who were guarding the door laughed. Actually, we are also doing it for your own good. Chunin exam is not enough for you to have a momentum. Listen to us, let's go back to practice for another 2 years. Facing the ridicule of the two, many Genins were angry, but there was nothing they could do. Neji didn't want to waste his time here. As an open-handed player, it would be very shameful to be blocked here. So, he walked straight up and said, trouble the two of you to unlock the demonic illusion, we're in a hurry. Demonic illusion. Tai and Kamizukizumo's expressions were slightly unnatural, what are you talking about? Untie it, we're going to the 3rd floor, you are stuck on the 2nd floor, this demonic illusion is too obvious. Hearing Neji's words, the two smiled bitterly. Really, as expected of the genius of the Hyuga clan. Then, the two of them unlocked demonic illusion at the same time. At this time, the other talents woke up one after another, and it turned out to be demonic illusion. If you can't even cross this threshold, then... Thinking of this, everyone else gave Neji a kind look. Hinata and Sakura who came over, and their hearts were moved. Brother Neji, that's amazing. Hinata whispered. Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke beside her, and sighed slightly, when will these two guys be as calm and steady as others? Damn, why is it someone else who gets the limelight every time? Naruto bit Kiba and said. Cut, it's just a little bit. Sasuke was very dissatisfied. Just a little bit, the person who just made the limelight there was him. Gangziti and Kamizuki Izumo looked at Neji with admiration. This time Chunin's exam, but there is an incredible talent. Immediately, they looked at the group of people in front of them and said helplessly, okay, now that the demonic illusion is lifted, you all go over. Okay, it's getting late. It's almost time for us to go to the classroom, 1010 said. Wait. Lee, who was at the side, suddenly flashed in front of Sakura. This lady, my name is Lee Rock, your name is Sakura. Then, little Lee gathered up his courage and said, please get in touch with me, I will protect you to the death. Then, he also revealed a big white fang. As early as when he took on the mission of the Land of Waves, he had this idea, and if he thought of it, he would do it. This is youth. The crowd immediately froze in place. Neji looked at him like this and fell into deep thought. This little Lee is really not Might Guy's own son. I refuse. Sakura snapped back. Who wants to fall in love with a watermelon head with thick eyebrows? It's about the same if Neji. Sakura glanced at Neji secretly, thinking a little shyly. Gangzuti and Kamizuki Azuma watched their backsleeve and grinned. This Chunin exam is really interesting. Classroom 301. A large number of ninjas have gathered at this moment, all of them look fierce. Neji and the others walked into the classroom, and they saw the last 3 of 12 Xiaoqiang. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji. When the 3 saw Naruto and the others, they warmly greeted them. Yo, so many candidates, did they all look amazing? Naruto squinted and smiled. Cut, just like us, it's just genin. Sasuke said disdainfully. As the Uchiha clan, no matter what, they cannot lose their aura. No, don't look down on them, they are not good people. Hearing this voice, Neji turned to look at a white-haired man with glasses who was approaching. Who are you? Naruto asked. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, I'm a Konoha ninja like you, and I'm already taking the Chunin exam for the 7th time. Yakushi Kabuto said with a smile. Wow, 7th time, then why are you still a genin? Naruto asked curiously. Yakushi Kabuto smiled wryly, because it's never happened, so. Never passed. Is the Chunin exam so difficult? It's really troublesome, Shikamaru said helplessly. Neji watched this scene coldly. Yakushi Kabuto was worthy of being a spy, and chatted with others so quickly. Ju Xiaoqiang was slightly shocked by his master's information, and asked about the opponents he cared about one by one. Hey, Neji, do we want to ask too? Tenten said with some heart. No need, he can't find out the real powerful ninja information. Neji said. Other words, Yakushi Kabuto will not fully reveal the information of these people to the public. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at Neji calmly, he always felt that Neji had seen through him. But such a bastard. It's an illusion. Yakushi Kabuto retracted his eyes and continued to explain to Naruto and the others with a smile. Little Lee thought for a while and said, yes, it really is exciting to fight against unknown opponents. Then let's find a place to sit first. 3 of them were seated. Yakushi Kabuto's voice became louder and spread throughout the classroom. Yinyan Village is just a small village that has just been established. There is not much information. In short, everyone is very powerful. The sound was not too loud or too small, just enough for everyone to hear. Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's words, Neji looked at the Otogakure cannon fodder trio with interest. The performance of the 4 is about to begin. Hey, you are very noisy. Sure enough, the next moment, there was a sound of breaking air, and Das Anvil got up and attacked Yakushi Kabuto. In the blink of an eye, Yakushi Kabuto knelt on the ground and began to twitch wildly. A man with elite Jonin strength, but willing to make a fool of himself in front of so many people. In order to increase the popularity of Otogakure, or to attract Sasuke, this Yakushi Kabuto also spelled it out. You know how good our Otogakure is. Seeing that everyone in the classroom was frightened by him, Dawson laughed. Boy, write it down on your ninja card, Otogakure 3, definitely become Chunin. Neji glanced at him slightly and said, the Chunin exam is a stage for powerful genin, but not all rubbish can come in. Chapter 23 _ all of you here are rubbish. What do you mean? Cried Dos Anvil, you call me trash. I'm not targeting you alone. Neji's mouth twitched. I mean, everyone here, it's all rubbish. What? You said we were rubbish. Boy, crazy enough. Immediately, a large group of people stood up, planning to besiege Neji. Huh, Tenten looked at the people around him with disdain. To be honest, she had the confidence to defeat them, let alone Neji. However, Tenten glanced at Neji with a hot face, and had the courage to say such a thing in front of so many people. Sure enough, it's because of its strength. Brother Neji, I'm so confident. Hinata bumped her 2 index fingers slightly, looking at Neji with some envy. Neji. Sakura looked at Neji nervously, a little worried. In a corner, the 3 of Gaara watched this scene quietly. It's bloody and energetic, Tamari said. He's right, these people are rubbish. Gaara agrees. That, Gaara, the trash he said includes us too. Gaara was taken aback. Konkuro, do you want to die? In the face of so many people's scolding, Neji didn't care, and even the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He never imagined that this could also be rewarded. Hyuga Hinata admires the host and gets a reward, guarding 8 trigrams 64 palms. Guarding 8 trigrams 64 palms. Chakra is concentrated in the palm, strengthening it into a needle shape, and waving both hands quickly, creating a semicircular revolving heaven. Close objects will be smashed. It is a defense that replaces offense with defense move. Tenten admire the host and get the reward, Flame Bomb. Fire Bomb. Summons a ball of flame from the scroll to attack the enemy. Then, he glanced at Gaara calmly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Now, he has left Gaara far away, and Genon's ceiling has changed. Bang. Just then, the door was kicked open suddenly. Enough, take me back to your seat. At this time, an uncle wearing a black leather coat with a scar on his face walked in like this. I am the examiner for your first exam, Morino Ibiki. First round, written test. Morino Ibiki put a stack of papers on the table and said solemnly. Now, hand in your application, get your number and go back to your seat. Pen, written test tilde. After Naruto heard the content of the exam, he almost lay dead. This is how the first exam begins. Just when the hundreds of ninjas in the classroom were distressed by this, Neji had already put the paper upside down on the table. Anyway, this paper is useless at all, so why bother? He is not panic at all as he is familiar with everything going on. Just when Neji was soothing, the exam room was already bombed, and various methods emerged one after another. Sasuke was mad at Tomo's Sharingan. Yes, that's right, seeing what others wrote, Sasuke felt that the face of his Uchiha family had been greatly challenged. In addition, the opponent has been out recently, and Naruto is about to catch up with him, which makes him feel even more intolerable. As a result, as soon as the head became hot, the blood surged, and the eyes became Yuhi. Neji's direction, Sasuke was full of confidence. I can definitely beat you. If Neji knew what Sasuke was thinking, he would have said disdainfully, stupid second Jinchuriki column, you know nothing about power. Time passed a little bit, and finally ushered in the peak of this exam. Morino Ibiki used his interrogation methods very skillfully. Under the strong mental pressure, many people raised their hands tremblingly and left the stage one after another. Everyone was in a fierce ideological struggle, and on the entire field, only Neji didn't change his face. Morino Ibiki looked at Neji, who was still calm, and admired secretly. Of the Hyuga clan, it's really stable. Crack. Naruto still slapped the table with his palm, once again exerting the power of his mouth to escape. As a result, those who originally wanted to give up were also infected, and they chose to answer with a fever, and passed the exam in a daze. Call out. Morino Ibiki looked out. A pebble broke the window on the 3rd floor, and Mitarashi Enko jumped right in. Morino Ibiki said helplessly, I said, you should also pay attention to the occasion. Neji looked at Mitarashi Enko on the stage with bright eyes. She was Orochimaru's disciple. From her, he could also get a part of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. The corners of Neji's mouth twitched slightly, a plan already in mind. Oh, there are still so many people left. Ibiki, you can't do this. Mitarashi Anko glanced at everyone and said with a smile. Ibiki shrugged. No way, this genin is all good. Mitarashi Anko laughed loudly. If that's the case, I'll take another half for you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's color suddenly changed, and half of them would be swiped. Following discussion, Mitarashi Anko waved his hand and said, I am the chief examiner for your second exam, Mitarashi Anko. I don't have time for you to linger. Now, everyone, go to the second assessment point to gather. After everyone left, Morino Ibiki began to pack up the papers, and when he saw Naruto's blank papers, he couldn't help laughing. Uzumaki Naruto, how funny. However, when he saw Neji's paper, his face immediately turned ashen, and he wanted to slap himself. I just complimented him. Puff. I missed Morino Ibiki's interrogation for many years, delving into psychology, but unexpectedly defeated by a little devil. I hate it. Not long after, everyone came to the Forest of Death and began to meet the second assessment. Mitarashi Anko looked at genin behind him, waved his hand and said, the second test is simple and rude. Each of you will get one of the scrolls of heaven and earth, and your goal is to collect all the scrolls of heaven and earth within 5 days, and then rush to the tower in the middle of the Forest of Death. By the way, the number of heaven and earth scrolls is equal. Mitarashi Anko smiled strangely. So, we're about to be wiped out in half. No. Mitarashi Anko shook his finger. Who knows? Mitarashi Anko excitedly introduced the rules of the exam, but Neji's attention was completely off her. Now, there is a cage-level ruthless man hiding here. Neji glanced in the direction of Chunin and the three of them out of the corner of the eye, and carefully checked. Orochimaru's sense of chakra is unusual, and he quickly senses that someone is spying on him, but he doesn't know who has spotted him. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled strangely. This time, things are getting more interesting. Chapter 24_This is Destiny. Soon, Neji and the others received their own scroll, a scroll of the sky. Neji, keep this thing in your hands, Ten said. The three of them are not weak, but the strongest is Neji, not to mention the physical skills of the Hyuga clan can attack and defend. This scroll is undoubtedly the safest in Neji. Okay, let's go then. Immediately, the three walked into the Forest of Death. 5 days to get to the tower and get the scroll of the earth from other teams. Ten rubbed his forehead. The Forest of Death is very big, and time is a bit tight. Don't worry, Neji said. They'll take the initiative to bring it to us. What? Neji, you're not waking up, are you? Since the final destination is the tower, why should we go to them? Oh, little Lee knocked on his hand and suddenly realized. That's it, so we just need to ambush at the tower, Ten said. Yes, Neji said. In this case, let's go to the tower to ambush. I can't wait to fight against those powerhouses. Little Lee said. As expected of Neji, Ten said. At this time, Neji's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned his head and said, Ten, Little Lee, you go to the tower and wait for me first. After speaking, Neji disappeared, leaving the two of them looking at each other. In the Forest of Death, Neji jumped up and down, constantly looking for Naruto and the others. Strange, they did come in from this direction. Where did they go? Boom. A violent explosion resounded through the sky, and black smoke rose to the sky in an instant. Seeing this, Neji moved in his heart, and immediately rushed there cautiously. Closer he got there, the more he felt a heat wave, and even Neji could clearly feel that there was an extremely violent chakra. After a while, Neji got there, but the smoke was so foggy it was impossible to see. Byakugan. Opening Byakugan, Neji finally saw the battle there. Naruto was exhausted, and it seemed that the power of Kyuubi, 9 tails, had been sealed. And Sasuke is on par with Orochimaru with Sharingan. As expected of Sharingan, I'm getting more and more interested in your body, Sasuke. Orochimaru showed his signature face-licking gesture, and Sasuke was disgusted when he saw it, thinking that he was scared to move by such a disgusting person just now, and Sasuke was even more angry. Clang, clang, clang. Master Sasuke complied with Orochimaru's movements, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've seen through your movements. In the assistant, kunai spun, grabbed it in his hand, and slashed towards Orochimaru swiftly. Ping ping pong pong, kunai handover, Orochimaru gradually began to passively defend. What? Orochimaru was shocked. Why, are you so patient? Sakura secretly rejoiced on the side. Great, Sasuke has suppressed that monster. Yes, to Sakura, Orochimaru is a monster, and apart from its human appearance, it is completely different from humans. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief when she looked at Naruto, who had passed out. If even Sasuke failed, she really didn't know what to do. This scene made Neji, who was watching the battle, frown slightly. With the pet girl system, he would naturally not fall behind Sakura. One more is better than one less. But Sakura's current state makes him a little unhappy. He relies on Sasuke and Naruto in every battle, but he doesn't dare to shoot at all. This character needs to be corrected. Just let the Otogakure trio live a little longer. At this time, Sasuke had completely suppressed Orochimaru and took the lead everywhere. However, this was just an appearance. In fact, Orochimaru was not injured at all, he was just teasing Sasuke. As expected of the Son of Destiny, without the excitement of Bai, he can actually open the second Tomo Sharingan. Neji muttered. For this, Neji still admires Sasuke very much, but if he knew how Sasuke opened the second Tomo, he would definitely take back what he just said. Boom. Laugh. At this time, Sasuke kicked him out while Orochimaru was not paying attention, and the kunai in his hand threw directly into Orochimaru's hand. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. Boom. Orochimaru was nailed to the tree like this, and then, Sasuke, hand sealed with both hands, spit out a flame, and slammed directly on Orochimaru. Did you win? Sakura stared at the sea of fire in the distance and asked hopefully. Sasuke didn't answer. He felt that things were not so simple, and as expected, Orochimaru was just burnt to the surface of the skin, revealing a hideous and terrifying face. Damn it, Sasuke said unwillingly. At this moment, Sasuke's chakra has been spent too much, and it is a little shaky. In the entire 7th class, only Sakura has a certain fighting power. I want to protect Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura stepped forward tremblingly, and pointed at Orochimaru tremblingly with the kunai in his hand. You, don't come here. However, Orochimaru obviously didn't want to waste any more time. His neck was stretched like a silk thread, and he quickly came to Sasuke's back and bit his neck. Immediately afterwards, a 3-tomo-like spell was engraved on Sasuke. Seeing this, Neji sighed slightly. This is the fate of the two Sons of Destiny. Although he could go out and block Orochimaru, it wouldn't do him any good, and since Sakura wasn't in danger, he couldn't help Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, you will come to me. After saying this, Orochimaru left. From start to finish, Sakura was useless. Neji shook his head slightly, and when he saw Orochimaru leaving, he also sneaked up, but he was very careful. Orochimaru is very cunning. Even if he masters all killing ash bones and coercion, he needs to be careful. Besides, he has other plans. The forest of death was silent at night, the animals were undulating, and there were countless towering trees, so Neji couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Soon, Orochimaru stopped on a huge ancient tree. Neji was startled, he probably wouldn't have found himself. But soon, Neji was relieved. Orochimaru didn't find himself, he seemed to be waiting for someone. At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly sounded, and Neji turned his head to look, and saw a white-haired man emerge from the deep forest and came to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, are you looking for me?" Yakushi Kabuto said respectfully. Orochimaru was still wearing the burnt skin, unaware of the scary look on his face. "Well, you go to inform Dosen and them and let them kill Sasuke," Orochimaru said. Chapter 25_What the fuck? Orochimaru is also. Go kill Sasuke. Lord Orochimaru, who are you? Yakushi Kabuto wondered. He knew how much energy Orochimaru had spent for Sasuke. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. I wonder how far he can go. Yakushi Kabuto Ichiran. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. After Yakushi Kabuto left, Orochimaru was about to leave when he suddenly noticed something and looked in the direction of Neji with a sly smile. It's coming, why don't you come out? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Neji held his breath for a moment, and a chilling murderous aura rolled over the sky. He found me. At this moment, such an idea popped into Neji's mind. However, Neji still clasped his hand tightly. The enemy didn't move, and I didn't move. What if he was just bluffing? Opportunities are always up for grabs. Hissing. Just when Neji thought so, Orochimaru suddenly saw a large number of patterned snakes drilled out of his sleeves and rushed towards him. Go, really? Snakes were getting closer and closer, and just as Neji was about to take his shot, the snakes suddenly swept past him and swept to the back. At the same time, several large snakes also appeared on the giant tree behind, fighting with Orochimaru's snake. Then, a figure swept above Orochimaru. Didn't find me. Seeing this scene, Neji continued to watch. When he saw the person coming, he was overjoyed. The reason why he didn't shoot Orochimaru now was for Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru is a man, and if you want to get his abilities, you can only start with Mitarashi Anko. Hee, Anko, it's been a long time. Orochimaru laughed. Humph. Mitarashi Anko snorted coldly. I'm not here to catch up with you, Orochimaru, you're a dangerous man on the most wanted list now. Elaborately disguised to infiltrate Konoha and take the Chunin exam, what exactly are you trying to do? Facing Mitarashi Anko's questioning, Orochimaru shook his head. Any attempt. If you have to say it, you are curious. Curious? Did you think I would believe you? Mitarashi Anko frowned. We haven't seen you for so long, your attitude is really cold. Orochimaru chuckled. This is my mission, Mitarashi Anko said suddenly. What? I said, this is my mission. As your disciple, I have personally learned about you with the forbidden technique you taught me. Mitarashi Anko said slightly sadly. The shadow snake hand. Mitarashi Anko suddenly attacked, and 4 green snakes suddenly appeared from his sleeves and rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned, his tongue suddenly extended, and he rolled up the 4 green snakes. At the same time, 4 large snakes also snaked out of his left arm. The 4 serpents rushed from different directions. Mitarashi Anko used a double to dodge, and his arm changed into a serpent again and pulled Orochimaru over. Bang bang bang. Mitarashi Anko kept falling Orochimaru to the ground, and suddenly, she rushed forward and grabbed Orochimaru back. Chen, Mao, Yin. Kadent Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Immediately, Orochimaru was just approaching when a straight flame hit the tree. Almost at the same time, Mitarashi Anko came to Orochimaru and decisively pinned himself to Orochimaru's hand with kunai. The entire movement was completed in one go, flowing smoothly, and Neji secretly applauded. The movement is so smooth, I am afraid that it has been simulated dozens of times. It's just a pity, there must be a sparse 100 secrets. Then, she will use the forbidden technique, the double snake killing technique, and Orochimaru will die together. But at this moment, Orochimaru's body suddenly appeared. Why, my good disciple, are you going to kill yourself? Even if you are my disciple, it's not good to use the forbidden technique I taught you all the time. Seeing this, Mitarashi Anko was startled, and in pain he pulled out Kuwu from the back of his hand. He was about to shoot, but he couldn't move because of the curse mark. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully. Anko, you are still too young. I came to this village to find a perfect carrier, Uchiha Sasuke. He is more suitable than anyone, more than you. Orochimaru smiled slyly. Neji knew that Orochimaru wouldn't kill Mitarashi Anko, but Mitarashi Anko didn't know, so, that's a good start. A hero saves beauty and kills two birds with one stone. He was waiting for this opportunity. Shish. Immediately, Neji threw out a few shuriken and stabbed Orochimaru in the head with precision. Huh. Orochimaru hurriedly dodged, but at this moment, Neji suddenly swept up and jumped to another tree with Mitarashi Anko in his arms. The host hugs Mitarashi Anko and gets the reward, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand releases a snake from its hand to attack the opponent. Who are you? Orochimaru said solemnly. He didn't expect to hide someone. One of the Sannin, that's all. I found you early in the morning, Orochimaru, Neji said. Found out early. Suddenly, Orochimaru thought of something and asked with interest. Outside the forest of death, it's you who is watching me. How did you find me? I'm interested in that. Orochimaru believed that he was not bad at disguising himself, but he was not expecting to be discovered as soon as he arrived, which made him a little curious. Is it difficult to find you? Neji asked rhetorically. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly became cold, and he shot suddenly. His arm completely turned into a thick snake body, and galloped towards Neji. You go quickly. In Neji's arms, Mitarashi Anko looked at the galloping snake and said to Neji. Orochimaru is not for ordinary people, let alone a genin. Neji didn't say anything. After dodging a few times, he put Mitarashi Anko down, and rushed over by himself. Hehe, Byakugan seems to be a good research topic too. Orochimaru licked his lips and sneered. Then, after finishing his hand seal, he put his palm on the ground, snake step. In an instant, two huge pythons emerged from the left and right sides of Orochimaru. Neji opened Byakugan, not retreating but advancing, and quickly hand seal with both hands. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Doden, earth style, earth dragon bullet. In an instant, several earth bombs and a raging flame blasted towards two places. It's really good luck to meet the Hyuga clan who use ninjutsu to fight. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru sneered. Neji didn't stop. As long as he got to Orochimaru, with his gentle fist and all-killing ash bones, Orochimaru also had to rush. Thinking of this, he rushed faster. The host fights the Orochimaru and gets the reward, snake. Snakes. Different numbers and types of snakes can be psyched out at any time. The system's beep suddenly sounded, causing Neji to stumble and almost fall to the ground. He was a little confused now. Did he hear it wrong? But the reward was indeed handed out. What happened? Chapter 26 Orochimaru was eaten tofu. Orochimaru passed the system's judgment. Is Orochimaru a woman? Is the Hokage I watched fake? Wait, Orochimaru, could it be? Neji began to look at Orochimaru. This thing can't be possessed by a woman, right? Yes, that should be it. Slight glance at Mitarashi Anko. Did I pick up the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon? Reason, Mitarashi Anko suddenly felt disgusted. At this moment, in Neji's eyes, Orochimaru is a rich treasure trove. The Shadow Snake Hand. When Orochimaru saw Neji suddenly rushing up, he sneered and was about to get rid of Neji, but he never thought that Neji's right hand suddenly turned into 4 big green snakes. What? Will he too? Could it be Anko's disciple? Not like Orochimaru was shocked and, without realizing it, was caught by Neji. The host hugged the Orochimaru's waist and received the reward Tuoyan Luja. Tuoyan Lugia hit the enemy into the sky with a snake, and then summoned 2 large snakes to attack from left and right. Rao is Neji's unpretentious character, and he is also a little excited at the moment, and he has become stronger, just today. He didn't sit still. His right arm turned into a green snake and dragged Orochimaru back, while his left hand suddenly rose. Dangerous. Looking at the raised hand, Orochimaru froze in his heart, and then, without hesitation, his neck suddenly extended, trying to stop the hand from falling first. Boy, you underestimate me, Orochimaru, too much. The strength of Kage level is not what you can imagine. Orochimaru cried. Orochimaru gave Neji a disdain and rushed forward, wrapping Neji's arms, but Neji took it easy, raised his hand and grinned. Then, he patted Orochimaru's head. The host performs a head-to-head kill on the Orochimaru, and gets the reward, the Art of 8 Kiss. The Art of Yaki, the incarnation of the long-lasting obsession, it can be transformed into the Yaki Orochi known as the Dragon, with extremely terrifying attacking and destructive power. Neji smiled and was very satisfied. The Art of 8 Chi, this art is the strongest art of Orochimaru. In terms of attack power, it can be tied with the tailed beast. However, at this moment, in Orochimaru's eyes, the world suddenly became quiet, and even Mitarashi Anko, who was resting in the distance, had a ghostly expression. Someone, to Orochimaru. No, maybe I hit demonic illusion. Mitarashi Anko murmured. It is also possible that I opened it the wrong way. Eyes open, eyes closed. Several times in a row, all she saw was the same picture. Neji was licking the cat's head. At this moment, Orochimaru came to his senses, and suddenly he was so angry that he broke free from Neji's restraint, and a large number of snakes emerged from his mouth, meandering towards Neji. I'm going to kill you. Immediately, under the control of Orochimaru, the two big snakes on the left and right opened their bloody mouths and bit Neji. At the same time, Orochimaru's tongue suddenly extended and turned into a large snake, which instantly tied Neji's neck. At this moment, this scene is very strange, especially Orochimaru's appearance. It's hard to describe. In short, it's terrifying. Neji, however, was unhurried and turned on by a Kugan in an instant just as the danger loomed. Coercion. Immediately, a huge pressure came oncoming. At this moment, Neji exerted his full strength. With Orochimaru's strength, he was caught off guard and froze on the spot, unable to move. Neji knew that this was only temporary, and with Orochimaru's strength, he would get out of trouble soon, so he had to hurry up. Seeing Neji approaching at a high speed, Orochimaru couldn't hide the panic in his eyes, and he kept hitting the pressure until it was about to break. But at this time, Neji was already in front of him. He wanted to speak, but he found that he seemed to be completely immobilized, unable to move. This scene shocked Mitarashi Anko in the distance, and it was difficult to describe the shock in his heart. Just when both of them thought that Neji was going to kill Orochimaru, an incredible scene happened. This scene made the two people's expressions change instantly. What is Neji doing at the moment? He was very solemn, and seemed very serious. His eyes are sharp, full of purpose, and there is a sense of righteousness. But what is he doing? He actually held Orochimaru's hand. The host holds hands with Orochimaru, and gets the reward Orochi Flow Substitute Technique. Orochimaru Substitute Technique. Use the external body as a substitute, transfer itself from the mouth, no need for hand seal, it is the most perfect substitute technique, even Amaterasu can avoid it. Hyuga Neji, hurry, kill Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko cried. But Neji was unmoved and killed Orochimaru. What's the joke? This is a treasure trove, and there are still many good things that have not been squeezed out. Besides, he can't kill him either, so instead of wasting time killing him, it's better to get a few more rewards. But luck doesn't come often, and just when Neji wanted to go further, Orochimaru broke through the pressure and looked at Neji with a strong malice. Stinky boy, go to hell. Shimmering snake hands. Immediately, Orochimaru's two arms turned into a large number of pythons, entangling Neji in different directions. Hyuga Neji, run, Mitarashi Anko said anxiously. Run, this kid has to die, that's what he's going to do for insulting me. Orochimaru was very angry at the moment, but it was okay, everything was over, and he could already expect the tragic death of Neji. However, in an instant, he was shocked into a cold sweat and did not dare to move at all. A terrifying aura lingered in his heart, causing him to stop the killing intent. What is that? A skeleton suddenly emerged from Neji's hand, with an aura of destruction. From what he felt, Orochimaru felt that if he was infected with this kind of thing, he would definitely die. What? Orochimaru, are you going to kill me now? Neji said slowly. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat in an instant, slowly put away the snakes, and looked at the young man in front of him with palpitations. What is that? Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse. Kekkei Genkei, like Kimimaro, is the Kagaya clan, but the Kagaya clan is obviously the last of Kimimaro. No, it looks like it, but it's not Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse. What is it? If I control this power, even Mangekyo Sharingan is no match for me. Orochimaru thought to himself, but he didn't dare to show it. It was too close, Neji was too close to him. At this distance, he would not be able to escape. Orochimaru, stand still, Neji said coldly. Standing still, Orochimaru suddenly remembered the terrifying experience just now. Determined to fight, he must never suffer such humiliation again. Then, when Neji stepped forward, dozens of large snakes suddenly emerged from his sleeves, and they opened their mouths desperately to bite at Neji. Chapter 27 It's dark and windy, what should I do? However, Orochimaru didn't shoot to kill Neji, but swept back suddenly without looking back. Why he didn't see that after he left, some large snakes also drilled out of Neji's sleeves and devoured those Orochimaru snakes. But Mitarashi Anko saw it, and her beautiful eyes were full of puzzlement. As far as she knows, the only people who can control snakes are Orochimaru and her, but how did Neji learn it? After Orochimaru left, Neji didn't chase after him either. Now that he was not in his peak state, he didn't have enough confidence to deal with Orochimaru. He also deliberately let Orochimaru go just now. Orochimaru was cautious, and his every move was within Neji's expectations. Although it does not have the ability of Orochimaru to drain it all, it has a long way to go. Orochimaru, don't use a man's body next time, Neji muttered. Hyuga Neji. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko rushed over. After Orochimaru left, the power of her shackles also weakened, and although there were some slight sequelae, it was not serious. Hyuga Neji, are you all right? Mitarashi Anko asked anxiously. Neji waved his hand, and although it took a lot of chakra, it was not a big problem. Then, Mitarashi Anko asked again, why can you control snakes? Neji looked this Mitarashi Anko in the eyes. Everyone has their own secret. Oh, seeing that Neji didn't want to say more, she didn't ask. However, this time it was Neji's curiosity. Why didn't you ask me? Why didn't I kill Orochimaru? I had a chance just now. Mitarashi Anko smiled and asked, will you tell me then? Yes. Neji said decisively, which made Mitarashi Anko's eyes widen. Before she could ask, Neji said. Because he's still useful to me. Yeah, Mitarashi Anko nodded. She could see that what Neji didn't want to say was something he wouldn't say anyway. Are you going to find the third generation? Neji asked suddenly. Mitarashi Anko nodded. Well, such a big thing happened, I have to report it. Neji knew this too and asked, can you promise me one thing? What's the matter? Mitarashi Anko asked. Don't tell me about me. Mitarashi Anko is silent. Neji's strength and ninjutsu are really extraordinary. Logically it must be reported, but... Okay, I promise you. Oh, one more thing, don't stop the Chunin exam. Mitarashi Anko said with a smile. It's 2 things, but I can't promise you this. This requires the consent of 3 generations. Once the 3 generations know that Orochimaru is coming, it will definitely stop. It's okay to tell the 3 generations, this is what Orochimaru asked, and he will agree. Neji said confidently. Mitarashi Anko was skeptical, but nodded anyway, but honestly, she thought it was whimsical. After a short rest, the 2 left. Mitarashi Anko was going to find Sandai to report what happened here, and Neji was looking for Orochimaru. The moon is black and the wind is high, and it is time to do something to increase power. On a big tree, Neji shook his hands and dropped dozens of small snakes. It has to be said that these snakes have limited combat power, but they are really good at gathering information about the whereabouts of Master's enemies. Find Orochimaru's trail, tell me, and go. Then, a large number of small snakes scattered around. Neji is not afraid that these little snakes will be discovered by Orochimaru. After all, in his cognition, only he and Mitarashi Anko can do this trick, and they can't doubt their own head at all. At this moment, the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Mitarashi Anko's report with a solemn expression, his brows furrowed. That's right, Orochimaru has infiltrated Konoha. Somehow, Mitarashi Anko felt that the 3 generations were not as nervous as he thought. Aware of her question, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, HMPH, don't underestimate Konoha. However, his speed is so fast, I didn't expect it. Sake of Uchiha Sasuke, the old man has promised Itachi, so the best way now is. Anko, stop the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. At this time, Mitarashi Anko suddenly remembered what Neji said to herself. Although she knew it was of little use, she still wanted to try it for Neji. Lord Hokage, Orochimaru told me, don't stop the Chunin exam, otherwise, he will make a scene. Mitarashi Anko bit the bullet and said. It's over, it's about to be said again, Neji, you have to make up for me. Just when Mitarashi Anko was getting ready to be trained, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Well, let's proceed as usual, the old man has to see what he's going to do. Huh. Hearing this, Mitarashi Anko suddenly widened his eyes, and Hokage actually agreed. Meanwhile, in her mind, Neji became more and more mysterious. Neji, meanwhile, stayed on a big tree to practice while waiting for news from Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, until Tianming was found, these little snakes did not find the trace of Orochimaru, but they found the whereabouts of Sakura. Orochimaru hides really deep, forget it, it will be long in Japan. Just in time to see how Sakura has transformed. Moreover, he also wanted to do a small experiment. On the other side of the Forest of Death, under a tree hole, Sakura is taking care of Sasuke and Naruto who are unconscious. In order to ensure their safety, she also made some traps on purpose, but it was the crude traps that exposed their whereabouts. And take long for the Otogaku trio to find Sakura and their hideout. Is there only one person capable of fighting? Really, it's just such a trivial matter. Lord Orochimaru has to send the 3 of us together. Sak said. Don't come here, even if it's just me, I'll protect them. Sakura held up the kunai in her hands, her face full of determination. Every time it was Sasuke and Naruto fighting, she would only hold back. If it wasn't for her protection, Sasuke and Naruto wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Thinking of Neji, Sakura made up her mind that she was going to change, and she couldn't hide behind her back and cry by herself. Otherwise, how to catch up with Neji? HMPH. You stinky girl, your courage is commendable, but unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Sak sneered. Then, he stepped forward, ready to kill Sakura directly, but Jin suddenly stopped him. Give her to me, look at the long pink Yuhi hair that makes people envious, I really want to rip it off. Jin said lightly, but his tone was so alarming. Chapter 28 Sakura, Change from Cowardice. Hee, I'll leave it to you, Kim. Don't be idle, go and kill those 2 people, Jin said. Lord Orochimaru only wants us to kill Sasuke, Dosanan said. What does it matter? Killing one is killing, and killing two is also killing. Sakura was shocked when she heard this, and hurriedly threw out 5 lily swords. I won't let you succeed. Shish. The 5-handed Lysian attacked from the air, but the Otogakur trio didn't even frown. They saw Sak blocking in front of everyone, and a burst of air pressure suddenly appeared in the palm of their hand, and the 5-handed Lysian was ejected. Just when Sakura was about to take another shot, Jin didn't know when he was behind her and grabbed her hair. It's time to dress up. It's the first time I've seen such a weak ninja like you. Jin said disdainfully. Sark, you quickly drag those 2 half-dead people out, and kill them in front of this trash. Okay, Sak laughed. He despised the vase like Sakura the most. Don't. Sakura was shocked and regretted. She was still so useless. She couldn't help anything, it would only be a hindrance. Watch it quietly, trash, and see how your 2 companions died in front of you. Jin burst out laughing. Call out. At this moment, in the deep forest, Neji jumped over. According to the induction with the snake, he could find Sakura's position very accurately. Sakura is so cowardly that some changes have to be made and the Otogakur trio can die when this is done. Neji's mouth twitched. If he killed them, would the order of Chunin's exams be changed? Really looking forward to it. Neji's speed was very fast, and soon he arrived at a big tree next to the tree hole. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he saw a wonderful scene. Sakura picked up the kunai and, under Kim's mocking, cut her hair with a knife. I will protect Sasuke and Naruto, as Neji said, looking forward to fighting with us, I can't fall here. Sakura murmured, saying it to herself, cheering herself on. Don't try to stand up, just lie down obediently. Jin punched him, and Sakura instantly turned into a piece of wood. Substitute. Sark, I'm going to your place. Ah, I know, things won't be so boring after all, but don't underestimate me too much. Then, Sark suddenly turned and hit to the right, Zon Kongbo. Suddenly, a huge air pressure hit Sakura, but Sakura turned into wood in an instant. It's avatars again. Childish, you can't win by this method. Doshan and Jin watched Sakura's struggle with interest, and seemed to enjoy it very much. Say goodbye to this world, Sak said grimly, and then a gas cannon in the palm of his hand shot at Sakura. However, it is still a substitute. The next moment, Sakura attacked from behind Sak. On the top of the tree, Neji was relieved to see this scene. Sakura finally changed, but the change is good, the injury is not necessary. Then you should be damned too. The next moment, Neji suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when Sak's kunai was about to stab Sakura, he hugged Sakura to hide. The host hugs Haruno Sakura and gets the reward, Sakura Rush. Sakura Chong, commonly known as Strange Power, it is a reapplication of medical ninjutsu that requires control of subtle chakra and concentration. No matter how strong the target is, it is useless in front of this move. Neji didn't expect that he would get Strange Power, but Tsunade used this trick to break Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Although it was not perfect, it was enough to be proud of himself. Well, now that the rewards are available, it's time to do it, and then, Neji looked at the Otogakur trio with a disdainful smile. Feeling Neji's killing intent, Dawson shuddered violently. Boy, it's none of your business here. Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. You're welcome. It's just you. The next moment, Neji instantly appeared in front of Das Anvil, and the pale blue chakra danced with his palm, finally forming a lion head. Robust double lion fist. Neji's faint voice sounded, and the ferocious lion head continued to enlarge in Das Anvil's eyes. With a bang, Das Anvil flew out backwards, and his internal organs had suffered unspeakable terrifying damage. Puff. Das Anvil spewed out a mouthful of blood, and instantly became extremely weak. Gentle fist, even if it is only scratched a little, will cause huge damage to the body, not to mention this kind of soft step double lion fist with stronger attack power. Anyway, you are going to die sooner or later, so it doesn't matter if you are a little earlier. Defiant guy, I'm going to kill you. Zongkong Jibo. Sak reacted and saw that Das Anvil had fallen to the ground, and he couldn't help being furious. A strong storm emanated from his palm and blew toward Neji as sharp as a knife. A deep ravine was cut out of the ground, and Neji was no longer there. HMPH, but that's the case, it can only be turned into fly ash under the power of my Zongkong Jibo. Sak laughed. Although the chakra was very expensive, the result was acceptable. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind him. It seems that you are very confident in your ninjutsu, so can you escape from me with your ninjutsu? Chakra wrapped around Neji's hand and gently held Sak's hand. Strange power. Click. Ah, my hand. After the sound of the fracture, a heart-piercing cry of pain followed. Don't worry, it will be over soon. This voice was like the words of a demon in Sak's ears, and before he could react, a kunai pierced into his heart. Okay, amazing. Sakura was shocked. Is this really Genin's strength? After that, Neji slowly walked towards the other two. In the Otogakur trio, everyone has the strength to approach Chunin. Although there is still a certain gap, it is not very big. However, for today's Neji, Chunin is no longer on the table. Wait, this time, it's ours, it's not right, as compensation, I'll give you the scroll, I beg you. Let us go, Doshan begged in a weak voice, terrified. Neji gave him a disdainful look. This kind of thing is easy to get, and I remember that when you were in the classroom before, you wanted to shoot me. Das Anvil was even more terrified, but Neji didn't let them go. Seeing this, Jin turned around and ran, not wanting to stay for a moment. But how could Neji let them go? 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji stretched out his hand and patted it, and a wave of air went towards the golden scroll. Chapter 29 _ You are too inflated. With a bang, a wave of air rushed down and the leaves rustled, passing all the way, crushing everything in front of him. Ah! Jin looked back with a look of horror on his face, and before he had time to defend himself, he was hit in the air. Go to hell. Kaden fire style, dragon fire. Neji was about to kill her, but suddenly withdrew his hand at a critical moment and let her fall to the ground, only because the system's voice suddenly sounded. The host will fight against the golden mallet and get a reward, increase the amount of chakra by 20%. Although the voice was cold, the news that it brought contained content that made Neji feel like he was enlightened, and he instantly became enlightened. This is also an opportunity to become stronger. If you don't pick it up when you go out, you will lose it. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. How could Neji miss something that can be benefited without effort? Dodging a move, Neji was in front of Kim, cocking her chin in thought. This guy doesn't have any special abilities, it's just that his physical fitness is close to Chunin, but such a person is exactly what Neji needs. Ninjutsu, he has mastered a lot, but chakra and some other basic abilities have not seen much growth. He felt that he was a little biased. It is precisely because of this that although he has a lot of powerful ninjutsu, his overall strength has not improved much, but he has reached the level of a special Jonin, all because the hardware is not good. As an aspiring young man, all-round development is his goal. A woman like Jin, who has some strength but no characteristics, may be able to make up for this vacancy. As if to prove Neji's idea, the system's beat sounded at the right time. The host lifted the chin of the golden mallet and received a reward, increase the amount of chakra by 10%. Neji was satisfied, thinking it was too early to kill her, so let's squeeze it dry. Jin looked at the handsome young man in front of him, panicked, trembling all over, afraid to move, not knowing what he was going to do to him. The other side, Do-san's eyes widened. What did he see? That young man who was like a god of murder seemed to be in the dick. Jin looks really good, a standard black long and straight little girl, but in this world, there is really no one in this world who does this in such a grand manner as Neji. Das Anvil sneered at Neji's behavior and looked down on it very much, but on the surface he never showed any signs of it. This is a chance to live. Dawson murmured, and was about to say something, but saw a kunai flying across the sky, growing bigger and bigger in his pupils. Laugh. The sound of sharp weapons piercing the skull, pus and blood spilled all over the floor. Almost forgot there was such a person. Neji clapped his hands and dragged Jin to Sakura. The host rescues Haruno Sakura and gets the reward Chakra Scalpel. Chakra Scalpel. Concentrate chakra in the hand to interrupt the opponent's muscles and meridians, with great power. Ning, Neji, you killed them all. Sakura said nervously. She, who has never experienced the mission of the Land of Waves, saw someone die for the first time, and it was a little difficult to accept. Neji suddenly became serious. Sakura, this is the world, there is no right or wrong. Even if he's a good guy, with a different stance, a different fate, that's the reality. What's more, he's not a good person. Think about it, what would have happened if I hadn't come? Hearing Neji's words, Sakura couldn't help thinking, if Neji didn't come, then. After a while, Sakura's eyes were firm, and Neji saw that, knowing that she had listened, and was about to leave. But at this time, Sasuke also woke up in a daze, perhaps because there was nothing to be angry about, the curse did not occur. However, the wheel of history is rolling in the future, and nothing can stop it. He saw Neji. Sasuke had a high fighting spirit and decided to compete with Neji. Neji sneered, only your second Tomo Sharingan. You are too conceited. Oh, you can only show your power now. Sasuke said coldly. The gift that guy gave me is really good, I can really feel this powerful force, and every cell in my body is boiling. Sasuke touched the curse mark on the back of his neck and showed a strange smile. Then, a large number of black lines covered half of his body, and an evil air flowed out, making Naruto and the others tremble with fear. The difference is that after Jin saw all this, he instantly became terrified, full of doubts and puzzles. The seal of the sky, Lord Orochimaru has already come. Since he gave him the seal, what are the three of us doing here? What she didn't know was that Orochimaru just used them as tools. They were just the training objects Orochimaru gave to Sasuke, and even if they escaped, they would eventually become victims of Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. So it turns out, you know the use of the Heaven's Curse seal, but you also underestimate me. Neji said disdainfully, the invisible aura suddenly exuded from his body. My strength is not something you can measure. The moment this momentum radiated, it instantly overwhelmed Sasuke's evil aura, which shocked everyone. From this momentum alone, they felt an extremely heavy pressure. This is not coercion, but the momentum of the strong. Sasuke, or, Naruto said hesitantly, trying to persuade Sasuke. Naihi Sasuke was too inflated and grinned. That's right, defeating the weak will only humiliate the prestige of my Uchiha clan. Neji's face was expressionless. Sasuke was just a clown in his eyes, dragging Jin behind him with one hand and waving at Sasuke with the other. The meaning is obvious, I give you a hand. Sasuke, who had ever suffered such humiliation, roared and rushed towards Neji. Kaden Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kaden Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. The Phoenix Sage Fire Technique blocked all Neji's paths, and the oncoming one was a powerful fireball. Good idea, but you're just wasting your energy. Neji snorted coldly. In his opinion, there is no need to dodge this kind of attack. Even if Byakugan is not turned on, Sasuke's speed is extremely slow in his eyes. Strange power. Neji punched out, and immediately, even the air was stagnant for a moment, and began to sag inwards, almost in the blink of an eye. A punch that was visible to the naked eye rushed towards Sasuke. Immediately, the fireball and those flaming shuriken were smashed apart, unstoppable, and the force was like a broken bamboo. Under Sasuke's unbelievably dull face, it slammed directly into his face. Boom, boom, boom boom boom. The unparalleled punching power directly smashed Sasuke to the horizon, breaking through an unknown number of towering trees along the way. This time, Neji was also a little stunned. He wouldn't die, but he had already left. Hey, it's just that my strength is too strong. If it wasn't for the limitation of my physical hardware, I would already be at the level of Jonin. Neji sighed. Sasuke. At this time, Naruto finally reacted and immediately chased after Sasuke. Chapter 30 going further and further on the road of becoming stronger. Death Forest, a very hidden place. Orochimaru looked at the little blue-gray snake in his hand and smiled. Yakushi Kabuto stood by and looked at Orochimaru puzzled. Lord Orochimaru, what's wrong? It's nothing, just found an interesting kid. Orochimaru said coldly. Thinking of what Hyuga Neji did to him, his face became extremely cold, his anger burned, and he crushed the little snake in his hand. That's a shame. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback. He had never seen Orochimaru reveal such bitter murderousness. However, he didn't ask because he was very interested. As a tool of Lord Orochimaru, he just had to obey Lord Orochimaru's orders. After a long time, Orochimaru calmed down the fluctuating mood. Kabuto, come with me after the Chunin exam. Orochimaru said suddenly. That kid has already discovered us. What? Even Yakushi Kabuto was not calm at the moment. Then why didn't he tell Konoha? Who knows? Orochimaru grinned. He really couldn't see through Hyuga Neji, and couldn't figure out his intentions at all. He had already discovered himself, but he didn't report it to Konoha. He had the opportunity to kill himself, but he always let him go. What the hell does he want to do? Orochimaru suddenly turned cold. Danzo. Yes, Danzo, and only he knows his plan, and letting himself deal with Sarutobi teacher alive is exactly what Danzo wants to see. Danzo, that's fine. At this moment, on the other side of the Forest of Death, Neji's mind moved, and his connection with one of the snakes was cut off. It's still found. Mind back, Neji didn't care much, although he was a little surprised to be found by Orochimaru, but that's all. Ignoring Orochimaru, Neji set his sights on Kim. I don't know how strong will I become after I squeeze out the gold. Orochimaru, don't let me down. In front of him, there was a man whose half of his face was swollen. It was Sasuke. To be honest, when Naruto pulled him out of the mound just now, he almost punched him again. This half-faced pig's head is really affecting the appearance. But at this moment, Sasuke's mind was not here, but kept muttering about the battle just now, and he couldn't even catch a single move, which was a heavy blow to him. Why am I so weak? Sasuke growled unwillingly. With Sharingan, with a curse mark, but still so weak, how can I kill that man, how can I take revenge? Seeing this, Neji dismissed it. With your strength, unless you get Rinnegan, it is impossible to defeat Itachi. Neji didn't want to stay here any longer, so he dragged Jinyu far away. After he left, Naruto asked cautiously, Sakura, Neji, what is he holding that girl for? He wanted to ask this sentence for a long time, but Neji gave him a very terrifying feeling. He didn't dare to ask, for fear of being beaten. At this moment, seeing him gone, he immediately expressed his curiosity. In fact, he had already thought of something in his heart, but he always felt a little unbelievable. Boom. After Sakura heard this, he punched Naruto in the head. Shut up. Go do your own thing. Afterwards, he looked in the direction Neji left with a melancholy expression, full of resentment. Although Jin looks good, but he is not bad, why doesn't Neji look for him? But Neji ignored their thoughts, looked at the gold in his hand, and was very satisfied. This is capital to become stronger. Boom. After finding a quiet, undisturbed place, Neji threw the gold out of his hand. Woo! Jin was gagged and could only shout helplessly. But Neji is unmoved. In his eyes, it is full of treasures. If the hardware needs to be improved, it is time to take advantage of it. Then, under Kim's terrified gaze, Neji got closer. Don't worry, I am a principled person and won't do too much things. Neji reassured, and took her hand. The host holds hands with the golden mallet and gets the reward, 10% increase in the amount of chakra. Although the increase is not much, it is calculated as a percentage. In the early stage, it may be drizzle, which is not very useful, but in the later stage, each time these increases are qualitative changes. No, I have to go further and further on the road of becoming stronger. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. What is he going to do? Jin was extremely flustered at the moment, and he didn't know why. Although Neji was acting very polite now, he killed two of his comrades as soon as they disagreed. From the feeling, Jin felt that his end would be ugly. At this moment, Neji raised his palm again and grabbed Jin. He's going to hit me. Jin was startled and closed his eyes subconsciously, but the pain in the phenomenon did not come, instead he felt a heavy head. The host performs a head-to-head kill on the golden mallet and gets a reward, strength increased by 20%. Hey, isn't it chakra? Neji is a little disappointed, what he lacks most now is chakra. He doesn't kill me. Jin was stunned, and stayed where he was, at a loss. But at this time, Neji grabbed with another palm, and Jin's heart beat faster again, which was frightened. Suddenly, Jin felt himself falling into a warm embrace, and was slightly taken aback. The host hugs the golden mallet and gets a reward, increase the amount of chakra by 50%. Well, Neji laughed, that's the reward he wanted. Gradually, these percentage-based rewards gave Neji a stronger and stronger feeling, and he could already feel it clearly. Today, Neji feels that his physical fitness is unprecedented and his chakra is unprecedentedly sufficient, but Jin's strength is weak after all, and he just raised his chakra to the level of Jonin. However, Neji was satisfied, took out a handful of kunai and decided to start. At this moment, Jin is sure that this person definitely has bad thoughts about himself, but it doesn't matter, as long as he can survive, he will have a chance to take revenge. At this moment, seeing Neji's palm attacking again, Jin didn't panic, and even took the initiative to approach a little. Neji was stunned, does this person feel boring about life? Well, good people do it to the end, send Buddha to the west, and I will help you liberate. Wait, why is this hand holding a kunai? Jin was surprised, suddenly thought of something and wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Puff. Kunwu waved and plunged into Jin's heart. You play with me. This was Jin's last thought before she died, and then, with unwillingness and resentment, she passed away. Jin was very unwilling, feeling that Neji was playing tricks on her, first making her heart skip a beat, and then unexpectedly giving her a misery. She hates. Good way. In this world, whether men or women, good or bad, different positions, different fates. A flame flew out and poured on Jin, and Neji disappeared. At the same time, in another part of the Forest of Death, Genin from the Three Grass Ninja Villages was walking leisurely in the deep forest, and there was not much fear in his eyes. Chapter 31 _ tie it to yourself. All this is because of a Yuhi-haired girl among them. Brother, this time I took the Chunin exam with this girl, it's really the right thing to bring. As long as this medical kit is in place, we have a chance. But the people who take the Chunin exam are all monsters. It's hard to keep your scroll, you can only try your luck. The two men walking in front laughed, and did not regard the girl behind them as their companions at all. Looking closely, the back of the girl's hand was already densely packed with Kiba seals. Mom, the girl muttered in tears. Little devil, shut up, I'll kill you if you cry again. The person in front threatened. When they turned their heads, two palms suddenly appeared in their field of vision, getting bigger and bigger at an incredible speed. Boom. It's a popping sound. The teenager clapped his hands, walked to the riverside to wash his hands, and then came to Karen. Karen looked at the handsome young man in front of him, and he didn't have much fear in his heart, maybe he didn't feel murderous or malicious. However, she couldn't help but ask, are you here to catch me too? After years of pain, it was hard for her to trust anyone, even if the young man in front of her didn't seem to have any ill will towards her. "No, I'm here to save you." "Save me? Well, would you like to follow me?" "Follow you? Where are you going?" "Go home." The word, home, seemed to touch the girl's heartstrings. She stared blankly at the boy in front of her. After thinking for a while, she finally handed over her hand to the boy. The host holds hands with Uzumaki Karen and gets the reward Kagura Heart Eye. Kagura Heart Eye. The heart eye that can see through the opponent and can see from afar, one of the strongest detection ninjutsu, belongs to the super large-scale enemy search technique. After the eyes are closed and the heart is opened, it can be sensed with chakra within a radius of tens of kilometers. In addition, if there is a known specific chakra, it can also perceive the detailed position and movement. The number of opponents and their characteristics, as well as the movement speed, can be very detailed. Master. Just holding hands is such a great reward. Neji couldn't help but take a deep look at Karen. Maybe all the rewards from the Uzumaki clan were on her alone. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be the case. Among the Uzumaki clan, Karen is the only one among women. Even Kyubi, Ninetales, can't escape. The more Neji thinks about it, the more heartbroken he becomes. No, for such a treasure, she must not be returned to Sao Ninja Village, she must be tied to her side. Anyway, Karen doesn't have a good impression of Kusanagi Village, it's not a matter of his own words. Neji was very satisfied, and couldn't wait to feel the ability of Kagura's mind. It was really powerful, and almost the entire forest of death was under his perception. Therefore, he quickly found the trail of Tenten and Little Lee. Huh, is that Orochimaru? At this time, Neji had an unexpected result. Orochimaru, who had been searching for a night, was discovered by himself. The ability of Kagura's heart eyes is indeed a bit powerful, so should we go to Orochimaru? Neji thought. There are still many good things on Orochimaru that have not been exposed, such as the white phosphorus Orochi, the array of 10,000 snakes and the impure world reincarnation. Killing the Otogakur trio, their scroll of earth also fell into the hands of Neji without a doubt, that is to say, the 9th class has completed the second test. Therefore, there are two paths in front of Neji, either to chase Orochimaru and drain him, or to enter the tower and wait for the next test with peace of mind. This is a great opportunity. The end, Neji took Karen directly to the tower. Orochimaru was already prepared for him, but he was still too weak, so he could only trap Orochimaru for a short while by surprise. If he was about to face him, he would probably kneel. Come to Japan for a long time, don't be too anxious, it is also very important to enjoy the process. Finding Tenten and Little Lee, Neji took out the Heaven and Earth scroll on his body. Don't wait, come in. This is the scroll of Heaven and Earth. Tenten exclaimed, not expecting Neji to complete the assessment in one trip. I came across 3 Otogakur who were overwhelmed and took it, Neji said. However, in this case, Naruto and Sasuke don't have a scroll now, but Ningxi will not consider this kind of problem, Kabuto will help anyway. It's only been 2 days, and many people haven't arrived here yet. Neji and the others went to rest on their own after passing the second exam. Although Karen didn't pass the assessment, she was a reference person after all, so she naturally arranged a room for her. Inside the room, Neji opened his property panel and couldn't help but sigh, everything was due to the poor hardware. Open black lens bracket host, Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 13 years old close black lens bracket. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, thunder. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan pure close black lens bracket. Physique, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, soft step double lion boxing, guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms, Sakura Chong. Ninjutsu, 3 body art transformation, substitute, clone Kaden fire style, big fireball, palm sage art, Spiritualism, Apparatus, Coercion, All-Killing Ash Bones, Spirit Ball, Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Doden Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Doden Earth Style, Teriubi, Flame Bullet, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand, Snake, Yaki Technique, Tuo and Luka, Orochi Substitute, Chakra Scalpel, Kagura Heart. Open Black Lens Bracket, Comprehensive Strength, Elite Jonin Close Black Lens Bracket. Even if the master has all-killing ash bones and coercion, he can threaten the cage-level powerhouse, but chakra still can't keep up, otherwise, he will definitely be the cage-level powerhouse. My current situation. Neji suddenly thought of Kakashi. He was in a similar situation to him, lacking blue. It's all these ninjutsu, each one consumes more than the other. It seems that I have to find a few female ninjas like Jin. Then let's practice chakra by yourself first. Time passed slowly, and in a flash, it was the start of the individual competition. In the tower, many high rises have already come here. The Chunin exam has taken place so far, and only 21 people have taken the exam. Although many candidates were cut due to the first written test, a large number of candidates were still disqualified because of the battle in the Forest of Death. Below, everyone looked left and right, their eyes were full of shock. The Chunin exam was too intense. Is this the Chunin exam? Hinata murmured. The competition was fierce. Neji stood in the line of 21 people here, silently surveying them. After the death of the Otogakur trio, 3 other unknown ninjas took their place, but these Neji didn't care, he just wanted to know if the battle order had changed. Brother Neji. Chapter 32 _ to make you recognize me. There was a soft, glutinous voice behind him, and Neji turned his head to look and saw that Hinata was plucking up the courage to cheer him on. Neji nodded, looking forward again. Everyone. Moonlight Hayate appeared in front of everyone with a morbid look and said. Although many players were eliminated in the second test, there are still too many people participating in the third test. What? Everyone's head roared. Before the third test starts, I need to clear some people. Moonlight Hayate said. The shock of the crowd, Moonlight Hayate received instructions from the higher-ups above. First of all, you can only participate in the real Chunin exam if you pass this preliminaries. Although the odds may be small, I still have to ask, did anyone abstain? Moonlight Hayate asked while looking around the crowd. Hearing this, Neji turned his head to look at Kabuto who was beside him, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Kabuto felt something, his eyes met Neji, and he was shocked. Is this the kid Orochimaru-sama mentioned? The kid was unusual indeed, gave Neji a deep look, and Kabuto left. Since there is no one to leave, I will now announce the start of the third test qualifier, said Moonlight Hayate. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Akatsuki. Sasuke sighed and slowly walked into the arena. In his opinion, this opponent was just a little scoundrel. Neji stood on the stage, looking at the 2 people on the field, his eyes brooding. The order of the battle is probably not changed. Then, looking at Hinata, it seems that there is no way to escape. I hope this little girl will admit defeat. Not long after, Sasuke defeated the red body armor with a lion's barrage of bullets, barely winning the battle. Humph. Sasuke was very dissatisfied, and he actually fought so hard for such a small scoundrel, which is undoubtedly a shame to the Uchiha family. And Kakashi also noticed the strangeness of Sasuke, and left with Sasuke. After they left, Neji swept in the direction of Orochimaru, and he left. But soon, he withdrew his mind, and he didn't need to intervene. Everything was developing in an orderly manner, and soon, it was his turn to play. There's always going to be no escape. When Neji and Hinata came on the court, all the attention was on them. Same people from the Hyuga family, a branch, a main clan, such battles are rare. The most important thing is that Neji is known as the genius of the Hyuga family and has a great reputation, while Hinata is the eldest lady of main clan, but her strength is very weak. Coincidentally, Hyuga Neji hated main clan, and many people looked at Hyuga in the field and showed inexplicable smiles. Hyuga dismissed this. These people are still too naive. On the field, Hinata looked nervously at Neji on the opposite side. Brother Neji, Hinata clenched her hands tightly, and actually asked her to fight with Brother Neji. How could this be possible? Moonlight Hayate glanced at the two of them lightly, and said, "The game begins." However, at this moment, Hinata has been caught in the battle between heaven and man, and has not heard the words of Moonlight Hayate at all. What should I do? If I do, will Brother Neji hate me, but if I don't, will Brother Neji look down on me? Hinata was in a panic at the moment, unable to make a choice, but the people on the stage were already stunned. What's the matter? Why haven't we started? Hinata, what are you doing? Come on. Neji frowned. Going on like this, it was getting dark and he couldn't finish the fight. When he was about to shoot, he found a figure entering the high platform. It was Orochimaru, but at this moment he was disguised as Kazekage for 4 generations. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stood up to greet him, the most basic etiquette at this time. I didn't expect Kazekage to come so early, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Hehe, I also want to see the future of the village, Orochimaru said grimly. That's it. After a few polite words, the two sat down and watched the game below. During this time, Orochimaru's eyes kept lingering on Neji. It's a Hyuga clan, but it has similar abilities to the Kagaya clan. It can even control snakes. Hyuga Neji, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Neji withdrew his outstretched hand. Orochimaru had come so early, probably because of him. Want information about me? As you wish. Neji stood on the field and looked at Hinata with a sudden seriousness in his eyes. Hinata, I didn't expect us to meet, it's probably God's will. Brother Neji. Hinata, you're so weak, that's why you can't even beat Hanabi who is 5 years younger than you. What? Hinata froze for a moment, pursed her lips a little aggrieved, and said, Brother Neji, why? Hinata, your submissive attitude is in our eyes arrogance and disdain as main clan people. Neji took a stance, and saw a large amount of chakra in his hands, and attacked Hinata. Swish. Neji was in front of Hinata almost instantly, and Hinata had to put out a gentle fist to block Neji's attack. Connect gentle fist, and as the Hyuga clan, they understand this even more. At this moment, they can only try their best to change the opponent's attack line. You are very cowardly. Against me, you have no chance of winning at all. If you are like this, abstaining is what you should do. Brother Neji, Hinata was shocked and didn't understand why Neji's brother, who is usually so nice, would say such things to her. As the eldest lady of main clan, you are too weak, and you have no strength to match your identity. Neji changed abruptly and pushed Hinata out with his right arm in a parry. Did you see it? This is your strength. Your cowardice makes you dare not take action. Are you worthy of being Miss Main Clan? Hyuga sat on the stage, seeing everything below, and had no intention of stopping. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Boom, boom. Neji first hit Hinata's body at 32 acupuncture points, then swept Hinata out with a whip leg. Don't admit defeat yet, Neji frowned. Hinata got up a little weakly, the feeling of powerlessness in her body made her dizzy for a while. Brother Neji, I will not admit defeat, I will prove myself, in order to make you agree with me. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Immediately, Hinata rushed up fearlessly, the chakra in his palm continued to show, and he slapped Neji again and again, but some acupoints were damaged and it was not so smooth to use. Neji moved slightly, swayed slightly, and easily dodged Hinata's attack. What? Hyuga was a little surprised that Hinata actually learned 8 trigrams 64 palms. This kind of progress, even he did not know. Call out. Neji leaps back, right palm forward, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Chapter 33 _ Little Lee vs Gaara. In an instant, a wave of air rushed towards Hinata. I saw Hinata standing in the same place. His eyes were firm, and the chakras in his palms were dancing, faintly appearing like needles. Guard the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Boom. What? After using this trick, Hinata actually blocked the waves of 8 trigrams vacuum palm. What is that? Revolving heaven? No, another absolute defense. Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked. Today, Hinata brought him too many surprises. He never imagined that the once useless daughter would quietly create such a body art. In the end, the air wave dissipated and Hinata held on. Although it took a lot of chakra, Hinata succeeded. Brother Neji, can you agree with me? Hinata asked weakly. Neji nodded in satisfaction. Hinata laughed and fell back weakly after receiving Neji's affirmation. But at this moment, Neji suddenly appeared behind Hinata and supported her. The referee, it's time to judge. Hyuga Neji wins. Moonlight Hayate announced. Moonlight Hayate fell. The sound of the system also sounded. The host competes with Hyuga Hinata and gets the reward open black lens bracket 8 trigrams breaking the mountain close black lens bracket. 8 trigrams breaking mountain. Use chakra to unleash an all-out blow like a huge laser beam, which is so powerful that it can break down a hill in an instant. Neji hopes to get some hardware improvements over these powerful moves. The stance, Orochimaru grinned, but because of the mask, no one could see his expression. Hyuga Neji seems to be a good container, unfortunately. A pity that he has already seen Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, and just one glance makes him unable to raise the power of resistance. That is the power of ultimate in the world. Although Neji's strength is strong, it is a pity that there is still a big gap compared to Mangekyo. If Neji knew what he was thinking, he would have laughed at him, because Orochimaru knew nothing about power. Next set, Lee Rock vs. Gaara. Just as Orochimaru lamented, the 9th game was about to begin. Back on stage, Neji, looking at the excited little Lee, didn't know what to say, so he could only pat him on the shoulder. The pinnacle of the Chunin exam is finally about to start. Little Lee, come on, 10-10 said. Lee, go and unleash your youth. Guy suddenly jumped to the side of little Lee, revealing a big white fang. Yes, Mr. Guy, little Lee said with tears in his eyes. I don't know what moved him. Neji, I'll have a showdown with you in no time. Little Lee turned back and said solemnly. Then he got up and jumped down. At this moment, even Neji stared intently at the arena. Chunin exam, the most peak duel. At this time, Gaara and little Lee have reached the level of a special Jonin if they burst out with all their strength, and even Jonin has to be careful in dealing with a certain aspect of a single round. Gaara's absolute defense. Little Lee's the 8 inner gates. Each is not something that an ordinary Jonin can easily deal with. The stance, Gaara looked at little Lee with disdain. In his opinion, Neji was the only person qualified to be his opponent. Better fix it sooner. Then, Gaara turned into a puddle of fine sand and fell from the stand, and then slowly formed a human shape. Is that so, Jiden, magnet style? 3 generations murmured. Below, little Lee looked at Gaara in front of him, excited, and intuitively told him that this was a very strong opponent. Come on, Gaara said dismissively. Like this unknown watermelon head with thick eyebrows, he has no desire to fight. This battle didn't seem to him to be difficult at all. For the sake of shame, he just wanted to quickly finish the battle, and then have a good fight with Neji. Little Lee made a fighting stance, and his fighting spirit was high. I can feel your strength, you are a formidable opponent. I also heard your information in the classroom. You are a genius in Sunagakure village. Gaara's eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what little Lee was going to say. My favorite is to duel with you geniuses, because I want to prove to others that hard work can beat geniuses. Little Lee said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Gaara said coldly. But little Lee was unmoved and still introduced himself. I'm a crane tail, I don't know ninjutsu, and I don't know demonic illusion. What? The stands, a group of people were surprised that they did not know ninjutsu and demonic illusion, and such people also came to take the Chunin exam. In an instant, many people lost confidence in Little Lee. At this time, Little Lee continued, "Fortunately, Teacher Guy will help me. Even if I only rely on physical skills, I can still surpass you geniuses." "Well said, Lee," Might Guy cried tearfully. "Start now," Gaara said coldly to Moonlight Hayate. Faced with this chatter, he couldn't help crushing him. "Then, the game begins," Moonlight Hayate said. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Lee exerted force on both feet and rushed towards Gaara swiftly. Konoha Cyclone. Little Lee jumped up when he was about to reach Gaara's side, and swept his foot towards Gaara's head. But at this time, a piece of sand blocked the attack for Gaara. Little Lee put his palm on the ground, and a whip kick swept towards Gaara's leg, but at this time, another piece of sand blocked Little Lee. Naruto and Sakura saw this scene, their eyes widened, because of the sand that day, their attack could not be effective against Gaara. "What the hell is going on?" "Gaara obviously didn't move," Naruto said incredulously. Kankuro sneered when he heard this. "It's useless, no one can hurt Gaara." "What?" Everyone was puzzled. "This has nothing to do with his will. These sands will actively protect Gaara. This is the sand shield, the real defense without solution," Kankuro said. "Even if Gaara is unconscious, the sand shield will protect him from harm." Lee like waves, forcing Little Lee to keep turning over and retreating. "Is this Karura's power?" Neji murmured. "Neji, what did you say?" Tenten asked. "Nothing." In the field, Little Lee kept attacking Gaara, but Gaara just stood there. Little Lee couldn't hurt him. "No way, if this goes on, Little Lee will be consumed to death," Tenten said anxiously. "Don't worry, Little Lee has reservations," Neji said. "Is there any reservations? But this is already Little Lee's full strength," Tenten asked inexplicably. Chapter 34 just two leggings. They've been teammates for so long, and that's how Little Lee is doing his best. "Don't worry, Little Lee can still do it just by breaking the sand." Neji said with certainty that Little Lee had not taken off the iron ring, nor had he opened the 8 inner gates. If he hadn't crossed over, Little Lee would undoubtedly be the strongest among them. Boom! The sand under Gaara's feet suddenly moved, grabbed Little Lee and threw him against the wall. "Do you only have this strength?" Gaara looked at the Little Lee in the pit with disdain. Then, the sand on his back suddenly spread into the air, killing Little Lee. Boom! After a loud bang, a lot of dust kicked up on the ground, and Neji looked directly at the sculpture. This scene made Orochimaru's pupils, who were always watching him, shrink, because following Neji's gaze, Little Lee was standing there. And all this, Neji found out faster than him. At the same time, Neji also looked at Orochimaru, and the faint smile on the corner of his mouth had already told him clearly, "I know it was you." This guy, Orochimaru's face changed greatly, and he even began to waver about whether his plan could continue. "Kazekage, are you all right?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was beside him, saw that Orochimaru was a little strange and asked. Orochimaru said without a smile, "Konoha has really cultivated a good disciple." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he was talking about Little Lee, and laughed. "Kazekage is joking, Gaara is amazing." On the sculpture, Little Lee frowned and thought hard, feeling a little difficult. At this moment, Might Guy called to Little Lee, "Lee, take it off." Might Guy's sudden voice attracted the attention of many people, who couldn't help looking at him. "But didn't you say that it can only be used when the life of a teammate is threatened?" Little Lee asked tentatively. At this moment, even Neji ignored Orochimaru and waited quietly for the next battle. "I allow it," Might Guy said, revealing a big white fang. Hearing Might Guy's words, Little Lee was immediately excited, and immediately untied the iron rings tied to his legs. "Huh, just 2 leggings," Everyone was disappointed that Gaara could be defeated by removing both leggings. What a joke. Gaara looked at this scene coldly. In his opinion, no one can beat him, even Neji. It is a coincidence. Boring, Temari said dismissively. At this moment, after the little Lee unfastened the iron ring, he suddenly showed a relieved smile, and then let go of his hand. Boom. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, blocking back what many people hadn't said yet. Temari and Kankuro were even more dumbfounded on the spot, unable to believe their eyes. What? After a short silence, the entire examination room was boiling. Is this weight-bearing? This guy brought this to take the Chunin exam. Even Orochimaru's mouth Kakuzu twitched a little. This kind of thing, even if he wears it, it will not feel good. In the field, aside from Might Guy, the only one who looked as usual was Neji. Lee, who is jumping around at the moment, Neji also felt a little emotional. The appearance of the character of Little Lee is the pinnacle. 5 doors can be opened now, but only 6 doors can be opened in the later stage, all because of the trauma of Chunin's exam. Little Lee, he is a genius of physique. Guy, what did you do to this kid? Kakashi gave a cannibal look. This is just a child, no matter how much training it takes. Kakashi has the idea to invite Might Guy to the Konoha Security Bureau. Humph. Lee is different from you, so just watch it quietly. Might Guy said confidently. Lee, come on. Might Guy yelled loudly. Yes. Little Lee responded. He jumped off the sculpture and disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, a broken piece of sand suddenly appeared in front of Gaara. What? Gaara was taken aback, and finally there was a hint of movement on the stubborn zombie face. He thought again of Neji, the first man to break his own defense, and now that speed is repeated in another man. This speed is exactly the same as Neji. Class 9, are they all monsters? Naruto swallowed exaggeratedly. Boom, boom, boom. The sand was broken one after another, and although Gaara was not hit, he couldn't see anyone at all. In fact, it's not just him. Most people can only see Gaara looking around, and the sand is full of holes. So fast, Kakashi exclaimed. A genin, but showed such a fast speed. Wait, Sakura, Naruto, what did you just say? Kakashi suddenly responded. They just seem to say that Neji has that speed too. We said he was basically as fast as Neji. Yeah, although I don't want to admit it, that guy is really powerful, and he broke the sand with one punch. Naruto said loudly. Neji broke Gaara's defense. For a time, everyone looked at Neji, especially Hinata. Even she didn't know her brother Neji had such a record. Neji, can you really reach the speed of Little Lee? Might Guy asked in surprise. In fact, Neji can be faster, but in this case, it is better to be low-key. Getting Neji's answer, Might Guy burst into tears, and his fist can finally be carried forward. He has decided that he must increase Neji's training in the future. This is youth. Below, Gaara can only stand in place stupidly, unable to attack Little Lee at all. Little Lee's speed was so fast that he couldn't see it at all. Okay, it's amazing, other Xiaoqiang exclaimed. Might Guy glanced at them and said proudly, Little Lee can't practice ninjutsu and demonic illusion. Just like this, he can focus all his energy on the practice of taijutsu. Even if he relies on physical skills, he will not be weaker than anyone. He is an expert in physical skills. As if echoing Might Guy, Little Lee jumped high and clasped Gaara's head with one foot. Suddenly, a deep scratch appeared on Gaara's face. What? Gaara's defense was broken again. Another man surpassed the speed of the sand and attacked Gaara. More importantly, Gaara was seriously injured. How is that possible? Kankuro couldn't believe it. Gaara, known as the absolute defense in Sunagakur, was constantly breaking defense in Konoha. Amazing, is this Konoha? The head of the 5 villages. Temari said in shock. However, instead of looking at Little Lee, she stared at Neji. For some reason, she felt that Neji was stronger. Lee, come on, Might Guy shouted excitedly. Yes, Mr. Guy. Little Lee smiled and continued to run towards Gaara. Chapter 35 The 8 Inner Gates. The next moment, the sand on Gaara's left suddenly rose. Gaara saw the opportunity and was about to attack, but at this moment, Little Lee's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. I'm here. As the voice fell, Gaara was knocked out by Lee's heavy punch. Okay, this time it was a real hit, Sakura said excitedly, clenching his fists. Little Lee, come on. Go on. No, look carefully. Neji interrupted everyone's encouragement and said lightly. When everyone looked at it, their complexion changed dramatically, only to see large swaths of sand falling on Gaara's face, and the whole face shattered. That is, sand. Are you covering your whole body with sand? Isn't that Little Lee's attack just now useless? All Xiaoqiang exclaimed, only Neji looked indifferent. Although he doesn't believe in fate, in terms of Xiao Li's current strength, he really can't beat Gaara. Hey, teacher. Kankuro and Tamari looked at Maki in horror. Maki was also sweating coldly at the moment, but after looking at the expressionless Kage, he pretended to be calm and said, it's nothing, just keep watching. As everyone knows, the Kage at the moment is faked by Orochimaru. Also, Orochimaru didn't even bother to pay attention to him, he was now looking at Neji in shock. From the beginning to the present, everything seemed to be within Neji's expectations, and his indifferent expression had not changed from beginning to end. He couldn't help but glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now he had some doubts. This old man wouldn't have known his identity long ago, so he dug a hole for him to jump in. It's not impossible. At this moment, Orochimaru was sitting on acupuncture, feeling that the old man was trying to kill him. No, it's just a coincidence, Orochimaru thought. At this time, Little Lee had already untied the bandage on his hand, and several consecutive flying kicks kicked Gaara into the air. Lianhua. Boom. At this time, a large pit had already appeared on the ground of the examination room. Little Lee turned over and left the big pit, looking at Gaara lying motionless in the pit, and heaving a long sigh of relief. I definitely won this time. It's impossible to be safe at this height, Naruto said. Just when everyone in the field, even Moonlight Hayate, felt that Little Lee had won, Neji sighed deeply. It's a pity, it's just a little bit. Huh. Neji, you mean, Little Lee didn't win? Naruto looked at Neji suspiciously. At such a high distance, it is impossible to be okay. However, at this moment, Gaara in the big pit suddenly turned into a stream of fine sand. It turned out to be a clone. Audience instantly became silent, and Little Lee stared at the pit with wide eyes. He didn't hesitate to use a lose-lose move, but in the end he was only attacking a clone. At this time, Gaara walked towards Little Lee with a gloomy face, the sand behind him surging, and the killing intent was strong. Go on. Soon as the words fell, Gaara manipulated the sand to keep chasing after Little Lee, and because of the use of lotus flower, Little Lee was overburdened and could only evade in a hurry. In the stands, many people were nervous watching this scene. What the hell is going on? Shikamaru asked. When is Gaara? Everyone couldn't help looking at Neji, hoping he could give an explanation. When Little Lee was kicking, there was a momentary pause, Neji said. Saying that, he glanced at Kakashi. Might Guy was just overexcited, but Kakashi was still watching carefully, he should have noticed it too. In that instant, Gaara escaped, and this guy's reflexes were too terrifying. However, Shikamaru took a deep look at Neji, who was no weaker than Gaara. At the same time, Neji also looked at Shikamaru, his brain is really good. How? Tenten muttered. Below, Little Lee kept dodging Gaara's attacks, his whole body was in danger, and everyone watching was sweating for him. Little Lee, don't fight. Naruto shouted. Little Lee, abstain, your body is all ready. Shikamaru said a little unbearably. Little Lee, you'll die if you go on like this. After using the lotus flower, Little Lee's body has already taken too much burden, and he can only be beaten at this moment. Neji, you persuade him too. Tenten said anxiously, although Little Lee and Neji often fought each other, but they were all good friends. Although he didn't say it, Tenten knew in his heart that Neji cared about his companions. I won't persuade him. This is the path he chose. In front of a man who is enlightened, any sadness and tears are an insult to him. But, Little Lee, he has. Trust him. Hearing Neji's words, Little Lee grinned. Neji, thank you. Might Guy patted Neji's shoulder hard. Neji, I didn't expect you to understand youth so thoroughly. Neji didn't want to talk about it. But, just watching Little Lee get beaten. Sakura asked. No, it's almost time for Little Lee to use that move, Neji said. That trick. Does Little Lee still have a whole card? Might Guy couldn't help but glanced at Neji. He didn't expect his relationship with Little Lee to be so good, even the 8 inner gates told him. Little Lee took out a handful of kunai from Kabuto and waved it constantly to chop off the sand. Is that all you have? That sucks, Gaara said. Little Lee jumped into the distance, and said loudly, Mr. Guy, forgive me for being self-willed this time. Weak people can surpass geniuses through hard work. That's why I practice taijutsu. This is my ninja way. Little Lee crossed his hands, the blue veins on his head burst out one after another, and the chakra flowed frantically in his body. Might Guy hesitated for a moment, bit Kiba and said, Go, Lee, and bloom your youth to the fullest. Yes, Mr. Guy. Little Lee bit Kiba. In the stands, everyone was puzzled. Neji, what are they talking about? Neji stepped forward, looked at the Little Lee below who was constantly concentrating, and said, the 8 inner gates. What? Kakashi heard the words and raised his forehead without hesitation. Guy, you bastard. He's still a kid, stop him. Kakashi snarled. It's useless, what Little Lee believes, even I can't persuade it back. Might Guy said with a frown. You. Hinata and the others on the side looked at each other, not knowing what they were talking about, only that neither of them looked very happy. Brother Neji, what are the 8 inner gates? Hinata asked. Neji sighed slightly and said, the 8 inner gates is a move that releases the body's restriction on chakra and releases the excess energy in the body. After the 8 doors are fully opened, the user's strength can even exceed the Hokage by dozens of times, but this is only temporary. After the 8 doors are fully opened, the user will die. Chapter 36 _ This kind of strength is still a genin. What? Everyone was shocked. No one would have imagined that Little Lee would actually have such a trick of the master. Ah! Little Lee suddenly shouted, and the chakra on his body surrounded his whole body with a visible flow to the naked eye. Gaara instinctively felt a danger, and with a big wave of his hand, the huge sand palm moved towards Little Lee. At the same time, Kakashi's Sharingan is also searching for the chakra on Little Lee at a very high speed. Open the door, close the door. The more Kakashi looked, the more shocked he became. Third birth gate, open. Instant, Little Lee's complexion became Yuhi-like, his hair was raised upwards, and even his voice became incomparably thick. With him at the center, the surrounding air flow violently revolved. In just a split second, only the air pressure would knock Gaara's attack. Crumble. Impossible. Gaara was shocked. However, this is not over yet, Little Lee is still gathering strength. The 4th injury door, open. At this moment, the location where Little Lee was shattered. And almost in an instant, Little Lee kicked Gaara into the air, and the powerful airflow blew, so that other people couldn't open their eyes. How is that possible? Can't the sand react? Kankuro said in shock. Too fast. Gaara, it's like flying into the air. Naruto said. At this moment, even Neji had to open Byakugan, but even so, he could only see an afterimage. The 8 inner gates, more terrifying than he imagined. He is the purest Byakugan, and his strength has reached the level of an elite Jonin. It is conceivable that he would not be able to see it with other people. It's too powerful. Even if you practice day and night, you shouldn't have reached this level. Is he really a genius? Kakashi held his left eye, surprised. He was even worse than Neji, he could only see a trajectory. It's not his own Sharingan after all. Boom, boom, boom. Gaara was in midair and had no chance to defend at all, and the speed of the sand couldn't keep up with the speed of Little Lee. Little Lee, like teleportation, kept hitting Gaara in midair, and Gaara's sand armor kept peeling off. This guy. Actually, Gaara was startled, but there was nothing she could do. No, Gaara can't resist, the sand can't catch up with that guy at all, Temari said. Neji and the others who were shocked, but even Sandai and Orochimaru stood up abruptly. Even if they are cage-level powerhouses, without Byakugan and Sharingan, they can't see the shadow of Little Lee. This kind of strength, is actually a genin. Orochimaru said subconsciously, his voice full of doubts about himself. This strength is even more powerful than him. Look at Neji, Konoha's genin, have the strength reached this level? This is only the fourth gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. Gaara, you were the first to force me to use the 8 inner gates, so, let me show you this move, which was originally intended for Neji. Little Lee kicked Gaara's stomach, and quickly fell towards Gaara. No, I can't defend anymore. Gaara looked at the Little Lee who was close at hand, and for the first time there was fear in her heart. Boom. Little Lee smashed Gaara's sand armor to pieces with one palm. Just as Gaara fell, Little Lee grabbed Iluo's ribbon again. Neji, watch it, this move was originally prepared to defeat you. However, it's the same for showing you now. Little Lee said loudly, but his eyes kept on Gaara. Gaara's insight is too strong, he must always be vigilant. Kakashi glared at Sharingan, sweating coldly, the muscles are broken. The next blow, the last blow, Neji murmured. Ah, Neji, what are you talking about? Little Lee already has the upper hand. Naruto asked, scratching his head. Even if you don't open 8 doors, that kind of burden is unbearable for ordinary people. Lee, he's reaching his limit, Might Guy said. That's it. Kakashi immediately turned his head to look at Might Guy and asked, Guy, how many doors can Little Lee open now? 5 doors. 5 doors. Kakashi was shocked. Do you want him to die? Might Guy was silent. Gaara, this is the final blow. Little Lee growled. No, it can't be stopped. The armor of sand can't stop this level of attack. Temari said anxiously. Kankuro was even more shocked. Is this something that humans can do? At this moment, a more tyrannical aura erupted from Shaoli, and the scalding heat blew everyone back quickly. 5th Duman, open. Boom. Instant, Little Lee's punch hit Gaara. Lilianwa. Boom. Little Lee shouted, and the majestic punch went straight through Gaara, blasting a huge deep hole in the examination room. After that, Gaara fell from the air, causing the ground to tremble 3 times again. This terrifying destructive power made everyone feel a chill in their hearts and tremble with fear. Isn't it okay? Neji frowned, and even though he had expected it, he found it hard to accept when it actually happened. He couldn't help thinking of his past life, and Shaoli and him were strictly speaking the same kind of people. Lost. Yes, with such a heavy attack, Gaara definitely lost. Naruto said with a smile. I'm talking about Little Lee, he lost. Huh, everyone looked at him. Neji was right, Lee lost. Might Guy said heavily. Everyone's eyes widened. What? But. Look carefully, Kakashi said, pointing to the court. The field, I saw Little Lee half kneeling on the ground, with one hand drooping, unable to move at all. Gaara, on the other hand, was protected by a large amount of sand. Although the sand armor on his body was tattered, the damage he suffered was still within the tolerable range. Now, he is still trying his best to use ninjutsu. Little Lee, run! Naruto yelled anxiously. Because those sands of Gaara are getting closer and closer to Little Lee. Little Lee opened his eyes tiredly, and immediately wanted to dodge, but because of his injuries, he couldn't move at all. How is that possible? Under Lilianwa's attack, he can still use ninjutsu. Little Lee was surprised. Die. Gaara sneered, struggling to control the sand with his right hand. He wanted to crush Little Lee. Just as the sand was about to grab Little Lee, an air wave suddenly shook the sand away. What? Gaara's eyes widened. Neji jumped off the stand and hugged Little Lee. Give it up. Neji, I can't stop here alone. Little Lee forced a smile, obviously not willing to admit defeat. Chapter 37 Orochimaru. I have to deal with 3 cage levels. Neji frowned. Little Lee was a joke here, wasting his potential, and finally found out that this Chunin exam was void. Little Lee is the biggest loser in the Chunin exam. Neji didn't want to let Little Lee fold here. He was also going to take Little Lee and Might Guy for his own use. The future battle. After Xiaoli and Might Guy open the 7 doors, each can single out the 5 shadows. This is a big battle power, how can it be wasted here? Little Lee, your body can't move anymore. No. Little Lee pushed Neji away, took a stance, and continued to challenge Gaara. Little Lee, no need, this is just a Chunin exam. Ten cried. Mr. Guy, please persuade Little Lee. Sand tilde. At this time, the sand formed into palms again and grabbed towards Neji and Little Lee. Gaara. Moonlight Hayate deliberately stopped him. If Little Lee grows up, he will definitely be a towering tree in Konoha. But he has a special status now, and since Little Lee hasn't conceded defeat, he can't shoot. Neji frowned. Now Gaara's killing intent is too heavy. Little Lee, I'm sorry. Neji said. Neji, you. Neji clasped the knife on the back of Little Lee's neck, and Little Lee only had time to exclaim before fainting. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to save Little Lee, and Orochimaru wanted to see Neji's strength, so they both tacitly agreed and did not stop. Neither of the 2 principals said anything, and the others naturally wouldn't make fun of themselves. And Neji, it is precisely because of this that he will end up blatantly. Sand tilde sand tilde sand tilde. The sand came, very slowly, but with a powerful destructive power. Feeling all this, Neji admired Gaara a little. Frenzied attack of the 8 inner gates, he can still retain such a large power, and it will be a bragging capital in the future. However, even so, Neji still won't take it seriously. Neji made the shot himself, but Gaara didn't dare to be careless, and stood up with all his strength. Raising his hands, the sand turned into pyramids. Ah! Gaara roared and threw it angrily. Suddenly, the sound of breaking through the air continued, and pyramids rushed towards Neji one after another. At this moment, Gaara doesn't care about Little Lee anymore, he only has Neji in his eyes. Those sand cones, and the terrifying defensive power, the Jinchuriki column power of the one-tailed man is really not easy. So, Neji, how are you going to resist? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, watching the scene calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Orochimaru. You have this kind of power at such a young age. It's not much better than Kakashi. Rasa, you have given birth to a good son. Neji just stood here silently, watching Gaara finish the operation. In an instant, he moved, kicked his feet, and disappeared in place in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gaara and suddenly punched. Boom! Gaara's pupils shrank, and his fist force directly punched the sand shield, hitting Gaara hard in the face. Boom! The sand armor suddenly shattered, and Gaara rolled and flew out, directly embedded in the wall, and a large cloud of dust was rolled up. What? Everyone had a bright expression. They thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they didn't expect that the sand shield would be smashed by Neji with one punch. They couldn't imagine how powerful Neji's punch would be. Didn't Neji practice Gentle Fist? Is this the Gentle Fist? This destructive force you call me Gentle Fist? This kind of terrifying attack power is not comparable to Might Guy's punch. In an instant, everyone looked at Hinata in unison, hoping that he would give an explanation. Hinata was in a hurry, not knowing how to explain, and felt a little wronged for a moment. People don't believe me, but Neji brother is the best for me. This is a strange force, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru thought in unison. Tsunade is back. When did you come back? I do not know how. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks like the old god is there. In fact, my heart is very restless. What he knew about Tsunade, she was unlikely to accept male disciples. Well, there is only one truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly turned strange when he looked at Neji. Young people really know how to play. Fortunately, Neji didn't know what was in his heart, otherwise, without Orochimaru, he would definitely teach Sarutobi Hiruzen a lesson in the virtue of respecting the old and caring for the young. But this Hyuga Neji, is a nice guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied. In his view, age is not a problem, the important thing is to be excellent. But Orochimaru on the side didn't think so. He felt a little dazed at the moment, panicked and frightening. What happened? Tsunade is also in the village. And according to the information, Jiraiya was there during this time. He going to face 3 cage levels. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart, and he was full of doubts about whether he could go out alive. No, it won't work anymore. Destroying Konoha can't be rushed, it has to be slow first. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and decided to take the long view. Creak tilde. A slight sound came, and everyone followed the sound and saw that Gaara slowly climbed up among the rubble and smoke. At this moment, his face was extremely ferocious, and his face was densely packed with cracks, which looked very scary. Why, it's actually fine. Hinata covered her mouth and said in shock. Not only her, Zhang Shaoqiang, and even Kakashi were a little surprised. The sand armor's defense is so high, it's already so rotten, and it can still protect Gaara. As everyone knows, Neji didn't play hard at all, and he didn't want to force Shukaku out now. He couldn't do things he wasn't sure about, after all, there was only one life. With your current state, you can't beat me, Neji said. Gaara was very angry, but he wasn't a fool, he couldn't do it today. He gave Little Lee a hard look. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have failed twice at Neji's hands. This person, he will never let go. Seeing this situation, Moonlight Hayate immediately said, Gaara wins. Gaara snorted coldly, turned around and walked out. Choji won the 10th game easily, but with the battle between Little Lee and Gaara, this battle was not paid much attention. In order to allow the players to maintain their best fighting condition, the final assessment will be conducted 1 month later. After saying this, the 3 generations and Orochimaru left with their respective people. Hihi, Tsunade is back, that's good news. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought happily. Is getting old and it is time to abdicate. Jiraiya and Tsunade, well, let's see what reason they have to shirk this time, hihi. At this moment, Orochimaru's face was gloomy. Damn Danzo, you didn't tell me such important news, do you want me to die? Yes, he really wants me to die, old man, since you are not benevolent, then I will not play. Chapter 38_Neji is missed. After that, Naruto ran up to Gaara and yelled. Let Naruto do the probation of Gaara. Neji quickly left the exam room with Tenten to visit Little Lee. Although I used the 8 inner gates, my muscles were broken, but it was not bad compared to being crushed by Gaara. The doctor at the hospital also said that it will be fine to rest for a few days, but Xiaoli has been a little depressed after waking up. Not Neji's fault, he himself knew that if he continued, he would only make his injury worse, and he would definitely lose. The reason for his frustration was only because he missed the preliminaries. Neji can't say anything about this. He can only say that Little Lee had bad luck and met Gaara, the Genin's boss. In fact, the Chunin exam is not difficult for Little Lee, mainly because there are too many monsters taking the Chunin exam this time. Tenten lost to Temari, Little Lee lost to Gaara, and the only one who made the cut was Neji, so soon, they all turned to Neji. The ninth class is considered to be on a collision course with Gaara and the others. Neji, it's up to you. Although he didn't want to ruin their fun, Neji knew that unless the sky was lucky, he couldn't be with Gaara. But seeing their expectant eyes, Neji nodded anyway. I've decided. Might Guy stood up suddenly. Neji, I'm going to teach you the 8 inner gates. Huh, but, Mr. Guy, Tenten glanced at Little Lee. Will this make Little Lee feel that Mr. Guy has disappointed him? It doesn't matter. Little Lee waved his hand and said, if there are competitors, it will make my youth boil. The 8 inner gates. Neji looked expectantly. In the days that followed, Neji went through high-intensity training every day, in order to improve his fitness so that his body could withstand the damage caused by the 8 inner gates. Especially putting him in that kind of pain. Only in this way, and only by learning self-discipline, can the 8 inner gates be able to perform. Huchi tilde Huchi tilde. Neji lay on the training ground, gasping for breath. I go, run 100 laps around the Konoha every day, then 100 3-finger push-ups, 300 sit-ups, blah blah blah. This is just the beginning. The more you go on, the more intense your training volume will be. Little Lee trains like this every day, it's really scary. Neji murmured, such high-intensity training is indeed unbearable. However, there is no reward for not paying. The battle list for the Chunin exam has come down, which is very different from the original. Gaara vs Hyuga Neji. Kankuro vs Nara Shikamaru. Temari vs Aburame Shino. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. Can think of it with my toes. This is definitely arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. I am afraid they want to beat Gaara with their own hands. However, Neji also has this intention. With his current strength, Gaara can last for a while, and others are not enough to watch. After a short rest, Neji resumed his practice. Might Guy stood in the distance, watching Neji's hard work and nodded secretly. Even a genius needs constant practice, which is very suitable for Neji and reminds him of Kakashi in his childhood. This is youth, Might Guy exclaimed. By the way, teacher, with only 1 month left, can Neji really learn the 8 inner gates? Tenten asked. No, Might Guy said firmly. Huh, Tenten was surprised. The 8 inner gates is not like other physical arts, it requires years of training to become a master. It took my father more than 20 years to master this technique. Lee is the most talented person I have ever met in taijutsu, but it also took him 6 years to master the 5th technique, Might Guy said. Then, Neji Tenten said anxiously. Little Lee, who had opened 5 doors, couldn't beat Gaara. How could Neji win? I believe him. As a teacher, as long as you believe in your students, that's enough. Of course, there was one more point. He wanted to pass on the 8 inner gates. At this time, in the underground of Konoha, the two were arguing fiercely. Danzo, you really didn't break my news. Believe it or not, what good is it for me to get your word out? I can't tell. You Danzo is a person, others don't know, I still don't know. Do you need me to shake out all your shit and listen to it? Enough, Orochimaru. I say no means no. Because of Neji, Orochimaru felt that his plans had been leaked, and the only person who could betray him was Danzo. Orochimaru sneered. Danzo, we are people in a boat. If you are in a hurry, you don't want to stay in Konoha. In that experiment, Mr. Sarutobi has already ordered the termination of the experiment. If he knew that you not only did not terminate, but intensified, then, Danzo, you are a smart person. Hearing this, Danzo's face was cloudy and uncertain. Orochimaru knew him well, and if what he did was told in public, then Konoha would be with him forever. Fair, if Orochimaru wasn't cunning and difficult to deal with, Danzo would have wanted to use Koto Amatsukami to control him. I will help you find out about Hyuga Neji, and I will give you an explanation. Danzo said slowly. Humph. Danzo, do it yourself. After speaking, Orochimaru smiled and walked away, while Danzo was very angry. After all, he was considered an elder. How could he endure being slapped on the nose by a junior? Come on. Soon, two shadows came out of the door, respectfully waiting for Danzo's order. Go check that Hyuga Neji. He had no doubts about Orochimaru's words. After all, Orochimaru would not lie to him because of this trivial matter, which made him have some vigilance about Hyuga Neji in his heart. Sarutobi, this is Konoha under your control. You didn't even notice that such a powerful boy appeared. Byakugan, strange power, and that overwhelming coercion. Hehe, sure enough, whether it's the Uchiha clan or the Hyuga clan, any clan with Kekkei Genkei is very dangerous. And for Konoha, these are the ones to root out. Danzo's eyes were dark and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, you can't sit for long in that seat. Konoha can only regain his former strength under my leadership. However, he didn't expect that Orochimaru was hiding something from him. After leaving Danzo, Orochimaru immediately changed his face and sneered. Danzo, I'm not joking about my life, I'm not playing this game. Then, in a few flashes, it disappeared. Chapter 39 _ It's finally starting, Genin's peak duel. Neji naturally didn't know that he was being missed by others, and even if he did, he wouldn't care too much. Because sooner or later he's going to fuck Danzo, but a knives in the back. Although the 8 inner gates opens 8 gates, you will die, but even if you only open 7 gates, you can get a great increase. The current Konoha still has the power to suppress the other 4 villages. Taking advantage of the present, Neji needs to improve his strength quickly. After Konoha collapsed, he was able to protect himself anyway. After all, after Konoha collapsed, Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiang needed to go out of the village to fight for life and death. Training until late at night, Neji walked back. The 8 inner gates, relying on self-discipline, even Might Guy can't help him, everything can only rely on himself. Now, every part of my body is sore. The 8 inner gates, really hard to learn. Ordinary people may give up directly. If there is time for this kind of devil-style physical training, it is better to use this time to condense chakra and learn new ninjutsu. However, remembering the scene where the 8 guys kicked the 6 paths Madara, Neji regained his confidence. But at this time, he keenly caught a trace. Someone is watching him. Byakugan. How powerful is Neji's perception now? After turning on Byakugan, he looked at it 360 degrees without blind spots, and immediately found 2 people hiding nearby. That mask is Root. Neji frowned. Why did Root monitor him? He and Danzo didn't get along. But soon, he understood that Orochimaru had always been in contact with Danzo. His existence threatened Orochimaru, and Orochimaru naturally went to Danzo to verify. However, this also proves one thing. Hehe, Danzo, it's so good for Konoha. Neji sneered. In order to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo actually teamed up with Orochimaru to agree with him to wreak havoc in Konoha. No wonder, Orochimaru didn't see much effort from him when he launched the Konoha collapse plan. Konoha collapsed, he didn't do anything. Pain attacked, he didn't do anything either, but he did a happy job of destroying Uchiha and removing Konoha's top powerhouse. If you want to resist the outside world, you must first calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really confused. Neji took a step and walked towards the Hyuga clan's quarters. Although Karen was brought home, it would be more appropriate for Hyuga Hiyashi to take care of her. After all, if Karen's ability is leaked, it will be a big trouble. Before she has enough strength, it is better not to let her show up. And the 2 Root personnel, who don't know until now, have been counter-monitored. Time passed by like a white horse, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day of the Chunin trials. But even after all this time and so much sweat, he still doesn't have mastered the 8 inner gates. This is not a physical technique that can be accomplished only by talent. Without the corresponding physique and effort, it cannot be used at all. Even if you force it out, your body will not be able to withstand this kind of pressure, and in the end, you will die. This made Neji sigh. This tyrannical physique is really powerful, injuring 1,000 enemies and self-destructing 800. Moreover, only after personal experience can you know how difficult it is to cultivate. However, it is precisely because of this that Guy can use the strength of the elite Jonin to fight against 6 paths Madara after opening the 8 gates. Morning, Neji and others came to the examination room. Brother Neji, I'll cheer for you. Hinata gathered up his courage, tidied up Neji's clothes, and said with Yuhi's pretty face. Hyuga Hinata organizes the host's clothes, and the host gets a reward, rabbit hair needle. Rabbit hair needle. Using the hair and the effect of Byakugan to hit acupoints, it will definitely hit the enemy's weakness. It is a very effective move to seal the opponent's actions. Neji is satisfied, luck is coming, and it can't be stopped. Even Susanoo can't completely defend rabbit hair needle, which is more effective than 8 trigrams vacuum palm. And me, brother Neji, I used my rest time to come to see you. If you lose, I won't forgive you, Hanabi said with his hands on his hips. After all, Neji was something she aspired to surpass, even if it was a little too much right now. I won't lose. Neji rubbed the small heads of Hanabi and Hinata and walked into the exam room. When I came to the examination room, it was already crowded with people, and many high-level executives stood in their specific positions, which was much more magnificent than the preliminaries. At this moment, everyone cheered and looked forward to the first battle. The 3 favorites of Chunin exam, Gaara, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke. And the first one was the battle between Neji and Gaara, which everyone had been looking forward to for a month. Brother Neji. In the stands, Hinata and the others looked down nervously. Gaara was too strong and had a strong desire to kill. They couldn't help worrying about Neji. Sister, it's okay, brother Neji will definitely beat that black eye to the point of crying. Hanabi comforted. However, Hanabi is also very worried. Although Gaara is dismissive, there is no doubt about Gaara's strength. Brother Neji, can he? Neji stood in the field, looking at Gaara surrounded by sand in front of him, with a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. His strength was originally stronger than Gaara. This month, although he did not have mastered the 8 inner gates, his physique had undergone a qualitative change. Gaara is a thing of the past for him. I've been waiting for this fight for a month. Unexpectedly, Gaara actually spoke first. I will pay you back the hatred from the last time today. Gaara's eyes were cold, and the murderous aura was unabashedly released. The moment he felt this murderous aura, everyone's expressions changed greatly, and Zhang Shaoqiang was even more frightened in his heart, and cold sweat poured out. This is actually just a breath released by Genin. Impossible, how many people did he kill? In terms of murderous intent, it's not much worse than not cutting it again. The corners of Might Guy's eyes were slightly wrinkled, a little dignified. Although many people sweated for Neji, Neji was not afraid at all. Although it's a little out of place, I still want to persuade you. Neji said suddenly. What? Gaara asked. Although you are not weak, you are not my opponent. Neji said it naturally, because that's what it is. I think abstaining on this should be the best option for you. Silence. The audience was silent, and after seeing Gaara's terrifying power, no one thought that Neji would actually say such a thing. This guy is too arrogant. Gaara's strength is not what he can imagine. Conqueror disdain. It's over, it's over, it's over. Is Neji going insane? Isn't this angering Gaara? Naruto said anxiously, covering his eyes. He could already foresee the next tragedy. Chapter 40_long for power. Mr. Guy, did Neji make a mistake while practicing the 8 inner gates? Little Lee looked at Might Guy suspiciously. He doubted whether Neji was badly trained by him. After everyone heard this, they collectively looked at Might Guy, who hurriedly shook his head. Impossible, with me on the side to guide, how could something happen? I guarantee with my youth, this is definitely not my problem. He doesn't carry this pot. However, everyone obviously did not believe him, which made him feel very wronged. I am an honest person, alas, the world is unfair. Look, Gaara shot, Naruto yelled. At this moment, Gaara's eyes are cold, and he has never been so underestimated since he was a child. Before Shiranui Genma could speak, a stream of fine sand rushed towards Neji. Hand of sand. Flowing towards Neji turned into a palm and was photographed from a height. The terrifying force caused the ground to dent a little. Hey, looks like the Chunin exam is coming to an end with me. Neji shrugged, a little helpless. Does he still want to see the battle between Naruto and Sasuke? Now it seems that the game is over. Whoosh. Neji swooped out before Sand Palm arrived and disappeared. Boom. However, in the next instant, Gaara flew out backwards, and some cracks appeared on her face. What? Everyone was shocked. Neji appeared beside Gaara and punched him away. How is that possible? Kankuro and Temari were shocked. Little Lee took off the iron ring. The sand shield could barely keep up, but now, the sand shield was too late to take shape. So fast, Kakashi exclaimed. Damn, Sasuke clenched his fists, thinking that he had made enough progress, but now, it still doesn't work. Damn it, why is it that I can only be a foil for others all my life? No, I need power, enough power to kill that man. Sasuke's thirst for power has gradually changed his sealed spell, but now everyone's attention is on Neji and Gaara, but no one notices. However, Orochimaru noticed. Go on, Sasuke, the more you crave power, the more I can hold you in my hand. Orochimaru licked his lips, the undisguised desire for Sharingan in his eyes. Fortunately, there is a mask to block, otherwise he would have been exposed. However, when his attention returned to the field, he was suddenly stunned. Boom, boom, boom. The field, Neji kept flying Gaara at super fast speed, and Gaara was often knocked back before landing. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Gaara is like a sandbag, flying around and can only be beaten. How familiar this scene is. It's amazing. Hinata covered her mouth in surprise. She never dreamed of this scene. It's like this again. Is Konoha's genin so powerful now? Orochimaru roared wildly in his heart. But soon, he calmed down again, and it seemed that his previous decision was correct. No way, Might Guy said, looking at it all. Ah, it's just useless speed. Gaara's sand armor has not been broken until now. Kakashi said. If this goes on, it will be the same as Little Lee. Boom. Just then, Neji punched Gaara against the wall, causing a loud bang. Gaara's face was gloomy, and she laughed weirdly. Is that the only way? Please make me happier. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of sand walls rose, surrounding Neji. Sand shuriken, Gaara yelled frantically. Immediately, those sand walls shot out shuriken like turrets without interruption, and the speed was extremely fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Brother Neji, Hinata folded her hands and looked down nervously. Seeing that Neji was unmoved, when the sand shuriken approached, Neji chakra released, suddenly spinning, and ejected and shattered the sand shuriken. This is revolving heaven. Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked when he saw this scene. Neji's talent has surpassed his imagination. But what followed was excitement, and he seemed to see the hope of the rise of the Hyuga family. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji didn't stop at all, turned his hand and patted, and a wave of air rushed out, approaching Gaara. At the same time, he kicked his hind foot, and his body was ejected, and it was also a punch. Boom. The moment the 8 trigrams vacuum palm hits, the sand shield rises, diffusing the attack for Gaara. But at the same time, Neji also punched. Humph. Even if you can break the sand shield, you can't break the sand armor. Gaara has won this match. Kankuro laughed. Yeah, he can't break even the shattered sand armor, Temari said. Everyone was speechless. What they said was the truth. Neji had already tried it a month ago. But the next moment, their faces changed, only to hear a bang. Gaara's sand armor suddenly collapsed when it touched Neji's fist, and Gaara spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The armor of sand, unexpectedly, collapsed. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru are very calm. They have already determined that Neji and Tsunade are related, and feel that this is all normal. However, others were not calm. Gaara's sand armor was broken, and blood was spitting out, which was a historic moment. Neji, you're really amazing, but I won't give up easily. I'll definitely surpass you. Little Lee cried bitterly with excitement, and there were words in his mouth. Lee. Might Guy looked at Little Lee excitedly, and shed tears, then raised his hand and shouted, Neji, burn your youth. Brother Neji, come on. Give him some color to see. The crowd shouted, very happy, and admired Neji even more. Damn, is the gap so big? Thinking of his experience of being crushed by Gaara, Sasuke was unwilling. At this moment, a large amount of sand pushed Gaara up. Gaara bowed her head, and there was a faint terrifying aura permeating. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Hey, Kankuro, is this? Gaara can't hold back. Temari said nervously. No, I don't know. Kankuro looked at Maki subconsciously. It's okay, it's still under control. Maki said solemnly, and he was also a little nervous in his heart. But Gaara was beaten by Lee Rock before, and it should be fine now. However, seeing Yuhi this time, he felt a little nervous, but... He looked at Orochimaru disguised as Kazekage. Well, Kazekage didn't show that. With this thought in mind, he chose to continue watching. Hand of Sand. Gaara waved both hands, and two huge sand palms formed in an instant, grabbing towards Neji, one left and one right. Seeing that Neji was not in a hurry, the corner of his mouth sneered, and he hit him directly with his arm. Chapter 41 The Konoha Crash Plan begins. To fight the sand with the flesh. After a brief moment of stunt, everyone shouted. Hey, Neji, run, what are you doing? Neji, don't be impulsive. Brother Neji, Hinata and Hanabi shouted. However, Neji completely ignored the crowd. The next moment, he collided with the two sand palms, and there was a loud bang. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously and did not dare to watch this bloody scene, but when they opened their eyes, what they saw immediately shocked them on the spot. Quicksand scattered and was shattered by Neji's punch. The powerful impact even peeled off the sand armor on Gaara's body. Everyone's brains were frozen, and they had no idea how Neji did it. This destructive power is stronger than the destructive power of Little Lee after opening the 5 doors. At this time, Gaara suddenly screamed like crazy, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the whole person was gloomy and terrible. I'm going to kill you. Shimobo. Gaara's expression gradually distorted, the huge chakra scattered out, and a large amount of sand surrounded him, forming a circular protective cover with spikes on it. It rains when the sand is shot. Immediately, dense sand bullets shot out from the circular shield. HMPH. I really didn't learn my lesson. Neji sneered. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Just as these sand bombs were about to hit Neji, a large amount of chakra flowed out of Neji's acupuncture points and kept spinning, bouncing all of Gaara's sand bombs to the ground. Only this strength. Do you only hide in it? Neji said disdainfully. Look, Kaden fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Neji quickly hand seal, and a straight flame from his mouth quickly bombarded Gaara's shield. Boom. The thorns on the protective cover were shattered by the fire bombardment with a bang, but the protective cover showed no signs of damage. Humph, do you think I can't do anything if I hide inside? Neji sneered, and immediately rushed towards Gaara at a high speed. The chakra began to gather in the palm of his hand, converging at one point. Sakura rush. Sand Mobo's defense is stronger than the sand armor, definitely not. Before Tamari finished speaking, reality gave her a slap in the face. Boom, boom. Neji pierced through the shield directly and bombarded Gaara heavily. The next moment, Gaara was knocked out from the other side by a strong impact. 8 trigrams 64 palms. At this moment, Neji grabbed Gaara's sleeve, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and his palm fluttered like a butterfly shadow, hitting Gaara continuously. Immediately, all the chakra points in Gaara's body were closed. Great, that guy's chakra point has been sealed. That guy with a dazzling face, the sand player on your team is no longer good enough, and he is about to lose. Naruto's face was full of smiles. However, Kankuro and Tamari didn't care about him, and instead looked at Gaara in horror. Shit, Kankuro murmured. No, I can't hold it anymore, that guy is coming out. What are you talking about? Naruto asked. You lose, Neji said. Just as he was about to continue his shot, the chakra in Gaara's body suddenly flowed again, but Gaara was groggy and twitching constantly. The chakra on his body was high and low, and he was half kneeling on the ground and didn't know what to do. Neji's heart froze. He glanced at Orochimaru indistinctly, and quickly backed away. To come, Gaara must be put outside the village. When Neji glanced at it, Orochimaru felt very guilty, but the arrow was on the line and had to be fired. Shukaku's power has gradually recovered, he is going to make a surprise attack, and now is the best time. At the same time, an Anbu who was disguised in the crowd suddenly hand-sealed with both hands. The art of Nirvana Jingshi. Quietly, a large number of feathers suddenly fell from the sky, everyone began to fall asleep, and some people suddenly attacked, and the scene was very chaotic for a time. Cage, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the cage holding him, surprised. Whoosh. Next moment, Orochimaru jumped to the top of the building with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This opportunity, Tamari and Kankuro immediately took Gaara, while Maki confronted Shiranui Genma. Gaara, Sasuke saw this and immediately chased after him, followed by Naruto. Were kidnapped by Orochimaru, Neji immediately rushed to the stands and relieved the demonic illusion for Hinata and the others. Brother Neji, what's wrong with us? We're a little dizzy, Hinata and Hanabi rubbed their eyes and asked. Konoha was attacked by Otogakure and Sunagakure, you just hit demonic illusion, and now 3 generations are trapped, Neji said briefly. At this time, Might Guy, Kakashi and others quickly solved demonic illusion and came to Neji. Might Guy and the others are worthy of being Jonin. Although they are still a little confused, they have also analyzed the situation. The strength of the 3 generations is unfathomable, and there will be no danger for a while, and it is a big deal to solve these intruders first. Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto. Might Guy hesitated, feeling that they couldn't stop Gaara. But Kakashi is very confident of them, no problem. Kakashi is very aware of their progress, Sasuke will not talk about it, he has learned his own Chidori, and Naruto is following Jiraiya's cultivation, and his strength is not trivial. Now the situation is urgent, everyone is following us to clear the enemy, Kakashi said. Then, Kakashi walked up to Shikamaru and kicked him. Hey, Shikamaru, don't pretend to be asleep, get up and do your mission. Hey, you just let me pretend to be dead, it's too troublesome to call back and forth. Then, Shikamaru was dragged away by Sarutobi Asuma, and he was helpless with such a salted fish subordinate. Okay, the clearing operation begins. Kakashi's voice just fell, and everyone scattered around with their subordinates. It is worthy of being the future 6th generation, and now has a certain leadership. As for helping Naruto Sasuke fight Gaara, Neji doesn't have that idle heart, and it's more reliable to leave this kind of thing to Naruto's mouth. Otogakure and Sunagakure hidden in the venue, but for Neji, who has Kagura's heart, it is not difficult to find them. Rather, Neji noticed these people before the exam started. The next moment, Neji appeared in front of a person, and Yaikuna wiped the person's neck off. 4. Why? The hidden Otogakure died before he could speak, and he didn't know why he was discovered until he died. Neji was so fast that he even killed a Jonin before the enemy was caught off guard. In a short period of time, many hidden enemies died under his hands. Chapter 42 All Killing Ash Bones. At this moment, the other hidden enemies could no longer sit idly by, and immediately gathered together, even looking a little afraid of Neji. Those hidden ninjas are their trump cards, but they never expected that they would die here before they could act. Nice job, Neji, Might Guy laughed. Those who had been hidden made them a little intimidated, but Neji was able to identify them without error. Not sure how Neji did it, but it did solve a big problem for them. Neji, take a break and leave it to us, Kurenai Yuhi said with some concern. Neji had just gone through a battle, and had just gotten rid of so many people, there must be not much chakra left. But that's just their thoughts. In fact, fighting Gaara didn't cost Neji much chakra, his chakra was quite enough at the moment. However, Neji didn't say anything, stepped back and looked at the battle between cage levels from a distance. In the four purple flames, Orochimaru has already fought fiercely with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he has summoned the first Hokage and the second Hokage with impure world reincarnation. But Orochimaru doesn't seem to dare to fight with all his strength. This is Neji's feeling. He seems to be taking a cutscene and seems to have some scruples. Neji has also seen the battle between them. It is a pile of various ninjutsu, and it is completely a posture of either you or me. But now, Orochimaru is using some very ordinary ninjutsu. Although it looks powerful, it is completely different from the battle that Neji imagined. Mokuden, wood style, deep forest emergence. Senju Hashirama shouted. For a time, a large virgin forest suddenly appeared in the 4-Zeon formation, and all the branches were madly entangled in the third generation. 3 generations dodged and removed the branches with Kaden, fire style, but Senju Tobirama wouldn't do what he wanted. Suiton, water style, water colliding wave. The water waves came like a tsunami and instantly overwhelmed his Kaden, fire style. Doden, earth style, earth flow wall. After Sarutobi blocked it, he had no choice but to channel the 8th demon to fight. I don't know what the hell Orochimaru is up to, but what's up with me? With enough strength, even if Otsutsuki Kagaya comes, he can take her down. Open black lens bracket host, Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 13 years old close black lens bracket. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, thunder. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan pure, close black lens bracket. Physique, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, soft step double lion boxing, guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms, Sakura Chong. Ninjutsu, 3 body art transformation, substitute, clone Kaden fire style, big fireball, palm sage art, spiritualism apparatus coercion, all killing ash bones, spirit ball, Kaden fire style, dragon flame jutsu, Doden earth style, earth dragon bullet, Doden earth style Teriubi, flame bullet, hidden shadow snake hand, snake, Yaki technique, Tuo and Luka, Orochimaru substitute, chakra scalpel, Kagura heart eye, rabbit hair needle. Open black lens bracket comprehensive strength, elite Jonin close black lens bracket. After switching to the attribute panel, Neji nodded in satisfaction. Before he knew it, he actually mastered so many ninjutsu. Neji thought with joy that these were all his wealth. Boom, boom. At this moment, a loud roar came into the ears of everyone, which shocked everyone. Looking up, I saw a huge 3-headed python in the distance wreaking havoc. Although it was far away, sparks could still be seen on the snake's head. At the same time, a large number of figures scurried around on the roof, and there was no doubt that everyone had already acted. Did you come so quickly? Neji was startled, and before Might Guy and the others could speak, he rushed there first. Along the way, Neji saw many civilians fleeing and countless ninjas fending off Otogakure and Sunagakure. However, Although Konoha has been caught off guard now, there is still not much panic. After all, Konoha's overall strength is here. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know the true face of Kazekage, he also knew that Orochimaru was in the village, so he had Anbu ambushed long ago. At this moment, a large number of Anbu swarmed out to block the oncoming enemy, and at the same time, many Chunin stopped the people from fleeing and rushed to the rear, and everything was in order. Konoha's strength is very strong, but it is a pity that it is not the same as before. Neji was extremely fast, and soon came to the vicinity of the big snake. Front of him, there are many Konoha ninjas using detonating charms to perform various ninjutsu attacks, but this big snake has thick skin and doesn't suffer much damage. And there were several Sunagaku standing on the city wall, constantly attacking with hidden weapons. Konoha suffered heavy casualties. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. Seeing this, Neji immediately jumped into the air, breathing flames, and with a rumbling sound, one of the snake's heads was smashed into blood. Neji now has the strength of an elite Jonin at a real price. Although it is a little difficult to deal with this psychic beast, he will not be as helpless as others. You all get out of the way. Neji yelled, not giving Orochi a chance to kick the play, and hand seal again swiftly. Doden Earth Style Earth Dragon Bullet. Kaden Fire Style The Art of the Great Fireball. Neji bombarded indiscriminately with various ninjutsu, and quickly knocked the snake to the ground. But Neji knew that the attacks didn't do much damage to the serpent. Just when Neji was about to give it another shot, dozens of hidden weapons suddenly burst into the air. Neji didn't even have to think about it, and knew that it was the Sunagaku on the city wall. Use the Guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms to block them all, and kill them at high speed. It's a hassle. Originally wanted to kill the big snake first, but now Neji decided to kill these people first. Fantastic power. Boom, boom. Ultimate made the air tremble, and only a loud bang was heard, and the place occupied by the Sunagakus had become a ruin. And those Sunagaku, who have been flattened by the powerful force. What? The others were shocked. They didn't know what happened, and those enemies were beaten like that. At this moment, everyone couldn't help being in awe of Neji. Quickly fight, Neji secretly said, turning to look at the huge snake. In his hand, a dark brown bone rod drilled out and aimed at the serpent. All killing ash bones. With a swoosh, the bone rod flew out and headed straight for the big snake. The big snake looked at the small bone stick flying towards him, and the corner of his mouth was lined up with disdain. Even if such a small thing pierced it, it would only make him feel a little itchy. So, he was not afraid, just watched the bone stick approaching like this, and even spit out snake letters at Neji mercilessly. As if to laugh at Neji, as if to say, this is your trick, it's not worth mentioning, even if you stand and let it attack, so what? Chapter 43 _ Carry out the killing. Hey, this kid has good strength, but he's still too tender. How can you use such ninjutsu against psychic beasts? Yeah, to deal with psychic beasts, you should use large-scale, destructive ninjutsu, this ninjutsu, hey. Get ready, let's do it later, this kid is inexperienced. Even some of the ninja onlookers didn't want to watch it. Their strength was too low to perceive the horror of all killing ash bones. Ignorance is terrible. Neji didn't bother to explain this, because the facts would shut them up. Soon, the bone rod pierced the body of the big snake, and suddenly, the big snake, no, everyone's faces became terrified. What did they see? After an ordinary bone rod pierced into the snake's body gradually collapsed from the wound, and slowly spread to the whole body. The serpent began to let out a shrill roar, but it was useless and could not be stopped at all. There was no choice but to wait for death. Flying beyond time and space, let's rot together with the bones. Neji said plainly with his hands on his back. However, this shocked everyone even more. What is he talking about? Is he talking about the fate of Orochi? Looking at the current situation, the big snake is really decaying, it's too terrifying, can't this collapse be stopped? How? Possible. Can this technique kill you in one hit? Soon after, the serpent turned into scraps of confetti, and then gradually disappeared. At this moment, the world was surprisingly quiet, and even the warring parties were stunned on the spot, with fear in their eyes. What kind of power can this be done? This big snake, even the elite Jonin has some difficulties to deal with, but now it has been solved by a little devil in the blink of an eye. A teenager broke the deadlock in the blink of an eye and reversed the situation, but it wasn't over yet. Neji didn't stop, swept away again. Now that the war has started, it is natural to carry out the killing to the end. At this moment, everyone was shocked. A white figure shuttled through various regions. Before Konoha's people could react, those Otogakure and Sunagakure were already dead. Puff puff. And heads flew up constantly. It wasn't that Neji did it deliberately, but he already had the strength of an elite Jonin at this moment, and it was a powerful physical technique such as Master's strange power. His strength is too strong, and with a random blow, the destructive power is unpredictable, even Jonin can't bear it, let alone a group of Chunin. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. 8 trigrams Vacuum Palm. Boom, boom. The enemies were swept away by Neji, and many people lost consciousness without even reacting. Right now, there is a strange scene in Konoha. While the Konoha ninjas are organizing the population to escape, Otogakure and Sunagakure have been beaten and retreated. Who is it? Among the enemies, some people shouted loudly and were frightened in their hearts. They didn't even have time to react, and many of their companions died. Not only him, many people came together at random, back to back, and looked around vigilantly. Damn, which idiot provided this information? The gap is too big. Someone cursed, really scared to ultimate. They never thought that they would actually change from hunter to prey, like a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Retreat in an orderly manner, gathering with Jonin first. However, unfortunately, their words reached Neji's ears exactly. Anyone still alive? The next moment, he immediately hand seal, Dragon Flame Jutsu immediately vented out, and those Otogakure and Sunagakure saw a raging sea of fire rolled into the sky. Boom. They were burned to ashes before they could even scream. HMPH, some Genin and Chunin, really poor strength. However, at this moment, Neji's chakra was also consumed a lot, so he had to find a safer place, took out the military ration pill, and began to restore his chakra. The chakra consumed by all killing ash bones is too much to be used easily. After a while, he stood up and rushed in the direction of the 4 purple flame array. Konoha is also about to start a counterattack. At this moment, a loud and harsh sound suddenly sounded from outside the village. Neji stopped and looked outside the village from a distance. This chakra has Gaara transformed. Neji murmured, not panicking at all. The sky was falling and Naruto was holding on, so he continued on his way. At this moment, in the forest, Toadbunta is constantly at war with Shukaku, and the others can only avoid as far as possible. 2 huge creatures battled each other, and the surrounding area was filled with dust, sand and stones were rolling, a large forest was destroyed, and the entire area was completely turned into a desert. Toadbunta jumped up and slashed with a knife. Suddenly, Shukaku's right arm broke off, but in the blink of an eye, a new arm grew again. Toadwen is too aggressive, such a sand monster can't be cut at all, and he can't remember how many knives he has cut. At this time, Gaara's voice came from within Shukaku. I didn't expect you to be able to persist to this point, then I'll show you what Shukaku really looks like. What? Terrified, Tamari and Kankuro tried to stop, but it was too late. The next moment, Gaara fell into a deep sleep, and Shukaku really woke up, laughing, wow, ha ha ha, this uncle finally came out. Breathing in the fresh air, Shukaku feels how wonderful the world is today. Looking at Konoha not far away, Shukaku grinned. Hard to come out, naturally it's going to be a big mess, Anyway, the little ghosts in Sunagakure village will settle it for themselves in the end. With this mentality in mind, Shukaku swaggered towards Konoha, ready to vent his anger that he had not seen the sun for many years. But this made Naruto and Toad Fumi too shocked and hurriedly blocked in front of Shukaku. "Oh, if you want to stop me, then I'll kill you." Shukaku laughed like a child, but his words were full of murderous intent. Been sealed by humans and deprived of his freedom, Shukaku now just wants to make a scene and kill some reptiles in his eyes. Futon, wind style, practice bullets. Shukaku's stomach suddenly bulged, and air cannons spewed out of his mouth. Seeing this, Toad Wentai immediately used Iron Gun Jade to fight, and then a huge ball of water shot out of its mouth. The water cannon and the air cannon collided in the air and exploded immediately, as if a heavy rain had fallen in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Before the two were finished, the empty bomb and the Iron Gun Jade continued to collide, and there was even a line of demarcation visible to the naked eye. Wow, ha ha ha, Shukaku laughed. Stinky Toad. You lost. What? Toad Wen was too surprised. At this time, he realized that Shukaku had released one more empty bomb than him. Boom. After an explosion, Toad Wentai fell to the ground, and his body was covered in bruises. Chapter 44 Do you have such a habit? Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as the Professor of Ninja World, Grandmaster, S5 Attributes of Ninja. Although the first and second generations are strong, the strength they exert is not 1 out of 10, and he is gradually suppressed by him. Orochimaru stood not far away, and sneered at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already tried his best to deal with the first and second generations. You guys, hurry up and protect Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at the Anbu who were outside. But, Lord Hokage, you. Leave me alone, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. Several Anbu outside the formation clenched their fists, immediately spread out, and swept around. Orochimaru, you will be punished for fooling the dead like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. Retribution. Why didn't you ask me where I got their bodies? Sarutobi Hiruzen hand suddenly trembled, and he glanced at the first and second generations who were fighting with him with some guilt. Seeing that they had no self-consciousness, he was relieved. What's the matter, Mr. Sarutobi? You're guilty, don't you dare to face them. Orochimaru sneered. The two most respected Hokages have been reduced to experimental materials after their deaths. You said, what would you think if they were found out by others? If Tsunade knew the truth about their disappearance, what do you think she would do? Enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, and smashed Orochimaru with the iron rod, but was blocked by the second generation. Speaking of which, I was able to get the corpses of the two seniors thanks to the darkness of Konoha, the two most powerful Senju clan. I don't need to say that the teacher knows their worth. In order to get them, I also spent a lot of effort and paid a lot of price. What's the matter, Mr. Sarutobi, do you have nothing to say? As two juniors whom Hokage is optimistic about, what you do will make them heartbroken. Orochimaru continued to speak, breaking Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychological defense step by step. Stop talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Hee, Mr. Sarutobi, you have changed. The teacher who used to be fearless and upright, and who would start a fight whenever a word disagreed is no longer there. What I see now is just a cowardly old man who will only keep giving in. Konoha, it's already rotten. It's been rotten since you ignored Danzo, silently agreed. Konohas like this are long overdue. Orochimaru said coldly, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He was the most handy at breaking down other people's psychological defenses step by step. So, teacher, to pay for your sins, please die. Orochimaru approached quickly, piercing Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest with the Kusanagi sword. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned into a muddy water, and then appeared behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru, as you said, I did a lot of mistakes, but there is still hope for Konoha, those young kids, the new generation of green leaves for Konoha. The only thing I can do is to be like my predecessors, even if I sacrifice my life, I will stop you. Hee, teacher, you are really stubborn. Orochimaru immediately avoided using the double technique. Unexpectedly the two Hokages couldn't make his mood fluctuate. However, this is fun. Outside Konoha, Toad Bunta is now scarred and lost to Shukaku. Haha, this is a wind ball condensed by this uncle with his own chakra, not comparable to your ninjutsu. Boy, no, big brother, I can't beat him. Toad Wenta said to Naruto. Ah, no, boss, what should I do? Naruto scratched his head. Hey, there's nothing you can do, please ask yourself for more happiness, I'm leaving. Hey, boss, don't do it, is there any other way? Naruto was in a hurry, if he were to go back, he and Sasuke would be dead. There are other ways. Toad Bunta pointed at Gaara on Shukaku's head and said to Naruto, just wake him up. So that's the case, but how do we get there? Naruto was in deep thought. That way, you use the transformation technique to turn me into a spiky Kiba thing. I grab Shukaku for you, and you rush over and punch that kid. Toad Wentai was a little excited at the moment, wondering what Naruto would turn into himself. Sharp Kiba has a sharp mouth, it sounds domineering, and the appearance is definitely fierce. I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry, boss, leave it to me. Naruto immediately hand seal, transformation technique. Boom. The white smoke dissipated. Haha, my Toad Bunta finally has a sharp Kibali. What is this? Toad Wentai's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at himself a little, and Yuhi was completely white. Hey, what is the tail of the crane doing? Sasuke looked up and saw the transformed Empress Dowager Toad. His face couldn't help Yuhi, and he quickly turned his head away. Hey, Stinky Toad, I didn't expect. You actually have such a hobby. Shukaku stared at his big copper bell eyes and said a little surprised. Toad Wentai has become a person, yes, it's just a person, a pure person. Hey, kid. At this moment, Toad Wentai finally understood the current situation, and his face was black and blue. No, I have to hold back, he is my little brother after all. Yes, suppress anger, suppress. Hit a hammer. Toad Wentai grabbed Naruto from his head and looked at him fiercely. Boss, this is a misunderstanding, Naruto waved his hands quickly, sweating coldly, and a heart raised in his throat. So that's the case, it's a misunderstanding. That's right, it's just a misunderstanding. Naruto nodded quickly, but when he looked at Toad Bunta, his face was very Yuhi. Little brother, don't worry, I'm your boss after all, how could I hurt you? Toad Wentai said very peacefully. But Naruto somehow felt a chill down his spine. Don't worry, I will still send you to that psychic body. Go to hell. Whoosh. Toad Bunta threw Naruto out as kunai, and then returned to Myogi Yamanaka on his own. However, when he returned, there was a hint of sadness in the corner of his eyes. My dignity, my honor, my fame. Help life ah. Naruto flew towards Gaara at a very fast speed, making him scream in a panic, but on second thought, this is an opportunity, maybe it can really wake Gaara. Thinking of this, he put on a look that he thought was handsome, and rushed towards Gaara like a Superman. Gaara, my uncle. Boom. A huge slap slapped Naruto out in an instant, and it was very far away. What the heck? Shukaku clapped his hands, but soon became happy again. Ha ha ha, I won. Shukaku jumped around happily, making the ground tremble 3 times. He then continued toward his goal, the village of Konoha, and as for Sasuke on the tree, he had no interest at all. Chapter 45 Shukaku, do you want to be my little brother? Damn. Sasuke looked at Shukaku who was walking away, and was very unwilling. As a member of the Uchiha family, he was so underestimated by this thing, which made him who has always been arrogant. But Shukaku's power is too strong, The big toe that Naruto channeled out just now is not Shukaku's opponent. Shukaku's figure slowly approached Konoha, venting his power unscrupulously, and the majestic coercion slowly enveloped Konoha. At this moment, everyone fell into deep fear. Konoha, Neji rushed to the halfway, but suddenly noticed that Shukaku was approaching chakra, and was immediately stunned. Shukaku, shouldn't he be defeated by Naruto? Why is it here? But in an instant, he realized, Naruto is really unreliable. Don't think about it, Naruto must have been beaten. Naruto, you are the #1 accident, Neji said bitterly. After weighing 1 or 2, he immediately ran to stop Shukaku. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is old, he is a Hokage and won't die for a while, but if Shukaku enters the village, Konoha will be gone. Konoha, you owe a lot to this favor. At this moment, Shukaku has come to the edge of the city wall of Konoha. Although Konoha is going through a battle at the moment, there are ruins everywhere, but this does not affect Shukaku's interest at all. You reptiles, get ready to meet this uncle, wow ha ha ha. Shukaku raised his hands, cheered like a child, and patted the wall from time to time, causing the entire wall to shake. More terrifying is that the sand and dust filled the hand, and the periphery of Konoha was almost turned into a desert. This is the tailed beast, changing the terrain and mountains and rivers at every turn. Konoha ninjas were already standing on the city wall, and they were staring at Shukaku nervously. When they saw this scene, they were even more afraid. How could such a big man win? Anyway, he must be prevented from entering the village, and Anbu said. Yes, hold on until Lord Hokage gets out of trouble. Go. Then, a group of people smashed Shukaku with various ninjutsu and detonating charms, and Shukaku had already anticipated all this, and let these ninjutsu hit him. In his opinion, these attacks were just tickling himself. Ahahaha. At this time, more and more Konoha ninjas came and started to resist Shukaku. Numerous ninjas are orderly, and although they are afraid, they are not timid. The Kyubi Ninetales chaos has been carried down by them. Can they be turned upside down? Kaden fire style, big flame bullet. Shadow mimicry. The technique of doubling. Mystery, insect tornado. All the ninjas tried their best to stop Shukaku from entering the village. The Aburame clan constantly manipulated bugs and other ninjas to destroy the sand armor covering Shukaku. The only members of the Nara clan cooperated with the Akamichi clan, who had already performed the doubling technique, to restrain Shukaku's actions. Ha 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 ha, my uncle's strength is far more than that. Although Shukaku was restrained, he was still laughing. In his eyes, this is just the last struggle of these bugs. Most of the Jonins are killing powerful enemies internally, and there are only a few Jonins here who lead these Chunin resistance, not Shukaku's opponents at all. Although Shukaku has only one tail, his overall strength ranks 3rd among tailed beasts. Soon, everyone began to lose their strength, the shadows kept shaking, and they were about to be freed at any time, and the Akamichi family also shrunk a lot. However, until now, Shukaku has not been hurt. Damn, Yui's strength is too strong, and it's almost unstoppable. Hold on. Damn, how can this guy's defense be so high? Ha ha ha, reptiles, you know how powerful this uncle is. Afterwards, Shukaku jumped vigorously and broke free immediately, waving dozens of sand Jinchuriki column and immediately knocked out several members of the Akamichi clan. Seeing Konoha's ninja deflated, Shukaku was even more excited and laughed. But at this time, in the pupil, a fist is getting bigger and bigger. With a bang, Shukaku was staggered back by the punch and nearly fell to the ground. Who dares to attack this uncle? Shukaku was furious, and when he looked intently, he saw a white-clothed kid standing above the city wall. Shukaku felt ashamed to be beaten back by such a kid, and immediately called out to Neji with a slap in the face. Neji dodged in an instant, and an 8 trigrams vacuum palm hit Shukaku again. Boom! Shukaku's sand body suddenly collapsed into a piece. Although it was very small, Shukaku felt a great shame. You actually have the guts to provoke me, and I. A slight movement of his fingertips, dozens of sand Jinchuriki column attacked Neji at an unusually fast speed. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Neji immediately used 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven to bounce the sand Jinchuriki column away, and his figure instantly disappeared, jumping towards Shukaku's head. Neji saw it. He couldn't beat Shukaku, but he didn't panic. Just wake up Gaara and Shukaku will disappear. However, although Neji's speed is fast, Shukaku is not generally strong. Almost instantly, Shukaku knew Neji's intentions and immediately sealed Gaara with sand. Wow, ha ha ha, this uncle won't be stupid and do nothing. Futon, wind style, practice bullets. Shukaku opened his mouth and roared, and air cannons shot down from the sky, hitting Neji fiercely. He finally came out, and this person wanted to go back. For Shukaku, this was a big sin and unforgivable. Not to be outdone, Neji hand seal while hiding, Doden Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. In an instant, a violent explosion occurred in midair, and the empty bomb directly penetrated the Earth Dragon Bullet, and the powerful aftermath blew everyone around. Seeing that the empty bomb penetrated, Neji fired the 8 trigrams vacuum palm again, which diffused Shukaku's attack. Under the aftermath, even Neji kept going backwards, unable to stand up, not to mention the others, who were already blown away. Huh, it's so dangerous, I can only use physical techniques. After he made up his mind, Neji didn't stop at all. He kicked his back foot, and his body shot out, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Shukaku. Robust double lion fist. Chakra wrapped around his hands, turned into 2 huge lion heads, and hit Shukaku with a slap. However, Shukaku just dropped a little sand. This Shukaku's high defense is a bit scary. Just as Neji was thinking about getting Shukaku an all-killing ash bones to send him on the road, Shukaku suddenly spoke up. Boy, it's interesting, you can actually take this uncle's training empty bomb. Shukaku looked at Neji with interest, as if he had discovered a new world. How about you, do you want to be my uncle's younger brother? Chapter 46 _ You can step on QB, 9 tails. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere was very strange, even slightly frozen. Do you want to be my little brother? Shukaku's words floated in the air, resounding all around, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. At this moment, they were inexplicably shocked, as if in a dream. Have I fallen for demonic illusion? Someone asked, feeling that all this is so strange and inconsistent. Try it and see. Suddenly, someone became ruthless, and without a single wave of his hand, he swiped straight towards his chest. Scoff. Bloody mouth suddenly appeared, and blood spurted out like Izumi in an instant. Puff. Pain. The man yelled, but cheered, and got a positive answer. This is not demonic illusion. Go, what are you doing, self-harm? Oh, you don't understand this, right? Pain is the best way to test an illusion. The man smiled, thinking that he was very smart. Then why don't you stick it in your leg? Quote ? After a while, the person who tried the method was heartbreaking, blood gushed like Izumi, and he kept breathing fragrance. Neji silently gave him a compliment. Brother, good work, I respect you as a man. How is it, kid, do you want to recognize me as the big brother? Shukaku's sharp voice sounded again. Then why do you want to recognize me as your little brother? Just because I blocked your drill? Neji asked. No, how should I put it? There is something about you that makes me feel very kind, it seems to be chakra. My chakra makes you feel friendly. Even Neji was very puzzled at this time, how could his chakra make Shukaku feel kind? Others don't know, can he still not know? The tailed beast is a collection of chakras, and it is 10 tails, which is a differentiation of the divine tree. Strictly speaking, all the chakras in this world are brought by them, how can there be chakras that make them feel friendly? However, looking at Shukaku's appearance, it doesn't look like a lie. Did he miss something? Forget it, I can't think of it, it's not bad for myself anyway. Deep look at Shukaku. Neji's heart moved, as if there was a flash of lightning passing by, and suddenly, he looked at Shukaku's eyes, and it began to become weird. Although your idea is good, I have no intention of being someone else's younger brother. Neji said calmly. This uncle is better than the Hokage in your village. Shukaku's sharp voice sounded. But you haven't been sealed, what's the use? If there is trouble, I'm not alone to solve it. Hearing Neji's words, Shukaku choked. It's true, he really can't say anything. Well, if the conditions are changed, I can still accept it, Neji said again. Destroy Shukaku's prestige first, and then give him a twist. Since Shukaku mentioned this idea first, he has a high chance of agreeing. After all, this is what he said, feeling kind to his chakra. Among the tailed beasts, although Shukaku is very smart, he is still 108,000 miles away from himself. Sure enough, Shukaku immediately asked, Change? Change what conditions? Actually it's nothing, it's you, be my little brother. Neji said indifferently. What? Shukaku froze immediately. Impossible, I also have the pride of being a tailed beast. Neji was in no hurry, he had expected this. Just listen to the old Neji said. Don't get excited, think about it carefully, your purpose is nothing more than to worship me, is there any difference between who comes first? You are sealed, don't you have to let me settle all the broken things, so it seems that my responsibilities are the same as the elder brother. So, it is only right and proper for me to be your elder brother. Shukaku rubbed his chin, as if it were such a rationale. It seemed that it was the eldest brother's duty to deal with troubles for the younger brother. Fight with me, just because Shukaku didn't take action when he was frying his hair just now, it means that there is still room for maneuver in this matter. His own IQ completely overwhelmed Shukaku. Seeing that the fire was almost over, Neji continued, also, if you recognize me as the eldest brother, I will also find an opportunity to untie the seal for you and give you back your freedom. How about it? My eldest brother can do it well. Not only that, in the future, I will also swoop with other tailed beasts. At that time, if you are the first to follow me, you can lash Kyubi, 9 tails, with your anger. How about it? Not bad. After hearing this, Shukaku was instantly moved. From this point of view, it seems really good to recognize this guy as the big brother. Shukaku can already imagine the days when he stepped on Kyubi, 9 tails. Immediately he waved his hand and laughed, from today onwards, you are my eldest brother. Then, dragging his fat body, he bent down, which means that Shukaku has recognized him. A typical white wolf with empty gloves, but Shukaku actually agreed. Hiss. Immediately, those who saw this scene took a deep breath. This scene was strange and terrifying. Some people saw it and wanted to laugh subconsciously, but the next moment, their whole body was cold and horrified. It is incredible to recognize a tailed beast as a younger brother. A tailed beast was abducted so easily. Today is a good day. Neji smiled and was very satisfied. He is still in his infancy. He has a strong bodyguard that surpasses cage level. The early stage is considered stable. If this is known to others, there will be a fragrance in the mouth. The initial stage, he is already an elite Jonin, and this gap is really annoying. Soon, however, Neji ran into new problems. Shukaku was kidnapped, but he was technically bound, so what should we do? Send him back. Impossible, it was so easy to find a thug, how could he just hand over him like this? Now, during the war, since Sunagaku had the courage to attack, he naturally had to make some bad plans. However, looking at the Gaara on Shukaku's head, it's a hassle. Neji jumped up, landed on Shukaku's head, and walked towards Gaara. During this period, Shukaku just stood there quietly, without the slightest movement, although he was worried that Neji would wake Gaara, but the intimacy still made him choose to trust Neji. Konoha, inside the 4 purple flame array. The battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru is also coming to an end. Both sides used powerful ultimate moves, and the rumbling continued. If not for the protection of the 4 purple flame array, this place would have been destroyed long ago. Boom, clang. The sticks and swords intersected, and the 2 men bent their arms straight, and then bounced away. Orochimaru, what is your purpose? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved the Vajra Rui stick and pointed at Orochimaru in the distance. The purpose, if I really want to say it, is to inject a little fresh energy into Konoha. Orochimaru put away the Kusanagi sword and looked at Konoha, who was engulfed in battle below, with an admiring smile. Chapter 47_Tasteful Ninjutsu. So many people died and a war was launched. For him, it turned out to be like a scene. He was just a spectator, in it, but detached from it. In his eyes, except for him, everyone's life is a tool. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, angered, and threw the Vajra Rui stick at Orochimaru. The thing that I hate the most in my life is that when I let you go, Konoha suffered this kind of catastrophe. Sarutobi, sensei, you're old. Orochimaru leapt in midair, dodging the stick. At the same time, Senju Tobirama rushed from the side, sweetened water-style water colliding wave. Immediately, a large amount of water swirled up like a tornado, and instantly turned into a waterfall and rushed down. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed greatly, his palms flew, and he slapped it again and again. Doden, earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose in the blink of an eye, blocking the wave for him. Sweetened water-style, water breaks waves. A stream of water Jinchuriki column blazed, with powerful destructive power, pierced through the earth wall in just a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to turn over to dodge. Teacher, you are old. Although the 2 Hokages are strong, they are still far from their heyday. If you were 10 years younger, I might have lost by now. Orochimaru stood aside, staring coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was flanked by the 2 Hokages, and strengthened his thoughts. Life is too fragile. Afterwards, he turned his head to look outside the formation, with even more doubts in his heart. Strange, why haven't Jiraiya and Tsunade come yet? The information is wrong, are they not in the village? The destruction of Konoha is just a sideshow to him, and he doesn't care too much whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead or alive. It's good to be able to kill it, but it doesn't matter if you can't kill it. However, if neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade were in the village, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. It is very difficult to fight against 3 cage-level powerhouses, let alone the best of the 3 cage-level characters. Even if he summons 2 Hokages, they are only puppets after all, so he is likely to kneel. But now, if they are not there, what are you afraid of? Who else can stop himself? Who else can do it? Orochimaru smiled, very gloomy and murderous. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. He didn't understand how Orochimaru's breath suddenly became so fierce, but he was not easy to bully. Boom. Shadow clone. He stuck the King Kong Rui stick on the ground, and hand-sealed it with both hands, and 4 clones appeared in an instant. Orochimaru is a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen after all, so he is quite aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities. The title of ninjutsu professor is not for nothing. Seeing such battles as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru knew that he was going to make a big move. Come back, Orochimaru said. Immediately, 2 brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama came to Orochimaru. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also finished the hand seal. 5 escapes. Dalian bullet technique. Immediately, 5 different types of ninjutsu, fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind, were used at the same time. Fire, water waves, thunder, rock, wind Jinchuriki column. The 5 attributes of ninjutsu are transformed into streaks of light Jinchuriki column, combining with each other, destroying the rotten, irresistible, and destroying everything in front of you in the blink of an eye. What? Orochimaru froze in his heart. He didn't expect that the old man could still use such terrifying ninjutsu at his age. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and soon formed a defensive seal with the Senju Hashirama brothers. Triple Rashomon. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. The art of Mokuden, wood style, Hobi, wood expulsion. Immediately, the water wall, wooden shield, and Rashomon appeared at the same time, blocking the front of the three. Boom, boom, click. The five energies raged, especially in such a small space, and the damage was even worse, and rushed towards Orochimaru and the two Hokages with an aura of destruction. The sound of bombardment, the cracking sound of breaking is incessant, and even the four purple flame formation trembled slightly, splashing sparks one after another. Is this the strength of the third generation of Hokage? It's really powerful. Fortunately, the three generations of Hokage are old, otherwise, with the four purple flame formation formed by the four of them, maybe they will really be shattered by this kind of attack. After a long time, the field calmed down and it was a mess. At this time, Taiyu also suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, look! How is that possible?" In the field, the water wall, the wooden shield, and the two Rashomon were all smashed, leaving only the last Rashomon standing in front of Orochimaru. But even so, the last Rashomon seemed to have been hit hard and was almost broken. No way. Orochimaru-sama's triple Rashomon was destroyed to such an extent. This was the result of the efforts of the two predecessors Hokage to block. One can imagine that if Orochimaru-sama alone was alone, he would never be able to stop such an attack. No wonder Lord Orochimaru often said that if the third generation was 10 years younger, he could easily be killed. At this time, the last Rashomon also slowly sank, and Orochimaru appeared from behind the door. It's dangerous. Hokages who had turned into confetti on both sides, he couldn't help frowning. Impure world reincarnation, S body is too fragile, but it is difficult for them to withstand the strong energy caused by this explosion. However, Mr. Sarutobi, you really gave me a good lesson. Really, it almost flipped over. But you don't have much chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at Orochimaru, whose complexion was only slightly paler than before, he couldn't help but lament, this old man is really old. Thinking of the well-behaved Orochimaru when he was a child, but now he has become like this, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. But as Hokage, even if you die, I will stop you. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up with the Vajra Rui stick, staring at Orochimaru. No, Teacher Sarutobi, you have no chance. The array of 10,000 serpents. Orochimaru suddenly fell to the ground softly, and with a gulp, a large number of snakes filed out. A piece of black pressure, very dense. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this scene, and almost couldn't bring it up in one breath. Thinking about his life, he has seen a lot of ninjutsu, but this is the first time he has seen ninjutsu that makes people feel disgusting. At this moment, there are more and more snakes, densely packed, like a small hill. The body is covered with a kind of thick mucus, and it also exudes an inexplicable aura. Not only that, when these snakes climbed, they spit out long swords and came towards him at high speed. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged body could not help but get goosebumps. It's just too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen became more and more angry. Orochimaru, is that what I taught you? This kind of disgusting ninjutsu is simply losing his old face. Chapter 48_Wonderful Misunderstanding. Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Fire Bullet. Immediately, the three groups of violent fire bombs pressed down on the snake group from the left, right, and directly in front of them. As soon as they touched, a large number of snakes turned to ashes. However, it's not over yet. Raiden Thunder Style, Thunder. Sweden Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen used two ninjutsu in a row. A water dragon rose into the air, and at the same time, a sharp lightning bolt like a thunder gun shot out of his mouth. The combination of Suiden water style and Raiden thunder style is even more powerful. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not attack the snake group, but ran directly to Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru hurriedly put his hands on the ground and avoided it with a beautiful 360-degree rotation in the air. "Teacher, you underestimate me." However, when he saw the faint smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, he woke up like a dream and his expression changed. No, the teacher wants to. However, it was too late now. Boom. Previous Hokages that had not fully recovered were once again reduced to shreds of paper. Kaden Fire Style Art of the Great Fire Dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded again, and Orochimaru looked back, only to see a huge fire dragon spewing out and swallowing up the snakes. "Teacher, you are really difficult as always, you won't miss the slightest chance." "Hehe, let's end this farce quickly." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. "Tile Shuriken." Orochimaru like a shuriken. "Hehe, this trick again. It's useless." Orochimaru sneered. "I saw him dodge a few times, and he easily escaped." Shuriken Giant Art. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly threw a huge shuriken, and then hand sealed again. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Immediately, a large number of shuriken appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Orochimaru. Doden Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Orochimaru slammed to the ground, and a wall of dirt rose quickly, blocking Orochimaru, but in just a moment, the wall was cut by those huge shuriken. "What?" Scoff. Orochimaru couldn't dodge in time, and was cut off by a shuriken, blood gushing violently, and his face suddenly turned pale. "Humph, but so. It's just that his arm was cut off, and it's no big deal for him who has the undead reincarnation." "Hehe, Orochimaru, you are careless." Sarutobi Hiruzen sounded a somewhat lifeless voice. "I saw that he did not know when he had completed a wonderful seal, and a terrifying figure appeared behind him." "That's..." Orochimaru's face suddenly became a little frightened. "Grim Reaper. Untie the 4 purple flame formation, withdraw." Orochimaru shouted. "Late. Don't underestimate Hokage, Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly came from behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru was suddenly startled and turned his head hastily to look. But I saw that 2 of the tiles that had been hidden before had become Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they were holding Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's shoulders respectively. "How is that possible?" "Orochimaru, don't be distracted." A shuriken that fell under his feet suddenly turned into an ape demon, strangling Orochimaru. The King Kong Rui stick that had been inserted beside the old man had long since disappeared. "Damn, when?" "Quick," Ape Demon shouted. "Forbidden technique, the ghouls are sealed." Just as Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen fought fiercely, Neji also stabilized Shukaku. "I really want to give him a hard time." Neji played with the kunai in his hands, and looked at Gaara with a weird look. "Human Jinchuriki column force, the tailed beast will also die, but this is only temporary. After a period of time, the tailed beast will be resurrected at another location and be free. In this way, Shukaku will become a free agent and can also serve as his own thug in the future." "But, is this true? In my mind, this has never happened before." Neji hesitated. "If this setting is true, the tailed beast can find a way to kill the Jinchuriki column force. Compared with being sealed for hundreds of years or even longer, temporarily dying for a period of time is nothing at all." But none of the tailed beasts did this. Even Kyuubi, Ninetails, who was very resentful of humans at first, was very worried about Naruto's death. As for the 3 tails, the 2 deaths of Jinchuriki column force were all planned by Madara and Obito, who can guarantee that they didn't take action. They all have the ability to pull out the tailed beast. Neji is very suspicious that the 3 tails in Nohara, Rin and Yagura have been pulled out before they are completely dead. With Rinnegan, it's not easy to do this. "Shukaku, what would happen to you if Gaara died?" One thing Neji is sure about, the tailed beasts will not die, they are just carriers of chakra, and there is no such thing as life. This is still evidence-based. When QB Ninetales was divided into yin and yang, it was obviously only reduced in size, and yin QB Ninetales was only brought to the Pure Land, not death. However, the death of the human Jinchuriki column force will still have a great impact on the tailed beast, otherwise the tailed beast will not be so worried about the safety of the human Jinchuriki column force. Hearing Neji's question, Shukaku's body trembled slightly, but his trembling was a little obvious to Neji. It felt like the whole world was shaking. There's a problem. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, confirming his own idea. Shukaku, Konoha and Sunagaku are fighting now. If you lied, I would really kill Gaara. Neji said lightly, you have to think about it. Shukaku was silent, and after a while, he spoke quietly, without the casualness and arrogance of the past. Talk to my heart. Then, he raised his patterned paws and placed them over Neji. Neji was fine, but Shukaku didn't want other people to know about it. Neji raised his palm with familiarity. In the next moment, the scene changed drastically. The eyes suddenly turned pitch black, with sparkling waves beneath his feet, and several thick chains extending out of nowhere were firmly binding Shukaku. Okay, let's talk. Neji walked directly to Shukaku. This guy. Seeing this scene, Shukaku's heart was even more shocked. He didn't expect that Neji would be so relieved of him. At such a close distance, he could easily trample Neji to death. At this moment, on Neji, he seemed to see the shadow of the old man. The old man who had treated them like his own child from the beginning to the end. Unconsciously, the corner of his eye slipped, and a tear slid down, but soon, the tear did not sink into the sand on his body. However, Neji dared to do it entirely because he had a big kill move like all killing ash bones in his hand. Although Shukaku was restrained, but it was better to get closer to make Neji feel at ease. I have to say, this is a wonderful misunderstanding. Chapter 49 _ Your partner was beaten. Our tailed beast is the carrier of chakra. Even if the human Jinchuriki column force dies, we will not die. After the death of the human Jinchuriki column force, we will be scattered chakras again, floating around and scattered, but after a certain period of time, we will still appear. Shukaku said proudly, very proud of their ability to be equivalent to immortality and immortality. So, what you're trying to say is that even if Jinchuriki column dies, it won't affect you much. Neji looked at Shukaku suspiciously, as if to say, aren't you kidding me? If it really doesn't matter, why did you pull me in? To relieve your boredom? No, an indescribable sadness suddenly appeared in Shukaku's dark cross eyes. Originally, the person Jinchuriki column will die if they die, and we should wait for a while at most to be resurrected. However, with the passage of time, more and more people began to practice chakra, and there were many powerful guys at one time. Especially the two guys Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, not even QB Ninetales are their opponents. When talking about it, Shukaku said that he was biting Kiba's teeth, how proud their tailed beasts are, and when will they be controlled by humans, all of which started from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. These two nasty guys. Thinking of this, Shukaku slowly turned into a troll, constantly complaining to Neji about their experience of being squeezed by tailed beasts. It was really sad for those who saw it, and tears for those who heard it. It's just a pity that Neji has no interest in these at all. I saw Neji kicked hard without saying a word. Seriously, what are you trying to say? Shukaku shrunk his already fat body and said a little aggrieved. Simply put, when we are resurrected, we will become very weak, if someone controls us at this time. It's possible that we could actually be enslaved. Neji frowned. So, you might be out of control. Shukaku nods, that's why they're willing to stay in the human Jinchuriki column force. Although it was sealed, there is still hope to go out in one's own consciousness, but if someone picks up the gap, it will be a big game. So, they won't let Jinchuriki column force die unless it's a last resort. How do you know? Have you tried? How dare you try this? It's an intuition, Shukaku exclaimed. Well, some things can't be delved into too deeply. It's really tricky. Neji raised his forehead, and the thug who finally tricked him turned out to be a decoration. He felt that the world was full of malice towards him. No way. I can't use Shukaku as a guinea pig to experiment. Shukaku, just stay here for now, I'll find you soon. Ah, Shukaku complained in his heart, so he finally came out, but he was about to go back. But what can he say? The big brother he recognizes, he has to go on crying. Back in reality, Neji punched Gaara's face, Gaara was woken up by the blow, and Shukaku disappeared into sand. Brother, do you remember to come and save me? Shukaku yelled when he was about to disappear. Losing the Shukaku pedal, Gaara, who was left with little chakra, quickly fell to the ground. Tisk tisk tisk, thanks to Karura's protection, otherwise, if you fall so high, you probably won't survive. Neji jumped down, looking at Gaara, who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, shaking his head. Gaara looked at Neji with hatred in her eyes, and the already thick dark circles under her eyes added a terrifying feeling. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke walked out of the forest with each other's arms, and couldn't help but startled when they saw Gaara lying on the ground. Ended. Can someone actually beat that big guy? The next moment, they turned their attention to Neji, and they were shocked. Could it be? How is that possible? With that kind of power, how could he defeat that monster? Sasuke was shaking, unable to believe all this. He will never forget that the huge destructive power of Shukaku just now, changing the landscape of mountains and rivers at every turn, is an unimaginable power. How can the gap between our strengths be so big? How am I going to kill that man if it goes on like this? Seeing Sasuke's confused look, Neji immediately knew what he was thinking. Frog in the well, you know nothing about power. Shukaku didn't even use his full strength to surprise you to this point. What about defeating Itachi? But you will soon feel the difference between you and Itachi. At this time, Gaara suddenly shouted, Damn, I can't lose. The moment he saw Naruto, Gaara somehow borrowed strength from there, stood up quickly, and ran towards Naruto. Yes, he ran towards Naruto. You guy, do you still want to fight? Seeing Gaara rushing in, Naruto's spirit shook. He pushed Sasuke aside, shouted and greeted him. You bastard. Both of them have no chakra, and can only use the most primitive fighting methods to hit each other with punch after punch. Even so, they have to beat each other to the ground. Good guy. Is this the fetters in the rumors? Neji looked at the two who were beating each other in surprise, and felt a little weird. The one who was still ill before was about to die, as if he was going to die here with no one to support him. It can be seen that after seeing the other party, the firepower was full, and the fight was extremely intense. The main thing is that they also shouted, I am the strongest, I will stop you, and so on. This, my temper, it was me who stopped Gaara just now, why are you two fighting? Then, Neji couldn't take it anymore, and he walked aggressively to a large rock. After that, he sat there. Come on, the melon eaters are ready. Neji was very satisfied watching the surging scene of the two banging against each other, hearty and blood surging. Tisk tisk. The collision between the fist and the flesh and the love is really wonderful and indescribable. Suddenly, Neji thought of something, turned his head and said to Sasuke, Hey, your partner was beaten like this, and you're not going to help. Sasuke's face turned Yuhi, remembering the embarrassing scene of Naruto and himself in the classroom, and the nameless fire suddenly rose. Damn, who spread it out? Sasuke's reaction made Neji chuckle without saying anything. Soon, Naruto pinned Gaara to the ground, punched him hard, and started his mouth escape journey. There is no background music, and there is an inexplicable feeling of being angry and chatting. Although Neji looked very excited, accidents always came unexpectedly. Chapter 50. The Senju clan disappeared, actually because... Boom. A loud noise suddenly interrupted Naruto's mouth. What happened? Everyone looked at each other. That is, the direction of the venue. Is it the 3 generations of Hokage-sama? Such a huge shock. Lord Hokage, he... No, Lord Hokage is absolutely fine. Yes, we have to guard here and we must not let them pass. Just as a group of people chatted and discussed, Neji had long since disappeared. Konoha, the 4 purple flame formation has been untied, but Might Guy and the others are still clearing the enemies from all over the place, and they haven't arrived here yet. At this moment, the 4 of Tayuya protected Orochimaru in groups, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen vigilantly. Although he has already cast the ghoul seal, and his life is not long, but he is Hokage after all, they dare not be careless. Don't stand stupidly, he has no extra strength. Take me away. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. 4 set up Orochimaru and were about to leave. At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came and landed steadily on the roof. The moment he saw the person coming, Orochimaru's face changed suddenly. Hyuga Neji. But Neji ignored him and strode up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's still a step too late. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifeless face, Neji sighed. After Sarutobi Hiruzen died, he had to deal with Danzo early. I have to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really scheming, and got a lot of information with just a few words. Orochimaru is so afraid of Neji, which shows that Neji's strength is not bad, and it is not right with Orochimaru. Although there are still many questions, but let's not delve into it. Neji, are you willing to replace me and become the 5th Hokage to guard the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen said heavily. What? Orochimaru was startled, with even more jealousy in his eyes. He also had the hope of taking the position of Hokage, but the old man actually said that he was not in the right mind and directly rejected him. But now, in the face of such a suspicious little devil, he would actually give Konoha to him with confidence, and suddenly, Orochimaru looked at Neji more and more badly. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, even Neji was taken aback. Is this old brain circuit? How did he think of letting himself inherit the position of Hokage? Him to answer, Orochimaru pointedly said. Hehe, Mr. Sarutobi, you are really good at seeing talents. This kid is not easy. He recognized me in the Forest of Death and realized that Kazekage was impersonated by me. Not only that, but his ability makes me dread, and putting Konoha in his hands is indeed a good choice. The implication is that this kid is a genin, but he has so many secrets, why don't you think about it? Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed when he heard Orochimaru's words. Hehe, Neji, yes, I'll be relieved by handing Konoha to you. I didn't expect Neji to be so good, Sarutobi Hiruzen is so relieved. At this moment, Orochimaru is messy, why doesn't this old man follow the routine? In fact, this is how he misunderstood Sarutobi Hiruzen. After his death, only Danzo, Tsunade, and Jiraiya have cage-level strength in Konoha. However, Danzo's unrighteousness and collusion with Orochimaru can't be concealed from him, so Konoha must not be handed over to him. And Jiraiya's character is really not suitable for Hokage, moreover, he is not interested in this. As for Tsunade, Konoha, no, Hokage has long been disappointed. Neji being so young to be a threat to a cage-level ninja speaks volumes about his potential, such a genius, Konoha must not be lost. Moreover, Neji is calm, and motivated, which is a good material for Hokage. Him all Konoha, even if Neji has a plan, will it still harm his own interests? To be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a competent Hokage, even when he is dying, all he can think about is Konoha. How is it, Neji, are you willing to protect Konoha in my place? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. Neji was about to answer when he was interrupted again. Neji, you probably don't know what the old man is like. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hirazen's pale face lost its color even more. Orochimaru glared at Sarutobi Hirazen and said slowly, "Back then, Konoha executives did a series of human experiments in order to reproduce the original Mokuden wood style. I believe this matter can't be hidden from you. But do you know what happened after the teacher ordered the experiment to be banned? What's up? Wasn't it just Danzo sneaking up on this experiment?" But Neji didn't think it was that simple, so he looked at Orochimaru and motioned for him to continue. Haha, Orochimaru sneered. However, that prohibition order is only a superficial project. Behind the scenes, the teacher and Danzo still haven't given up this experiment. Even with his acquiescence, Danzo not only dug up the tombs of the first and second generations, and used their corpses for experiments, but also quietly arrested all the Senju clan except Tsunade. Wait, Neji yelled. Didn't the Senju family already accept the second generation's order to hide their surname and marry someone else? Hehe, Neji, you're still too naive. Orochimaru laughed. They took advantage of this, and they were able to wipe out the Senju clan. When the Senju family hid their surnames and married other people, the whereabouts of all of them have already been mastered by the teacher and the others. Neji's pupils shrank, never expecting the truth to be like this. So, Neji, what do you think is the fate of the Senju clan? Neji opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. However, since there are already first-generation cells, why do you need to? So you are too naive. With only the first generation of a person's cells, the probability of success is pitifully small. What would you do in this situation? Neji turned his head and stared at Sarutobi Hirazen. Lord Hokage, is what he said true? Ah, Sarutobi Hirazen admitted happily. Mokuden wood style is very strong. In case it is possible to reproduce the glory of Shodai, first Sama, that is synonymous with ending the war prematurely. Although this incident was led and presided over by Danzo, it was also tacitly approved by the old man. And it's the responsibility of every Hokage generation to make Konoha's strength up. Sarutobi Hirazen felt guilty, but did not regret it. But what happened? Neji asked. Just for such a reason. Is it possible to make a clan disappear? Lord Hokage, Neji asked angrily. Neji is not from this world and has never been a Hokage, don't know why he would do it. Hehe, Neji, how are you? Now, what are you going to do? Chapter 51_I object. Orochimaru looked at Neji with a sly smile, waiting for his next answer. Neji glanced at Orochimaru in confusion, then said, I. At this moment, another roar interrupted Neji's words, and Neji's face darkened. Wait, Sarutobi Hirazen hurriedly said, roaring with almost all of his strength, for fear that Neji would catch Orochimaru's words. At the same time, he looked at Orochimaru very badly, wishing to beat this traitor to death. He was so angry that he could not die with peace of mind. I should have killed this traitor with a stick. I hate it. Neji, Konoha is your home. Sarutobi Hirazen said weakly, and he would not be able to rest his eyes if he didn't get it done. HMPH. I want to play emotional cards. Orochimaru sneered. Neji. Shut up all of you. Neji's face was ugly. Can you hear me finish? It's you first. Neji pointed to Orochimaru. His and Danzo's dark history, what's my business? Does it have anything to do with me being a Hokage? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, speechless, which immediately made Sarutobi Hirazen happy. Good boy. As a result, his hopes were shattered before he finished speaking. And you? Neji pointed to Sarutobi Hirazen. Did I say I was going to be Hokage? Why are you in such a hurry? Now, damn you, you should go, hurry up, Neji said impatiently. Really, two brainy guys. Sarutobi Hirazen kicked her legs without taking a breath. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and the four of them carried away to Yuya. After they left, Neji sighed. Sarutobi Hirazen was dead. Danzo couldn't sit still, and the good days were 2 days away. Neji laughed. Yes, Danzo didn't have a good 2 days, and he had had enough of being watched every day for the past month. Before implementing his future plans, let's kill Danzo first. Soon after, Might Guy, Kakashi, and a group of Anbu came here. When they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, they were immediately covered with deep sadness. Over the next few days, Konoha has been rebuilt, and a grand funeral was held for the 3 generations and the ninja who died in this battle. But they don't have time to grieve. Konoha has suffered this big change, and the news will soon spread throughout the major ninja villages. In the 3 wars of the ninja world, Konoha has never lost. Coupled with the superior geographical environment and abundant resources, there are many strong Konoha players. Take a look at the previous Uchiha Shisui, Konoha White Fang, Yellow Flash. Konoha once left other shinobi villages behind, and now they have finally suffered a big loss. How could they miss this opportunity? Especially the death of 3 generations of Hokage made Konoha lose his backbone. It is conceivable that today's ninja world must be turbulent, all staring at the fat Konoha. Therefore, Konoha is in urgent need of rebuilding and revitalization at this time, and because of this great change, Konoha's elders are in a bad state. Among them, the most important thing is to recommend the 5th generation Hokage. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Shimura Danzo. 3 people are sitting together in the Konoha conference room, discussing and dealing with a large number of emergency matters. When it comes to the 5th generation Hokage, Danzo can't hold his breath anymore. He had planned for so long and waited so long to sit in this seat just for this. The old man thinks that the 5th generation of Hokage is the old man. Danzo said confidently. This made Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado slightly surprised. Danzo wanted to be Hokage, they knew, but they didn't expect him to say it so clearly. The shadows of each village are passed on from the old generation to the new generation, and it is an unwritten rule that I hope Konoha can walk longer. Although there are no suitable young people for Konoha now, but Danzo is too old. If he disappears in a few years, is it possible for Konoha to choose another one? This case, is Hokage changing a little faster? It is precisely because of this concern that the 2 of them did not immediately give an opinion. Haha, Danzo is not in a hurry, this matter is already a certainty in his opinion. There is no such figure in the younger generation. The younger Tsunade and Jiraiya have no interest in Hokage, he has no competition at all. Hihi, Kaharu, Menyon, don't think about it, Konoha has no one other than me who can take on this great responsibility. Danzo said leisurely, reminding them appropriately. This matter can't be dragged on. Both Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado's faces were a little unsightly, which was forcing them to make a choice. After a while, the 2 of them sighed slightly. In the current situation, Konoha really can't wait any longer. Danzo, we agreed with your proposal, but you also know that you are running a route and have been operating in secret for a long time, and many people have never seen you at all, so. The old man understands. Next day, in front of the Hokage office building, a large group of people gathered here, bustling, watching the figures on the tall buildings. Is that the future 5th generation Hokage? I heard that besides Anbu, Konoha has a root, and this adult is the leader of the root. Yes, it is said that his strength is the same as that of Lord Hokage of the 3rd generation, and he is also a disciple of Lord Hokage of the 2nd generation. Listening to the discussion around, Kakashi, Might Guy and others couldn't help frowning, they were very clear about Danzo's person. I would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. I don't know if this is good or bad. Might Guy patted Kakashi on the shoulder. It's okay, be yourself, this is youth. They want to speak out against it, but Danzo, who is qualified, strong, and invincible, is really unstoppable. Neji is also in the crowd, and I don't know why it's like this. Shouldn't Jiraiya go out to find Tsunade? What's the situation now? Also, Neji turned his head slightly, but Naruto didn't leave. Naruto, where's the great Tota mortal? Neji asked. Oh, you mean that old man? Naruto rubbed his chin, narrowed his eyes, and thought hard. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him for a long time. Oh, I remembered. Naruto Hammerhand. He left before the Chunin exam, saying he was looking for inspiration or something. What a slut. Naruto pouted, really didn't believe he would be one of the legendary Sannin, God knows what he did with him. So that's it, didn't come back. Neji turned around and looked at Danzo on the tall building. His arrival seems to have brought great changes to the world. The tall building, looking at the crowd below, Danzo felt relieved. Hee, after today, the old man will be the 5th generation. Danzo smiled from the bottom of his heart. This was his dream for many years, and now it will finally come true. Sarutobi, watch it carefully, the Konoha under my control will definitely annex other ninja villages and unify the ninja world. Danzo, hurry up and don't make everyone wait too long, urged Homura Mitokado. Cough cough, everyone, I think many people don't know much about the old man. Hee, the old man is the 2nd generation of Lord Hokage. Wait. You're Hokage, I'm against it. Chapter 52 _ Do you want to betray the village? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, breaking the quiet atmosphere like thunder. At this moment, Danzo is speaking. He is a disciple of the 2nd generation of Hokage, has Kage-level strength, and controls the root group. He can now be said to be the most prestigious person in the entire Konoha. Danzo's speech quietly, even Kakashi and the others had to be silent. They were unreasonably quiet, and I am afraid that even if a needle fell to the ground, it could be clearly heard by everyone. In this situation, who would dare to intervene? However, now, this incident has actually happened, and someone shouted out such amazing opinions, which immediately startled everyone else. Moreover, he directly interrupted Danzo's speech, showing no sympathy in front of the public. Afterwards, everyone followed the source of the sound, but when they saw the face of the person who exited, their dull expressions became even more incredible. That is, a boy with Byakugan. The Hyuga family. Ordinary people and some cannon fodder ninjas may just be stunned, but for those who have heard a little about Darkness of Konoha, this is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Neji, what is he doing? Kurenai Yuhi frowned, worried. This guy, don't you know what impact his actions will have on the Hyuga family? Kakashi was a little worried. Danzo is a man who will pay his revenge, and there is no room for sand in his eyes. He would rather kill him by mistake than let him go. On this occasion, Neji's open objection would give Danzo a reason to attack the Hyuga clan. Hey guy, Neji Ah, I understand, but this is my disciple. Might Guy grinned, revealing a big white fang, and the corners of his mouth flashed an inexplicable luster. Guy, you, Kakashi was shocked. Kakashi, you know Danzo's character better than us. Do you feel good about letting him sit on the Hokage seat? Might Guy said solemnly. It was terribly quiet just now. Although there was an element of respect, the reason why many people kept silent was because of fear. Kakashi is silent, others don't know, he doesn't know. Danzo, a ruthless man who would not hesitate to assassinate 3 generations of Hokage-sama in order to become Hokage. If Konoha's roots are lifted into the sky, then Konoha will really fall into darkness. Father, Neji brother Hinata said timidly, standing beside Hyuga. Hyuga took a deep look at Neji, then turned to Hinata and said, watch quietly. His 2 children are daughters, and the potential shown is not as good as Neji's, plus the Hyuga family has never had a female-headed family precedent. Therefore, he also considered the matter of recruiting for a long time, and it happened that Hinata had a good impression of Neji, and Neji was originally a member of the Hyuga family. The world of ninjas, strength is respected, and Neji's strength in this Chunin exam and in the protection of Konoha has surprised many people. In particular, he took Yue as his younger brother. In every respect, Neji is the best choice. So, he already has the idea of training Neji to be the head of the family. As for those old men, let them go. However, the most important thing is that Danzo, the old yin coin, he has endured for a long time. Since he would not let the Uchiha family go, how could he let the Hyuga family grow? Neji, what will you do? Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Neji and thought silently in his heart. For the time being, this can be regarded as a temporary test. To be the head of the family always requires some means. At this time, Danzo also turned his head to look at Neji. His eyes were cold, he enjoyed the feeling of being in the limelight, but at such a time, someone would come out to disrupt the situation, which made him very uncomfortable. Hyuga Neji, he actually dared to sing against the old man, he really has a bad heart. Humph, it seems that the Hyuga family really can't stay. Owns the Kekkei Genkei, is a tumor. Ignorance, don't you know Konoha's current situation? Danzo slammed his cane heavily and said coldly. Other shinobi villages are staring at us. Hokage can't be delayed. This old man was elected as Hokage, but for the good of Konoha, or you want to destroy our Konoha. Danzo spoke upright, and immediately, many people looked at Neji with suspicion. Neji's heart trembled, he had seen such a shameless person before. This old yin coin really refreshed Neji's cognition in this regard. Also, Hyuga Neji, according to the information I got, when the third generation died, you were alone, and Orochimaru disappeared. Danzo narrowed his eyes. I have to suspect that there is a connection between you and Orochimaru. It sure is. Neji had expected Danzo to use this to make a fuss, but he just didn't expect him to be so impatient. A pity, Neji is not something he can handle at will. Just because you suspect me, you don't look like Hokage, Danzo. This time, Neji was able to pick it out directly, even without the honorific title. What do you mean? Danzo frowned. 3 generations of adults are trapped. I'm in a hurry, isn't it right to rush there? As for Orochimaru, I'm a genin, how can I stop him? If I can stop him, it's not normal. Everyone nodded. Neji was very strong, especially when he subdued Yitai. This matter had already spread in Konoha, and everyone thought it was incredible. However, to say that Neji is better than Orochimaru, no one believes that the reason why Neji can conquer Shukaku, who doesn't know. Moreover, Neji and Orochimaru did not know each other before, or even heard of it, and there is no possibility of cooperation between the two. There's no reason for Neji to join forces with Orochimaru, so please investigate this matter, Mr. Danzo. Even so, during the investigation, it's better to detain. Danzo waved his hand, and immediately, several root personnel behind him were ready to come forward to catch Neji. Seeing this scene, Neji got angry, and wanted to arrest him if he disagreed. Does Danzo really think of him as Hokage, and think he can handle it at will? Just when these few lackeys came to him, he moved, no nonsense, and he started with a ruthless move. Robust steps and 2 lion fists. The few lackeys who came to arrest Neji didn't expect that Neji would dare to shoot at them in front of so many people, and almost all of them were hit in a split second, and Neji knocked them down. With Neji's strength, by surprise, they had no room for resistance at all. Hyuga Neji, do you want to betray the village? Chapter 53 Danzo, you can't do it. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and before everyone could even react, Neji had already knocked down several ninjas at the root. It was at this moment that they truly saw Neji's strength. It was just a rumor before, and not many people have seen it with their own eyes, so most of their admiration and surprise about Neji are superficial, but they don't know his depth in their hearts. But now, although it was a surprise, it was a little scary to knock down these root ninjas in a blink of an eye. Especially those who have a certain understanding of the root, are even more alarmed. The average combat power of the root personnel is higher than Chunin. This shows that Neji's strength has truly reached the level of Jonin. Jonin is rare, not even Konoha, but Neji is only 13 years old, and Jonin is only one line behind Kakashi. Robust double lion fist. Hyuga Hiyashi was shocked. Isn't this an advanced physical technique that only main clan can teach? How did Neji learn? Now that Neji doesn't want to hide anymore, his strength will be discovered sooner or later, so it's better to show it himself. He wanted to say something. I'm not very strong, but even Uchiha Madara would have to slap me in the street. Hyuga Neji, do you want to betray the village? With a loud shout, Kaharu Udatane brought everyone back to reality. Hyuga Neji, in front of everyone's eyes, you dare to hurt the root staff. If you don't take it easy, we will deal with you as missing nin. Neji raised his legs and kicked the root ninjas who had fallen on the ground into the distance, looking at Kaharu Udatane coldly. Do you mean that we should let these people at the root be arrested for no reason and not be able to resist? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked at Kaharu Udatane. Kaharu Udatane shivered in his heart and stepped aside, his turbid old eyes full of resentment. Today, this face is a big shame. I am a member of the Konoha elders, and I was taught a lesson by a hairy boy. Stinky brat, don't let me get a chance. Ha ha, Danzo said at this time. Hyuga Neji, the strength you showed really surprised me. Although Danzo is praising Neji, he is very gloomy. The implication is that with your strength, can't you stop the injured Orochimaru? Everyone present was not a fool, and after a little thought, they realized that Danzo was implying, and looked at Neji again. I'm sorry, I take back what I just said. There is still a fool in the crowd, and Naruto still doesn't know what to do. However, seeing everyone constantly watching back and forth between him and Danzo, shaking their heads constantly, there was an inexplicable twitching feeling. Danzo, although I have suspicions, at least I fought hard to kill the enemy. If it weren't for me, Konoha would have been destroyed. Neji was prepared for this, and finally brought the topic to this. Everyone nodded when they heard that. Neji really did a great job in this Konoha defense, and the credit was undoubtedly the biggest. It 10,000 steps back. If Neji hadn't defeated Gaara and let him transform in the village, Konoha would have been turned into a desert. If Neji hadn't blocked Shukaku, Konoha would have been severely damaged, Kurenai Yuhi said. When Neji stopped Shukaku from entering the village, he had already spent a lot of chakra, so it makes sense that he couldn't stop Orochimaru. Kakashi analyzed. Yes, even if Neji has the strength of Jonin, it is still far worse than Orochimaru. Might Guy echoed. I am also very sad when my father died, but this is not the reason why you blame Neji. Sarutobi Asuma, the most powerful person, spoke up, and almost instantly, everyone stood on Neji's side. Seeing this scene, Neji smiled, then looked at Danzo, and said slightly mockingly, "It's you, when Orochimaru invaded Konoha, you and the roots didn't seem to show up." This sentence is like a daigo, and suddenly many people frown. Yes. Danzo and Root really didn't seem to show up when Konoha was destroyed. Obviously have the strength of Kage level, but you don't make a move, do you sit and watch the 3 generations die? Feeling the bad eyes from everyone, Danzo bit Kiba and forcibly argued. The old man was not in the village at that time. He could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Neji. Then how did you know Orochimaru was injured? I heard from the Root members. Since the Roots are on the scene, why don't you stop Orochimaru from leaving, and why don't you support everyone in Konoha? Seeing the increasingly dissatisfied eyes of everyone, Danzo could only insist, I still have important things to do. Oh I see, I didn't expect you, Danzo, to be so righteous. Neji sneered. Danzo clenched his fists. Anyway, the selection of Hokage is urgent. I, the disciple of the 2nd generation Hokage, possess the strength of Kage level. Shut up you. Unexpectedly, Danzo is also a person who fights for his father. No, he fights for his teacher. But also, Hokage of all dynasties, which one is not a related household? Seeing Neji rejecting him again, Danzo couldn't hold back his face. Then you say, who is qualified to be Hokage except this old man. Danzo almost growled, but he wasn't nervous at all. A Hokage requires qualifications. In terms of qualifications, I am not afraid of anyone. Haha. Neji Shishirin stepped forward. Tsunade is Hokage, isn't it more orthodox than you? Danzo's expression changed. Of strength, he is one of Sannin, and he is also a proper Kage level master. Of qualifications, Neji laughed. The two grandfathers are Hokage, the teacher is also Hokage, the disciples of teammates are also Hokage, and Konoha was built by their ancestors. Danzo, you can't. Hearing Neji's words, even Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado's eyes lit up. Maybe we can fight for it. Seeing that the two teammates had defected, Danzo almost vomited blood. How could there be any face left? Let's go. He didn't talk nonsense, and left with all the Anbu under his command. At this time, Homura Mitokado stepped forward and said to Neji, Neji, I don't ask how you know Tsunade anymore, but, I believe you know about her, right? This Homura Mitokado is not bad, and Neji is not good at reaching out and hitting the smiling face. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you to find Tsunade back to the village. Homura Mitokado laughed. Nothing he can do, Jiraiya's not there, so only Neji might get Tsunade back. Sarutobi had said to him inadvertently a month ago. Hyuga Neji, it's weird. Chapter 54 _ The Three Strongest Demonic Illusion. Neji, come out. After returning to the Hyuga clan, Neji was called out by Hyuga. Needless to say, Neji also knew that Hyuga was trying to teach him a lesson. In that case, his every move represented the Hyuga clan, and he challenged Danzo in a grand manner. Even if the Hyuga clan were the first Konoha clan, they would be very difficult to do. Compared with the high-level family, it is really not worth mentioning. The tragedy of the Uchiha group is the best portrayal. Neji, what you did this time was a little thoughtless. Hyuga said heavily. Really? Neji also knew that exposing Danzo too early was not a good choice, but he had no choice at the time. Danzo has noticed him. If Danzo becomes Hokage, he will be in constant trouble in the future. If he is accidentally caught by Danzo, he will lose 10% of his skin if he doesn't die. It was all the fault of the lewd old man Jiraiya. Konoha was destroyed like this, he still didn't show up, and I don't know what material attracted him so much. The more you take a step back, the more you get angry, and the more you think about it, the more you lose. Naruto, Jiraiya, you guys are really good teachers and apprentices. Neji murmured in his heart. The master and apprentice disrupted their plans twice. But at this time, Hyuga suddenly said with a little admiration, although it lacks consideration, you have done a good job. Neji raised his head and looked at Hyuga puzzled. Danzo is a sinister person, and has always held a repulsive attitude towards the family that owns Kekkei Genkai. If he really becomes Hokage, my Hyuga clan will not be far from the footsteps of Uchiha. However, with your big fuss today, Danzo, he shouldn't expect to be a Hokage in his life. Hyuga sneered. Danzo thought he was hiding well, but he was always watching what he did. Oh, the Kumobukuro village negotiated back then, but suddenly abducted Hinata, who was just a Jonin, who could sneak into Hyuga's house without anyone noticing, not even Konoha's high-level officials and elites. For so many years, he has always had doubts about this matter. Not long ago, he finally found some clues, and these clues all pointed to Danzo. He still has bad intentions towards Byakugan. Hyuga thought to himself, of course, he wouldn't tell Neji about these things, because, strictly speaking, Hazashi died for it. Neji nodded. After all his fuss, Danzo's reputation was completely stinky. Except for Naruto, everyone else was not stupid. He joined Orochimaru to kill 3 generations. This stain was enough for him to drink a pot. In the future, his movements in Konoha will be restricted everywhere, and the situation will become very dire. However, you are too reckless, Danzo completely hates you, and that Kaharu Udatane is not a generous master. Hyuga Hiyashi is a little worried. Neji is indeed a little impulsive. Offending two Konoha executives at one time is very unfavorable for Neji's future development, and they will definitely make things difficult in the future. I'm not afraid of them, Neji said flatly, sending them on their way. Although Danzo and Kaharu Udatane are both good, if you really want to kill them, there are still many ways. It really doesn't work. Use all killing ash bones to burn them to ashes and make them disappear from the world completely. Nothing, you have too many secrets. I won't ask you, what do you want to do? Are you really going to find Tsunade? Hyuga Hiyashi asked. Neji responded. Hyuga Hiyashi hesitated, and finally said solemnly, since this is your idea, then do it with confidence, I will fully support you. Then Neji left and went to find Tsunade. Konoha is indeed a bit precarious now, and Tsunade is desperately needed. Looking at the back of Neji leaving, Hyuga Hiyashi sighed slightly. His original intention was to let Neji compete for the position of Hokage. At a glance today, it seems that many people have a good impression of Neji. Coupled with the strong support of his Hyuga clan, although Neji is currently underpowered, he can still compete. But Neji doesn't seem to have this idea, so he can only do it. With Hyuga Hiyashi, Neji immediately rushed towards Dante Street, and if you are fast, the time of the day will be up. This Hyuga Hiyashi seems to have something to say, I don't know what he's thinking. Neji thought. Generally speaking, when the clan members make mistakes, Hyuga Hiyashi, as the head of the clan, will punish them in front of many clan members, not to mention that his act is like pulling the entire family into the water. How could it be so careless? It was impossible for Neji to know what Hyuga Hiyashi was thinking, but he didn't think much about it, and it didn't have any bad influence on him anyway. When he stepped out of the Hyuga clan's station, a figure in the bushes hurriedly flashed away. Neji paused for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Danzo, I like you. Walking to the entrance of the village, a violent noise came, accompanied by a few violent chakras. It seems that someone is fighting. Neji glanced in that direction, appreciative. Akatsuki's speed is really fast, and in order to achieve his goals, he spares no effort to fulfill his duties. If this is in his previous life, no matter where he is placed, it is a typical model organization. It's a pity that it was fooled around by Black Zetsu, and in the end, the entire purpose of Akatsuki's original purpose of being fooled has deteriorated. Neji sighed. As we all know, the three strongest demonic illusion in the ninja world. The so-called Will of Fire. Naruto has suffered from Byakugan for so many years, but he still desperately wants to protect the village, which is absolutely amazing. Then there is Black Zetsu's big trick, a 1,000-year layout, just to save his mother. He has fooled the ninja world for thousands of years, and it is always beneficial. Of course, the most powerful demonic illusion is Naruto's mouth escape. No matter what Mangekyo, Rinnegan, or Byakugan, Tenseigan, under the attack of my mouth, it's all nonsense. Neji laughed, and he said, forget it, find a time to fool the others from Akatsuki. And draw them over. After all, the worst of these people have the strength of an elite Jonin. The battle over there, Neji strode out of the village, and even if Jiraiya hadn't returned, the two of them couldn't get anything in Konoha. Not to mention that Itachi wouldn't use all his strength, and Danzo wouldn't just watch Naruto be taken away. For Danzo, how could such an unstable weapon be easily given to others? Old man, make good use of your last remaining heat. Chapter 55 _ Only fools can be Hokage. In the short volume street, in an alley, four figures face each other. Orochimaru, aren't you here to catch up with me? A blonde, choppy, 20-year-old beauty stared blankly at a former partner, and the coldness and alienation in her mouth couldn't be more obvious. Yes, I need your help with something. Ask me for help. Orochimaru, you're not sick, are you going to ask me for help? Tsunade sneered. Although I have left the village, it was built by my grandfather after all. You made a mess of Konoha and killed the old man. How do you think I will help you? Because, only you can help me with this task. Orochimaru smiled miserably. Tsunade narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. If it's about medical issues, you've got the wrong person. I'm no longer a medical ninja, and I won't help you. Shizune, go. Tsunade crossed his hips and immediately called Shizune beside him, supported her and walked away. Tsunade, why don't you listen to my terms? You know that I can ghoul this forbidden technique, Orochimaru said very calmly. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. Orochimaru continued, if you do me this favor, I can let you meet Naoki and Naoki. Tsunade turned around tremblingly and stared at Orochimaru. After a while, she asked, what are you busy with? Orochimaru chuckled. Don't worry, it won't be too much trouble, just let you help me to unlock a seal. Sealing technique. What sealing technique? The ghouls are sealed. Time passed slowly. At this moment, the sky was already dark. In a tavern on Short Book Street, two beautiful women were sitting in a corner, and one of the blonde royal sisters was gulping down the spirits. Master Tsunade, do you really want to trade with Orochimaru? Shizune asked anxiously. She knew what this meant. 3 generations sacrificed their lives to seal Orochimaru's hands with great difficulty. If Tsunade-sama really helped Orochimaru untie it, the 3 generations would have died in vain. Even if Tsunade-sama was the granddaughter of the original Hokage-sama, he would not be forgiven. Uncle, and your younger brother, they would never want to see you in this way. Shizune shouted. Shizune, you're so annoying, I'm measured. The blonde royal sister looked at the empty wine glass and said irritably. Orochimaru gave Tsunade a month to think about it, and asked Tsunade to help him break the ghoul seal in return for her 2 favorite people. Really, why is there so little wine? Tsunade became increasingly annoyed and yelled, waiter, another drink. However, she didn't notice that, silently, at a wine table near her, a teenager sat with her back to her. That person is Neji. It seems that Orochimaru has already looked for her, and it makes her so irritable that she doesn't even notice my presence. Really, I am Byakugan, such an obvious feature. Out of desperation, Neji stood up and walked towards Tsunade, hoping that she might find it impossible. Yo, you are finally willing to show up, the little devil of the Hyuga family. Tsunade said excitedly to Shizune. Shizune, did you see it? I won the bet, he really took the initiative to come over. But soon, Tsunade's face became solemn again, and he became more irritable. Damn, why did you win the bet again? Why are these 2 days so bad? Master Tsunade, you are a little drunk. Shizune said helplessly, looking at the large and small bottles on the table. Neji's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Tsunade to have found his trace long ago. These cage-level powerhouses are really not to be underestimated. Tell me, what are you doing here, Hyuga's brat? Tsunade pointed at Neji. Ah, Tsunade-sama, I had a hard time finding you. Neji sat in front of Tsunade and said slowly. The golden hair, the white and tender face, and the golden ratio of the body, everything is so perfect, it is impossible to tell that she is nearly 50 years old. Although he has a title of honor, he doesn't feel respect. Interesting kid. Tsunade leaned back. So, why are you looking for me? Succeeding Hokage. Atmosphere suddenly solidified. Neji and Tsunade stared at each other tightly, as if the world seemed to have no sound. Tsunade's lips moved slightly, and he was about to speak, when Neji interrupted. Orochimaru has found you. I want you to help him lift the ghoul seal. And he's offering you to see Naoki and Kato-dan again, right? Neji said lightly. However, these words fell into Tsunade and Shizune's ears like a bolt from the blue. What? The two were shocked. How did he know? Orochimaru people. No, Konoha is willing to send him, and there is absolutely no reason to believe that he has not betrayed Konoha, Orochimaru has a spy around. But if that's the case, Konoha won't suffer this upheaval at all. Don't think about it. Neji waved, interrupting Tsunade's thoughts. I know more than you think. You know, I know. What you don't know, I know too. The village decided to appoint you as the 5th generation Hokage, not only because of your great contribution to Konoha during the Third World War, but more importantly, you are orthodox, with natural roots, Yuhi. Impossible, I refuse. Before Neji could finish his sentence, Tsunade refused. The two grandfathers were great and wanted to pursue peace, but they did nothing. On the contrary, after their sacrifices, the battle became more intense. Even in the village, there were some signs of civil war. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were slightly blurred, and he didn't know what to think, and gradually revealed a sadness. What's the use of Hokage? If you can't fulfill your dreams, you can't even protect those you want to protect. Hokage is just trash. Only a fool would be a fool. Quote. Tsunade filled his glass and drank it. Neji looked at her quietly like this. You're right, only a fool would be a Hokage. People who are willing to sacrifice themselves for some unimportant people, aren't they just fools? Tsunade paused, feeling that Neji didn't play cards according to the routine. How did she take it? However, it's nice to have someone who understands you. But they're not trash, Neji said. Huh, Tsunade looked at Neji suspiciously, not sure what he was going to say. Neji chuckled. If someone of this strength is trash, then the entire ninja world is basically trash. Ha ha ha, you little bastard, it's so funny. Tsunade laughed, and the more he looked at it, the more he found Neji pleasing to the eye. But what are you going to do? I'm not going back, so your mission is a failure. Ah, Neji nodded. So, leave it all up to luck. Chapter 56 _ Those who endure pain and move forward. What? Suddenly, Tsunade noticed Neji's undisguised look, and flicked his finger on the necklace he'd been wearing. To bet, Tsunade suddenly came to the spirit. Quote. Kid, in that case, let's make a bet that as long as you can take the necklace around my neck, I'll be the 5th generation Hokage. It's a deal. Then Neji got up and walked out. It's better to go out and get some air and wake up. Tsunade rubbed his eyes and said lazily. Shizune, who had been holding the dolphin without saying a word, sighed slightly. Genin challenges cage level, isn't that a joke? Of course she also hoped Tsunade could succeed Hokage, but why did Konoha send such a kid over here? On the street, Neji and Tsunade faced off. Neji was still a little serious, but Tsunade was still yawning. Ha ha. Seeing Tsunade's lazy look, Neji knew what she was thinking. Lord Tsunade, you will suffer greatly if you underestimate me. Ah, Tsunade said impatiently, it would be a humiliation to her Sunny name if she had to go all out against a genin. Neji shook his head. The ninja promotion system is not absolute, and now, Neji's existence is a denial of this system. He turned around, stared at Tsunade with piercing eyes, and kept approaching Tsunade. Came to Tsunade, Neji suddenly raised his head, and a pair of Byakugan glared angrily. Coercion. Opened Byakugan, an indescribable aura suddenly emanated from Neji, causing Tsunade's pupils to shrink. As for Shizune, he was almost ejected and staggered back. No way, this is the breath that genin can emit. Genin is so powerful, how did Konoha get beaten by Orochimaru like that? I am the one who won this bet. In Tsunade's eyes, the last thing he saw was Neji's delicate face and the fleeting shadow of his arm. Then, the necklace, which was extremely important to her, was ridden by Neji in this way. It was all just a split second, and Neji grabbed Tsunade's necklace while she was being held down. The host made a bet with Tsunade to get the reward, spirituality slug. Use your own blood to sign a contract with a slug in Shikatsu Forest, and then use your own blood to hand seal, and you can summon a slug on call. Conversely, slugs can also reverse summon the caster. The host touches Tsunade's bear and gets the reward, Ninja Creation and Regeneration. Ninja creates regeneration, stimulates various proteins with a large amount of chakra, rapidly accelerates the number of cell divisions, thereby allowing cells to rebuild, and can also regenerate all organs and tissues. This is not the ability to recover, but the ability to regenerate, but due to the limited number of cell divisions in human life, the lifespan will be reduced after use. Neji was stunned. The first reward is understandable to himself. What does the second mean? When did he? Neji subconsciously looked at Tsunade's place. Did he accidentally touch it when he was just grabbing the necklace? This wave of iron loss. Tsunade was worthy of being one of the Sannin, and almost as soon as Neji grabbed the necklace, she broke the coercion. Lord Tsunade, your gambling luck is still worse than it used to be, Neji said. Little devil, you. Forget it, Shizune is gone. Tsunade glanced at Neji reluctantly, then turned and left. Really, so cunning, I didn't even have time to shoot. Tsunade-sama, don't you want to come back with that necklace? That's Shodai first, Sama. Shizune lost his mind for a moment, and hurriedly chased after Tsunade. Am I, Tsunade, the kind of person who defaults on his debts? Neji's eyes lit up. So, Tsunade-sama has agreed to succeed Hokage. Tsunade turned his head and smiled sweetly, showing great kindness. Although I won't default on my debt, I can still exchange something of equal value. In my opinion, this necklace is more important than my life. Tsunade left. Although he was unwilling and a little reluctant to part with this necklace, he was very happy and laughed before he left. I finally lost the bet. Goo. Looking at the precious necklace in his hand, Neji felt so hot. He quietly stuffed the necklace into Kabuto and looked in the direction where Tsunade left. Really, this is really not easy to do. Dang. In the middle of the night, someone knocked on Neji's door. After Neji opened the door, Shizune hurried in. Neji, I have something to tell you. Shizune said straight to the point. Has Tsunade changed his mind? Neji wasn't surprised that Shizune could find his place and call his name. It's just a matter of checking. If there is no such means, then Tsunade is really wasting the name of Sannin. No, it's my own opinion, but I hope you can return the necklace to Tsunade-sama. This necklace is very important to Tsunade-sama. Also, although we may be overhearted, this necklace is cursed, and everyone except Tsunade will suffer misfortune if they wear it. Shizune said anxiously, not only for Tsunade, but also for Neji. In short, she must return this necklace. Curse. Neji narrowed his eyes, then realized. There seems to be such a claim, but it's all Tsunade's self-imagination. Then Tsunade gave this necklace to Naoki and Duan successively, because Hashirama gave it to her, so she hoped that this necklace could bless them. But things backfired, and both of them died one after another, and Tsunade thought the necklace was an ominous thing ever since. Go back, I won't return the necklace. Neji said firmly. With this kind of thing, what should I do if I get wiped? After all, there are not many honest people like myself. Neji, why don't you listen to me? Wearing this necklace will really bring misfortune. Shizune looked at Neji with the necklace in front of him and shouted. It is because of this necklace that Tsunade-sama watched her two favorite people die, which is why she became what she is now. Shizune, strictly speaking, I haven't experienced the death of a loved one, and I can't understand Tsunade's pain, but I think Naoki and Kato-dan don't want her to be like this either. Neji gradually became serious. Tsunade said that when Hokage people are fools, I have no objection. That's how they carry the pain of others. The so-called Hokage is such a person who walks forward with pain and travels farther than others. Even if others want to step on his body, he must not step on his partner's body. Chapter 57_Blood-Feared Medical Ninja. Shizune's heart trembled slightly, but he still refused to give up. You're just a kid, you haven't experienced anything. don't take other people's pain as simple as you think. Believe it or not, this chain was used by her as a mortgage, and I won't return it. Go back and tell Tsunade that I won't die. Let's see if the curse you think can kill me. Stinky brat, you'll regret it. Shizune threw off the harsh words and walked out of the door. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Neji, and then walked away angrily. Woo tilde. System, open my properties panel. Open black lens bracket host, Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 13 years old close black lens bracket. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, water, wind, thunder. Open black lens bracket Kekkei Genkei, Byakugan pure, close black lens bracket. Physique, gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, soft step double lion boxing, guardian 8 trigrams 64 palms, cherry blossom crush, 8 trigrams breaking mountain. Ninjutsu, 3 body art transformation, substitute, clone Kaden fire style, big fireball, palm sage art, spiritualism apparatus, slug coercion, all killing ash bones, spirit ball, Kaden fire style, dragon flame jutsu, Doden earth style, earth dragon bullet, Doden earth style, earthen wall, flame bullet, hidden shadow snake hand, snake, hachiki, Tuin Luka, Orochimaru substitute, chakra scalpel, Kagura heart eye, rabbit hair needle, ninja creation and regeneration. Open black lens bracket comprehensive strength, elite Jonin close black lens bracket. It's boring. Neji fell on the bed, and even the attribute panel couldn't impress him. The death of Kato-dan and Naoki affected Tsunade too much. Neji looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself, anyway, we must bring Tsunade back. At the same time, after Shizune and Neji broke up, they returned to the house bitterly. That little guy really said that. Tsunade put down the wine glass in his hand, looked at Shizune who kept pouring bitterness on him, and asked with a smile. That's right, Shizune said angrily. Master Tsunade, you don't know, the attitude of that kid, who has never experienced anything, has no right to comment on others. Shizune said angrily. Haha, Shizune, don't be sulking with a brat. Tsunade waved his hand lightly, but he gradually fell into deep thought. Those who endure the pain and move forward. A kid of this age, Grandpa, can things like the will of fire really be passed on? Unconsciously, Neji's figure appeared in Tsunade's eyes, slowly blurring. Next day, Tsunade contacted Orochimaru and came to the plains outside Tanso Street. Tsunade, how are you thinking? Orochimaru was the first to speak. Orochimaru, I'm not going to help you, this deal is broken, Tsunade said without hesitation. Huh, Orochimaru frowned and asked in confusion, why? Don't you want to see them? Think, they are the most important 2 people in my life, how could I miss them? However, someone told me that the so-called Hokage is someone who needs to endure the pain and walk in front of others. One of the Sanins who actually understands this now. Quote. Tsunade had a sad expression on his face, but was surprisingly firm. Impure world reincarnation needs 2 real people as a medium, and as the granddaughter of the original Hokage, I can't do it. Hehe, I didn't expect Tsunade to be changed. I don't know who changed you. I'm really interested. Orochimaru licked his lips and said with a sullen smile. But you didn't ask me here just to explain it to me, Tsunade. Ah, I'm going to kill you, in the name of Hokage, the 5th generation. Tsunade said coldly, she knows Orochimaru very well, and he will definitely take action against Konoha if he has the chance, so she must keep Orochimaru here today. Hehe, you're not my opponent, it's almost like teaming up with Jiraiya. Orochimaru laughed, and he would kill anyone who showed hostility to him without hesitation, even if the other party was a former partner, he would never show mercy. This is Orochimaru, a cold-blooded snake that, if necessary, can even devour itself. It might have been like this before, but now. Tsunade jumped straight from the ground, raised his fist and hit Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a forbidden technique, this is his most dangerous place, but now he can't hand seal, the threat is greatly reduced, if you want to get rid of Orochimaru, now is the best chance. Hehe, Tsunade, you are so naive, even if I lose my hands, I can easily get rid of you. Orochimaru dodged to avoid Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength, and then Kabuto suddenly launched an attack from the side, wrapping chakra in his hand, and gradually transformed into a knife shape. Chakra Scalpel. Orochimaru, his strength is good, but he still can't save you. Tsunade suddenly changed his moves, ignoring Kabuto beside him, quickly raised his legs, and swept towards Orochimaru. Kabuto's strength is about the same as Kakashi, although she is powerful, but as one of Sannin, she is not sure how much stronger than him, so naturally don't pay attention to him. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Boom. Orochimaru couldn't dodge in time, and was kicked into the distance by Tsunade, and a deep pit instantly appeared on the ground, and the strong force made the ground tremble 3 times. At the same time, Kabuto's chakra scalpel also slashed, but he was not attacking Tsunade, but Orochimaru. What? Tsunade was shocked and let Kabuto slash at Orochimaru. Why? Hehe, Tsunade, I said, even if I can't hand seal, it's very easy to deal with you, it's not just casual talk. Orochimaru sneered when Tsunade let Kabuto come over. Tsunade became more and more puzzled. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, her pupils shrank, and she immediately ran towards Orochimaru to stop all this, but unfortunately, it was too late. Scoff. The sharp blade slashed, and instantly left a deep bloodstain on Orochimaru's arm. Ah, blood, blood, this is blood. Don't come here. Tsunade, who had the upper hand, saw the blood stains on his body, and immediately knelt down on the ground. He seemed absent-minded and kept wiping the blood on his body. Tsunade, you're afraid of blood, don't you think I forgot? Orochimaru sneered, motioning Kabuto to deal with her. Seeing Kabuto walking slowly, Tsunade didn't notice it at all, just covered his head and kept shaking. It's ridiculous that a medical ninja is afraid of blood. Kabuto, kill her, Orochimaru said. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 58_Deal Break. Morning, Neji found the house where Tsunade lived and was about to persuade him again, but who knows, before he knocked on the door, Shizune rushed out of the house in a hurry. She kept shouting, Master Tsunade. Master Tsunade. After seeing Neji, she even ran over. Neji, have you met Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked anxiously. Tsunade gone. Well, after I came back last night, Tsunade-sama took me to drink, and when I woke up, Tsunade-sama was gone. Shizune said while making random gestures in his hands, very panicked. Neji knew Tsunade's whereabouts almost instantly. She must have wanted to find Orochimaru by herself, so Shizune fainted. This way, she must want to shoot Orochimaru, and she doesn't want Shizune to follow, although Neji doesn't know why Tsunade changed his mind, but a person like Tsunade used to be dangerous. The current Orochimaru and Kabuto are not opponents of Tsunade, but if Orochimaru and Kabuto work together, they can still use psychics to summon the snakes. Particular, Tsunade is afraid of blood, even Kabuto can use this to defeat Tsunade. Without Jiraiya's help, Tsunade couldn't have killed Orochimaru at all, and he might even get himself into it. If Tsunade dies, all the future plots will be turned upside down, that is to say, Neji will be out of control, and everything will develop in unpredictable places. So, before Shizune could finish speaking, Neji immediately rushed towards the plane. Be sure to catch up. Does Neji know where Tsunade-sama has gone? Seeing Neji leaving without stopping, Shizune was stunned, but soon realized. Yes, Tsunade-sama must go to Orochimaru. Tsunade-sama, you must not do stupid things. Then, she followed up. Neji's comprehensive strength has reached the level of an elite Jonin, not to mention that he majors in physical art, and his speed is extremely fast, and he soon came to the outside of the short book street. God happy heart eyes. Neji closed his eyes and put his 2 fingers in front of his eyes. Immediately, Neji's perception of the vast plain was unobstructed, and he quickly found Tsunade's location. Call out. Neji kicked on his hind feet and ran into the distance in a blink of an eye. When he came to the battlefield, he happened to find that Tsunade was splashed with Orochimaru's blood, and he knelt on the ground and panicked. At this time, Kabuto had walked to Tsunade and raised the chakra knife in his hand. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji didn't have time to think about it, and when he raised his hand, a wave of air shot out. Kabuto felt something, and immediately looked over. He was shocked, and his hands were in defensive gear to block Neji's attack. But even though his reflexes were astonishing, Neji's attack still involuntarily backed away, creating a deep plow on the ground. At the same time, Neji catapulted out, clasping Kabuto's arm with a forceful back foot, knocking him to one knee. Boom! At the same time, the land in this area collapsed, and several ravine-like cracks appeared on the surface, raising a lot of smoke and dust. Kabuto, who was suddenly attacked by this kind of attack, had a surge of energy and blood, and the place where he was hit was sore. Until now, he finally understood the terrible power of strange power. The pain was as if the bones were about to shatter. Damn, is this a strange power? It's a terrifying power. Fortunately, the meeting place is the plain, otherwise. As expected of Mr. Orochimaru, I'm really cautious. Kabuto didn't know why Orochimaru chose such a remote place to negotiate, but now he finally understands. The only thing I can do is to stop his actions. Neji's muscles and meridians with a chakra knife. Boom. But at this moment, Neji swept Kabuto out with a whip leg, and the strong impact made Kabuto directly break the rock behind him. Afterwards, Neji rolled back immediately, came to Tsunade's side, carried her to the distance, and stalemate with Orochimaru and Kabuto. The host embraces Tsunade and gets the reward, 100 Heroes Technique. 100 Heroes Technique, the ultimate combat medical ninjutsu. When activated, the curse marks spread all over the body, and the moment it is damaged, it starts to regenerate rapidly and automatically at a high speed without affecting the attack rhythm, but the consumption of chakra is much higher than that of ordinary medical ninjutsu. Even a small wound will regenerate, and the lifespan will be reduced after use. Although he has obtained a powerful S-rank ninjutsu, Neji is not in a happy mood now. He shields Tsunade behind him and looks at her with a worried look. This woman's experience was too tragic. Her lover and younger brother both died because of heavy injuries and blood loss. Even if she was a famous medical saint in the ninja world, she could only watch them die in front of her. So much so that it was just a little blood that would make Tsunade terrified like this. It turns out that the person Tsunade said was you, Neji. Orochimaru was a little apprehensive when he saw Neji coming. With so many people in the ninja world, the only person who made him feel death was Neji. That thing similar to Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, makes Orochimaru feel more dangerous than Amaterasu, and once he gets hit, even his Orochimaru avatar can't save him. However, he was one of Sannin after all, and he quickly calmed down. Although that technique was wonderful, it was too limited, so he was just a little bit afraid. This time Neji came to find Tsunade, and it is estimated that he also wanted to find Tsunade to go back to succeed Hokage. In this way, everything is explained. In Orochimaru's view, Tsunade and Neji's relationship is extraordinary, and it is not surprising that Tsunade can listen to Neji's persuasion. It seems that your relationship with Tsunade is really unusual. Orochimaru's eyes swept back and forth between the two, and he said with a smile. Orochimaru, now that you know, you dare to shoot at her. It seems that if you don't teach you a lesson, you will never know the pain. Neji said calmly, and then, with a flash, jumped directly over Kabuto and charged towards Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, be careful. Kabuto shouted, but, at Neji's speed, before Kabuto shouted, he was already in front of Orochimaru, and a pair of lion-headed chakras blasted directly at Orochimaru. Robust double lion fist. Neji, although I can't use my hands, I'm one of Sannin anyway. You underestimate me. Tsunade is more dangerous than me. Orochimaru sneered. Neji didn't care and suddenly shot, which really surprised Orochimaru, but it was only for a moment. Cage-level fighting skills were not fake. Then, he was about to get up and dodge, and at the same time, Kabuto understood what Orochimaru was thinking and grabbed directly towards Tsunade. Chapter 59 Orochimaru. My situation is dangerous. Hee, Orochimaru, I was afraid of you before, but now, you who can't even do a hand seal, do you think you can survive in my hands with only your life-saving means? Seeing Kabuto rushing towards Tsunade, Neji didn't have any worries and was still galloping towards Orochimaru. The Shadow Snake Hand. 4 cyan pythons suddenly emerged from Neji's left arm, wrapped around Orochimaru, and immediately fell backwards. But at this time, Orochimaru's big mouth opened, and another Orochimaru drilled out of it, spit out a sharp sword from its mouth, and stabbed Neji. Hey, Orochimaru Avatar. Neji sneered, immediately squatted down, dodging Orochimaru's thrusts, and at the same time, his hands were on the ground, shouting, Tuion Lugia. What? When Orochimaru heard this sentence, his heart was shocked, and before he could react, he was hit by a large snake and flew into the sky from below. At the same time, 2 giant pythons rushed out of the ground, circling and attacking Orochimaru from the left and right. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's pupils shrank even more. This is a ninjutsu he created after studying for several years. How did Neji use it? However, at this moment, he obviously can't think too much. As the founder of this technique, he is well aware of the terrifying destructive power of this move, and hurriedly used the instant body technique to avoid this attack. Neji, you really surprised me. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Orochimaru smiled savagely, and his gaze towards Neji gradually became frantic. Maybe it's a better container than Sasuke, but he's not as easy to handle as Sasuke. First grab Sasuke's body, and then find a way to get Neji's body. Orochimaru suddenly had such an idea, and the idea became more and more irresistible. The surprise that Neji brought him had surpassed Mangekyo before he knew it, and he felt that if he could get Neji's body, Master's technique similar to Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, he might be able to touch a kind of magic. New level. Neji naturally didn't know about this, but just looking at Orochimaru's weird smile made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. It's disgusting, Neji said in disgust. To be fair, he was thinking of giving him an all-killing ash bones, and to be fair, if it weren't for keeping him, he really intended to do it. He didn't intend to kill Orochimaru, and it wasn't easy to kill Orochimaru. Look at Orochimaru's ninjutsu, one is more disgusting than the other, and some ninjutsus of the same level are also very common in terms of attack power and effectiveness, but those are all ninjutsus that can keep him alive. To mention that Orochimaru has seen all-killing ash bones, and he is always guarding against this move. You know, Orochimaru is the only villain boss in Hokage who lives from the beginning to the present. Neji, I'm curious, is that Byakugan's ability? Orochimaru asked. Same as Sharingan, no, more frightening than Sharingan's ability to imitate the opponent's ninjutsu. Is this the hidden power of Byakugan? Neji was stunned for a moment, then sneered, although you have a lot of guesses, it's a pity that you think too much. Then, Neji disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Orochimaru. He cast Gentle Fist, his hands danced like blue butterflies, unpredictable, and constantly attacked Orochimaru. But at this moment, Orochimaru suddenly disappeared, and after that, Neji hurriedly retreated. That is, at this moment, Orochimaru suddenly drilled out of the ground with a sharp sword sticking out of his mouth. It's said that the son of a mouse can burrow. I think your snake is also a grandmaster in this industry. Neji scolded. Originally, Neji was defeated by Naruto's skills. Unexpectedly, the wheels of history were rolling in. Orochimaru actually used the same method as Naruto. If it weren't for his Byakugan being extremely pure and more insightful, Orochimaru might really succeed. Then, Neji got angry and rushed towards Orochimaru regardless, and at the same time, his hand quickly hand-seal. Kaden, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Orochimaru looked at Neji who was rushing over, directly ignoring the incoming flames and earth bullets, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, letting these ninjutsu slam on him. The sand and dust scattered, the strong wind swept around, and the sea of fire raged. Almost in the blink of an eye, a large area had been engulfed in flames and overgrown with grass, and Neji was here at this time. At this moment, a mutation suddenly occurred, and Orochimaru used the Orochimaru substitute technique again, and suddenly drilled out of his mouth, and the sharp sword in his mouth stabbed straight into Neji's chest. Laugh. Neji's chest was immediately pierced. Neji, you still underestimate Sannin and Kage level. Don't worry, I won't kill you, you are my most important research material. Orochimaru laughed. After he confided his feelings, Neji looked at Orochimaru more and more badly, and he shuddered to think that he was being targeted by such a pervert. Noticed Neji's eyes, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. Generally speaking, no matter who he is, his face will be moved after being penetrated by a sharp sword, but Neji's behavior is too normal. Not good. Orochimaru suddenly thought of something, and immediately drew back, but how could Neji do what he wanted? The corners of his mouth grinned, and another Neji appeared naturally. Orochimaru substitute technique. At this point, Neji uses the chakra scalpel with his right hand, cutting across to Orochimaru. With a screeching sound, Orochimaru was immediately cut in half by Neji, and at the same time, his two hands were also cut off by Neji. Both of his hands fell to the ground, his upper body was cut into the air, and his lower body was shaky. But at this time, Orochimaru's broken body suddenly had a large number of snakes drilled out, seamlessly connecting it and becoming one again. This guy is still using this hand. Neji said angrily. That's how Orochimaru got rid of the fatal blow when he fought the four-tailed Naruto. It's really like a person, really like a snake. Orochimaru showed his signature mouth-licking gesture, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared. But soon, he stopped laughing. Orochimaru, your two arms don't seem to be connected. Neji smiled at Orochimaru, who lost both arms like a stick. Orochimaru glanced at the arms that fell to the side, and looked at Neji even more cautiously and cautiously. What kind of ninjutsu does this guy even know? No, he can do my ninjutsu, right? Orochimaru is a little uncertain. If this is the case, he is a little dangerous. His art is better than surprise. If Neji also learns his art, and cooperates with the art similar to Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, his situation is very not good. However, Neji, don't you want to worry about Tsunade's life or death? Chapter 60 _ This is an era that needs context. The face of Neji's stormy attacks and endless methods. Orochimaru really wanted to leave, but he suddenly found that his previous investigation of Neji in Konoha was completely a pit. He doesn't know Neji at all, especially now that he has even learned the ninjutsu he created himself, and what's worse is that he doesn't even know how he learned it. How does this make him fight? It's really hard to watch other people use their own ninjutsu against you. Tsunade. Hehe. Neji said disdainfully when he heard Orochimaru's words. Take a good look. When Orochimaru heard this, a more uneasy feeling suddenly grew in his heart, and he immediately looked at Kabuto. I saw that Kabuto took advantage of Tsunade's fear of blood, constantly self-mutilating himself, and gained the absolute upper hand in the battle. Facing Kabuto's attack, Tsunade could only avoid it again and again, and was completely powerless to parry. I didn't think you liked to talk big, Neji. Orochimaru grinned and looked at Neji suspiciously. No matter how you look at it, Tsunade is in jeopardy, but Neji's indifference doesn't seem to be pretending. What the hell is he doing? Orochimaru frowned, sneaking away from Neji. Orochimaru's small movements were naturally hidden from Neji, and Neji just sneered at this. I saw that he suddenly bit his finger and slammed it on the ground. Suddenly, with his palm as the center, the surrounding ground outlined several wonderful and complicated black textures, with an inexplicable aura. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's eyes shrank, and the sense of badness in his heart became stronger, so Orochimaru immediately ran towards Kabuto. Kabuto, hurry up! Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kabuto immediately understood Orochimaru's intention, and immediately separated from Tsunade, both of them ejected backwards. Spirituality! Neji shouted, a burst of white smoke drifted past, and a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, covering the sky and the sun, shocking everyone's attention. How is that possible? Orochimaru was startled. Slug! Tsunade was even more shocked. She had never heard of Shikatsu Forest and other contractors. What's more, is there a precedent in history for a man to become a contractor of the Shikatsu Forest? Lord Tsunade, Lord Tsunade, didn't you call me here? Slug asked suspiciously, looking at Tsunade not far away. Tsunade wanted to say something, but she didn't know what was going on. Interesting, Neji, I'm getting more and more curious about you. Shikatsu Forest has never had a male contractor. Orochimaru smiled evilly, with an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes, and Neji got goosebumps when he saw it. One place. This kind of guy should be drained and killed as soon as possible, Neji thought to himself, but he also told Neji a message that he might be the only male contractor in Shikatsu Forest for thousands of years. Isn't he at Senju Hashirama? Neji has some doubts, and there are indications that there is a potential connection between Senju Hashirama and Shikatsu Forest. Whether it is his immortalized pattern or his abilities after immortalization, they are very similar to Shikatsu Forest. Carefully, Senju Hashirama does not seem to have used psychic beasts, so it seems that Shikatsu Forest does not have a precedent for contracting with men. Did you summon me? The slug asked Neji, interrupting his train of thought. I need your help to rescue Tsunade, Neji said. I see. When the slug saw the blood on Tsunade's body, he knew what was going on, agreed without hesitation, and immediately separated a small piece and climbed onto Tsunade's body. Tsunade-sama, don't worry, I'll heal you soon. Spirituality. At this time, Kabuto also completed the hand seal, and used Orochimaru's blood as a medium to perform a psychic spell. Boom! Another puff of smoke drifted away, and a huge snake with dark purple all over its body and black stripes suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Myriad snakes. When Quan Chi was summoned, he shook his head, a little impatient, and then said angrily, Orochimaru, why did you call me over suddenly? I told you, don't bother me if it's okay. Its voice was unusually sharp and very harsh, and as he spoke, an indescribable stench came from his mouth, making people extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant and unruly, and there was not even a trace of respect for Orochimaru in his tone, but a hint of guilt. Chi! Orochimaru spat lightly, looked down at one snake, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was in a bad mood when he met the opponent he didn't want to meet the most, and his hands were still abolished. Now that his psychic beast was still in front of everyone, it was even more unbearable for him. But there is no way, Quan Chi's strength is very strong, and he can't use his hands now. Summoning Quan Chi is completely gambling. If he offends Quan Chi, he will be very dangerous today. The relationship between Orochimaru and myriad snakes is obvious at a glance, which makes Neji frown slightly. Although they signed a contract, they are not friends or partners at all. To be honest, it is more like an employment relationship. Snakes are cunning by nature, not to mention a powerful psychic beast like 10,000 snakes. If he was told that Orochimaru's hands couldn't be used, I'm afraid it would really go against the water. Speaking of which, among these psychic beasts, one snake is simply an outlier. Although Toad Wentai likes to call himself the boss, he and Jiraiya respect each other very much, and it is also an equal relationship, but in fact it is still dominated by Jiraiya. Slug is a master Tsunade, very polite, and it is the psychic beast that girls dream of. But Wand Snake always felt that Orochimaru was quite sad, and every time he summoned Wand Snake, he had to pay a certain price. The strength of Wand Snake is not as good as Orochimaru, but people have the backing of the White Snake Immortal. Orochimaru has always been obsessed with the sage art of the White Snake Immortal, and he can only try his best to satisfy Wan Chi. Neji can't help but sigh, everywhere needs a background. Neji's words were not too small, but they spread all over the battlefield, so that everyone and the beast could hear it clearly, and they couldn't help but look at Orochimaru and Wan Chi. Orochimaru's face darkened, and he said indifferently, "Don't complain, I'll give you 100 living people as Matsuri after this is over." Yeah. Hearing this, Wan Chi nodded with satisfaction. This Orochimaru was quite right. Then, he spat out snake letters and stared at the slug. "Orochimaru, you are too evil." Tsunade cursed, "How can there be a psychic beast that eats people? What has Orochimaru done all these years?" Chapter 61_Unexpected, Reasonable. "Shut up," Wan Chi roared, "as arrogant as him, how could he tolerate others pointing fingers at him?" Orochimaru stood on top of Wand Snake's head, pointed at Neji and said, "Wand Snake, leave Tsunade alone, get this Byakugan kid first." "Huh, what did you say?" Wan Chi said suddenly, with great anger in his voice, and then shouted in his sharp voice, "You called this uncle here just to deal with this Byakugan kid?" Although Neji summoned the slug, in Wan Chi's eyes, he was still just an inexperienced kid, and Orochimaru actually let him deal with such a kid. "Orochimaru, what do you mean? Are you kidding me?" Wan Chi said coldly. In Wan Chi's opinion, a genin kid like Neji, it is estimated that even an ordinary big snake can fuck him, but Orochimaru called him out specially, just wasting his time for this kid. Wan Chi didn't think Orochimaru looked down on him at all, instead, he thought Orochimaru was humiliating him. Quote. Orochimaru choked for a moment, he wanted to say, "Wand Snake, are you not good at your brain? Why would I call you here if I can handle it? Install B." But now Wand Snake is furious, if Orochimaru can't give him an explanation that satisfies him, Wand Snake may have to kill Orochimaru first. Orochimaru laughed in anger. The psychic beasts disobeyed the contractor. This is really rare. These 10,000 snakes have a hole in their brains, are they interesting? Haha. At this time, Neji suddenly sneered, "Wan Chi, you should shut up. The most annoying thing in my life is people who judge people by their appearance, not to mention you are not a person." Ha 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 ha. Wan Chi laughed as if he had heard something funny. "How could this uncle be a weak creature like you humans? This uncle is the subordinate of Raichi Cave White Snake Immortal, and the mere humans are only human beings. It's just our food." Ha ha. Neji sneered, not knowing which psychic beast was in the end, first controlled by Sasuke with demonic illusion, and then killed by Deidara. "Humans you look down on, but you're making fun of you." Neji narrowed his eyes and pointed out a pun, causing Orochimaru to frown slightly. "Huh, what do you mean?" Wand Snake cried. Neji laughed and said, "Orochimaru's hands have been sealed by 3 generations of Hokage, and he can't be hand-sealed. He is like a waste. In other words, you have to fight us with a beast." What? Wan Chi was stunned, Orochimaru abolished. Then why did he call himself here? Acting as a free thug. Orochimaru, is what he said true? Wan Chi squinted his eyes and asked, showing a bad look, which suddenly made Orochimaru's heart stunned, and the thing he was most afraid of happened. Orochimaru's actions were seen by Wan Chi, and Wan Chi, who got the answer, snorted coldly, "Orochimaru, you actually dare to make fun of this uncle, do you want to die?" Boom. Wand Snake slapped the ground heavily with its tail, and suddenly a large amount of smoke was splashed, and even the ground surface was cracked with a large piece of plow marks, and the rolling wind even shattered the rocks on the side. There was some slight cold sweat on Orochimaru's face, and he quietly took a few steps back. If the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. HMPH, Orochimaru, remember to give me an explanation later, otherwise, I don't mind changing a contractor. Wan Shi said angrily. He was unknowingly used as a gun by Orochimaru. Orochimaru is getting more and more daring, and he must be beaten well. However, he wasn't going to turn his back on Orochimaru, just the few people and slugs in front of him. He still didn't pay attention. Tsunade couldn't fight with all his heart, and Neji and slugs were the same for him. Hearing Wan Shi's words, Orochimaru's tense expression finally relaxed slightly. Although it will be difficult to handle in the future, at least, Wan Shi will still help him now. However, the way he looked at Neji was getting worse. It still has to be solved by force. Wan Shi, don't regret it. Neji stepped forward and said. Wan Snake looked around at everyone and said disdainfully, it's just you. Haha. Neji didn't speak. Slug, as a part of Slug Immortal's body, although not strong in combat, restrained the snakes. Besides, he and Tsunade are not fuel-efficient lamps either. Wan Snake's brain is really not enough, and they don't have the cautious awareness that a snake should have, so they were killed by Sasuke. What is your expression? Wan Shi said angrily. What did he see? A genin kid actually showed that kind of contempt and some mockery to him. Is this humiliating him? Just a human kid. He immediately ignored Orochimaru, the big boss with staring eyes. The anger in his eyes was like a sharp sword, almost turning into reality. Wan Snake roared angrily. Damn humans, reptiles, this uncle wants to eat you. Immediately afterwards, Wan Snake rushed towards Neji at a very high speed, and when the slug saw it, it shot out with a sour tongue and teeth, but was dexterously avoided by Wan Snake. At the same time, Wan Snake had already approached Neji. A sturdy tail wrapped the slug tightly, and its bloody mouth opened wide, and it was about to eat Neji in one bite. Being entangled by myriad snakes, the slug's body suddenly vibrated violently, and Neji didn't stand still and propped up on the slug's head with one hand. The host performs a head-to-head kill on the slug and gets a reward, tongue-tooth mucus acid. Tongue and teeth mucic acid, spit out a corrosive liquid from the mouth to attack the enemy. After hitting, it can dissolve everything, and the attack effect is extremely strong. It is a rare offensive ninjutsu for slugs. This ninjutsu is neither a mental attack nor a physical attack. It is Orochimaru's default technique to kill him. Unexpectedly, it makes sense. Neji laughed. This ninjutsu came too soon, and immediately, his gaze towards Wan Shi was even more disdainful. The acid solution of slugs can dissolve snake skin, which is the nemesis of snakes. This is the reward of the system. Even if he is not a slug, he can use this trick. Stinky reptiles, this uncle is going to eat you. Seeing Wan Snake's big mouth approaching, Neji did not panic at all. Very calm, poised, the strong wind was blowing his robes, making noises, and Neji, Byakugan turned on, always ready to give Wan Snake comes. PFF'd. Suddenly, Neji covered his mouth and nose. I lost. How long has this silly snake brushed Kiba? The smell is so disgusting, indescribable. Moreover, as he approached, the pungent smell became stronger, and Neji couldn't bear it. It was so disgusting. The tongue and teeth are sour. Immediately, a thick sulfur yellow liquid sprayed out from Neji's mouth and poured it into Wan Snake's mouth. Chapter 62 Orochi. Wan Snake roared in pain. A piece of white smoke came out of his mouth, instantly became bloody, and a lot of pus flowed out of his mouth. Excuse the monsters, bad girl. Wan Snake roared. His huge body swayed for a while, rolling over and over on the ground, picking up a lot of dust. Stinky brat, I'm going to kill you. It took Neji a long time to understand the meaning of Wan Snake. The corners of his mouth twitched. The slug is really the nemesis of Wan Snake. It can be expected that if Wan Snake is hit by the slug's acid, half of his life will be lost here. The same ability as a slug. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru and Tsunade suddenly had a lot of thoughts in their hearts, but no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't think of the reason for all this. Wanshi, don't be impulsive, first. Orochimaru advised. Neji's trump cards were emerging one after another, and if Wanshi rushed through like this, he would probably suffer again. It's a pity, how could Wanshi listen to his advice and be made like this by a boy he despises? Wanshi has long since been furious. Immediately, he swung his body and let out a roar, interrupting Orochimaru's words and rushing directly towards Neji. No brains. Orochimaru scolded secretly, wishing he could kill this stupid snake first. Kabuto, watch the timing and prepare to withdraw. Kabuto was lying on the head of the snake, watching this scene similar to the fight between gods, and nodded. Seeing one snake rushing, Neji let the slug split to avoid it, and he jumped down from a height, dodging the attack of one snake with a slight dodge, chakra attached to the soles of his feet, and actually ran straight up along one snake's body. What is Neji going to do? Do you want to deal with Orochimaru alone? Tsunade clenched her fists and wanted to help, but she was afraid of blood, and her chakra was in disarray. Not to mention psychics, even basic medical ninjutsu was difficult to use. Tsunade became more and more anxious, and knelt on the ground decadently. Is that the case again? Wearing that necklace will bring bad luck and death. This is a curse that cannot be broken. Tsunade's eyes flashed with tears as he watched it all helplessly. Tsunade, watching your lover and relatives die. It's a painful feeling, but I'm definitely not going to die. Neji's voice came from a distance, and he moved straight ahead. Bastard. 10,000 snakes kept tossing, got ahead, and wanted to throw Neji down. Orochimaru, get him down for me. Needless to say, Orochimaru also moved, his tongue extended abruptly, and tangled towards Neji. Neji ducked sideways, his eyes narrowed, he reached out and grabbed the long tongue of the gorilla Yuhi, and the strange force activated, directly pulled Orochimaru, and threw it behind him. Go! Orochimaru's eyes widened and he flew towards Neji uncontrollably. At this moment, Neji punched Orochimaru directly in the face. Fantastic power. Boom. Orochimaru's face suddenly deformed, and it flew backwards quickly, hitting the ground like a cannonball, blasting a huge deep pit, and at the same time, Kabuto also rushed in front of Neji. The chakra scalpel. Kabuto's hands directly hit Neji's chest, and instantly, Neji felt that his breathing was very difficult, and it felt like he was suffocating. I've cut off your pectoral muscles, and it's impossible for you to continue fighting. Kabuto pushed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Lord Orochimaru agrees with me not just because of my strength. Ah, I see, your reflexes and judgment are also excellent, but... At this moment, a figure suddenly came out of Neji's mouth. Kabuto only had time to see a light blue palm. His right arm was cut off, and blood sprayed on the ground. You're still too tender for me, Neji said lightly, passing by like a gust of wind. What? Kabuto immediately stepped back, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said while biting Kiba's teeth, Big Snake Flow Substitute Technique. Why did he use the Orochimaru substitute technique? Kabuto backed away clutching his broken arm. Neji and Orochimaru just fought, and the Orochimaru substitute technique was only used for a moment, and he didn't see it. However, he quickly calmed down and began to heal the wound on his broken arm with his palm sage art. As expected of the person who will set off the fourth ninja war in the future, even a broken arm is indifferent. This kind of forbearance is really good. Fairness, if Neji's hand was cut off, he would never be so indifferent. Tick-tock tilde tick-tock tilde. The low-blooded voice kept thinking of it, which made the already irritable 10,000 snake even more violent, roaring, "You two wastes, you can't even handle a kid. Want them to get me?" Neji chuckled. In their surprised eyes, Neji's body changed. Gradually, his body gradually became pale, and his body gradually became larger. Immediately afterwards, a white flesh-like object extended from his body, with a wonderful texture. That's it. Orochimaru stared blankly at the change in Neji's appearance, and froze on the spot as if he had been hit hard. This is ridiculous. At this time, all the meat strips have all grown out, and these meat strips have also changed. The 8 thickest meat strips turned into 8 huge snake heads, while the other meat strips turned into 8 tails and dense scales. In this way, Neji's body turned into a majestic snake with 8 heads and 8 tails 20 meters in size. Boom! The moment the big white phosphorus snake appeared, it instantly overwhelmed the 10,000 snakes under his feet and stepped on the soles of his feet. How is it possible? Wan Shi cried out in panic. The snake Neji turned into a white snake was covered with dense white scales, and 8 huge heads stared coldly at the 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru and Kabuto not far away. This is Orochimaru's ultimate and strongest power, the art of Yagi. In one of the mouths of the white phosphorus serpent, Neji's figure appeared, and he looked at this serpent with satisfaction. Hee, Wan Snake, how's it going? Neji sneered. This is the strongest white snake, the 8-headed snake. This powerful force can even resist the tailed beast, and his body far exceeds the 10,000 snakes. From a distance, he doesn't look like a snake, but a majestic and domineering dragon looking down on the world. Hachimaru. Orochimaru stared blankly at all this. This is his trump card, and no one has seen it before. What happened to Neji? What the hell is going on? Tsunade and Slug were also surprised to see this scene. There is still this kind of ninjutsu, this feeling is almost the same as that of a tailed beast. But even so, Wan Shi still didn't give up, struggling to get up from Neji's feet, opening his bloody mouth and biting at him. Hee, you really don't give up, I will make you completely despair. Chapter 63_Furious Snake. Wan Snake's speed is very fast, and with his speed and huge size, even against equally extraordinary slugs and toads Wentai, he is not wrong at all. Even, he can fight with 2 psychic beasts with his own strength, and his strength can be seen as Madara. However, in front of Neji, especially in front of Neji who performed the Yagi technique, all his advantages were gone. Seeing Wan Shi rushing towards him with his mouth open, Neji's backhand was a tail, and the remaining 7 tails moved at the same time. The 8 tails were like steel whips. When they twitched, the air rustled, and the sound of breaking through the air echoed, like a whistling hurricane, which slapped Wan Snake fiercely. Clap clap clap. Wan Snake's huge body was hit several times almost in the blink of an eye, and every whiplash would leave a deep yui-colored whip mark on Wan Snake's body. You are really too weak. Neji looked at Wan Shi with disdain. Then, a snake head suddenly rushed out and bit Wan Shi's body. Wan Shi suddenly let out a long, shrill cry. Trash! With a gorgeous head shake, the Orochimaru threw the 10,000 snakes into the distance. Today, eat snake soup and try it out. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. At this time, Neji suddenly hand seal. At the same time, one of the heads of the Orochimaru immediately leaned forward, and spit out a fire Jinchuriki column like a sea of fire. It is unimaginable that a large creature spit flames, and the sea of flames filled the sky, instantly reflecting the entire sky. When everyone looked at it, the entire sky was a red yui. The fire Jinchuriki column was wrapped in a surging heat wave, engulfing the snakes in an instant. With a bang, a burst of explosions suddenly sounded, and a mushroom cloud rose. At the same time, a large area of green vegetation on the plain vanished into nothing, and quickly swept away towards the surroundings, unstoppable, engulfing the plain with a fire. Byakugan. Neji opened his eyes and saw that in the flames, a huge snake-shaped object slowly dissolved, turned into liquid, and fell piece by piece. Oh, the shed skin. When he saw the scene in front of him, Neji was calm without any disturbance, which is also a common trick used by Wan Shi. Immediately afterwards, the ground suddenly swayed, the ground under the foot of the Orochimaru suddenly broke open, and the clods rose up, and then, a long dark purple object was suddenly pulled out. A head bit it in one bite. The tail, it's the same way of fighting. Then, Except for the snake head where Neji was located, the other 6 snake heads rushed towards the back collectively. Just as the head of one snake stuck out of the ground, it was besieged by the 6 snake heads frantically. What? One snake's eyes widened. The result was obvious and easy to see. One snake was wounded again and again, and blood was everywhere on his body. In the end, he was snorted to the ground by the tail of the 8-headed snake, causing him to eat a mouthful of dirt. One snake shook his body, spat out all the dirt in his mouth, and rushed towards Neji again in anger. What's going on with this 10,000 snakes? Neji frowned. 10,000 snakes' character was not false, but he didn't look like someone who would fight him to the death for Orochimaru. Neji didn't know that what made one snake become so crazy was because of Neji, the contemptuous smile on Neji's face, which one snake didn't like very much. In Wan Shi's eyes, this contemptuous, undisguised smile is more serious than any harsh words. One snake is arrogant and unruly, how could he tolerate Neji? Neji's contempt kept stirring his nerves, making him desperate to kill Neji. You reptile, damn reptile, die for me, die. One snake roared angrily, his body swaying constantly, almost completely losing his mind. One snakes, don't be impulsive. Orochimaru cried. The jutsu of Yaki is a ninjutsu created by him. It is a ninjutsu that is enough to resist the tailed beast. It is not comparable to the 10,000 snakes. However, one snake ignored Orochimaru's advice at all, and even glared at Orochimaru, as if Orochimaru would attack Orochimaru first if he said another word. Orochimaru was very angry. If he didn't want to learn sage art from the white snake immortal, he really wanted to kill the snakes. Orochimaru looked at the snakes that attacked Neji again and again, but they were useless, and couldn't help but frown. Frowned. Kabuto, go, Orochimaru whispered. Then, Orochimaru-sama, your psychic beast. Kabuto pointed to the 10,000 snakes and said. Don't worry about him. Orochimaru said coldly, one snake and him were just mutual use, he had already had enough of him. Yes. Wait, don't try to run. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly stood in front of Orochimaru. I am Hokage, the 5th generation, and Sannin will stop here from today. Hehe, Tsunade, it seems that you are determined. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Orochimaru's forehead, and his current situation is really not optimistic. But, I won't sit still. Orochimaru's neck stretched like a silk thread, and a long sword spewed out of his mouth. Laugh. The long sword pierced into the flesh, blood splattered, and Orochimaru stared at Tsunade who was holding the sword in his palm, his eyes widening. Tsunade, you. I am Hokage, the 5th generation of eyes, and I want to eradicate all those who are harmful to the village. Tsunade did not collapse because of the blood, but raised his peerless face and said firmly. Heavenly foot of pain. Boom. Tsunade raised his leg and kicked Orochimaru in the stomach. Orochimaru, who was hit hard, flew backwards at high speed, smashing through the rocks. Call out. Tsunade came later. His eyes were even more murderous. He reached out and grabbed Orochimaru's long tongue again, and slammed Orochimaru's face again. Can't stop, can't give him a chance to breathe. Bang bang bang. Tsunade used both hands and feet to keep hitting Orochimaru, leaving Orochimaru with no room to fight back. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto exclaimed nervously, damn, I was completely hit by that monster. At this time, Orochimaru was blasted out by Tsunade, but Orochimaru's insight was very strong. Taking this opportunity, he suddenly turned over and galloped away in the distance. Don't think about leaving. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, and he also chased after Orochimaru. At the same time, Wan Shi was also beaten to the ground by Neji. Who? Wan Shi raised his head from the ground, panting violently. After so many attacks, he also felt very tired. Seeing Wan Shi gasping for breath, little Neji sarcastically said, is that the only way? I thought you could make me have fun. You are too weak. This uncle is the leader of the psychic snake clan of Ryachi Cave, how could he be defeated by your inexperienced transformation technique? Damn human, die. Looking at Neji who was looking down at him, One Snake roared, rush up again. Chapter 64 _ I want to succeed Hokage. Transformation technique that is not in the mainstream. Orochimaru, who was running away, raised his brows and sneered, hee, One Snake, you should die here. Wan Shi actually thinks that his Baki technique is just that kind of unpopular transformation technique, which is undoubtedly a kind of humiliation to him. Anyway, it will be Neji who will kill Wan Shi in the end. What does it have to do with him? Even the White Snake Immortal couldn't say anything. Orochimaru's eyes are very deep, and the technique of Yaki is his most outstanding ninjutsu. In the past, he was inspired by Konoha's forbidden technique. Using the power of the White Snake to incarnate into an Orochi with 8 heads and 8 tails, it has almost no weaknesses, not to mention the attack power, the resilience and vitality alone are very tenacious. If the 8 heads cannot be cut at the same time, the Orochimaru will not die. Even Orochimaru can hardly think of the weakness of this technique. If I really want to say it, it will consume too much chakra. The fact is exactly like this. The 10,000 snakes fell on the Orochi Baki and kept biting, but to the Orochi Baki, this kind of scar was like a mud ox into the sea, and it couldn't make much waves at all. Puff! 10,000 snakes struggled to tear off a head of Orochi, but soon, along with some sticky liquid, a new head grew out again. Damn it, damn it! One Snake roared, his eyes full of anger. Neji ignored him, turned around and walked away. To him, the attack of the snake seemed like a tickling. However, according to the previous experience, Orochimaru didn't really care about the snake, and he would not be kind enough to accomplish what Orochimaru wanted to do. To keep 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru sparring. Moreover, his chakra is depleting too fast. A ninja needs to keep his chakra within a safe range no matter when and where. Seeing that Neji was about to leave, Wan Shi surprisingly didn't scold. Although he was angry, he was not stupid. Neji was not something he could deal with, not to mention that there was a slug staring at him. Orochimaru would die if he died. But only one. Compared with dignity and life, of course the latter is more important. But at this moment, Neji suddenly caught sight of Orochimaru being chased by Tsunade, while Kabuto was being stared at by slugs, not daring to act rashly. Neji screamed that I lost it in his heart. This is okay, Orochimaru is still useful, how can he kneel here? Orochimaru's ability to escape is first rate, but Neji didn't want to gamble, so Neji moved, and the 8 tails suddenly burst into the air, with extremely powerful strength, extremely fast and abnormal, even the air was shaken and made a burst of soft sounds. Wan Shi was secretly delighted when he saw Neji turn and leave, when suddenly a few white tails were drawn, and he didn't even have time to react. Wan Shi let out a shrill roar and cursed in his heart. Human beings are really cunning. They said they would not fight, and they had to make a sneak attack in the end. It was really hateful. At this moment, his upper body fell to the ground, but his lower body was knocked out and blocked between Orochi and Tsunade impartially. What? Tales of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru gave Neji a deep look, and immediately fled away. Neji, I hope we don't end up being enemies. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto exclaimed, but when he saw Orochimaru leaving, he immediately ran away. Tsunade and the slug stayed where they were, watching the scene silently, staring straight at Neji. Neji was stared at by these two pairs of eyes and felt a little guilty, and said with a ha-ha, first kill this big snake. Myriad snakes, you can only die, there must be an explanation. Neji said silently. Looking at the Orochi orchid that was getting closer and closer, Wan Shi tried to roll up his body, his expression was very flustered, his eyes were rolling, and finally, he shouted exhaustedly, damn little devil, then the uncle will never let you go, this uncle will definitely kill you. Then, in front of everyone, the 10,000 snakes suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke and dispersed. Neji looked at all this sluggishly, and looked at Wan Shi's unexpected behavior in disbelief. Using the toughest tone, doing the most cowardly work. This one snake turns out to be a coward. Neji said disdainfully. He thought one snake was going to fight back, but he ran away. But Neji couldn't do anything about it. What could he do? One snake used reverse psychic and went directly back to Raichi Cave, but he couldn't go there. He didn't even know where Raichi Cave was. It is precisely because of the existence of this technique that psychic beasts rarely die, but one snake is more unlucky, and is actually controlled by its own contractor with demonic illusion, which is the only way to escape the fate of being bombed to death. Neji, I have something to ask you. Tsunade began. Neji also knew that what he had just done was too obvious, which aroused Tsunade's suspicion, and nodded in agreement. Neji came to Tsunade after the removal of the Yagi, but he consciously kept a distance from Tsunade, a distance that both felt safe. Master Tsunade. Shizune, don't come here. He came to Tsunade just now. Shizune also rushed over, but was reprimanded by Tsunade. Lord Tsunade, Neji, who are you? Shizune asked in confusion. Was Neji the one sent by Konoha to help? Why was Lord Tsunade so wary of Neji? Neji, why? Tsunade looked at Neji puzzled. He couldn't help but know the harm Orochimaru had done to Konoha. Why did he let Orochimaru go? I have my plan, Neji said. Plan? What kind of plan requires you to let Orochimaru go? Don't you know how much Orochimaru is a threat to Konoha? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then roared angrily. She couldn't understand all of this, and if she hadn't been able to conclude that Neji had no ill will towards Konoha, she might have shot Neji. Neji didn't know what to say, and in all honesty, he'd be pissed off if someone let go of someone who ruined his hometown. But about the system, he absolutely can't tell others, not even the closest people, because this is the capital for him to stand in this world. Tsunade's temper was very hot, but after yelling, she calmed down again. The Konoha elders chose her as Hokage not simply because she is Yuhi, but also because of her strong sense of judgment and analysis. I don't care what your plans are, but if you're going to hurt Konoha, I won't sit idly by. Tsunade meditated. That's my home. Neji nodded. I know. No, you don't know anything. Tsunade turned and walked away. Shizune, let's go to Konoha. I'm going to succeed the 5th Hokage. Chapter 65 _ Be part of me. Of fire, in the dense forest south of Konoha, a group of beasts rises and falls, but there is one place that is unusually quiet. If you look closely, there is a hidden staircase leading to the ground. This passage is very secret, and it is difficult to see with the naked eye. The entrance is closed by chakra, so it is extremely conspicuous under the perception of ninjas, but who would come to such a place? Down the stairs, there is a gate carved with a vicious snake at the end, and there are 2 serpentine stone Jinchuriki column on both sides. Looking around, it is dark and bottomless, full of eerie and unknown. But in such a gloomy place, there were bursts of roaring, heart-piercing roars. If anyone here heard this kind of scream, their scalp would definitely be numb. Kabuto, the cells of the 1st generation do not match yours. If you force the fusion, you may die. Orochimaru said lightly, and then put the arm made of the 1st generation cells aside. Kabuto can be regarded as his capable subordinate. It is a pity to die like this. He is not afraid of being cut off. His reincarnation can make him recover instantly when he is attacked, but Kabuto will not. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto got up and said calmly, but if he looked closely, he was not so indifferent. He was still a young man at the moment, and the broken arm was not so easy to smooth out. That's a bit of a hassle. Orochimaru frowned, and Kabuto became like this, feeling useless. Now is not the period of the gods fighting in the later period. All kinds of ninjutsu are available at your fingertips, and the slightly more powerful ones do not need hand seal. In this period, if you lose your arm, it is basically useless. Kabuto, come with me. Orochimaru thought for a while, and took Kabuto to a hidden door, opened the door and walked in. In the room, there are many scrolls, and the number is very large, just like a library. Lord Orochimaru, what is this? Kabuto was shocked. Lord Orochimaru actually collected so many scrolls, what is it? Ha ha. Orochimaru laughed miserably and said, go and see for yourself. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's permission, Kabuto walked over to a scroll and opened it with his remaining arm. This is Tulong Gun. The above record is impressively the hand seal technique of Doden, Earth-style Tulong Gun, and the training method and experience, and the record is very comprehensive. He turned over a scroll again, which also recorded a kind of ninjutsu, futon, wind style, gale palm, and the various remarks were also very detailed. Kabuto opened several scrolls one after another. As expected, all kinds of ninjutsu were recorded in them. Looking at a house full of ninjutsu, Kabuto's surprise was beyond words. Because in general, the more ninjutsu you learn, the greater your fighting power. Like Kakashi, who borrowed the power of Sharingan and copied thousands of ninjutsu, making him extremely powerful even among the elite Jonin. Tsunade once commented that he was not weaker than Kakashi, but he clearly knew that if the two really fought to the death, Kakashi would definitely win. Lord Orochimaru, what are you? Why are you collecting so many ninjutsu? Kabuto asked suspiciously. Orochimaru squinted and smiled. Kabuto, you still don't know me well. Kabuto always thought that he just wanted to gain eternal life, but he didn't know the reason why he wanted to pursue eternal life. The fragility of life was only part of the reason. The bigger reason was that he wanted to learn all the ninjutsu in this world. But only with the limited life of human beings, this is simply impossible, so he wants to pursue eternal life and gain greater power. Orochimaru walked to a stone wall, and suddenly a green snake emerged from his sleeve, rolled up a rather worn scroll, and threw it into Kabuto's hands. This is reincarnation, Orochimaru said flatly, but Kabuto was taken aback. He knows what it means. This is the life-saving technique of Lord Orochimaru. It took him more than 10 years to create it. After learning this surgery, he can change the status of his disability by stealing the body of others. Master Orochimaru. Kabuto's heart was really moved at the moment. Master Orochimaru was willing to teach him this forbidden technique. Scholar died for a confidant, and Kabuto's admiration for Orochimaru has reached the point of inexhaustible, so Orochimaru has just gained a little fanboy. However, he didn't know that the immortal reincarnation Orochimaru gave him was a half-finished product, with great flaws. Although it was guaranteed that there would never be rejection behavior after reincarnation, he could only reincarnate once in his life. Moreover, he must choose a good target. If the target of his reincarnation is too powerful, Kabuto will also suffer a great backlash, and maybe he will die when he is reincarnated. After all, Kabuto is just a useful tool for Orochimaru, and it is not bad to give him this kind of art. Lord Orochimaru, I have something to report to you, Kabuto said suddenly, with a firm glint in his eyes. The undercover agent Sasori arranged for you. Kabuto felt that he couldn't deceive Lord Orochimaru anymore, only he could truly realize his worth and help him recognize who he was. What? Orochimaru looked at Kabuto in disbelief. Kabuto had always done his best to complete the task he had given him, so he never thought that Kabuto was not his own. After being stunned for a while, Orochimaru squinted his eyes, and immediately revealed killing intent to Kabuto. If this is the case, Kabuto will never be alive, and he doesn't want to put an uncertain factor next to him. Lord Orochimaru, please listen to me. Kabuto hurriedly spoke and told Orochimaru the whole story, which made Orochimaru's killing intent slowly retreat. Kabuto wants to use puppet technique to control me, it's just delusional. Kabuto paused and said, only you understand me, Orochimaru-sama. I have never done anything to hurt you. Is that so? I'm the one who blamed you. Kabuto, you can continue to follow me from now on. Orochimaru said with a smirk, how rich his life experience is, so he can conclude that Kabuto is not lying. However, he always had to stay behind, and Orochimaru secretly rejoiced that he had given him a half-finished undead reincarnation, which was the most effective way to restrain Kabuto. Come with me. Orochimaru led Kabuto to a closed room and said with a gloomy smile, the arena, the one who wins in the end is your container. Go, Kabuto. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto walked in, and after a while, there were growls from inside. Be part of me. Chapter 66 Attack the 5th Hokage. What the hell are you happy about? Tsunade shouted at Neji. Neji was looking at her all the way, and there was always an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth, which made her feel very uncomfortable. And Tsunade narrowed his eyes, stared at Neji carefully and asked, you are indeed a perennial seal. It's okay not to say this, but Neji is even more proud of himself when he talks about it. Rescuing Tsunade from Orochimaru and Kabuto before, the system rewarded him with the Yin Seal. Yin Seal is a ninjutsu that achieves instant healing, enhanced attack, and increased speed by micro-adjusting chakra. Skilled users can also rely on the low output and micro-adjustment of chakra in Baihao's seal to maintain youthful appearance and improve the quality of life. The effect of bodily functions can keep bodily functions in their prime. It can continuously accumulate chakra, making up for its own shortcomings to a large extent. However, the most obvious part of this technique is that there will be a diamond mark on the user's forehead, and it is impossible to hide it. Fortunately, his forehead is still there. There is a forehead. But there must be a sparseness in all the secrets. Not long ago, when he pushed the Yin Seal, Tsunade noticed it. Forget it, anyway, you have so many secrets on your body, even if the perineum is sealed, there is nothing to be surprised about. Tsunade reluctantly said that she had already compromised. Neji is not good enough, even she couldn't find out anything, as long as she knew that Neji was harmless to Konoha. Seeing this happy scene, Shizune was very happy. Since the death of her uncle and Nawaki, Tsunade-sama has been depressed. She has not seen Tsunade so comfortable for a long time. That's great, Tsunade-sama. If Nawaki and uncle know that you have let go of your heart, they will be very happy. Then, Shizune turned to Neji and said, Neji, thank you. There's no need to thank you for such a small thing. Neji waved his hand and said, if my lover and relatives died in front of me, I might not be as good as you. As Neji said, he couldn't help thinking of Sasuke. He was bound by hatred, and his life was a mess. He simply had a friend like Naruto, otherwise his life would be really over. Through this forest, we arrived at Konoha village. Shizune said excitedly, she hadn't come back for a long time. I don't know how Konoha is doing now. But suddenly, her words stopped, and her footsteps stopped on the spot. Among the three, Shizune's strength has also reached the level of Jonin, and he can naturally be keenly aware of the abnormality around him. In front of them, there were a few looming murderous auras, which were hidden deep. They should have been walking in the dark all year round. However, as one of Sanin, Tsunade's strength in cage level is not covered, and he realized it early on. As for Neji, it's even more outrageous. In the eyes of his Kagura heart, these people have long been exposed, and even their locations are clearly exposed. Who is it that dares to assassinate Tsunade-sama in the land of fire? Shizune moved slightly and blocked Tsunade behind her. This was her duty. Even if Tsunade was far stronger than her, she had to protect Tsunade well. Who else could it be? Of course it's Danzo. Neji had already opened Byakugan, staring firmly at a few people in ambush not far away. Danzo. Tsunade was stunned, shook his head hurriedly, and said, although I don't like Danzo's style, he is also an elder of Konoha. Although his approach is extreme, it is generally for the good of Konoha. What you see is just the appearance, you have already been deceived by him. Neji snorted coldly and continued, Danzo has great ambitions and is determined to unify the ninja world. If everyone, if not his tools, then he is. Hindrance. Quote. Ridiculous that Tsunade and the others still can't see Danzo's true face, and they still want to excuse him. Neji, Danzo has merit for Konoha. With all due respect, I didn't see Danzo's credit to Konoha, but Konoha was so mad at him that he brought down a lot of cage-level masters. Neji choked Tsunade. Carefully, Danzo really didn't give much credit to Konoha. Although he secretly dealt with some people who were harmful to Konoha, he also killed many of Konoha's top powerhouses. If Konoha's top powerhouses are still there, let alone Orochimaru and Tsunagakure, even if the 4 major ninja villages besiege Konoha, the old man will not die. Shish. At this moment, dozens of figures suddenly appeared on the branches in front of Neji and the others. Since they had been discovered, they didn't need to hide. These people don't wear shinobu's forehead guards and wear black masks on their faces, making it difficult to identify their identities, but for Neji, there is no need to prove their identities at all. This time period, this place, except for Danzo, everyone else can be ruled out. Danzo, well done, assassinating the 5th Hokage, this time you won't die. Neji sneered. Suiton, water style, water blade. Futon, wind style, gale cut. Soon, these people moved, performed a lot of ninjutsu, and blasted towards Tsunade. Come on, 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. Neji appeared in front of Tsunade in an instant, condensed a large amount of chakra in his hand, and threw it forward. Suddenly, a white light flashed and turned into a substantial beam, and the attacking ninjutsu was wiped out in the blink of an eye. I'm here to accompany you to have a good time. The strength of these people is very strong, and the weakest have the level of Chunin, and there are 5 Jonin leading the team. No matter where they are placed, they are a force that cannot be underestimated. However, they found the wrong opponent. Danzo underestimated Neji's strength, and even dismissed Tsunade because of her hyperphobia, but as everyone knows, his information is long past tense. Kill. Without a word, Neji jumped and killed him directly. The double chakra rolled and turned into 2 powerful, fierce lion heads, illuminated by the gleaming rays of light, with a thunderous and overwhelming aura. Robust double lion fist. Neji stretched out his hand and slapped on a person, instantly knocking the person into a bloody fog, and the person had become blood foam before he could even let out a scream. This is all because Neji not only used the soft step double lion fist, but also contained strange power, which is why it has such powerful destructive power. Your information is wrong, today is a nightmare for your roots, but you can't see it anymore. Neji raised his hand, without confrontation, rushing up was a fierce fight. No one at the root was weak, but now he was bullied by a young man and killed him. Fuck, one of the Jonin shouted, and quickly got up and left the place. Neji looked at him coldly, his hands flickering in vain, and a beam of light suddenly shot out. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. The white on roared and rushed in, like a sharp sword, unstoppable, with extremely powerful destructive power. Author's digression: there is a small problem in this chapter, which has been revised. Chapter 67 _ He is beyond your imagination. That Jonin's pupils shrank suddenly, but without thinking in his hand, he instantly displayed a counterattack ninjutsu. Kaden, fire style, flaming words. A raging fire wave, with a scorching heat, quickly greeted the white light. Kai. The result is obvious, the white light easily penetrated the fire wave and annihilated it. Ah! Cry, the Jonin burst open, blood spattered and stumps flew. 8 trigrams breaking a mountain can break even a small mountain, and it is not a problem to break a person. You smart guy. Neji glanced at the fireworks in the air with disdain, then turned his head and said viciously, "You see, this is the end of being smart." By Neji's hand, the person who wanted to leave suddenly jumped in his heart, sweating coldly, his bent legs trembled, and he didn't dare to move. They want to say, is this the gentle fist? Are the ranged attacks of the Hyuga clan so terrifying? However, after just a moment, they still moved, and all kinds of shuriken and kunai were tied with detonating talismans and flew towards Neji. Matter how you look at it, this Byakugan kid and Tsunade won't let them go, so they might as well fight. Hee, you guys are so stupid to actually use physical attacks against me. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Quote. Neji snorted coldly, and a hemispherical chakra barrier suddenly appeared, isolating shuriken kunai. Boom, clang. It's now. The eyes of the people at the root widened, and they shouted, blast. Boom. A series of detonation sounds rang out, and mushroom clouds rose one after another in an instant where Neji was. Neji with the rolling heat wave as the center, blowing the surrounding trees and making a rustling sound. Neji. Shizune was anxious and tried to rush up, but was pulled by Tsunade. That kid is not that easy to deal with, just look at it. Tsunade's mouth curled into a confident smile. After all, he was the one who pulled him back from the abyss, and at the same time, the master had both her and Orochimaru's heart. Seriously, if Neji were to die like this, she and Orochimaru wouldn't have to mix. Smoke cleared, and Neji walked out of it slowly, not to mention embarrassed, not even a single scar, and his clothes were clean. How possible? That's more than 100 detonating talismans. A Jonin couldn't help but exclaimed, could it be that revolving heaven's defense is so strong that an explosion of this power can't hurt Neji? Hee, want to know why? Neji suddenly appeared in front of him. Go to hell and think again. Then, Neji spit out the sour tongue and teeth, which drowned him like a wave, and was slowly melted away in his painful roar. The second one. Were 5 Jonins in total, and 2 were killed by Neji almost in the blink of an eye. The impact on the roots was undoubtedly huge. There were very few Jonins, and there were not many roots. Danzo should be very angry. However, the more angry he is, the happier I am. Now, it's time to send you on your way. The next moment, Neji suddenly jumped up and stood on a high place. His hair moved slightly, his long black hair spread out, and from his hair, black needles shot out. Rabbit hair needle. The dense and overwhelming black thin needles kept falling from above, pouring down on the person at the root like raindrops, but the terrifying penetrating power and sealing power of the rabbit hair needle was shocking. A Chunin was shot in the knee, and his entire leg was rigid, making it difficult to move. He could only watch as he was gradually being shot into a hedgehog. Another Chunin was unfortunately hit directly in the head, but the black needle directly penetrated his head and flew out from his crotch, causing a scream, and he even expected his own death when the place was sealed. The ultimate speed and wide range of the rabbit hair needle immediately enveloped all the root personnel, and the scene was out of control for a while, and there were mourning everywhere. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's so fast, it's too late for hand seal. Tsunade watched silently the whole time, and was surprised at the moment. Using Byakugan, using hair as a medium, to seal the opponent's moves. This technique is stronger than gentle fist. Tsunade is worthy of being one of the Sanins. He is very insightful, he understood the principle of this technique in just a moment, and showed great interest in Neji. What a genius! Tsunade praised, but suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She immediately lifted her leg, and hit the ground heavily. In an instant, the ground shattered, the clods broke, and a figure ejected from it. There's actually one more person. Neji was also stunned for a moment, and then he realized, it seems that Danzo has been experimenting with Orochimaru over the years, and the master has learned a lot of things, even Kagura's heart can be deceived. However, this concealment technique was not perfect. Otherwise Tsunade would not have noticed it. Damn it! The man scolded secretly, but instead of retreating, he stabbed at Tsunade while holding the kunai. Their mission was to get rid of Tsunade, let Lord Danzo succeed him smoothly, and if possible, get rid of Hyuga Neji, but after seeing the horrible scene before, he had lost hope of killing Neji. It was easy to kill Tsunade, the man sneered and picked up the kunai, just obey Danzo-sama. Tsunade, die! The man swiped in the air, and Kue instantly swept a large scar on his arm, blood spurted out, very sturdy. Lord Danzo said that Tsunade is afraid of blood, and seeing the blood of Tsunade, his combat power will be greatly reduced. The man smiled, as if he could already predict Tsunade's fate. But the next moment, his face instantly became stunned, puzzled, and terrified. It was very exciting, and a fist became bigger and bigger in his field of vision. Boom! The rocks cracked and the ground spread out in a cobweb-like manner, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. He, who had just jumped out of the ground, was instantly hit back by a huge force, and then he was greeted by a violent storm. Dare to use blood to deal with the old lady, she didn't run away, it's definitely an old scumbag Danzo, damn it. After a while, Tsunade removed his hand from the bloody face in front of him, shook his hand in disgust, and said angrily. She is Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, and even people from other villages call her Lord Tsunade and Princess Tsunade when they see her, but Danzo actually sent someone to assassinate her and even used blood, which is really abominable. If it wasn't for Neji, she might actually be dead. At this time, Neji also dealt with the other people and walked to Tsunade leisurely. I think, maybe you don't know yet, what Danzo does is more than that. What he does is far beyond your imagination. Chapter 68 _ Hope to learn Mokuden wood style. Beyond my imagination. Neji, what do you mean by that? Tsunade felt a little irritable in his heart, as if there was something worrying. It's up to you to explore it yourself. Neji walked into the distance without looking back, and the voice came from a distance. The roots, but the darkness of Konoha. It wasn't that Neji didn't want to tell Tsunade all this, but for her, who had just come out of her inner demon, it was really hard to accept. Particular, Sarutobi Hiruzen also played a part of the role of an accomplice, and his most respected teacher actually participated in it, which might make Tsunade hesitate again. Root. Tsunade was slightly startled, as if he had caught something. Neji meant something. Naturally, he wanted her to investigate the root. Could it be that the root is hiding some secrets? After a while, Tsunade said, Shizune, let's go. Neji will not aim at nothing. What is hidden at the root, and what does it have to do with herself? She wants to become the 5th generation of Hokage, and figure out all this. Not long after, the group finally came to Konoha. At this moment, Konoha is still being rebuilt, but many places have been repaired. Only the faint cracks on the city wall cover up the war. Unconsciously, so many years have passed. Tsunade sighed. However, Konoha still hasn't changed. Tsunade stood in front of Konoha's gate, feeling a little complicated. After so many years, the scene inside didn't seem to have changed, it was still the same as before. However, she didn't expect that she would come back, in order to uphold her grandfather's legacy and to continue Naoki's dream. No, Konoha has changed, you just haven't noticed. Neji glanced at Tsunade and said lightly. If you want to get rid of Konoha's corruption, you have to kill Danzo first, you can't keep him anymore, in any way. Maybe. Tsunade glanced at Neji, then continued to look at Konoha, murmured, is this what it feels like to be back home? Neji knew that Tsunade was still a bit cramped, but time was running out, so he pulled Tsunade into Konoha. The host holds hands with Tsunade and gets the reward, Mokuden, wood-style, wooden clone. Mokuden, wood-style, wooden clone. Split into a Mokuden, wood-style clone that is exactly the same as the caster, which cannot be recognized by ordinary people. Neji's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he looked at the reward this time in shock. Mokuden, wood-style, Senju Hashirama's ability, can actually be obtained from Tsunade. Yes, Neji realized that Tsunade is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. According to the reward determination method, Neji can indeed get Mokuden, wood-style. Neji is a little excited. Mokuden, wood-style, is very powerful and has power far beyond other ninjutsu-type Kekkei Genkei, a kind of power derived from the god tree. Senju Hashirama once used Mokuden, wood-style, to quell the rebellion in the ninja world, play with Kyubi, 9 Tails, as a pet, and even suppress Uchiha Madara all the time. If you can control this kind of power, after thinking about it, you will summon a wooden man, a wooden dragon, and a Shinsasenju, and you will be transformed into an Orochi. Hehe, you have to kneel when Madara comes. If your chakra is big enough, you can add a few more wooden clones, and every wooden clone can use these ninjutsu. At that time, the picture is too beautiful, I dare not look at it. Many people think that clone jutsu is the most useless ninjutsu, but once clone jutsu is developed to ultimate, it will have extremely terrifying power, which is typically represented by Naruto's multiple shadow clone. If one can't beat it, then a group will be summoned. Who can stand it? Even in the later stage, Naruto still made a lot of powerhouses suffer by relying on this move, and even Kagaya almost accidentally said. What's more, this is a wooden clone. In terms of power and practicality, it is still above shadow clone. Neji took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement, suddenly remembered something, and suddenly pulled Tsunade towards the hospital. Kakashi and the others should still be in the hospital now. Let Tsunade heal them before taking Tsunade back. Neji, what are you doing? Tsunade asked suspiciously. There are still a few patients in the hospital. I see. Tsunade nodded. Whether she was Hokage or not, she was a medical ninja first and foremost and couldn't leave patients alone. Came to Konoha Hospital. I saw Kakashi lying on the bed with an unlovable look on his face. Neji raised his eyebrows with no expression. What a blow this was, and looking at the situation, it didn't take 10.5 days. The month will not come back. Neji, you're back. Kurenai Yuhi greeted with joy when he saw Neji's return. She and Might Guy have been taking care of Kakashi and Asuma for a while, but their situation has not improved at all. Kakashi said it was okay, just suffered a few blows and recovered in a few days, but Asuma. Neji responded indifferently, then turned to look at Might Guy. Mr. Guy, what about Teacher Asuma? Neji clearly remembered that Asuma should also be lying here. No, that's it. Might Guy pointed to the lump in front of him and said helplessly to Neji. Neji followed Might Guy's fingers. I lost. What is this? Neji couldn't help but ask. A huge oval egg was lying on a hospital bed near the window, with only a bruised nose and a swollen face like a pig's head sticking out, exhaling hot breath from time to time. Isn't this Asuma-sensei? Neji asked uncertainly. However, what he got was an affirmative answer from Might Guy. Neji turned his head and stared blankly at Asuma, who was wrapped like a zongzi, and was deeply shocked. This is too miserable. How much hatred is between the ghost shark and Asuma? Tisk tisk tisk. Looking at this situation, you should just lie down quietly. Do you want me to treat them both? Tsunade, who had been quiet all along, said. At this time, Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy noticed Tsunade, who was following Neji, and exclaimed, You are Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama is actually back. Neji made it. It's great. Tsunade-sama will come out in person. Kakashi and the others will recover soon. Yeah, it's not too late. Please ask Tsunade-sama to help. Tsunade nodded, walked to Kakashi's hospital bed, and murmured, It's that kid from Kakashi. I didn't expect it to be this big in a blink of an eye. Tsunade had some feelings. She remembered that Kakashi was a child when he left, and he didn't expect to be so big now, although the hair was a bit unconventional. So, who is the one who beat him like this? Chapter 69_prologue before parting. Kakashi's talent and strength are very strong, and no one can beat him like this unless a cage-level powerhouse takes a shot. It's Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. Kurenai Yuhi said a little disappointedly. The demonic illusion that she was proud of was easily rebounded by the other party, which really made her uncomfortable. Uchiha Itachi. It's the sinner of the Uchiha clan who slaughtered his own clan, missing Nin of Konoha, isn't he? Tsunade frowned and asked suspiciously. Although she is not in the village, she has heard of some things in the village, especially the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha family. Might Guy said, his strength is very strong, and he made Kakashi lose his ability to fight with just one glance. If it wasn't for me fighting Kakashi all the year round, Master's knack for dealing with Sharingan, I'm afraid I would be the same as Kakashi. What is their purpose? Tsunade frowned, listening to Might Guy's description. Itachi's strength has undoubtedly reached cage level. Such a character returning to Konoha can't just be grateful for the past. I don't know, but when we arrived at the scene, Itachi and the Blowfish had already kidnapped Naruto, so I think their target should be Naruto. Might Guy said seriously. Blowfish? What Blowfish? Tsunade frowned and asked suspiciously. PFF. Neji secretly gave Might Guy a thumbs up. As expected of the person with the worst memory in Hokage, he forgot as soon as the fight was over. No, maybe Gui Shark just finished reporting his name and he forgot. Master Tsunade, Guy is talking about a companion of Uchiha Itachi. His name is Kisame Hoshigaki, who made Asuma like this. Kurenai Yuhi said helplessly. Hearing this, Asuma shivered with excitement. His bloated face was full of grief and grievance. Didn't he just call him a puffer fish, and he was beaten up? Damn it, he listened to Might Guy's words. Shouted. The most hateful thing is, why didn't he hit Might Guy? I see. Tsunade nodded. So, you mean, their purpose is Naruto? No, is it QB, Nine Tails? Tsunade had a solemn look on his face. Among the Konohas, Naruto was probably only Minato's son, Uzumaki Naruto. Are you going to arrest QB, Nine Tails? What are they going to do? Tsunade pondered. QB, Nine Tails' power is too strong. A little carelessness will bring catastrophe to the entire ninja world. Tsunade-sama, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, wearing the same outfit, most likely, they. Kurenai Yuhi bit Kiba and said, it is very likely that they are from the same organization. The same organization. Tsunade's heart was shocked, which was a bit terrifying. Since it was an organization, it often wouldn't attack a single-tailed beast. That is to say, the purpose of this organization was probably to gather all the tailed beasts. Tailed beasts are an important strategic resource for a village and are highly valued by various countries. It is hard to imagine how destructive the nine-tailed beasts will be when gathered together. I see. Tsunade took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible. She will be Konoha's fifth-generation Hokage. She can't be in a mess at any time. This is the most basic duty of a leader. If even she is flustered, the impact will be too great. Palm Sage Art. Tsunade threw two green balls of light, which merged into the bodies of Kakashi and Asuma. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Asuma's swelling was declining, and soon became no different from ordinary people, and Kakashi also swayed awake. To be said that Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is really superb. When Sannin fought against Hanzo of the Salamander, it was also thanks to her medical ninjutsu that they were able to survive. In the Fourth Ninja War, she gave full play to her medical ninja ability, and also saved the strength for the victory of the coalition forces. Okay, Neji, Shizune, let's go. Tsunade turned and walked back. After her treatment, Kakashi and Asuma have both improved a lot, but it is impossible to leave the hospital immediately. She can't stay here for too long, and there are a lot of bad things waiting for her to do. Walked out of the hospital door, Tsunade's calm face was filled with sadness, and she wanted to yell, why she had to deal with so many things as soon as she came back. Neji looked at her and said, what worries you most is not the gathering of the nine-tailed beasts, but the organization. Tsunade nodded. Since my grandfather died, there has been no one in the ninja world who can restrain the nine-tailed beast, but now there is such an organization that there is a possibility of arresting the nine-tailed beast, if they are sent out in full force. Maybe the whole Konoha can't stop it. Neji is silent. Akatsuki does have this ability, not to mention other people. With Nagato alone, he can turn Konoha upside down. If Nagato does not use Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, in the end, Konoha has indeed been destroyed. There are 12 people in front of and behind Akatsuki, each of them has strength close to cage level, or even far beyond cage level. This kind of terrifying force, if it had attacked Konoha directly at that time, Konoha might have been destroyed long ago. To be honest, if it wasn't for the plot, Akatsuki would destroy each village one by one. With the 5 villages being hostile to each other and calculating with each other, the probability of Akatsuki's success in destroying the 5 villages would be terrifyingly high, so why would you need infinite Tsukuyomi? Although the facts are cruel, at this time, Tsunade still needs to have some confidence. Don't worry, we don't know much about this organization, but the 3 generations have been paying attention to major events in the ninja world. He should have a record of the establishment of this organization, maybe you can go and have a look. But the strength they showed. Tsunade opened her mouth and was very worried. She could easily mobilize a cage-level person like Uchiha Itachi. Apart from the strength of the organization, she really couldn't think of any good explanation. Even so, all they have to face is the force of the human Jinchuriki column. Anyway, we still have time. If their target is all the tailed beasts, the 5 villages will not sit still. Neji stopped and said to Tsunade, of course, these are all fakes. A Gedo Mazo demonic statue of the outer path comes out, and all 9 tailed beasts have to be finished, but this can only be said in my heart, true to say it, what is this? Konoha can't stand it no matter how good he is. Yeah, okay, Tsunade nodded, and that's true. I went to find those 2 old guys first, and I don't know what the old man left me with. Tsunade said angrily, and then walked towards the Hokage building accompanied by Shizune. She has been out for so many years, and she does not understand some of the decision-making and development aspects of the village, which requires Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado to help her. Then, I should get ready, too. There's always something to do before I leave. Chapter 70 _ This dark night, the beginning of change. It was dark, the night was still, and cicadas were singing. At this moment, in a spacious house, a young man was lying on the bed, sweating coldly. A voice kept ringing in his ears. It made his expression even more terrifying, hideous, and his fingers squeezed tightly, causing the sheets to be deformed and wrinkled. My stupid brother, you are so weak. Why are you so weak? Because you don't hate enough, you don't hate me enough. Now you don't even have the qualifications to let me hunt. My stupid brother, hate me even more, kill me with the determination to die. Then, I'll take you to see your father and mother. No, no, ah. Sasuke immediately sat up from the bed and let out a burst of screams. After waking up, his pupils were dilated, with a strong sense of panic. Who tilde? It's a dream, Sasuke gasped violently, and was relieved to find himself in the room. Damn it. Why? I've worked so hard and often trained myself beyond my limit, why can't I beat that guy? Sasuke's nails were deeply embedded in his palm. Since he was easily defeated by that guy that day, Sasuke has often had this kind of nightmare. Thinking of his Chidori being easily cracked by that guy, Sasuke bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Especially that guy also used demonic illusion to reproduce the scene of the clansmen being slaughtered in those days. The horror in it made Sasuke feel breathless and suffocated, and he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Sharingan, am I so unbearable? Sasuke saw the Sharingan in his own eyes reflected in the mirror. Anger rose from his heart, and he bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth instantly. Chakra suddenly became restless, and crushed the in his hand with one palm. Cheat. How can I only have this level? If I go on like this, can I still take revenge? Sasuke muttered to himself, his words were full of unwillingness. He was just intimidated by Itachi's Yue, and unconsciously opened Sharingan. Is he so vulnerable? However, Sasuke didn't realize that at the moment, above his roof, a Byakugan boy was hiding. Hearing Sasuke's terrified low roar, Neji smiled slightly. Sasuke, let's go, I'll just wait for you to betray the village. This time. It didn't take long for Sasuke to leave the room. What made Neji speechless was that he actually jumped from the window. This seems to be a common problem of every ninja. On the deserted street, Sasuke walked hesitantly. Where should he go in the future? What should he do? The starry sky at night was extraordinarily bright, and the stars twinkled. Sasuke was walking alone, perhaps because of some traction. He came to the residence of the Uchiha family. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the vast area became empty, but the high-level Konoha did not reclaim the Uchiha clan's station, which naturally became Sasuke's property. However, Sasuke didn't want to come back here, because this was his sad place. Looking at the desolate and lonely melancholy atmosphere around him, Sasuke bit Kiba again and gnashed his teeth. Damn! Sasuke smashed a big tree with a punch, and blood flowed down the tree, but he didn't feel the pain, he just felt that he was too wasteful to avenge his clan. It was the same at the beginning. If he had been stronger at the beginning, if he had been stronger, and had the power to stop Itachi's killing, then all these tragedies would not have happened. Damn, it's all because of power, stronger power. Sasuke growled. He had tried so hard, but when he remembered that his Chidori was as fragile as a branch in front of Itachi, he became agitated. Get out! At this time, Sasuke suddenly turned his head, his eyes suddenly became bloody Yuhi, very sharp, and quickly looked at the tree behind him. Haha, as expected of a person whom Orochimaru-sama values, he has some ability. After that, 4 people with pipes tied behind them walked out from behind the big tree. 3 men and 1 woman, it was the Otogakur group of 5. Are you sent by Orochimaru? Sasuke said coldly, breaking into Konoha without authorization. Do you still want to start a war? Don't say that, we're here specifically to find you. A weird man with 6 hands giggled. Looking for me? Come on, get out, don't bother me. Sasuke snorted coldly and said, no matter who sent them, he is in a very bad mood right now and has no time to pay attention to these people. Just a little kid, your tone is really big, I want to interrupt your hands and let you know the gap between us. Zuo-jin said angrily. Hey, Zuo-jin, take it easy, he is someone Orochimaru-sama valued very much. Taiyu also advised, but there was no sign of nervousness in his words. Do you underestimate me? You are courting death. Sasuke roared, and rushed straight up at random. A huge chakra suddenly appeared in his hand, and a high-intensity electric current was formed. Chidori. The powerful thunderbolt has extremely strong penetration, and it hit the bone like a spear point. However, Sasuke is too weak now. I saw Zuo-jin slammed on the ground, and a Rasho gate rose from the ground. Although there is only one gate, it is not something that Sasuke can break now. Boom! The sound of the roar was deafening, and the aura of the rap made the surroundings tremble. However, such a powerful move could only make a small black mark on the Rashoman. Haha, do you only have this power? I really don't know why Orochimaru-sama would like you. Zuo-jin said disdainfully. What did you say? Sasuke was angry, and rushed up to face him again. At the same time, his body was slowly covered with black texture, and a pair of bloody Yuhi's eyes were shining brightly. In an instant, a full force filled his body. In the body. This is the power I want. Die, Chidori. Sasuke hit Chidori again. Thunder and lightning slammed into the Rashoman. This time, he directly stabbed the Rashoman. A big hole. However, there was still no damage to the left. It's amazing. Zuo-jin praised. HMPH, now it's too late even if you want to beg for mercy. Sasuke sneered. The power of Orochimaru-sama's spell is really powerful. What? Damn, why doesn't everyone recognize me? What the hell am I to you? After hearing Zuo-jin's words, Sasuke roared frantically. In the bloody Yuhi-colored eyes, the brighter and brighter Yuhirin seemed to be dripping blood. I'm going to make you pay. Author's digression, Brother's new book. In the next round, the scumbag girl has been in the last round. It's a violent urban essay, and friends who like it can go and support it. Chapter 71 _ cut off the fetters, cut off everything. Go ahead. Sasuke abruptly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Zuo-jin, and he kicked Zuo-jin into the sky. Look at me, the lion burst. Sasuke's heart was overjoyed. He immediately turned over and pressed Zuo-jin to the ground. With a bang, the ground suddenly cracked a huge hole. HMPH, you know how good I am. Sasuke kicked him angrily, looking coldly at Zuo-jin who fell into a deep pit below, showing a smile, but soon, his expression changed to consternation. I saw Zuo-jin shaking his head and crawling out of the deep pit, twisting his neck, looking at Sasuke with disdain, and muttering, "You little brat, it's really hard to strike. How is it possible?" Sasuke's expression gradually turned from astonishment to terrifying, roaring frantically, Why? Give me death, death. Hehe, Sasuke, don't you think that you are the only one with the curse mark of Orochimaru-sama?" Saying that, Zuo-jin, no, even Tayuya and the others activated the curse, and the body was immediately covered with tadpole-like black lines. Except for the slightly different shape, everything else, even the evil aura, was the same. What? Sasuke was stunned. He had always thought that only he was special and unique, but today, reality hit him hard, shattering his dreams. Damn it, I can't beat Itachi, and now I can't even beat a few scumbags. No, I'm from Uchiha's clan, that's impossible. Then, Sasuke raised his head, his eyes fierce. Kill you, kill you. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, before Sasuke could react, a foot had already stepped on him. When he saw it clearly, he realized that the person who attacked him was Zuo-jin, and he actually didn't even know his actions. Did not see it. Little devil, tisk tisk tisk, so easy to get angry, you can't even control the curse mark. What a waste. What did you say? Hehe, little devil, I advise you to stop talking. It's better to let the curse mark go back, just rely on your current strength, hehe, be careful about losing yourself. Zuo-jin kept rubbing Sasuke on the ground with the soles of his feet, his words and deeds were full of ridicule. On the tree, Neji watched this scene silently, and couldn't figure it out no matter what. The Otogakure 5 were so strong, not to mention that they could open the second stage of the spell seal, why were they only at the genin level at the time? Killed by a kid. Kimimaro also talked about the past, but the others, with Neji's current eyesight, can clearly know that even with the help of Temari and Kankuro, the Shaoqings have no chance of winning. I can't figure it out, let's kill the plot, but whether they die makes a big difference to the plot. Didn't Sasuke leave in the end? Afterwards, Neji looked up at the sky, and then looked at Sasuke, who was trampled on the soles of his feet below. He was secretly anxious. Come to the point, I still have things to do tonight. As soon as Sasuke left, his own plans had to be put on the agenda. He had no time to stay in Konoha. Before the start of the Fourth War, he had to have a master who was strong enough to compete with the Otsutsuki clan. Yes, the power to rival the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, Zuo-jin spoke again. Little devil, we are all people that Orochimaru-sama values, but why are you so weak? Think about your brother, you who can't even win against me. What qualifications do you have to challenge Uchiha Itachi? Yes, you are not even qualified to challenge him. Don't mention that guy, he's not my brother, he's my enemy, he's my enemy. Sasuke roared with blood and tears, his voice was extremely desolate, but how could Zuo-jin stop there? No one will understand you. Don't expect us to understand you. This village is too gentle, you can't let go of the fetters here. What are the so-called companions in your eyes? You didn't care about this thing before, but now what? They will only make you weaker and weaker. This kind of thing can't make you grow up. If you continue to stay here, you will never become stronger in your life. The path of the strong does not need these things, cut them off. Cut off these so-called fetters, so-called gentleness, and you can gain power beyond Uchiha Itachi. Zuo-jin's words pierced deeply into Sasuke's fragile heart and were engraved in his mind. Companion. Sasuke couldn't help but think of Naruto's loud and arrogant way of becoming Hokage, the way Sakura taught him when he was at odds with Naruto, and the way Kakashi didn't care when he was late. Haha, since when did I actually have these things in my mind? Sasuke laughed at himself. When did it start? No, I live for revenge, this kind of thing. It doesn't matter. Quote. Sasuke clenched the soil on the ground, his grip shattered, his hands kept shaking, and his heart roared. Neji watched all this from the top of the tree, trembling in his heart, put himself in his shoes. He might not be as good as Sasuke. Sasuke had too much hatred, his life was a mess, and even the road to becoming stronger was very difficult and sad. However, in order to realize his plan, Sasuke must endure these pains, and he will not change all this. But Sasuke, 3 years from now, I'll tell you everything. Itachi is an unknown hero, and there is no reason for him to be cast aside by others all his life. As for the intentional mutiny of the Uchiha family, Neji thought about it and pushed it to Danzo. Don't care about one more. Besides, without Danzo, the Uchiha clan would not have the intention of betraying the village. At this moment, Zuo-jin and the others also attacked Sasuke as being scared and bruised. Finally, they said, "We will wait for you outside the village until dawn. It is up to you to decide whether to leave or not." Saken, Tayuya, Kitamaru, and Jirobo finished speaking. They turned into a puff of white smoke and drifted in the wind, and they were nowhere to be seen. Cut off the fetters and walk out of this peaceful village. What I want is the ultimate strength, the strength that can kill him. Sasuke knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground, sweat dripping down his cheeks constantly. I want to sever all of this, sever the bondage here. Just like Itachi. Yes, Itachi will be so strong because he has cut off the fetters, cut off everything in the past, whether it is parental affection, Yuhi-yan confidant, or siblings. Sasuke's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous look, extremely cold and without any emotion, and then he covered his injured shoulder and walked towards home. Chapter 72 Attacking the Roots. It was a dark, silent night, no different from usual, but tonight, everything will change, and everyone's destiny will change. Neji was running wildly, constantly jumping up and down the eaves. Sasuke's answer he already knew Akatsuki. As long as he was sure that he would leave the village, he didn't have to stay there forever. However, Danzo should know, after all, the 2 people he sent to monitor him just left suddenly. A sneer appeared at the corner of Neji's mouth. Since he returned to the village, the 2 root ninjas who were monitoring him soon appeared. Although they were far away, they didn't know that with the blessing of Kagura's heart, their every move was easily mastered by Neji. What? Sasuke Limura, will Danzo miss this opportunity? Obviously not. The agreement with Itachi is not binding on Danzo at all, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead and Sasuke is leaving the village on his own. This is a great opportunity. But that's all there is to it. Danzo, I'm coming to you right now. You don't have to hide in the underground of Konoha anymore. Neji smiled slyly and rushed towards the route. After tonight, Konoha will no longer have the root organization. The underground of Konoha is dark and damp, and there is no light all year round. It is even more eerie than a haunted house, and it is extremely terrifying. Neji is standing in front of the gate leading to the root base, and in front of him are 2 masked root members. When the 2 root ninjas saw Neji, they immediately looked on guard. This is the root of Konoha, a little-known area. Generally speaking, no one comes here, even Hokage and Anbu usually don't come here, and Neji is obviously not from Anbu. Byakugan is from the Hyuga clan. One of the root ninjas said angrily. Influenced by Danzo, the root ninjas have always held an attitude of rejection towards these families with Kekkei Genkei. Particular, the eyes of the Hyuga family and the Uchiha family can make their concealment invisible, which brings them a lot of trouble, and they naturally don't have a friendly attitude. Come on, what are you doing here? Otherwise we'll deal with you as missing nin. Another root ninja angered. Hehe, is this the ninja at the root? What a big temper. Neji laughed angrily, and charged himself with a missing nin charge as soon as he came. Really? Think Konoha is their back garden? Boy, what did you say? Hurry up and say. Go away. Neji suddenly exuded an extremely strong breath, and chakra became agitated instantly, so that the 2 root ninjas swallowed the unspoken words in their stomachs. Tell me, where is Danzo? Neji's murderous aura made the 2 root ninjas' hearts skip a beat. However, the root ninja has long been brainwashed by Danzo, and has no past, no feelings, and no future, so the 2 root ninjas quickly recovered and stared at Neji angrily. Boy, what are you going to do? From the real deal. What else do you have to say to him? Just grab it and hand it over to Lord Danzo. Therefore, one of the root ninjas reached out and grabbed it out, and instantly formed a sealing technique in his palm to restrain Neji. Chi. Neji looked at the sealing technique in his hand with disdain, and said loudly, "Just relying on this kind of unprofessional sealing technique, you want to control me. You are too high on yourself, and you are too small on me." Almost in the blink of an eye, Neji moved, disappeared instantly, appeared directly above the two root ninjas, stood upside down, and clasped their heads with both hands like eagle claws. "Go to hell." 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Clinging to their heads, Neji made 2 waves of air, and a slightly weak shock emerged from the faces of the two root ninjas, and then, with a bang, Neji directly crushed them, and blood flowed to the ground. No matter who it is, after the head is broken, don't think about what to do. But don't worry, I will help you accomplish what you want to do. Neji chuckled, looking at the communicator that the two root ninjas were holding tightly in their hands, and said disdainfully, "Danzo, you are really good at brainwashing. Tisk tisk tisk, you are so loyal, even if you die, you have to report the news to you, so none of the people here will survive. Fantastic power." Dang. Neji suddenly shot, and slammed a heavy punch on the door leading to the root base, causing a loud noise, but what surprised Neji was that the door was only a big depression and was not hit. Rotten. Danzo, how many horrific experiments have you done inside, even making a door so strong?" Neji squinted slightly, bursting out with astonishing killing intent. "The main purpose of this gate is to prevent Konoha's people from entering." "Forget it, anyway, you only have the chance to jump around again today, and I will make you pay for everything you do." "Break me, smash. Dang bang tilde dang bang tilde." Neji punched the door with punch after punch, blasting punch marks that dented in one piece after another. The powerful force directly shook the surroundings, causing the roots that were already in the ground to drop grain after grain of dust, shocking people at the root. "What happened? There are intruders. Who, how dare you forcibly break into the root?" In an instant, many ninjas at the root gathered one by one and walked towards the gate in a mighty manner. Danzo, who was in the laboratory, was also alarmed by the sound of knocking on the door. His body shook, and a drop of unknown liquid in his hand inevitably fell to the ground. "No, this is the cell I just successfully extracted. Damn, who is it?" Danzo was furious, walked out of the laboratory angrily, and roared, "Someone!" In the blink of an eye, a tall brown-haired ninja and a black-clothed ninja appeared in front of Danzo. "Wind, take the root, and immediately bring back the person who forcibly broke into the root." "Yes," the two replied in unison, then turned around and left. After the two left, Danzo murmured, "Damn, who is it? Could it be Tsunade? No, she only returned to the village today. She will officially succeed Hokage tomorrow." Damn, Danzo scolded secretly, remembering that the high-quality cells he had just extracted with great difficulty were just scrapped, and he wanted to cramp and peel the man. "Humph," Danzo snorted coldly, "whoever you are going to die today." And at this moment, the whole root, and even some areas of Konoha, heard a loud bang. Chapter 73 I'm too arrogant. Bang. Boom. In front of Neji, the impregnable gate finally collapsed, shattered, causing a loud bang. Smoke filled with dust, and fog was billowing, and he finally opened a path to the roots. Looking around, the inside is green and faint, more terrifying than the outside. There is a depression, or a sense of cold and mysterious. Just looking at it, it makes people feel numb on the scalp and goosebumps all over. Inside, there are trestle bridges everywhere, crisscrossing, and it looks very messy, just like a fan of Gongyi. If it is not for the people from the roots, if they come here rashly, there is a great possibility of getting lost here. All this is understandable. After all, Danzo has done a lot of shameful things. If there is no protective measures, it may have been exposed long ago. Neji strode in, and the surroundings were completely empty. It seemed that he was the only one in the empty area, surrounded by icy machines, looking very deserted, but this was just an illusion. I didn't expect so many people to greet me, I'm really honored. Neji said slowly, his eyes constantly glancing around. There was no answer around. Haha, Neji smiled disdainfully, you don't even forget my basic abilities, I'm from the Hyuga clan. Afterwards, Neji suddenly opened Byakugan, blue veins burst out around his eye sockets, and he kept scanning the surroundings. Everything could be hidden, and there was nothing to hide in his eyes. The Byakugan of the Hyuga family and the Sharingan of the Uchiha family are really annoying abilities, but you must know that the Uchiha family is dead. A voice came from behind Neji slowly, and the corners of Neji's mouth twitched. Finally, I'm willing to come out. Silently, a large number of root ninjas stood around Neji, with different masks, and a pair of eyes stared at Neji, revealing a strong killing intent. Just wait for a word, they will fight hard. Go up and kill Neji here. Breaking into the root without authorization, and killing the two ninjas guarding the root, Hyuga Neji, even if you are a genius of the Hyuga clan, don't even think about going out today. Yamanaka said coldly. Neji was angry with Danzo before, he and Aburame took root were also there. Naturally, they are very familiar with Neji. They can bring down so many root ninjas in the blink of an eye. Neji's strength cannot be measured by age. Even they should be careful. Response. I don't need you to worry if I can't get out. However, I don't think you can get out. Neji suddenly attacked, and his figure immediately appeared in front of Yamanaka Wind. The chakra in his hand instantly condensed into a knife and slashed towards Yamanaka Wind. Chakra scalpel. What? Yamanaka's pupils shrank, subconsciously trying to avoid it, but it was too late. Scoff. Blood splattered and sprayed all over the ground, a broken arm suddenly fell, and what was imprinted in Yamanaka's eyes were Neji's murderous eyes. Wind. Aburame shouted at the root, and then angrily shouted, Hyuga Neji, you dare to do it. You idiot. Neji glanced at Aburame to take the root, and scolded, the beating is already open, there is no reason to stop. Neji's hands kept moving, two lion heads appeared in his hands, and the power was fierce. Chakra gradually turned to dark blue, and the majestic destructive power swept through everything, isolating everyone else, leaving only Neji and Yamanaka. Two winds. No one can save you. Soft steps and two lion fists. Neji said indifferently, and then two huge lion heads engulfed Yamanaka Wind head-on. No, Yamanaka Fung yelled, but everything was useless, he was too far from Neji. Although Neji's overall strength is only an elite Jonin, it is only because of chakra and experience. If he really wants to fight, he can already wrestle with cage level, which is why he dares to come to Danzo. Boom. The Yamanaka Wind was instantly shattered, and the Mukuro was all over the place, and blood was flowing. In just an instant, Neji killed an elite at the root, and the others at the root were stunned. To put it nicely, there is no past, no feelings, and no future, but when it comes to the critical moment of life and death, who will be indifferent? Hey, Neji sneered, the Yamanaka family's mind-turning technique is very difficult to deal with. When the enemy is all around, even if it is just a momentary daze, he will be in fatal danger, so he must first solve the Yamanaka Wind. Swoosh swish. At this time, dozens of hidden weapons attacked from the sky, and there were not too many words. The root ninjas moved. Neji has already stated his position and informed them of his purpose with actions. This person cannot be left. Either for Danzo or for myself. It's useless. Neji spun around suddenly, and a hemispherical chakra shield surrounded him, isolating the incoming hidden weapons. Revolving heaven, physical attacks are useless for him, use ninjutsu instead. Someone shouted, and quickly shot, the waves rolled over, a water dragon rushed towards Neji abruptly, and, almost at the same time, everyone else also shot own ninjutsu. Water dragon, thunder jinchuriki column, high flame, wind scroll, stone bullet, 5 different ninjutsu are mixed together, overwhelming, rushing towards Neji. It is like a reproduction of the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. But unfortunately, Neji has the strength to compete with Orochimaru, but these ninjas at the root do not have the strength to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though they are numerous, but wooden clone technique. Neji's back suddenly turned wooden, and two people who looked exactly like him emerged from it. There are only two, I'm still too far behind. Neji frowned. You know, even when Senju Hashirama is maintaining the 4 red sun formation, she can still divide into 4 clones. However, that's enough. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. The two Nejis made a joint shot, and in an instant, the white light shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings, and the 2 beams of white light rushed straight towards the 5 escape ninjutsu. Click. An incredible scene happened. The 2 beams of white light shattered inch by inch, shattering like a lens, and they couldn't resist the 5 escaping ninjutsu. This phenomenon suddenly surprised Neji. I am too arrogant. Except for a limited number of people, who can resist the attacks of so many ninjas without falling behind. I need to settle down. Neji's thinking is clear, and he quickly found the reason. The recent increase in strength has made him feel a pseudo-invincible feeling, but this is just an illusion, a manifestation of his expansion. He still has a long way to go. After this war, taking advantage of the relatively stable period in the next 3 years, I will accumulate some. At this time, a large piece of ninjutsu has come to Neji's head. Chapter 74_Crisis, cannot use all the strength. Neji raised his head, looked at the wooden ninjutsu above, and sighed slightly. He couldn't hide, the range was too wide, and on such a narrow trestle, he didn't have any hiding place. A man's arm is a car, you are beyond your own power. You are only one person. Someone shouted, and the words were full of sarcasm. How can you tolerate a kid making a fool of yourself here? In the face of a large wave of ninjutsu, Neji watched quietly, with no expression on his face, no sadness or joy, detached and very calm. Go to hell. A bang sounded, and a big explosion suddenly occurred where Neji was, and various ninjutsu bombarded one after another like an ocean current. In an instant, the bridge was interrupted and it collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the trestle bridge below it was also smashed into pieces, and there were ruins everywhere, splashing a lot of smoke and dust, rising like a mushroom cloud. How's it going? The ninja at the root stared down nervously, not daring to be careless. After all, the other party was the one who killed Yamanaka Wind in an instant. However, until all the smoke cleared, the ninja at the root never saw Neji again. What about people? Dead? Hurry up and feel it. Everyone at the root said one after another. They would feel at ease only if Neji was sure to die, but at this time, a familiar and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded, interrupting their actions. No need. Neji's voice was light, but cold. What you guys broke is just my avatar. The people at the root jumped in their hearts and hurriedly looked for the reputation. After seeing Neji, they immediately exclaimed, Aburame takes the root, be careful. Huh. Aburame looked back subconsciously and broke out in a cold sweat. Kaden, fire style, fire dragon art. Neji quietly went behind Aburame to take root, and immediately performed his most powerful Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu, and, in one go, with all his strength. The Aburame clan uses insects as a means of combat. They have a large number of insects in their bodies, integrating attack and defense capabilities. The fighting method is strange and hard to guard against. It is very likely that a seemingly weak insect can affect the entire battle situation. More, Aburame's roots are Jonin, powerful, nano-level poisonous insects are all over the body, and he must not touch him, otherwise, he will be poisoned, his combat power will plummet, and even lose all combat power in a short period of time. Even Obito, or Afe, had to give up an arm when he was not aware of it, which shows how powerful this toxin is. Therefore, Neji must not fight him in close quarters, and the best way is to burn these poisonous insects with Kaden, fire style. Obviously, the effect was outstanding. Dragon Flame Jutsu immediately took Aburame and burned it with a ping-pong sound, screaming again and again, and a lot of insects were scorched and fell to the ground. But even so, these bugs are only a drop in the bucket for Aburame to take the root. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but what he saw really made Neji's scalp tingle. The number of those bugs is simply indescribable. It seems that Aburame's whole person is made of bugs when he takes the root, which is terrifying. Damn, I must develop a Kaiden fire-style insecticide technique in the future. Neji thought viciously that there were too many insects, which made him a little scared without intensive phobia. Puff. At this moment, Aburame, who was tumbling on the ground, suddenly turned into a large number of insects and flew away. Insect clone. When Neji was startled and hurriedly backed away. Almost at the same time as he backed away, a worm net suddenly fell from the sky and rushed towards Neji's original position. It's dangerous. Neji coldly watched Aburame take the root. Because of the particularity of the Aburame clan, Byakugan couldn't see the bug clone. He actually forgot this. I'm Jonin. After seeing your sneak attack, do you think you can still succeed? Aburame said indifferently. Next, Feng, I'm going to avenge you. Aburame took the root and waved his hand, and immediately a large number of poisonous insects drilled out from the surface of his body, densely packed, and flew towards Neji overwhelmingly. Aburame, take the root, you are crazy. Do you want to kill us all? A group of people at the root shouted. Shut up, Aburame shouted from the root. From the day we entered the root, there should be no more emotions, and it is right to die for Lord Danzo. While speaking, his output power increased, and the poisonous insect slowly covered the place. This is a nano-level poisonous insect. If it is bitten, the cells in the body will be destroyed and die, and it will be a great pain. Hearing the words of Aburame taking the root, the ninja at the root really wanted to yell at him. It sounds nice, why don't you lead by example first? But this is not the time for internal strife. Only by eliminating the invader as soon as possible, Aburame will take back the poisonous insects, otherwise they will all die. You must know that although these poisonous insects are controlled by Aburame's roots, they are densely packed and so small that they are almost invisible to the naked eye. As long as they are inserted, they will die. At such times, Aburame would not waste chakra to detoxify them. Kill. Blink of an eye, the root ninja quickly distanced himself from Neji and began to attack with long-range ninjutsu, on the one hand to avoid the nano-level poisonous insects that Aburame took the root, and on the other hand to guard against gentle fist. Doden Earth-style two-long gun. A ninja quickly hand-sealed, and suddenly, there was a slight sound under Neji's feet, and dozens of stone cones suddenly emerged from the ground, criss-crossing, and stabbing Neji at the same time. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Quote. Boom. The stone cone was quickly flattened and broken, causing no harm to Neji, but at this moment, another ninja suddenly leapt into the air and spat out a large amount of sticky liquid. Sweetened water style, water candy Nahara. Neji quickly turned over and left, and at the same time, a large fireball technique would disperse and burn the poisonous insects that were approaching him, and some slight explosions sounded again. Fortunately there are Byakugan, otherwise these poisonous insects will give me a headache. Neji muttered, a little fortunate. In fact, with his current strength, it is not difficult to eliminate these people, but his main purpose is Danzo. There are many abilities that he can't show yet, otherwise he will be able to fight against Danzo who has Izanagi. He has no certainty. Use ninjutsu to drain his chakra, don't fight him close quarters. Even if he is powerful alone, chakra is limited, and it is impossible to compete with a group of us. A ninja shouted. Kill. Suddenly, a group of root ninjas hand seal again, ready to release ninjutsu. At the same time, Aburame took the root and controlled those nano-level poisonous insects to move towards Neji as much as possible. Chapter 75 Revolving Heaven, how is it possible? Can't one person fight against a group of you? Neji smiled and whispered, that's just because these people's worldviews are too small, and for the real powerhouse, these are all false. Whether it is Madara or Hashirama, both have the power to single out the 5 major countries, and this is the strong one. You guys are too weak. Neji stared at the group of root ninjas in front of him, said solemnly, and then suddenly took a step forward. At this time, the 3 root ninjas looked at each other. After hand seal, they slammed to the ground and shouted, Doden Earth style, rip the earth and turn palms. Bang, bang, bang. From the palms of the 3 root ninjas, the trestle bridge shattered little by little, and the bridge deck formed cobwebs that scattered towards the place where Neji was. Boom. The fragments of the trestle smashed down from the top, and a crack was smashed on the trestle below, making a loud noise, and a burst of dust was raised again. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately got up and jumped, preparing to go to another trestle, but at this time, several other root ninjas who had been prepared suddenly spit out a large wave of water from their mouths. Sweeten, water style, water breaks waves. Doden, earth style, earth dragon bullet. At the same time, Neji immediately began to change his gestures, and in an instant, a soil dragon rose up, and a large amount of shotgun spit out of the dragon's mouth. Boom. Water splashed, dust bombs exploded, the sky seemed to be raining mud, falling between the 2 sides. Neji landed steadily on the bridge deck, his eyes were indifferent. What is your purpose? It's no good talking too much. Neji sideways dodged the flying poisonous insects and ran towards Aburame to get his roots. Don't try to succeed. Seeing this, a root ninja left the place immediately, came to the trestle above, and turned his palm over. Sweeten, water style, water bomb. Puff tilde puff tilde puff tilde. The water bombs shot out continuously, with strong impact and penetrating power. Neji glanced slightly, and dodged between the left and right, but several holes appeared on the trestle in a blink of an eye. Call out. Almost at the same time as Neji dodged the water bombs, another person came to Neji with a long stick. The person who came had long hair, slender waist and a graceful figure. It was initially confirmed that she was a woman, but she was looking at Neji with cold eyes. Would you like to fight me in close combat with these poisonous insects? Neji glanced at the iron rod in her hand and muttered, it seems that she is very confident in her stick skills. Without too many words and no confrontation, the female ninja moved and slammed down with an iron rod, causing a buzzing sound in the air. Hee hee, it's good to come. Neji chuckled. When it comes to physical skills, apart from Might Guy and Little Lee, he has never met an opponent. I saw Neji dodged sideways and dodge the iron bar that was smashing. At the same time, he grabbed the hand of the ninja with his backhand and pulled towards him. The host holds hands with Okina and gets the reward, Doden, Earth Style, Tulong Gun. Doden, Earth Style, Tulong Gun, creates sharp rocks from the ground below the enemy to attack the enemy. Doden, Earth Style, Petrification. He whispered to Jin, and then his other hand suddenly turned into a stone and hit the Neji facade. It was extremely thick and extremely hard, giving people a sense of visual impact. Opportunity. Aburame murmured at the root, and quickly hand sealed with both hands, Phosphorus Bad Bug. Immediately, the scattered poisonous insects gathered on his body. Immediately, his skin turned purple, full of mystery, and then he took the sword and slashed towards Neji. Dare to shoot at me, even if you are Shino's brother, I will kill you. Neji raised his hand and clasped Changjin's petrified hand, and said coldly to Aburame. Aburame took the root for a while, and the other party actually knew Shino, which he did not expect, but soon, his eyes became firm, and he rushed towards Neji resolutely. Wind, he is my only best friend in the roots. That's it. Neji's hands that clasped Changjin suddenly exerted force, and the chakra rolled into one piece, spun together with Changjin. I'm not going to keep it. Neji suddenly said aloud when Aburame took the root and rushed in front of Neji, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A blue chakra shield immediately sucked Aburame into it, causing a strong cyclone. It's now. The rest of the root ninjas suddenly shouted. Kaden, Fire Style, Art of Fire. Raiden, Thunder Style, Furious Thunder Tiger. Sweden, Water Style, the water is just pouring rain. Before, They were worried that Neji would use their hands to get rid of these poisonous insects, and they dared not use Kaden fire style and Ren harmony ninjutsu, but now, they don't have this concern anymore. Like a visual feast, the surging fire flow, the huge tiger composed of thunder and lightning all over the body, and the tall and strange-looking giant condensed from water immediately appeared in the base of the root. Go! With a loud shout, they attacked Neji together. Casting Revolving Heaven, Neji couldn't move, not to mention the fact that Okinawa and Aburame took root to restrain him, he couldn't avoid it. As for Oki and Aburame taking root, just like Aburame said, root people should not have feelings, and it is right to die for Danzo-sama. Aburame takes root, honor your rhetoric. Someone sneered, obviously complaining about Aburame's attack just now, regardless of enemy or foe. It's very uncomfortable to be careful of poisonous insects all the time. But at this moment, a mutation suddenly occurred, and the blue chakra shield suddenly changed a little. An extremely strong fire flow suddenly appeared from the shield, with a bang, as if it burst. The entire revolving heaven created the shield was suddenly enveloped in raging flames. This scene, it's shocking. Revolving heaven is a physical art, it shouldn't have the attributes of chakra, but now, what Neji is using now, it's like revolving heaven of the fire attribute. A root ninja muttered, although wearing a mask, he could still hear the restlessness in his heart from his tone. This type of revolving heaven has never appeared in the ninja world. How is that possible? How did he do it? Everything in front of them is really incredible, making a group of root ninjas instantly stunned. The flame shield has extremely high heat, and even the steel trestle under their feet slowly melted into hot molten iron, dripping drop by drop. This kind of high-temperature terrifying flame reflects on every corner of the root base, making the green and faint root base even more ferocious. Even from a distance, they can feel the thick burning of this flame revolving heaven. Burning sense, so they could not help sweating. Not good. Hurry up and attack. A root ninja came back to his senses and roared quickly. But it's too late. Neji's faint voice suddenly sounded. In the flame-shaped revolving heaven, 3 fires, Jinchuriki column, shot straight into the sky, colliding with the fire stream, thunder tiger, and water giant that were killing him. Chapter 76_slightly abnormal sympathy. Boom. Strong ninjutsu collided suddenly, the air seemed to be compressed a bit, and then the ultimate bloomed again, and in the blink of an eye, a loud noise broke out, causing the entire root to shake. Boom. An invisible wave of air blew out to the surrounding, extremely powerful, like a wind blade, indestructible, and suddenly split a trestle below. At this moment, everyone's discoloration changed, and they immediately stepped back. This kind of wind blade was too sharp, and no one dared to resist head-on. However, this is just the aftermath, with such a terrifying destructive power. One can imagine the terrifying lethality at the center of the explosion. At this moment, Konoha, everyone was woken up. It was a quiet night, silent and peaceful, but there were bangs, explosions, and roars one after another. Especially now, there was another strange sound. Vibration. It's amazing how obvious this is on this quiet night. Danzo, what the hell is going on? In the Hokage building, Kaharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado were explaining the affairs of Konoha to Tsunade, but there was an inexplicable sound coming from the root site one after another, causing Kaharu Yuditane to frown. This Danzo is too naive. Even if he is angry, he shouldn't interfere with them like this. Tomorrow will be Hokage's succession ceremony. Is it an intruder? Homura Mitokado asked. Let him deal with it by himself. There's no way that even some intruders can't be dealt with at the root. Kaharu Yuditane said indifferently. Since the last time Neji angered Danzo, she had a deep suspicion of Danzo, and even it means dissatisfaction. Now, even if the root was attacked, it would be good if she didn't cause trouble for him, and wanted her to help. Impossible. No, go and have a look. Tsunade stood up, but she didn't forget that Danzo sent someone to assassinate her. Moreover, Neji's words made her very concerned. What is the root hidden? On this night, Lenovo Neji's words are really weird. Whether it is for the village or for herself, she must go there. At the same time, Hyuga Hiyashi stood in the yard in the Hyuga clan's residence, looking into the distance, frowning, and a pair of Byakugan was full of solemnity. That location is the route. What happened? Is there an invader? How could it be possible? After a long time, he turned and left. No matter what, he also needed to see. Tokuma, go get Neji. Hyuga Hiyashi's words slowly drifted into a shadow, and after hearing a figure, he immediately got up and left. Now that he has decided to train Neji to be the next head of the family, he naturally wants to guide Neji a lot, no matter what. However, recently, Konoha things are more and more. Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. Then, in the name of the patriarch, he immediately gathered a large number of clansmen. The situation is still unclear, but if Konoha is attacked, they must rush to the scene early. Of course, this is just a rhetoric on the surface. As for his real thoughts, he wished that there was a problem with the route, and it was better to have it gone. Thinking about it with his toes, he knew how the person who shot at the route could be aggression. Soon after, Hyuga Tokuma came back, and it was no surprise that he could find Neji. Strange, where did you go? Hyuga Hiyashi frowned. Well, let's go to the Hokage building. There is no other place to go to the route, and you can usually go there. The people there are doing things that are darker than Anbu. They are ruthless and ruthless. Without Hokage's permission, the route will not let outsiders in at all. Maybe if he goes there rashly, he will be labeled as a missing nin by the route, which is not something that everyone can bear. Therefore, they can only go to the Hokage building. Although the ceremony to succeed Hokage has not yet been held, Tsunade is already a certainty in becoming Hokage, and it is impossible for Danzo to openly challenge her. At the same time, the other families of Konoha also spontaneously gathered and came to the Hokage building with the same idea. As a result, it was still night, but there was a dense crowd of people in front of the Hokage building, and it was dark. Tsunade and Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado had just come out of the Hokage building, and these people were boiling. Lord Tsunade, what happened? What's the matter with this series of shocks? Has an enemy invaded? The crowd was chattering, shouting one after another, venting their dissatisfaction to the fullest, but if you listen carefully, you can still hear the joy in their words. Well, spread it out. Everyone knows that there is a problem on the route side, and there is no invasion at all, but this does not prevent them from making a fuss. They have been monitored by the route for a long time, and many families have been persecuted, and it is hard to see the route. After suffering a big loss, how could they not mix their feet? Their thoughts were written on their faces without any surprise, and they didn't feel the tension on their faces that their routes might be invaded by others without a sound. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado didn't talk about it. They had already noticed all this. It would be strange if these people really came to support the routes, and Tsunade raised his eyebrows. How much resentment these people have against the route, that is the route, although it is only a guess, but it is almost inseparable, and it was invaded by others without a sound, and the strength of that person must be Jonin. But look at these people. Okay, Tsunade thinks the same way as they do. It's just that Hokage isn't a good position, so she can't watch it, but she has already made a decision. The routes set up by Grandpa Tobarama are really not suitable for existence. Then, she waved her hand. Quiet. Now, follow me to the route. At this time, the route base fell into a dead silence. Neji took Aburame and threw it on the ground, looking at the people in the distance indifferently. The shroud of the flame revolving heaven. The nano-level poisonous insects attached to Aburame's body have all been burned to death, and even his body was burned hot. Feiyuhi was incomparable, and he had already gone to the Pure Land. How could it be? The people at the route were shocked, and Yamanaka Kase and Aburame took the route unexpectedly. Both died. But the other party was still unscathed. In the face of such a powerful opponent, how will they fight? Neji put his hand on Jin's head as her body trembled uncontrollably. When it's not about yourself, you are all ruthless, but when it's about yourself, how many people can be indifferent? Neji's hand kept stroking Jin's smooth long hair. Emotions cannot be discarded. Suddenly, Neji's palm snapped, and he smiled, his eyes glowing brightly. Chapter 77_root, end. Neji smiled, sincere, although this reward is a bit useless compared to the previous reward, but this is what Neji needs most right now. Since he came to this world and got the system, Neji has progressed at an unimaginable speed. In just about 2 months, he has jumped from the level of Chunin to the level of Elite Jonin, and even a strong Kage level. He is not afraid. However, even so, there was always a decisive factor restraining him, preventing him from exerting his true power. Now, this factor has been largely loosened. The host performs a head-to-head kill against the hedgehog, and gets a reward, a tenfold increase in chakra. The system's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. However, when these words fell in Neji's ears, it was like waves hitting his heart, and he was excited. Soon, a warm current flowed through all parts of Neji's body, constantly stimulating the cells in Neji's body, making Neji feel comfortable all over. In just a moment, Neji felt a lot more fulfilled. It was a real feeling, full of energy and spirit, as if he was still at his peak. Ha. Neji's excitement is indescribable. This is the feeling, not too constrained by chakra, and can let go. He still remembers that the first time he played against Orochimaru, he was completely defeated, so he could only threaten Orochimaru with all killing ash bones. It was then that he understood how Kakashi felt. Obito has Hashirama's cells, and there is no shortage of blue. With just a Mangekyo, he can come and go freely in front of the 5 shadows, and then what about Kakashi? With the same eyes, Kamui couldn't bear it twice. To put it nicely, this means that there is no blue, and to put it badly, this is a waste, the hardware can't keep up, and no matter how strong the ability is, it is useless. Soon, Neji calmed down and thought to himself, if the amount of chakra increases tenfold, my current chakra is probably between the Elite Jonin and Kage level. However, even if chakra is still inferior to Kage level, my strength is definitely at the peak of Kage level. Neji's mouth twitched, and he looked at Changjin. Although I am very grateful for this gift you brought, the Tao is different. Feeling Neji's indifferent eyes, Changjin's heart jumped wildly, and without thinking, he used the petrification technique again, and threw it towards Neji with a whip. Neji clasped her ankle with a backhand. Out of the corner of the eye, he glanced at the iron rod that had been melted by the flames of revolving heaven, and sneered. Even your weapons are gone, I advise you to stop. Neji said gloomily, it's better to be good-looking than ugly. The host stroked Changjin's ankle and received a reward, Doden, Earth-style, rock lodging destruction. Doden, Earth-style, rock lodging destruction. Use chakra to collapse rocks. It is a ninjutsu that relies on terrain. If the environment is good, it is indeed a large-scale killing weapon. Neji is very satisfied with this trick, and this ninjutsu also has his own reputation. This is a technique that almost killed the Ten Tails Jinchuriki column force. Let go of me, Changjin said angrily. Her wrists and ankles were controlled by Neji, and she couldn't break free. She was anxious and angry at the moment. Don't worry, I won't kill you now, after all, you are still useful. Neji said indifferently, nonsense, can I let you go before the reward is finished? The host fights Okinawa and gets the reward, Doden, Earth-style, clay from the sky. Doden, Earth-style, clay from the sky, attaches to the enemy with a large amount of clay falling from the alien space above, trapping his actions, and using it with Kaden, fire-style, can burn the enemy to mud. Huh, what else? Neji was taken aback for a moment. This technique is a kind of restraint technique, which is extremely powerful. Konoha Anbu once used this technique to trap Pain's psychic beast, Cerberus. The restraint ability can be seen from this. Madara. Raiden, Thunder Style, Thunder Gun. Doden, Earth Style, Stone Cone. Taking advantage of Neji's hands-bound Chongjin, the rest of the root ninjas quickly took the opportunity to shoot, and a blue and white thunder gun composed of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared from the sky and stabbed towards Neji. At the same time, the ground under Neji's feet cracked, and a stone cone suddenly emerged. Hee, you guys are too naive. Neji looked at the two ninjutsu attacks coming towards him with disdain. A few green snakes emerged from his sleeves and tied Chongjin tightly. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. Afterwards, Neji raised his hand and shot 2 white ons, which instantly cracked the stone cone and the thunder gun. The 2 white ons were unstoppable. The lethality flies to those ninjas at the root. Not good. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. A group of root ninjas were startled, and immediately joined forces to unearth the flow wall, and the stone walls suddenly rose up, forming a deep stone wall, blocking them. Boom. The white light whistled, rubbing the air forward, shaking everything, and the thick stone wall was opened up little by little, becoming thinner and thinner, but it was finally blocked, making the root ninja relieved. Calculate the time, it's not too early, let's solve it early. Neji's eyes contained murderous intent, and a hidden shadow snake hand rolled Chongjin around his waist. The host hugs the violet and gets the reward, Doden, Earth Style Petrification. Doden, Earth Style Petrification. Make a certain body part or even the whole body in the form of petrification, become larger, very hard and powerful. Your destination is here. Neji is indifferent. Root ninja, almost everyone has the blood of their comrades on their hands, because they even kill their comrades for the mission. The chakra scalpel. The chakra in Neji's palm converged into a knife shape, and penetrated into Chongjin's heart. The story of the root will end here. The host touches the chest of Chongjin and gets the reward, Doden, Earth Style, Sphere of Graves. Doden, Earth Style, Sphere of Graves. Use the Earth attribute chakra to strengthen strength and dig out a huge rock, then lift the huge rock found in the soil and smash it at the enemy. Neji withdrew his hand and slowly fell to Jin's body. After that, Neji grinned and stared coldly at the other root members. The root, it's time to be pulled up. Then, under the nervous gaze of the root ninja, Neji came to the wall of the root base and shook his head at the root ninja in the distance. Then, his palm was against the wall, and chakra suddenly released. Doden, Earth Style, Rock Lodging Destruction. I will kill you with the magic I got from you. Boom tilde boom tilde. Visible to the naked eye, a streak spread out at the base of the root, constantly shaking, and dripping dust. In an instant, it was like the sky was cracking, the earthquake hit, and pieces of slate fell. Broken. Chapter 78 _ Destroy the Roots. Neji burst out, the chakra output in his palm became more and more tyrannical, and the root base shook even more. My chakra has really grown a lot thicker. Even if I perform this technique on the root base, it doesn't cost much chakra. It's refreshing. Neji secretly rejoiced. Boom tilde boom tilde boom tilde. Pieces of stone slabs fell, the smoke and dust shook off, the trestle bridge shattered and fell, and everything was crumbling. On the trestle bridge that had just been melted down, Aburame took the roots and the bodies of Chongjin slowly sank as the root base collapsed. And Yamanaka Feng's body had already been smashed into a bloody mess, blood spattered everywhere, very disgusting. Hyuga Neji, what are you doing? Do you want to destroy the roots? Neji while avoiding the falling slate. Hyuga Neji, stop now, otherwise, you will be missing Nin of Konoha village. Boom. Before the root ninja could say anything, a white light came from a distance and pierced his head. Suddenly, Yuhi's white splattered everywhere, and a headless corpse fell. Noisy. Neji looked at him coldly. The ninja at the root was so annoying. Now, he still dared to talk to him like this. Is this a habit of thinking that he is superior to others? It's really abominable, so he did it, and punched out the 8 trigrams, sending him to the paradise of Elysium. Broken. Neji suddenly exerted force, secretly containing a strange force. In an instant, the base at the root began to undergo more violent turbulence and collapsed more rapidly. However, After all, it is a base specially built by the root, with super strong defense and a large range, and it cannot be destroyed for a while. Really strong, then, so what? Neji's forehead, although blocked by the forehead, is still eye-catching at the moment, because at this moment, Neji's forehead climbed out of coherent black patterns, which quickly spread to the whole body. That's a root ninja was hiding, but after seeing Neji like this, he thought of the relationship between Neji's Tsunade that was circulating in the village today, and his face changed instantly. "Stop him," he shouted, his voice full of horror, the so-called lack of emotion at the root, which has now become a complete joke. They just don't have feelings for others. No need for him to remind, there are already many root ninjas, and they rushed to Neji one after another. In any case, stop him, absolutely can't let him use that trick. Neji looked indifferently at the rushing root ninjas, his expression full of ridicule. "Danzo's brainwashing of you is really thorough. Has it made you forget your identities? You are no longer yourself." Neji's indifferent voice was like a thunderbolt, piercing the sky, causing the root ninja's heart to tremble for a moment, and his mind was in a trance. Command over everything. With Neji in physique, this is an act of courting death, but they have no choice. If they don't do it, if Neji makes that move, the entire root base will be in jeopardy. Neji shook his head. These people have been assimilated by Danzo. They are just some special puppets. Even their own companions can be cruel, no matter what contributions Danzo and Genbu have made to Konoha, but, in Neji's view, this is Konoha's true missing nin. The cuffs were slightly swayed, and 4 sturdy snakes meandered out, circling, and like a steel whip, they pulled out the attacking group of root ninjas. The strong force made the chi and blood of the members of the root surge, and the body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow of 10,000 pounds, and the breath instantly became weak. You are getting further and further away from the original intention of the root. Killing the Konoha elite, forcing the Uchiha clan to rebel against each other, and slaughtering past comrades, is this the meaning of your root existence, constantly weakening the power of Konoha? Neji asked, with obvious contempt in his expression. No, you won't understand. What supports the big tree in Konoha village behind it is deeply rooted in the earth. I wait for the will of the root. A root ninja bled from his mouth, stood up staggeringly, and retorted, causing Neji to frown and sneer. Root, will. Neji didn't want to pay attention to him either. Whether it was the will of fire or the will of root, in Neji's view, it was a fart, and it was just something that those high-level leaders use to brainwash. It's just a victory piled up with human heads. Just watch it quietly, Neji said indifferently, and with a flick of his hand, dozens of snakes of different sizes appeared out of thin air, binding the root ninja firmly. Sure enough, you and Orochimaru. When a root ninja saw the snakes again, he immediately confirmed something, but before he could finish speaking, the snakes wrapped him like a zongzi, unable to utter any words. Be quiet. At this moment, the black pattern has spread to all parts of Neji's body, and the burning sensation on the forehead is even worse. If the forehead guard is removed, it can be clearly seen that the diamond-shaped mark is exuding a deep purple brilliance. The art of 100 heroes. Fantastic power. Neji waved his hand suddenly, and in an instant, there was a faint ripple in the air, and there were some clanging sounds. Boom. A loud bang resounded all around, and his fist slammed against the wall. In an instant, everything collapsed. This powerful force became the last straw that destroyed the roots. No tilde, the people at the root were terrified and shouted angrily, but it was useless. The walls were broken, the base of the root collapsed, a large piece of stone slab fell, and everything was collapsing. At this time, Tsunade and others had come to the vicinity of the root base, and just as they were about to enter, the ground suddenly shook, and then, a large area suddenly collapsed like a swamp. Boom tilde boom tilde boom tilde. A violent sound shook the heavens and the earth, like a thunderous thunder falling, sending out waves of terrifying fluctuations, shocking everyone who came A group of people were stunned and stared blankly at the sudden scene in front of them. I lost. The root collapsed. I don't know how long it took before someone woke up from his absence, muttered to himself, and there was still an unconcealed surprise in his eyes. This is the root, the strength is strong, there are at least 10 Jonin, even if there are invaders, it will not cause such a huge sensation. The whole root is actually torn down, how is this possible? In the end, what happened? Tsunade's face was solemn, and there was a bad feeling in his heart. Hurry up, she said lightly, and then led the crowd to move forward. She wanted to rush as soon as possible. She always had this wonderful feeling in her heart, which made her feel a little tight in her chest. Chapter 79 Neji and Danzo, the final showdown. Underground in Konoha, Neji looked at the ruined root base and couldn't help sighing in his heart. He didn't know what impact he would have on the world in the future. But he had to do it. Only by getting rid of Danzo and pulling out the roots, he could carry out his next plan without any scruples. Now, looking around, the roots are empty, the rocks are piled up, and they are smashed into pieces. In some places, there is thick blood flowing out, and the ground is covered with blood. No one can be spared from this collapse, not to mention the bound root ninja. Only Master Revolving Heaven, Neji, who can ignore physical attacks, can survive this collapse, but even so, he is a little embarrassed, his clothes are a little broken, and even his arms are cut a lot. However, in general, all of this is still within the acceptable range. After all, this trick is to kill all the root ninjas. Who tilde? Neji gasped, looking at the mess around him, a slight smile appeared on his cold face. It's finally over. Next, we're going to find Danzo. Tonight's goal will soon be completed, Neji whispered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He rested for a moment, then continued to walk towards the distance. Danzo is really calm and hasn't come out yet. Neji murmured. Yes, in his eyes, everyone at the root is just a tool, how could he care? There was loneliness all around, only the occasional sound of falling stones accompanied Neji. Despite the violent collapse, the entire root was destroyed, but there is still one room standing here intact. Neji stood in front of the brown door, stared indifferently, and then whispered, the most precious things must be kept in the safest place. He continued to walk, trying to open the door, but just as his hand was about to touch the brown door, a wind blade swooped in, with a clear purpose, to cut off Neji's hand. Finally willing to come out, Neji's outstretched hand suddenly paused, looking at the wind blade indifferently, and then his right arm suddenly petrified, indestructible, and went straight towards the wind blade. Bang! Wind blade was immediately held in Neji's hand. Neji's mouth twitched, and he threw the wind blade back to the original place. Futon, wind style, vacuum wave. In the distance, a loud shout came out, and then, several scythe-like wind breaths appeared, extremely sharp, and even if they just brushed, they made a deep knife mark on the ground. The speed of these wind breaths was extremely fast and unusual, and it was difficult to capture. In the blink of an eye, they came to Neji's eyes and cut Neji into 3 pieces, but at this moment, Neji, which was broken into 3 pieces, turned into 3 pieces of wood with a bang. Substitute. The man hiding in the dark froze in his heart, and quickly looked around. Finally, above, he caught Neji's figure. At this moment, Neji clasped kunai with both hands, and Byakugan glared angrily, his blue veins burst, staring at the man below who was wrapped in a mass of bandages. Danzo! Neji shouted, and the kunai fell quickly. Danzo sneered, took out a handful of kunai, and injected his wind attribute chakra into his kunai. In an instant, kunai was entangled by the wind attribute chakra, which was extremely sharp, and the breath of the wind extended its attack range, just like a peerless sword. Hee, when the old man was on the battlefield, you still didn't know where you were. Faced with Neji's deadly attack, Danzo didn't take it to heart at all, and with a casual wave of his hand, he cut off Neji's kunai. Dare to destroy the roots that the old man created with his own hands, and also destroy the pure cells that the old man finally extracted. People like you who try to stop the old man's footsteps, can't stay. Danzo snorted coldly, extremely angry, and the kuuna in his hand kept slashing at Neji. At the same time, the wind attribute chakra in Danzo's hand suddenly became restless, and it extended again. At this distance, with the sharpness of the breath, if Neji was hit, he would be separated immediately. As expected of a cage-level powerhouse, his methods are really superb. Even petrification can't stop this kind of sharp wind, Neji thought to himself, but the expression on his face did not change. All Danzo's attack methods he used, this battle is doomed from the beginning. At the critical moment, Neji formed several seals in an instant, a wooden clone drilled out from behind him, and then quickly blocked in front of him. The moment the wooden avatar was split, the corpse was separated, but soon, branches emerged from his body one after another, tying Danzo's futon wind style tightly together. This is Mokuten wood style. Danzo's expression changed greatly, his face was full of disbelief. Isn't Mokuten wood style only himself and Jiawei? What's up with this guy? Why can the Hyuga clan use the Senju clan's Mokuten wood style? Countless thoughts flashed through Danzo's mind in an instant, and gradually, Danzo's breathing became a bit cramped, and his old eyes that looked cloudy brightened. If you find the secret here, then your strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and it is very likely that you will no longer be afraid of the backlash of the first-generation cells, and let the real Mokuten wood style reappear in this world. At that time, the 5 major ninja villages, the 5 major countries will be headed by Konoha, and he will lead Konoha to go further and become the ruler of the entire ninja world, and the entire ninja world will crawl under his feet. Danzo couldn't help but rejoice and put away his murderous intentions. He wanted to capture Neji alive, erase all traces of him, and make him disappear from this world, just like before. Sarutobi, watch it, it will be me, Shimura Danzo, who will lead Konoha to the top of the ninja world in the end. He thought to himself. But at this moment, the branch has come to Danzo's hand along kunai. A strong sense of crisis brought Danzo back to reality. With a shock in his hand, the wind attribute chakra rioted, and the bundled branches were shaken and shattered. But at this moment, Neji was already in front of him. Crap! A bang, Danzo was blasted out by Neji's punch, smashing through the hard gravel slabs, and a large human-shaped hole suddenly appeared, sending a large cloud of smoke and dust. Dare to be distracted during a fight, Danzo, there's a reason you can't be Hokage. Neji scoffed. If it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if he uses Mokuten wood style, he will be surprised, but he will never be distracted. Although he also has some contempt for Sarutobi Hiruzen, his fighting skills are very recognized by him. Shimura Danzo is far inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen in combat, which can be seen from here. Hee, boy, I have to say that your strength is indeed very strong, but you should never underestimate the strong cage level. Chapter-80 time difference. A voice seemed to be muttering to itself, and it seemed to be sneering, with indifference and laughter, very strange and inexplicable. Afterwards, Danzo's figure slowly emerged from the smoke and the corners of his mouth grinned, "Is this your strength? Even better than that guy Kakashi." Danzo has some admiration. Kakashi is a 13-year-old jonin, which is already a genius, but Neji, at the same age, has surpassed the elite jonin and approached cage level, which is incredible. Even the first generation and Uchiha Madara are not enough. If you give him time, he may finally become a ninja comparable to these two. However, even so, there is still a lot of gap between him and cage level. Master this power in the palm of his hand, because only he is worthy of this power. Hey, I never thought that the always ruthless Danzo would have a day of praise. I really didn't expect it. Danzo's thoughts were clear to him. Although he was prepared, he was still a little unbearable when he was really treated as a guinea pig. Hyuga Neji, I won't ask you where you got your Mokuten wood style because that doesn't matter anymore. Danzo said with a sneer. That's it. Neji narrowed his eyes and watched as Danzo took out 2 lily swords and injected his own wind attribute chakra into them. Immediately, the 2 lily swords became extremely sharp like the previous daggers, and the attack range and speed were greatly increased. Haha. Danzo showed a cruel smile while holding 2 shuriken wrapped in wind attribute chakra. Futon, wind style, shuriken. Danzo threw it hard, and while he wouldn't kill Neji, it was okay to cut off his limbs and make him half dead, as long as Neji didn't die anyway. Call out. Call out. 2 futon, wind style, shurikens were like broken bamboos, going straight all the way, cutting the gravel slabs along the way, extremely smooth, like a mirror. This is a bit scary. You must know that these slates are fragments of the root base. They were carefully crafted by Danzo, and their defense is terrifying. Even Neji's strange power is difficult to smash. But what happened now? These incomparably hard slates were actually shattered by everything, and they were not blocked at all. They were like paper paste. This was really impressive and shocking. Even Neji couldn't help but frown slightly, not daring to be careless. Carefully, in the original book, Danzo's move did not seem to be forcibly accepted, and now the power of this move has completely exceeded Neji's imagination. Injecting the chakra of the corresponding attribute into some weapons, and then enhancing the original capabilities of those weapons, is the same as refining. Neji flipped around, dodged between the 2 futon, wind-style, shuriken, and muttered, "Perhaps, this move can be used for me." Used well, this move may be able to cut Susanoo directly, and it will be a new killer for him. This is it. At this moment, Neji suddenly burst into cold sweat, his eyes widened, and a thin thread was still wrapped around the 2 futon, wind-style, shuriken. Not good. Neji was startled, turned over quickly, and wanted to dodge, but Danzo had expected his reaction, and he let the 2 lily swords go away without pulling them back. Could it be? A thin line suddenly appeared in Neji's hand, forcibly twisting his body in the air, ready to meet the ninjutsu posture. Vacuum wave, or vacuum big jade. Neji Byakugan stared at Danzo tightly, ready for everything. However, at this time, the corners of Danzo's mouth twitched slightly, and this action alone made Neji feel like being poured down by cold water, and his heart was slightly cold. You guessed wrong. Danzo's indifferent voice sounded, and there was a hint of excitement in it. Then, he raised his hands, and the 2 futon, wind-style, shuriken suddenly turned back. The target was Neji. Time difference attack. Danzo shouted, the corners of his mouth raised. Although Neji has a 360-degree vision without blind spots, at this moment, others are in midair, and even if they can see, their body can't make any response. Whether it's the Uchiha clan, or your Hyuga clan, the old man has already figured out a way to deal with you. Kekkei Genkei, but that's all. Danzo said with a bloodthirsty smile. Danzo, stop. At this moment, 2 cold shouts suddenly sounded, and Tsunade rushed over immediately. His face was covered with black lines, obviously he had used the technique of 100 heroes. As soon as she led a group of people here, she heard the sound of fierce fighting from inside, and rushed here with everyone. Who knows, as soon as they came here, they found that Neji and Danzo were fighting, and Danzo obviously had the upper hand, and Neji was on the verge of death. So, Tsunade didn't bother to think too much, and moved in an instant. She had gathered the chakra to a point, and definitely had enough strength to deflect a futon, wind-style, shuriken. At the same time, Hyuga Hiyashi also turned on Byakugan, and his body was about to be ultimate, and he had stretched out his palm with a powerful gentle fist chakra in his palm, trying to stop another futon, wind-style, shuriken. Tsunade, before you become Hokage, do you want to let go of those who attack the roots? Danzo drank coldly, very dissatisfied. And you, Hiyashi, are you going to betray the village for the sake of the clan? Danzo was not surprised by Tsunade's arrival. With such a loud noise, it was impossible for them not to notice the abnormality at the root. It would be better to say that they came so late that they were already sluggish. Their thoughts were clear to Danzo. They wanted to use other people's hands to sharpen the spirit of the roots and suppress him, but they didn't expect that the roots would be destroyed like this. Although the root is only a tool of his own, he has also spent a lot of his own efforts. Now that he is destroyed, he is also very angry, so he naturally has no good face towards them. Tsunade and Hyuga heard Danzo's scolding, their hearts jumped suddenly, and their faces were slightly pale. Root, was it destroyed by Neji like this? The two of them felt a sudden heat in their heads, shocking and inexplicable, as if they were in a dream, and their momentum instantly weakened. How could this be? Although the root is not seen by others, it is a major organization to defend Konoha after all, and now it has been destroyed by Neji like this. This is a big crime. Even if Tsunade becomes Hokage, it is impossible to erase this crime for Neji. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, ignoring Tsunade's Hyuga who was absent-minded. He and them were not on the right track, and they were all stumbling blocks to his own success. I will get rid of you sooner or later. Those who don't obey my orders cannot survive in this world. Danzo's eyes were gloomy. It's just that Neji couldn't stay.